I woke up to the sound of someone beating me. A rough voice screamed at me, accusing me of stealing food. I was confused, but my body hurt badly. A little boy, my son, I realized, cried and tried to protect me, but he was kicked away by a bigger boy. Then something clicked in my mind. I was no longer my old self. I was Jian Xiu, but not the one I used to be. In my past life, I was a top-tier special agent, fighting through apocalyptic dangers.
And now?
Now, some old woman thought she could beat me with a flimsy cane? Without thinking, I grabbed the cane midair and yanked it hard. The woman, my mother-in-law, Lu, fell straight to the ground. Her face was full of shock. I smirked. What? She thought I would just take the beating like before. Before she could react, I kicked her hard in the stomach, making her groan in pain. Then I straddled her and started slapping her face left, right, left, right. You think you can beat me? Who do you think you are? My voice was cold, my movements sharp. The other women in the courtyard, my so-called sisters-in-law, were frozen, their faces pale. My sharp gaze swept over them, daring them to try anything. They had beaten and humiliated the old Jian Xiu for years, but I wasn't her anymore. Then it hit me. My hands looked different. My body felt weak, undernourished. My clothes were ragged, like those of a poor farmer's wife. And my memories, they weren't just mine anymore. I had truly transmigrated. The old Jian Xiu had been a pitiful woman, bullied and starved in this household. Her husband, once a strong man, was now paralyzed after a tragic accident. She had 3 children, but they suffered alongside her. Every day, she was beaten and forced to do the hardest work, barely given enough food to survive. And now, they were planning to sell my daughter, Arya, to pay for someone else's son's education. I clenched my fists.
No.
I wouldn't live like this. If I was given a second chance, I would fight. I would survive. And I would make sure no one in this house dared to lay a finger on my children ever again. I had barely finished absorbing the memories of my new life when the reality of my situation became clear. In the Zhang family, my branch was the least valued, despite the fact that I had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter. No matter what, we were always treated as the lowest, the most dispensable. My mother-in-law, Lu, never hesitated to remind me of that through beatings and scoldings. She took advantage of my momentary distraction and shoved me with force. My weakened body, starved and exhausted, stumbled backward. The dizziness in my head made me see stars, but it was not enough to overpower the instincts that had been honed through years of surviving in my past life. I had not fought my way through an apocalyptic world just to be thrown around by an old woman. Without hesitation, I snatched the cane from her grasp. The moment it was in my hands, I swung it with the same force she had intended for me, landing each blow on her frail body. Her cries of pain filled the courtyard, but I did not stop. If she knew pain, then she should have understood the suffering she had inflicted on me and my children. My sisters-in-law, who had always stood by and watched my suffering, now hesitated, their expressions wary. They had always taken pleasure in my misery, but now that the situation had reversed, they did not dare to interfere. Inside the house, my husband, Zhang Zixuan, had been listening. He had always been helpless, bound by his paralyzed body, clenching his fists in frustration whenever I was beaten. Though he could do nothing, I knew he felt every wound I had endured. When my mother-in-law finally lay on the ground, swollen and battered, I stepped back, stretching my aching arms. I had noticed earlier that my eldest sister-in-law, Fong, had slipped away. She would no doubt return with the village head, hoping to turn the tide against me. The thought did not worry me. This was nothing compared to the dangers I had faced in my previous life. Turning my attention to my children, I called them to me. They hesitated at first, but their fear was quickly overshadowed by their concern. My eldest son limped toward me, his face pale with worry. My daughter took my bruised hand and blew gently on my skin, her small gesture of comfort pulling at something deep inside me. My youngest son, tears brimming in his eyes, asked if I was in pain. Looking at their thin, malnourished faces, something in my heart clenched. In my past life, I had known no such warmth. Orphaned from a young age and later trained as an elite agent, my world had revolved around survival, missions, and discipline. Emotions were weaknesses, attachments were liabilities. But here, these three little souls looked up at me as if I were their entire world. Before I could say anything more, my youngest son ran off and returned moments later with a bowl of water. But before he could hand it to me, I sensed movement behind me. Even without turning, I knew the danger was coming. My instincts, sharpened through countless life-or-death situations, took control. In an instant, I grabbed my daughter and pivoted away, avoiding the attack completely. Without hesitation, I landed behind my mother-in-law and kicked her forward. She tumbled to the ground with a loud crash, her body sprawling awkwardly in the dirt. Even after everything, she still had the nerve to try attacking me. My patience ran out. I lifted the cane again, letting the blows rain down on her as she wailed about injustice. But justice, in this household, had never been on my side. The commotion had drawn the attention of the returning men of the Zhang family. Zhang Laotu, the patriarch, arrived with his 3 sons. His face darkened with fury at the sight of his wife, bruised and beaten on the ground. He dropped his smoking pipe, demanding an explanation with a voice thick with rage. Stepping forward, I met his glare without hesitation. There was no fear in me, not anymore. I had endured enough, and I would never go back to being the weak, beaten woman they had controlled for so long. If they wanted to see who the real Jian Xiu was, they were about to find out. I quickly reassured my children, then dodged my brothers-in-law's attacks with ease. Grabbing the cane, I struck them down effortlessly. Before they could get up, the village head, Zhang Wenyuan, arrived. Lu immediately played the victim, but my son, Sixhead, defended me. The village head, already frustrated with our family's constant disputes, questioned my father-in-law about my husband's poor living conditions. Seeing Zishuan weak and neglected, I seized the moment, accusing the family of abandoning him despite taking all his earnings. My act of crying turned real. I truly felt angry for Zishuan's suffering. I knew then, we had to separate from this family. Just as I made up my mind, a ding-dong echoed in my head. Master, your system is activated. A system? My mind raced. This could change everything. I knew that separating from the family was the only way forward, but my in-laws would never agree so easily. Suppressing my emotions, I composed myself and presented my case to the village head, making sure to highlight the suffering of my family. My husband was wasting away, my children were starving, and if we stayed, we had no future. The village head seemed sympathetic, clearly seeing the unfairness of the situation. However, he hesitated, knowing that separation was not a simple matter. With my husband paralyzed and my children so young, survival outside the Zhang family would be difficult. He reminded me that as long as we were under this roof, at least we had food, however little. But the reality was far worse. Food was rationed so cruelly that some days we barely ate. The work was endless, the abuse constant. My children wore tattered clothes, and with winter approaching, they wouldn't even have warm bedding. Staying meant slow suffering and eventual death. Leaving, no matter how uncertain, at least gave us a chance. As I argued my case, I let myself appear vulnerable, allowing tears to fall. At first, it was an act, but the more I thought about my husband's sacrifices, the more real the pain became. He had worked tirelessly, never keeping a coin for himself, all to be discarded the moment he became a burden. Despite this, my in-laws refused. They had too much to lose if we left. Without our labor, the farm animals would go unfed, the fields untended, and worst of all, they would lose their favorite punching bags. My father-in-law firmly stated that separation was not my decision to make, using tradition as an excuse to maintain control. The village head, bound by the law and customs, had no immediate solution. Realizing that forcing the issue wouldn't work, I changed my approach. I pretended to accept the decision, acting as though I had resigned myself to the situation. The village had seemed relieved, and my in-laws smirked in satisfaction. They believed they had put me in my place, convinced that I had returned to being the obedient, submissive daughter-in-law. As I moved toward the kitchen, they mocked me, assuming that I had learned my lesson. My mother-in-law, feeling emboldened, immediately turned her frustration onto my daughter. She had always despised the girl, seeing her as nothing but a burden. Deciding to vent her anger, she threatened to sell her off. My daughter's terrified cries reached me before I even reached the kitchen. Without hesitation, I abandoned what I was doing and rushed outside. My mother-in-law had completely forgotten the earlier beating she had received, emboldened by the presence of my father-in-law. She was confident that she could do as she pleased without consequences. Hearing her cruel words, my anger flared, but it was my silence that unsettled her the most. As she continued speaking, she gradually noticed the coldness in my eyes, and her voice faltered. My father-in-law, unaware of the shift in power, demanded an explanation, accusing me of striking my elders. Without hesitation, he declared that my entire family would be punished, denying us food for 2 days as retribution. His arrogance was the final straw. With all the work I had done, raising the livestock, tending the fields, enduring endless mistreatment, he still believed he could control me through starvation. Without hesitation, I struck back, sending my mother-in-law sprawling once more and shielding my daughter. I then made my terms clear. From now on, our family would eat well with proper meals, and I would ensure my husband regained his strength. If they thought they could keep us as servants while denying us basic rights, they were gravely mistaken. My father-in-law's fury was evident, his face red with rage. For the first time, he realized that I was no longer someone he could control. I didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, I grabbed a hen, snapped its neck, and let its lifeless body drop to the ground. My father-in-law, Zhang Laotu, turned pale with rage. "You wretched woman! That was one of our only egg-laying hens." Lu, his wife, scrambled to find a weapon, but before she could, I lashed her back with the cane. She yelped in pain, staggering forward. Seeing this, Zhang Laotu ordered his sons to restrain me. But before they could even react, I moved. In an instant, I was in front of them, striking hard. All 3 collapsed, groaning in pain. Inside the house, my husband, Zhang Zixuan, had been listening helplessly. "If you must punish someone, punish me. Leave Jian Xiu alone." My eldest son, Sixhead, rushed to reassure him. "Dad, don't worry. Mom is amazing. She's not getting bullied anymore." But the danger wasn't over. Lu, desperate and enraged, suddenly grabbed an axe and yanked Sixhead close, pressing the blade against his neck. "Let's see if you still act tough now," she sneered at me. I stopped, not out of fear, but because something clicked in my mind. I had always found it strange that Zixuan, the youngest son, was treated worse than his brothers. Now, seeing Lu hold my child without a shred of hesitation, it confirmed my suspicions. "Let him go," I said coldly, picking up a few small stones from the ground. Lu laughed. "You think I'd listen to you? I can't deal with you, but I can deal with this little brat." I ignored her nonsense and started counting.
1.
Lu didn't take me seriously.
2.
She continued grinning, tightening her grip on the axe.
3.
Before she could react, I threw the stones with pinpoint accuracy. One hit her wrist, making her drop the axe. The next hit her knee, sending her to the ground. She shrieked as I stepped forward, grabbed her chin, and squeezed. Crack. Her jaw dislocated instantly. The courtyard fell silent. Lu's eyes widened in shock and pain, her mouth unable to move. I released her and delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling. For the first time, real fear filled her eyes. And I made sure she knew this was just the beginning. No reason, because Jian Xiu was so hungry that she had no strength left. Sixhead, don't cry. Mother is here. No one will be able to bully you in the future. Then she hugged Chi-Tu and Ario in her arms and comforted them carefully. Sit here with Daddy first, and let Mother cook some porridge for you, okay? Okay. The three of them said in unison. It's not that she doesn't want to give them good food, but they have been hungry for such a long time, and if they eat too much greasy food all at once, they are afraid that their stomachs can't stand it. After their stomachs get used to it, she will give them a good supplement. Didn't Lao Lu want to split the family? If it really didn't work, she would just give in and not split it. In this family, she also wanted to taste the feeling of not working but eating meat every day. Thinking about the old hen just now, it should be enough for her family of 5 to have a full meal when she used it to make soup. Thinking of this, she also wanted Lao Lu to hold on a little longer and not agree to split the family so quickly. At least we should eat all the chickens, ducks, and pigs she raised. Jian Xiu was the kind of person who would do what she said. Thinking of this, she quickly built a simple small stove outside their room. Then, in front of everyone, she took out the rice that old Lu had treasured. Without even looking at it, she sprinkled it down in handfuls. Everyone. Woo woo woo. Old Lu crawled to the side of Old Man Zhang, pointing at her chin with a pale face. Old Man Zhang understood and immediately said to his third son, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go and get a doctor?" Okay, Dad, I'll go right away. What about you? What are you doing? Aren't you going to eat tonight? Old Man Zhang said again to the 3 daughters-in-law who were standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Hearing this, the eldest sister-in-law Fong and the second sister-in-law Chen immediately walked towards the kitchen. The third sister-in-law Wang Xiuying was left behind, and it was neither good to leave nor stay. "Aunt San, do you want to have some white porridge here too?" Arya asked Wang Xiuying. Hearing this, Wang Xiuying immediately shook her head. "Don't waste the white rice, since you have already grabbed it. You can keep it for 2 more meals," Wang Xiuying reminded softly. Then she looked in the direction of the kitchen and saw that no one noticed them. Then she took out a bottle of medicine for bruises from her arms and gave it to Jian Xiu, saying worriedly, "Wipe it off quickly. You are covered in wounds. You contradicted your mother like this today. When she comes to her senses, I am afraid that your life will be even more difficult." Seeing this, Jian Xiu smiled sincerely, took the medicine bottle from Wang Xiuying's hand, and then said, "Don't worry about me, sister-in-law San. Since I dare to do this, I have never worried about what will happen to her." Of course, she knew that old Lu would not let her off so easily. But so what? She, Jian Xiu, is not a coward. Doesn't she want to split the family? Before the chickens, ducks, and pigs here were finished, she drove me away, but I didn't want to. In the kitchen, Fong and Chen had already begun to gloat over the misfortune. "What do you think Mother will teach that little witch tomorrow?" Fong asked with a smile. "How else can she teach her? It's better to beat her to death. You can beat her, but you can't beat her so hard that she can't move. Otherwise, we will have to do the work."
Don't worry about that.
When did she not do the work herself after being beaten? Even if she can't get out of bed, Mother can beat her out of bed to work. It's not that easy to be lazy under Mother's nose, Chun said sinisterly. They are all meritorious officials of the Zhang family, although they will make mistakes on weekdays. But old Lu rarely hits them. At most, she will insult them and dare not really hit them. After all, they not only gave birth to 2 sons for the Zhang family, but also had several brothers on their mother's side, and none of them were easy to deal with. We shouldn't have done what we did today. That witch didn't do it, and we have to suffer. Fong muttered. Don't worry. Tonight, after waking up, I guess she will regret what she did to her mother today. Soon the doctor came, but when he saw old Lu's chin, he was shocked. No wonder the doctor was so surprised. In fact, old Lu was a famous shrew. Who dared to mess with her in the whole Zhangjia village? This sudden dislocation naturally scared him. Seeing that the doctor was staring at her, old Lu wanted to roar twice, but her chin disagreed. Her eyes only stared at him with anger. Doctor, look at her chin. Knowing whether old Lu would speak or not, old man Zhang explained on the side. It's dislocated, just connect it, as long as Andy may have to bear it for a while. Dr. Zhang said in a low voice. Dr. Zhang is also a villager in this village, named Zhang Shuqiang in his 30s. On weekdays, Most villagers who have any minor ailments such as dizziness or fever would go to him. As he said this, Dr. Zhang held old Lu's chin with both hands and then pressed it tightly. After a click, Dr. Zhang immediately let go of his hands and quickly stepped back a few steps.
Ah!
Old Lu shouted and immediately raised her leg to kick Dr. Zhang. At this time, Dr. Zhang was immediately glad that he dodged in time, otherwise, he would have received this kick in vain. 20 cents, Annie, do you want to give it, or Uncle Zhang? Dr. Zhang asked the two. Why don't you rob it? You want 20 cents for just 2 presses? Old Lu started to act like a rogue. Aunt, it costs 5 copper coins to come here, and you are prescribing some medicine for 2 days of recuperation. Prescribe medicine? Am I not well now? What else do you need to prescribe? Aunt, it's okay if you don't prescribe medicine, but I will recover more slowly. Just give me 12 coins. Another 12 coins? Dr. Zhang.
He knew it would be like this.
If it weren't for her friendship with her third son Zhang Zifu, she really didn't want to come. In the end, Dr. Zhang only received 10 coins and left the yard without looking back. The first thing that recovered old Lu thought of was to find trouble with Jian Xiu. But as soon as she walked out, she remembered her small bag of fine rice.
She felt so distressed.
She wanted to take it back, but when she thought of Jian Xiu's strangeness today, she stopped. This little witch, did she take the wrong medicine today, so she is so fierce? Old Lu muttered. All right, that's all for today. We can talk about it tomorrow, if there's anything else. It has to be done. Let the 4th room enjoy themselves for a night. Tomorrow I will make her skin and flesh burst. Old Lu said with gritted teeth. In the broken courtyard of the 4th room, Jian Xiu's white porridge has been cooked. Mom, it's so thick, I can already smell the fragrance of rice. Dada swallowed and said, I don't know if the stomachs of several people smelled the fragrance of rice, but they all rumbled at the same time, including Zhang Zishuan's. Everyone was embarrassed at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. Okay, this time Mom put more rice and less water. I guarantee that everyone can fill their stomachs today. Jian Xiu said with a smile. Looking at the few sallow and skinny children and stroking their dry and yellow hair, thinking of their protection for herself today, Jian Xiu secretly swore in her heart that she must protect them. She is not a saint, but she has always had a principle: if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 10 feet. She returns tenfold to those who are good to her. Similarly, she would not show mercy when she killed her enemies. After preparing the bowl, Jian Xiu immediately brought a bowl to Zhang Zishuan. I'm not hungry, you guys eat first. Zhang Zishuan, who was lying on the bed, said subconsciously. On weekdays, the 4 of them could only eat 1 steamed bun. But every time Zhang Zishuan used such an excuse to shirk responsibility, in fact, he just wanted them to eat more. Looking at his current appearance, he has long been skinny. You eat it, I just put a lot in, there will only be more, not less, in the future. I will not let you starve. Jian Xiu said firmly to Zhang Zishuan. Before his body recovered, she would not abandon him. Thinking of the past when he came back from the town in the winter, his body was covered with white snow, but the buns left for him were still warm. But he himself was reluctant to taste it and left it to them and their sons. In the past, he protected their family, and now it was her turn. Am I a burden to you? Zhang Zishuan finally asked. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was stunned. She didn't expect him to say this suddenly. He had been paralyzed for more than a year, but he had never said such a depressing word. She knew that even if he died like this, he was still worried about them. Why are you dragging us down? If you really feel like a burden, then be strong and try to stand up. Didn't the doctor say that there is still a chance to stand up? I know, I have been trying, but my body has no reaction. Zhang Zishuan said disappointedly. Every time he heard that they were beaten, his heart was broken. He also wanted to protect their wives, children, wives and daughters, but he found that it was really difficult, and he couldn't do it. He even thought about whether it would be better if he died like this. Take your time, everything will be fine with me, Jian Xiu said firmly. Kiki said that as long as she found more strange things and bought the special medicine, he would recover soon. Thinking of this, she had to go into the mountains. Just looking at these people, she finally gave up the idea temporarily. Before the family division, she couldn't leave them even half a step. According to old Lu's temper, this time, she should not just beat them or scold them. She might really send them to be sold. As if she thought of something, Jian Xiu asked Zhang Zixuan again. Did you grow up in Zhongjia village since you were a child? Zhang Zixuan was stunned, not understanding why Jian Xiu suddenly asked this, but still said truthfully, I don't remember it myself. I have no memory of my childhood. Jian Xiu thought about it and felt that it was normal. Now Zhang Zixuan is already 24 years old. It is normal for him not to remember his childhood. But he still asked unwillingly, Don't you have any memory at all? Zhang Zixuan shook his head. Maybe I don't look pleasing. I only remember that when I was a child, I was obviously very well behaved, but my mother always beat me. That's right. Jian Xiu pondered.
Ah?
Why do you say that? To tell you the truth, I suspect that you are not her biological son at all. Zhang Zixuan was stunned and stared at Jian Xiu. They have been married for many years, but he never seemed to think that she was such a wise person. In fact, he wanted to tell her that he had thought so many years ago. It's just that even if they are not his parents, it is a fact that they raised him. He has always kept these principles in mind, saying that a biological mother is not as good as an adopted mother. Jian Xiu looked at Zhang Zixuan's expression and probably knew what he was thinking. You have suspected it for a long time, right? Well, but those are no longer important to me. Zhang Zixuan said nonchalantly. Jian Xiu nodded in understanding. Now he really doesn't care about his identity, and it's good to be alive. So why bother with these? But I found that your appearance and temperament really don't look like a country person. Jian Xiu touched his chin and thought. He is very thin, but he has a sense of elegance. Very dark, but with eyes full of spirit. He looked like a noble son. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan's cheeks turned red subconsciously. They have been married for many years, but his wife has never said such straightforward words to him. When he said this suddenly, he was really a little uncomfortable for a while. As if thinking of something, Zhang Zixuan looked up at Jian Xiu again. I don't know if it was stimulated, but Jian Xiu was really different today. Not to mention that she dared to do something to Lao Lu, even her skills seemed to be different. He has been escorting for many years, so naturally, he has some skills. Everyone thought that Lao Lu's kneeling down just now was an accident. Only he knew that it was because Jian Xiu, who is not far away, threw a stone to her. He didn't tell Jian Xiu about his doubts before, because he thought she was a kind and simple woman. For these things, he just knew in his heart, and he didn't want to add to her burden. But today he found that she seemed to be different from what he thought. And her martial arts. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan raised his head again and looked straight at Jian Xiu. Although Jian Xiu was filling porridge for the children, she could still feel Zhang Zixuan's gaze on her. She knew what he was thinking, but Jian Xiu was very calm. She was the real Jian Xiu, but she just had a different core. She even inherited her memory. What was there to worry about? Mom, is this really white porridge? It smells so good. Lu too asked excitedly. Chi too on the side also said with a smile, Mom, I haven't had such thick porridge for a long time. Arya, what's wrong with you? Mom, I dare not eat it. I'm afraid that if I eat this, Grandma will beat us again, and then step on my stomach to make me. Hearing this, Jian Xiu suddenly felt sad. She hugged Arya in her arms and comforted her softly. Arya, don't be afraid. Mother will always be by your side to protect you like today. After saying this, Jian Xiu herself was stunned and couldn't believe that she would say such gentle words. Since when did she have such a loving mother's heart? Why didn't she know it herself? A full pot of porridge, the family of 5 actually finished it. Even Jian Xiu herself couldn't help drinking 3 bowls. What's up? Are you all full? Yes, I've eaten so much. I've never eaten so much before. Well, tomorrow Mom will stew the old hen for you to nourish your bodies, okay? Jian Xiu spoke again. She would not forget that she broke the chicken's neck today. The chicken was just right for them to nourish their bodies. Jian Xiu didn't know that while the five of them were chatting and laughing here, Mrs. Liu on the other side was so angry that her internal organs were about to explode. My hens, there are only 2 hens in the family that lay eggs. I was hoping that these chickens could lay more eggs so that I could keep them for my eldest grandson to eat when he comes back from the academy. Mrs. Liu cried and shouted. Old man Zhang was also angry. He didn't expect that the 4th daughter-in-law, who had always been well-behaved and timid, would suddenly become so fierce. Just thinking of her appearance today, for a moment, he couldn't do anything to her. Old man, look quickly, I only have this little bit of fine rice, and it was taken away by that witch. This is what I left for my eldest grandson. The eldest grandson is Datu, the son of Feng Miaojuan, the eldest wife. Because he is the eldest grandson, after discussing with old Liu, old Zhang gritted his teeth and finally sent him to Huahing Academy in the county. Because he has already gone to the academy, he specially found the only scholar in the village, Zhang, and gave him a name, Zhang Tianyi. It has been 2 years since he went to the academy. Every time he goes home, old Liu always leaves the best things for him. However, before old Liu finished speaking, she saw Jian Xiu walking towards her again. Seeing old Zhang here, old Liu immediately forgot about the things that happened during the day. She cursed at Jian Xiu. You dead witch, why don't you get out of the way? Jian Xiu interrupted her expressionlessly. Facing Jian Xiu's half-closed eyes, old Liu subconsciously swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and obediently got out of the way. Seeing this, Jian Xiu just snorted coldly and then picked up the hen on the ground in front of them. He glanced at the 2 of them lightly and then sneered and walked towards the broken dark room of their 4th room. Old man, look, what does she look like? What do you think she looks like? Old man Zhang was also very angry, but he could do nothing. It was at this time that old Liu realized that Jian Xiu had just come to pick up her hen. So, without thinking, she chased after Jian Xiu. Put it down. That's my hen. Yours? I just said today that whether it's the chickens or ducks here and the pig at home, I also raise them. Didn't I also say that I won't stop until I finish eating those things? Old Liu was stunned by what Jian Xiu said, and before she could answer her, she heard her voice again. What about me? I always keep my word. Now, even if you want to separate our 4 rooms, I won't agree. Do you know why?
Why?
Old Liu asked in a daze. Needless to say, because those chickens, ducks, and pigs haven't been eaten yet. After that, he turned around and left with the old hen, leaving her with a chic back. At this time, old Liu should be glad that she didn't provoke herself. Otherwise, she really couldn't guarantee whether she could continue to live. You know, the reason why she could withstand so many of her moves today was entirely because she was weak and hungry for a long time. Otherwise, she should have been half dead a long time ago, and it would be impossible for her to stand here in good condition. Old man, what is she saying? What does she mean by this? What does it mean to eat up my chickens, ducks, and pigs? Old Liu was stunned by Jian Xiu's words, and her face turned blue with fear. She was still counting on the pig at home to have a fat year? Now the pig should be less than 100 gene. If she eats it like this, she will lose a lot. The next day, Jian Xiu got up early in the morning. In front of everyone, she swaggered in the yard to deal with the hen from yesterday. Seeing this, Ertu immediately said to Feng, Mom, I want to eat meat too. Feng thought, I want to eat it myself. After dealing with the hen, Jian Xiu swaggered to the kitchen again, filled it with a little salt, and returned to their small dark room in the 4th room. After a while, a large fragrance came from the room. Even Lao Lu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. In the small dark room of the 4th room, Jian Xiu directly put the whole chicken into the pot. For her, eating chicken is to eat big pieces to be enjoyable. Mom, it smells so good. Can we really eat this chicken? Lu Tu couldn't help asking. Well, they are all yours. Mom will pull out a big chicken leg for you later. I don't like eating chicken legs. 6th head suddenly said. I don't like it either. Give it to my sister and dad. 7th head also said. As soon as he said this, Jian Xiu immediately understood what he meant. What a sensible child. There were only 2 chicken legs in total, and 3 children were not enough. After the chicken was cooked, Jian Xiu still pulled out 2 big chicken legs, and also pulled out 2 big chicken wings. Although the Zhang family is not rich, the hen is fat. Just this one chicken wing, it was almost half a pound. He handed the chicken wings to Lutu and gave 2 chicken legs to Cheeto and Aria. Mom, you eat the chicken wings. I'll just drink the soup. Lutu handed the chicken wings in his hand to Jian Xiu and said, You eat it, Mom doesn't like to eat these. After that, he put the remaining chicken wing into Zhang Zixuan's bowl and handed it to him. Zhang Zixuan didn't say anything when he saw the chicken wings in the bowl. He knew that no matter how much he said, she would not listen to him. Early the next morning, Jian Xiu walked towards the yard again. What else do you want to do? Old Lu asked with her neck stiff. Jian Xiu didn't answer her, but walked straight towards the fattest duck. Seeing this, Old Lu started to curse. You witch, if you touch this duck today, I will never let you go. I don't just want to eat this duck, have you seen that pig? I won't let that pig go either. Hearing this, Old Man Zhang could no longer sit still. He walked out and said to Jian Xiu, These chickens and ducks are kept for laying eggs. If you kill another one, don't blame me for being rude to you. Old Man Zhang always said what he meant in this family, and no one in the family dared to contradict him. Now that he looked gloomy, who dared to say a word? But Jian Xiu seemed to have seen nothing, and gently pulled the duck's neck, and the duck went to sell salted duck eggs in an instant. Seeing this, Old Man Zhang was immediately furious. I told you to let go, didn't you hear me? When he said this, Old Man Zhang had already stepped forward and was ready to attack Jian Xiu. However, before he got close, Jian Xiu picked up a stick and held it in his hand. You won't forget the lesson I taught you yesterday so quickly, will you? Or do you think I'm still the silly Jian Xiu from before? The fool who didn't fight back when you hit me? I tell you, I'm no longer the same person. What about me? I can guarantee that if anyone here touches me, I will return it tenfold. If you don't believe me, try it. As soon as these words came out, the Old Man Zhang, who was about to take action, stopped immediately. He stared at her in disbelief with his eyes wide open, his mouth opened and closed, and he couldn't say a word. Holding the duck in his hand, Jian Xiu once again criticized the Old Man Zhang, and then walked towards their darkroom leisurely. Their small darkroom in room 4 can only fit 2 beds. There is not even a window in the room. It can be said that this room is the smallest and darkest room in the house. Jian Xiu's small stove is still set up at the door of the room. Otherwise, after this meal, the whole room is full of oil smoke, and there is no way to dissipate it. So many times, she cooked outside, and the other 3 families could see it, including Old Man Zhang and Old Lu. At this time, watching her fat duck being put into the pot, Old Lu felt as uncomfortable as if someone was cutting her meat with a knife. Old man, what do you think we should do? After enduring it for a while, Old Lu couldn't help asking. Originally, she thought that if the family was not divided, in 2 days, this witch would still work diligently as before. Who knew? Old Man Zhang was also very troubled. If the people in the 4th room were really separated, it would be a big loss. Although Zhang Zixuan was paralyzed in bed on weekdays, they didn't need to take care of him. They were all taken care of by the people in the 4th room. The most important thing is that the people in the 4th room eat less than those in the other 3 rooms, but they work several times more than those in the other rooms. So, Old Man Zhang was naturally unwilling to separate the people in the 4th room. But in the current situation, it is not a solution to let them eat like this every day. In the 4th room, Jian Xiu guessed that they would soon be unable to bear it, but there was still 1 day left. Tomorrow she would have to kill the pig. Kiki. Yes, master. Is it easy to accumulate points? Once the family splits up, given the temperaments of Old Man Zhang and Old Lady Lu, the people from the 4th room won't be able to take anything away from here. Therefore, she must make these plans for her future family split. Master, this is hard to say. If it is a plant or animal that is extremely scarce in the system, then the points that can be exchanged will naturally be more. 1 point can be exchanged for $1. Nowadays, rice in the supermarket is $3 a pound. It may be cheaper during promotions. It seems that I have to go into the mountains as soon as possible. Jian Xiu said again. Yes, master. Your current points are still 0. The more points you redeem, the more the system will upgrade. There may be unexpected surprises. Upgrade? Will the system upgrade? Yes, but I don't know what it will be like after the upgrade, because I haven't seen it myself. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately fell into deep thought. It seems that the separation of the family is imminent. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu couldn't wait until tomorrow and immediately ordered Lu Tu. Lu Tu, you watch the fire here. Mother will go out for a while. Okay, Mother, be careful. Because she was going to kill the pig, Jian Xiu went to the kitchen first. She found the axe she used to chop wood on weekdays and squatted on the grindstone to sharpen it for a long time. When she felt it was sharp enough, she stood up and looked at a few people coldly. Everyone was puzzled by her look and didn't understand what she meant by this action. She had already killed the duck, so what else was she not satisfied with? I don't know why, but old Lu had a bad feeling. Which, I tell you, don't play any tricks again if you... But before she finished her words, she saw Jian Xiu walking directly towards the pig pen. Realizing her intention, old Lu stood in front of her without thinking, stretched out her arms to stop her, and said, If you dare to touch this pig today, I will never forgive you.
Oh.
How can you not forgive me? Jian Xiu said lightly.
I.
When she said this, she even looked around and started looking for a weapon. Here, there is a stick, just pick it up. Old Lu. Why did she feel that Jian Xiu in front of her was like a completely different person? It seemed that she had been like this since yesterday. Or did she cover it up too well before?
What?
Don't pick it up? Then I won't be polite? Jian Xiu said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled up old Lu, who was blocking him in front, and casually stood aside. Do you dare? Old man Zhang looked at Jian Xiu angrily and asked. Just stand there and watch. Do you dare me? Jian Xiu sneered. The Zhang family raised 2 pigs in total, but these 2 pigs were usually cut by the people from their 4th room. So for Jian Xiu, she was just killing one, which was already giving them face. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you stop her? Seeing that he couldn't do anything about Jian Xiu, old man Zhang yelled at his 3 sons. These 2 pigs can be regarded as a big income for the Zhang family. In the whole Zhangzhou village, only these 2 pigs and his family are the fattest. He is still hoping to sell them for a good price at the end of the year. Datu at school costs more than 10 taels a year, and this does not include pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. If these are also counted, it would be more than 20 taels. It can only be said that with so many people in their Zhang family, they can only afford to support 1 scholar. And it is particularly difficult to support them. Fortunately, their Zhang family still has more than 10 acres of high-quality fields and a few acres of sandy land. These are all the assets passed down from their ancestors. This time, the 3rd brother Zhang Zifu also hurriedly advised Jian Xiu, 4th sister-in-law, it is not a solution for you to go on like this. It is a pity to slaughter this pig now. It is the end of the year, and it should be at least 200 or 300. What's more, it is now a time for it to grow fast. The eldest brother Zhang Zirong and the 2nd brother Zhang Zihua heard it and said, 3rd brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with a witch like her? After that, he rushed towards Jian Xiu with the he had prepared in advance. Big brother, 2nd brother, don't be impulsive, the 4th sister-in-law is also. Zhang Zifu shouted. At the same time, he rushed towards the 2 people, intending to separate them. But before he finished speaking, Jian Xiu coldly hooked her lips towards Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua and said with her thin lips, You don't know your own limits. Then she bent her waist slightly, seized the opportunity, snatched the from Zhang Zihua's hand, and swung it hard at his abdomen.
Ah!
Zhang Zihua was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up, and then he fell down, curled up, and looked like he was in agony. This was seen clearly by Zhang Zirong, who was standing by. Before he could even react to what was going on, Zhang Zihua had already fallen down. Do you still want to go up? Jian Xiu asked the stunned Zhang Zirong lightly. Zhang Zirong. Everyone. If you don't dare to go up, then step aside, I'm going to kill the pig. Jian Xiu said with a calm expression. I don't know why, but after hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Zirong subconsciously stepped back. Well, that's right. I don't have to do it again. If I get hurt, I have to spend dozens of copper coins to hire a doctor. Why bother? Zhang Zirong. Rebellion, rebellion, you are going to rebel. Old man Zhang shouted at Jian Xiu. However, Jian Xiu walked straight towards the larger pig as if she didn't hear what he said. It must be said that this pig is really well raised. If it was Jian Xiu's own pig, she might not be willing to kill it so early. Zhang Zifu was right. Pigs at this time are growing fast. It's a pity to kill them. But now Jian Xiu was inexplicably excited when she saw the pig. Zifu, go find the head of the village. Old man Zhang ordered his third son. At this time, Old man Zhang had also realized a problem. That is, this family must be divided. If it doesn't, it must be divided. If it goes on like this, the things in this family will be eaten up by the people in the fourth room. However, Jian Xiu seemed to have not heard what Old man Zhang said and still walked towards the pig. Seeing this, Old man Zhang hurriedly shouted to Jian Xiu, I agree to divide the family. I agree to divide it. Too late, Jian Xiu said slowly. Then he raised his knife and cut the pig's hand. The pig didn't even make a sound of pain and died. Seeing this, everyone in the yard was shocked. They couldn't imagine what would happen if that knife fell on them. They didn't know that as a senior agent, Jian Xiu knew the acupuncture points of animals, not to mention the human body. Naturally, she knew where to cut the most fatal. My pig, ah, you ate it. Old Lu sat on the ground and cried to the sky, and her hands kept slapping the ground. It can be seen that she was already furious. Divide, I agree to divide it, and you 4 rooms can go out now. Old man Zhang said hurriedly. Now that the pig has been killed, as long as they divide the people in their 4 rooms, he can still get some of the pork. If they can't eat it, they can sell it. At least they can get some money in their account and not lose too much. However, although Old man Zhang's wishful thinking was very loud, he didn't know that Jian Xiu saw through it at a glance. Your abacus beads are about to fall on my face. Sorry, I don't want to divide it now. In this family, we have a good life. What's the point of dividing the family? Jian Xiu said lightly. Then, as if she remembered something, she said to old Lu, I remember mother said that when the elders are alive, the family will not be divided. If the elders are alive, the descendants will set up separate households and divide the property. They will be punished according to the law. Mother's words, the daughter-in-law can always remember them in her heart. How can this family be divided at will? Old Lu. This family can be divided or not. Old man Zhang seemed to have made a final decision. However, Jian Xiu didn't buy it at all. According to the temperament of the two of them, if she agreed too easily, then the 4 rooms might not get anything. After being separated, there might not even be a roof over one's head. So, even if she was anxious to separate the family, she had to remain calm on the surface. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu pretended not to hear what old man Zhang said and carried the pig towards their small dark room. Seeing this, old man Zhang was even more angry. At this time, the duck they had stewed earlier was also cooked. In front of old man Zhang, Jian Xiu ate it openly. It must be said that these ancient things are delicious. Pure natural, no pollution. It's delicious. Jian Xiu deliberately said loudly to old man Zhang. Old man, look at her. She's rebellious. Really rebellious. Let me remind you, it seems that Big Brother has been injured. Jian Xiu said kindly. Just now, she used the to hit Zhang Zirong, but it was not light. Now that she has eaten and drunk enough, the force is not as light as yesterday. Hearing this, Fong, who was standing by, hurriedly walked towards her husband who was lying unconscious on the ground. Zirong, how are you? Don't scare me. Then, she turned to old man Zhang and said, Dad, Zirong is dying. Find him a doctor, woo woo woo. This time Fong was really panicking. She could throw a tantrum in this family on weekdays, relying on her husband. Like the 4th room, when Zhang Zishuan was still able to move, they still had some status in the family. But since he got into trouble, their lives have been much worse than before. Thinking of the life of the 4th room, Fong was afraid. She didn't want to follow the footsteps of the fourth room, and she didn't want to live like a punching bag every day. Seeing their eldest son like this, old Lu and old Zhang were naturally worried. At this time, although they felt sorry for the dozens of copper coins, they could take them out. Old Lu ran into her bedroom without thinking and took out 20 copper coins. Quick, quick, go and invite Dr. Zhang. I'll go now. At this time, Jian Xiu was still enjoying her food leisurely. She had no guilt or worry about Zhang Zirong's affairs. You know, if she was not a doomsday agent, she might be lying on the ground now. He was a grown man and had the nerve to use A to deal with a woman like her. She just let him get a little injured, which was already worthy of him. Unexpectedly, the head of the village, Zhang Wenyuan, and Dr. Zhang arrived together. As soon as she saw the head of the village, old Lu was like seeing a savior, and she complained to the head of the village. Zixuan, is what her mother said true? Zhang Wenyuan asked Jian Xiu. It's true. Jian Xiu answered without thinking. Why are you doing this? Uncle head of the village, look at my 3 children, and then look at the children of my eldest, second, and third sister-in-law. My children are skinny, but what about them? And as for Zixuan, the doctor has long said that he needs to nourish his body well. If he doesn't, I dare not think about the consequences. You rascal! You killed my pig that was growing meat, just for your crippled body. Why don't you go to heaven? Head of the village, look, I can say that my son is in front of you. Think about it, what kind of life did our fourth room live when you were not here? At this point, Jian Xiu wiped away her tears and continued. These chickens, ducks, pigs, and so on are raised by our fourth room, but in the past, our fourth room didn't have any meat. Even during the holidays, we didn't fill our stomachs. Even so, head of the village, do you still think I'm going too far? Hearing Jian Xiu's words, the head of the village immediately turned his head and scolded Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang, I knew that you favored your 3 sons in the past, but Zixuan is also a child I watched grow up. He has been well-behaved and sensible since he was a child. Even after he grew up, he knew that escorting was dangerous, but he still risked his life to make money for this family. But look, what have you done? You are really old and confused. However, as soon as the head of the village finished speaking, Dr. Zhang on the side hurriedly walked up to Old Man Zhang and said, I think Zirong should be injured inside. I don't have any other way here. You should take him to the county town to find another doctor as soon as possible. What? Go to the county town? Old Lu asked with wide eyes. Seeing old Lu like this, and thinking of all the things old Lu had done before, Dr. Zhang hurriedly fled. Before coming, he had already collected 5 copper coins from Fong. As for the pulse diagnosis fee just now, he didn't plan to collect it again. He also knew that it would be difficult to take old Lu back in such a state.
Mom, I...
Zirong's condition. What's going on? The head of the village asked again. Head, look at Zirong. You heard what Dr. Zhang said just now. My son is fine, but he was injured like this. What should I do? Old Lu cried to the head of the village. Are you saying that Zirong was injured by Zixuan's wife? Zhang Wenyuan asked in disbelief. That's right. I didn't wrongly accuse her of this. Everyone saw it. Zixuan's wife, is what her mother-in-law said true? Yes, I did it. What's going on? Zhang Wenyuan asked again. Village head, that was prepared by my elder and second brothers to deal with a woman like me. You said that if I hadn't fought back, I might have gone to see the king of. It was you who injured my son, and you are still making excuses. Uncle Village Head, justice is in the hearts of the people. Everyone in Zhongjia Village knows what kind of person my mother-in-law is. I, Jian Xiu, always adhere to the principle of not offending others unless they offend me. If they hadn't pushed me too far, how could I have fought back? Over the years, I have suffered so much injustice in this family. Even if I don't say it, Uncle Village Head should understand it. After saying this, Zhang Wenyuan's heart naturally tilted towards Jian Xiu's side. Originally, he didn't think that old Lu was a good person. After Jian Xiu's words, he instantly lost even a little sympathy. She even questioned Old Man Zhang. You just tolerate your son attacking Zixuan's wife? Old Man Zhang. Forget it. I can't intervene in your Zhang family's affairs. I originally thought that if you really want to divide the family, I can give you justice. Now it seems that you don't deserve any sympathy at all. No, head of the village. Didn't you see it? That witch just slaughtered my whole pig. Is there any justice in the world? But this pig was also raised by Zixuan's wife, wasn't it? I don't care. Anyway, this family will be divided today, whether we want to divide it or not. Old Lu continued to implement her style, being a scoundrel and playing tricks. With the mentality of solving the problem at once since we are here, Zhang Wenyuan asked Jian Xiu again. Zixuan wife, didn't you say last time that you wanted to separate the family? Why don't you agree now? Uncle Lijing, it's not that I don't agree, but if our family of 5 is separated like this, even if we don't starve to death, we will freeze to death. It will be winter in a few months. With their temperaments, it would be more appropriate for us to be driven out. Hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan was stunned. He thought, Zixuan wife is really thoughtful. The old man Zhang and his wife are notoriously sarcastic. Now that Jian Xiu has torn their faces, don't even think about taking away any good things. I have to say that Jian Xiu is still thoughtful. At least they can survive in the old Zhang family. If they leave the old Zhang family, it's okay now. In winter, it would be strange if their family of 5 doesn't freeze to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Wenxuan must stand on Jian Xiu's side. Then he turned to old man Zhang and asked, look, what should we say about this? Don't say anything about the 4th house. I don't know anything else, but Zixuan made a lot of money as when he was still able to work 2 years ago. I don't believe that you and your wife don't have any money saved. Hearing this, old Lu was shocked. She didn't expect that the head of the village would speak for Jian Xiu. Thinking of the dozens of taels she had saved, old Lu looked at Jian Xiu with hatred. Seeing that old Zhang didn't speak, Zhang Wenyuan continued, just to say that your Zhang family has more than 10 acres of good farmland, not to mention your chickens, ducks, pigs, etc. And the saved silver. These should be quite a lot. How can there be any silver or no silver saved? Datu is studying in the county school. You know that your grandson is also studying there, right? It's not enough to pay more than 10 or 20 taels every year, and there are also pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, which are all expenses. Yes, look at our big family, the old and the sick, and the daily expenses are not small. Do you think there is any money left? Now Zirong is like this. Where can we find the money to go to the county town? Old Lu wiped her tears and said, pitifully. Hearing this, Fong, who was squatting beside Zhang Zirong, added fuel to the fire and said, Mom, what should Zirong do here? If there is no money, it will be useless even if I go to the county town. Zhang Wenyuan. It is really difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. At this time, Jian Xiu, who had finished eating the duck, also knew that Zhang Wenyuan was in a dilemma and knew that with her current situation, it was impossible to get a penny from old Lu. So she wiped her mouth and said to the head of the village, Uncle head of the village, I don't ask them to give me much money. I just want the thatched cottage and the piece of land at the end of the village. How about it? Jian Xiu calculated that in the whole village, the end of the village was the most suitable for her family of 5. The most important thing is that the piece of land is not worth much in the eyes of everyone. It's just a piece of empty land. To put it bluntly, even if it is given to someone for free, they will have no use for it. But she is different. She has a supermarket, which makes it much more convenient to do things. The most important thing is that the place is quiet and spacious. She has always liked quietness, and she really doesn't like the disturbances in the village. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain. Living at the end of the village is closer to the bottom of the mountain, so it is much more convenient for her to go in or out of the mountain. The most important thing is that the place there is not worth any money at all, and it is also a shabby house built by the old Zhang family. It's just that no one has lived there for many years, and now it is dilapidated. But it doesn't matter. As long as it is slightly renovated, it will be 10 times or 100 times better than this small dark room now. Zhang Wenyuan felt even more distressed after hearing Jian Xiu's words. He knew very well what the end of the village was, and no normal family would be willing to live there. Zixuan's wife, that place is remote, And you, a woman, bring Zixuan with you, and no one will know what happens. Zhang Wenyuan said distressfully. Don't worry, Uncle Li Jing. Staying here will always be a nuisance to my parents. Now that we have separated, they should be more relieved. At this point, Jian Xiu seemed to remember something and continued, if there is anything, I can come to see my parents. Besides, we can't live without money as a family of 5. Hearing this, old Lu was immediately shocked. She turned her head to look at old man Zhang, but saw that old man Zhang was also in deep thought after hearing what Jian Xiu said. Looking at his expression, old Lu knew that his thoughts were the same as hers. Thinking of this, old Lu was completely relieved. After waiting for a while, seeing that her husband had not spoken, she endured it for a while and finally couldn't help but speak. While the village head is here, I might as well make it clear. The separation was first proposed by your 4th room. Whatever happens in the future has nothing to do with us. Don't say we are heartless and ungrateful. Think about what you have done in the past few days. Which one is human? Even if we forgive your 4th room, when Zirong wakes up, he will not let you go. Old Lu, what do you mean by this? Zhang Wenyuan was the first to ask. My meaning is very clear. Since they have separated, their 4th room will naturally have nothing to do with our Zhang family. Whether their 4th room is rich or poor in the future, it has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan pointed his index finger at old Lu and said, You. But for a moment he really didn't know what to say. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Then he turned his head and looked at the old man Zhang, who was holding a pipe in his mouth, and said, Old Zhang, tell me, do you mean the same thing? Hearing this, old man Zhang put down the pipe in his hand and said, It is true that the 4th family first proposed the division of the family, and we did not force them. In the past 2 days, Jian Xiu not only beat her mother-in-law all over her body, but also injured the eldest brother, and the chickens, ducks, and pigs in the family were all messed up. Tell me, do I, Zhang Dashan, dare to want such a daughter-in-law? You don't want a daughter-in-law, but what about Zixuan? That child is your own child. Can you still not want it? The head of the village asked again.
Zixuan?
Is he embarrassed? He didn't say a word when his wife beat his mother-in-law. In the past 2 days, I saw him eating the food made by his wife with relish. Ask him, did he ever think about us as parents at that time? Old man Zhang said in an orderly manner. The implication is that he said that it was all obvious to all. Zhang Wenyuan was speechless when he heard this. Jian Xiu, who had been silent, pretended to be stupid and asked, Dad, what do you mean by this? Don't you want our 4th room anymore? Didn't you mention the separation first? Why don't you agree now? I just said the separation, not anything else, but from what Dad and Mom said just now, it seems that they want to separate more than just our 4th room. Jian Xiu said with a face full of anxiety. You did such a treasonous thing, and you still want to get our forgiveness. Do you really think that our Zhang family is so easy to bully? Dad, since you said so, I, Jian Xiu, am not the kind of person who is shameless and flatters others. As long as you give me the land behind the village, my 4th room will never bother your Zhang family in the future. Even if we die there, it has nothing to do with you. Jian Xiu said in a sullen manner. In fact, he was already very happy. Empty words are not enough. Old man Zhang pondered for a moment and spoke again. Dad, what do you mean by that? It's easy to say, but if something happens, it will come back to my house and everyone in the village will know about it. I don't want to be the subject of any gossip. Old Zhang, do you want to break off the relationship with your 4th branch? Zhang Wenyuan on the side could not help but ask. Village head, this is not a question of whether I want to or not, but the 4th branch has really chilled the hearts of our family. Yes, break off the relationship. We must break off the relationship. I want to see how this little witch will live in the future. Lu on the side said, gritting her teeth. In the past 2 days, she has suffered a lot at her hands. She has been looking for an opportunity to retaliate, but she has been unable to find one. Hearing what old Lu said, Jian Xiu just sneered in her heart, but in fact she was still obsessed with the piece of land at the end of the village. For the people in the old house, that piece of land is completely a decoration and has no meaning at all. But for Jian Xiu, It means a lot. Or maybe she will be very useful in the future? If you want to separate the people from their 4 branches so easily, you naturally have to cut off a piece of meat from them. Even if it is extra meat, Jian Xiu is still very happy after cutting it out. Dad, if you insist on breaking off the relationship, then break off the relationship, as long as you are willing to give that piece of land to our 4 branches. Isn't it just a piece of broken land? If you want it, just take it. Hearing this, Jian Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He sighed and asked Zhang Wenyuan, Uncle Lijing, then let's sign the deed for the land at the end of the village. Hearing Jian Xiu's tone, Zhang Wenyuan knew that she agreed. So he advised, Zishuan's wife, why are you doing this? Even if you give the land to you, it's useless. You can't grow anything. How can you live with Zishuan? Uncle Lijing, it's not me who wants to break off the relationship now, it's my father and mother who want to break off the relationship with me. I don't dare to ask for anything. As long as there is a roof over my head, I will be satisfied. Hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan immediately pointed at the old man Zhang and said disappointedly, Old Zhang, you are really not afraid of being punished by God? God's punishment? When Jian Xiu attacked my mother-in-law, she didn't think about whether it would be punished by God or not. Why should we think about it? Stop talking nonsense. Isn't she very capable? Then sign it. Old Lu said impatiently. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this step was very correct. Not to mention that the 4 rooms are disabled and small, the only one who can work is Jian Xiu, a witch. In the past, she didn't dare to fight back when she beat and scolded her. Now, when she became fierce, her 2 sons were not her opponents. She couldn't do anything to her now, and she kept kissing him. Was she going to wait for them to come and ask for money? How could such a thing happen to her, Lu Damei? In this way, Jian Xiu was forced to sign the divorce agreement. At the same time, the land at the end of the village also belonged to her. Looking at the deed in her hand, no one knew how excited Jian Xiu was. Since the relationship is broken, then you can go away. As soon as she signed the divorce agreement, old Lu said to Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu glanced at the pork on the ground, and then at Zhang Zishuan lying on the bed. A rough estimate showed that there should be more than 100 pounds of pork and bones. Thinking that she was penniless and had to repair the roof, and the child was still young, she would not be able to do it alone. Old Lu naturally saw the pork on the ground and was ready to go over and pick it up. As a result, after meeting Jian Xiu's sharp gaze, she stopped. But it doesn't matter. She can wait, and after Jian Xiu, the witch, leaves, she can take it away. Jian Xiu naturally knew what old Lu was thinking and thought of Zhang Zishuan in the room. If she had to carry him to the end of the village, she would definitely have to give up the pork. But with her current relationship with the old Zhang family, she was afraid that Zhang Zishuan and his family would be in trouble once she left. Just when Jian Xiu was at a loss, Lu Tu immediately led Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei, who were good friends of Zhang Zishuan in the village, to come over. Zhang Ziyong was the son of the head of the village, and he had been escorting with Zhang Zishuan in the past few years. Later, after witnessing Zhang Zishuan falling to the bottom of the mountain and becoming paralyzed, he stopped escorting. It was dangerous after all. If they could choose, who would be willing to do these jobs that could cost their lives at any time? Lu Tu, what are you doing?
Mom.
I was afraid that you couldn't carry Dad, so I asked Uncle Ziyong and Uncle Haifei to come and help. Lu Tu said with a smile. After seeing this, old Lu on the side was so angry that her eyes were about to burst into fire. That was hundreds of pounds of pork. But old Lu was not someone who would give up easily. If clever means didn't work, then she would have to take it by force. Thinking of this, old Lu suppressed her fear and walked towards Jian Xiu pretending to be calm. This pig weighs at least 100 pounds. I'm not saying I want all of it, but at least you have to give back most of it to our Zhang family. Old Lu said with her neck stiff. What does this pig have to do with you? Did you raise it? Or did you cut grass for the pig once? Or did you pull out a pig hair when you killed the pig just now? Jian Xiu asked old Lu a series of questions that made her look confused. Before she could react, Jian Xiu's voice came again. Can't answer? If you can't answer, then there's nothing left. Since it doesn't matter, What qualifications do you have to ask me for this pork? After saying that, he immediately carried the hundreds of pounds of pork on his shoulders and said to Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei beside him, I'll trouble you with Zixuan, and I'll trouble you to help carry those things. Zhang Zixuan had basically not eaten enough in the past 2 years, and he was already skinny. Zhang Ziyong carried it easily. The 5 of them didn't have much at old Zhang's house, and Zhang Haifei took away the rest easily. Old man, that pork. That pork. Old Lu was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Not only old Lu, but also old Zhang, was so angry that his nose was not a nose, and his eyes were not eyes. However, Jian Xiu looked at old Lu and old Zhang meaningfully, as if he didn't see it, and then walked slowly towards the door. But when the few people arrived at the end of the village, it was obvious that they couldn't laugh. Zixuan, is this house for people to live in? Zhang Ziyong couldn't help but complain. Jian Xiu, who followed in from behind, was also stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. Then she thought that the last time she saw this thatched house was 2 years ago, when Zixuan was not paralyzed. It's just a thatched house, and no one lives in it on weekdays, let alone takes care of it. It's pretty good to be preserved like this. Zixuan, if it really doesn't work, you can live in my house for a while. Zhang Ziyong suggested again. Hearing this, Jian Xiu quickly waved her hands and shook her head. No, no. Are you kidding? If she really went to live in the headman's house, wouldn't the secret in her heart be more easily exposed? Don't feel embarrassed, sister-in-law. If this house is not repaired, I'm afraid it will be uninhabitable. The weather is good now, not cold. As long as we fix the roof first, we can live here for a while. It's not impossible to live here if we clean it up a little. Jian Xiu had already started to work when she said this. To be honest, even if this place is shabby, Jian Xiu still likes it. Seeing that Jian Xiu was really insistent, Zhang Zixuan also said, Brother Ziyong, just put me there. Following the direction of Zhang Zixuan's finger, Zhang Ziyong found that there was a wooden board in the room. At this time, Jian Xiu had already started to clean up the room. It's not that she is diligent, but she is to clean it up. She will live here tonight. When Zhang Ziyong put Zhang Zixuan down, he didn't leave immediately but repaired the roof with Zhang Haifei. Seeing that everyone was busy, Lu Tu and Cheeto followed Jian Xiu and helped her to clean up. Arya stayed with Zhang Zixuan. Dad, are you thirsty? Do you want Arya to give you some water? Dad is not thirsty, Zhang Zixuan said gently. He never dreamed that one day they would leave that home. Just thinking about the days ahead, Zhang Zixuan's face was full of sorrow again. Looking at his lower body, he once hated himself. He hated himself for being incompetent and unable to protect even his wife and children. Jian Xiu didn't know what Zhang Zixuan was thinking. At this moment, she had only one idea in her mind. That was how to make money and how to exchange the potion in the supermarket for Zhang Zixuan. Just looking at the mess in the house, I'm afraid I can't go into the mountains today. Mom, should we build another stove? Lu Tu said, looking at the pig in the house. Oh, if you don't say it, Mom will forget it. Wait, Mom will build it now. It doesn't matter what you say, but you can't cut off the mouths of their family of 5. For Jian Xiu, nothing is more important than filling her stomach. Fortunately, when she came out, she brought out the pot and knife they had used to cook these days, as well as the rice. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to use to cook the food. When Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei saw Jian Xiu preparing to cook, they immediately said to Jian Xiu, Sister-in-law, you don't have to do it for us. There's not much to do with the roof. It will be repaired soon. How can that be? I've already put the rice down. It doesn't matter what. You have to taste your sister-in-law's cooking skills. After saying that, she raised her knife and chopped the pig's horn into several pieces. Then she cut 2 large pieces of pork from it. She was going to take these 2 pieces of meat back to Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei. Fortunately, the old Zhang family had put some firewood here before, so she didn't have to look for firewood again. But if she only ate pig's trotters without green vegetables, Jian Xiu, who had eaten for so many days, felt a little tired. Looking at this not-so-big house, it was more than enough for Lu Tu and Cheeto to clean up. I have to say that the old saying is still true, children from poor families grow up early. In the end times, children as old as Lutu and Cheeto were still acting like spoiled brats in their mother's arms. But what about them now? They are here worrying about things that adults should worry about. Unconsciously, Jian Xiu felt extremely sad in her heart. Lutu and Cheeto, you can take a rest after we have cleaned up. Mom will go to the backyard to take a look. Mom, go ahead. We are not tired. This is the end of the village. The entire Zhongjia village is surrounded by mountains, so the foot of the mountain is behind this thatched cottage. Now that spring has just passed, there should be a lot of wild vegetables outside. It would be wonderful to pick some. In the backyard, what Jian Xiu saw was the clear mountain spring water. A few steps further ahead is the foot of the mountain. Just looking at this, there should be few people coming here. Kiki, have you found any different flowers or plants? No, Xiu. Don't worry that I will miss them. I use the system to detect them. If there are any, it will automatically remind you. However, did you know that the plantains in front of you are medicinal herbs? Medicinal herbs? You mean these? Jian Xiu asked in disbelief. Yes, if you pick them and dry them, and then sell them in the herbal medicine shop in the county town, it should also be an income. Kiki reminded again. Really? Of course it's true. Hearing Kiki as affirmative words, Jian Xiu pulled one without thinking. Looking around, there were herbs all over the ground. If they were really medicinal herbs, she would definitely not be able to pull them all by herself. What's more, they have to be washed and dried. Thinking of Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei, Jian Xiu immediately had an idea. But there are so many wild grasses and vegetables here. Don't you have what you want? How far can you scan? It's just around you within 2 meters. Jian Xiu, can she say that there is nothing within 2 meters of her? At such a short distance, can the system skin anything? But Xiu, isn't there a fern in front of you? Isn't that edible? Kiki reminded again. I saw it. She had seen it when she just came out. But when she saw the tree, Jian Xiu thought of the wheelchair in the end of the world. According to Zhang Zixuan's personality, he has been lying in bed for almost 2 years. It is not easy for him to stick to it. If she can make a wheelchair for him, he should still be able to do some manual work. Find something for him to do. He won't be so bored. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu quickly pulled a handful of fern and then cut a larger nanmu and prepared to go back. Xiu, there is something. You go to the 3 o'clock direction. Go and have a look, Kiki suddenly said. Hearing this, Jian Xiu quickly put down the nanmu in her hand and walked towards her 3 o'clock direction. After pulling apart the grass, there was indeed a special plant inside, but Jian Xiu herself couldn't call out what it was called. I dug it up. How should I give it to? Before she finished speaking, the plant in her hand disappeared. Obviously, it had been collected by Coco. Help me see, how many points is this plant worth? Jian Xiu asked anxiously. 2.5 points. Ah? Only this much? Well, this is already very good. Many plants are only 0.5 points. Does that mean I can exchange it for 5 yuan? Yes, do you want to exchange it now? Now? Don't exchange it yet, Jian Xiu said disappointedly. You know, she has nothing except the pig now. In other words, she lacks everything. So she had to spend the 2.5 yuan wisely. Kiki, how much is a pound of rice in the supermarket? The worst is 2.5, the best. Don't tell me the best. Jian Xiu interrupted Kiki. In other words, she has saved a pound of rice now. Can you help me see how much the potion costs? Are you talking about the potion for treating Zhang Zixuan? Yes. The potion was developed through high-tech research and is very precious. It costs 880,000 points, but there is no discount now. There are several times a year when you can get a 20% discount. 880,000? Jian Xiu asked in disbelief with her eyes wide open. She felt that she had accumulated these 2.5 points very hard. From this point of view, it would take a long time for Zhang Zixuan to recover completely. The road to revolution is long and requires long-term and unremitting struggle. Comrades still need to work hard. The most important thing is that she is reluctant to use these 2.5 points. It seems that she needs to find a way to make money here. If she relies on this supermarket, she may starve to death. When Jian Xiu dragged Nanmu and Bracken back, the thatched house had been cleaned up. Then Jian Xiu went to the back mountain to fetch a bucket of water and wash the bracken. Then she came back again. At this time, Jian Xiu missed the tap water in the end of the world very much. If there was tap water here, she wouldn't even have to carry water. You know, her thatched house is still a long distance away from the backyard, and there is no well in the yard. Every time she needs water, she has to take a big detour. And Coco just said that those plantains also need to be washed and dried before they can be used as medicinal materials. It is obvious that water is needed for washing. Thinking of this, she also has to think of a way to lead the water to her small yard. In addition, they have no land and no capital. It is really not an easy thing to make money. In addition to picking plantain, the only way is to go into the mountains to hunt. Or pick some other herbs and sell them in the herbal medicine shop. She didn't know the herbs, but Kiki did. As long as she came across the herbs she knew, Kiki would definitely remind her. The most important thing is that only by going deep into the mountains can she have the opportunity to get more points. 880,000 points sounds huge, but a little bit adds up to a lot. If there's something special, it should be very fast. Looking at this poor house, Jian Xiu knew very well that making money was an urgent matter. Sister-in-law, the roof has been repaired, but I don't think this house will last long. This house is leaking everywhere. In winter, no one can live in it. Zhang Zhiyong said to Jian Xiu worriedly. I know, this is only temporary. Jian Xiu said firmly. However, hearing these words in Zhang Ziyong's ears was a kind of comfort. She was a woman with 3 children and a paralyzed husband. The old Zhang family didn't give her any land. What could she use to build a new house? It was good enough for them to come out like this, without starving to death. Looking at Zhang Ziyong's expression, Jian Xiu certainly knew what he was thinking. But she never liked to explain. When that day comes, they will naturally know that she is not talking nonsense. She dare not say anything else, but she is a martial artist, so hunting is no problem. In the end, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei did not stay for dinner. But when he saw that Jian Xiu made white rice, Zhang Haifei could not help but persuade her. Sister-in-law, you can't eat white rice. You have it for this meal, but what about the next meal? How can you save it for white porridge? You can eat it for several meals. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She also knew that Zhang Haifei was doing it for her own good. Don't worry, I know my limits, Jian Xiu said with a smile. Seeing that the two were really unwilling to stay for dinner, Jian Xiu handed the pork she had cut to them and said, I asked you to eat here, but you don't need it. But you must accept this pork. As you can see, there are hundreds of pounds of pork here. If you don't help eat some, it will go bad. Sister-in-law, you can take this to the town to sell it so that you can exchange it for some rice. Stop talking nonsense, take it. Jian Xiu stuffed the pork into the hands of the two, as if it was the final word. After she finished speaking, as if she remembered something, she spoke again. When I went to the backyard just now, I saw some medicinal herbs there. Tomorrow afternoon, you bring Chuanji and Linxia with you, and we will go to the foot of the back mountain to collect them together. Medicinal herbs? Sister-in-law, do you know medicinal herbs? You know, it just happened that I know that medicinal herb. What is it? Zhang Ziyong asked hurriedly. Planago. That's what we call plantain. Planago? How can it be a medicinal herb? If it is really a medicinal herb, it would have been picked long ago, so how could it be our turn? Zhang Ziyong shook his head and said disappointedly. I just pulled one out. Why don't you take it to the herbal medicine shop in the county tomorrow and ask, and you'll know. Jian Xiu said proudly. In the whole Zhangjia village, only Zhang Ziyong's family has a cow. When there is not much farm work on weekdays, he drives the cow and takes some people to the county to earn a few copper coins. It is most convenient for him to ask at this time. Okay, I'll ask when I go to the county tomorrow. If the herbal medicine shop really collects it, then let Chuanji and Linxia come over to help. I just checked, and there are plants everywhere in the back mountain. Chuanji is Zhang Ziyong's wife, and Linxia is Zhang Haifei's wife. The two of them had frequent contact with the original body on weekdays. Sometimes when the original body was extremely hungry, they would bring some food to the original body. Hearing this, the two of them had no choice but to shake their heads helplessly, saying yes, but in fact they had no hope in their hearts. They weighed the pork in their hands again, which was estimated to be 5 pounds, and suddenly felt a little guilty. So the two of them looked at Jian Xiu again, wanting to say something. But after seeing Jian Xiu's expression, they said to Zhang Zixuan in the house, "Zixuan, this pork is too much, you. Your sister-in-law has given it to you, you can take it back and eat it. Besides, this pork is not ours. You know, it belongs to the old Zhang family. It's a waste not to eat it, right?" Sure enough, men understand men. After Zhang Zixuan said this, the two of them had to carry the pork to the center of the village. Zhang Ziyong's family conditions were better. His father was the head of the village, Zhang Wenyuan, and his son Zhang Zi was also studying in Huaheng Academy. Even so, the days when you can eat meat in a year can be counted on 5 fingers. What about Zhang Haifei? Zhang Haifei also has 2 sons, and his life is only slightly better than their 4th room's current situation. On weekdays, let alone meat, there are not many days when you can eat white rice. Zhangjia village was originally poor, and it happened to be hit by a drought a few years ago, and now the village is even poorer. Every household is basically tightening their belts to make a living. The old Zhang family is already considered to be middle to upper class wealthy in Zhangjia village. At least the old Zhang family has a family background. This is all thanks to the old ancestor of the old Zhang family. At that time, I don't know how to make a sum of money and buy a lot of land. In the generation of old Zhang, he is the only son, and now, all of them belong to him. So the old Zhang family has more than a dozen acres of good land, and Zhang Zixuan also made a lot of money when he was working as in the past few years. Otherwise, Big Head Zhang Tianyi would not have had the opportunity to study at the academy in the county. Thinking about this, Jian Xiu felt sorry for the original body and Zhang Zixuan. The money was earned by their 4 houses, but they were making wedding clothes for others. It was fine that she didn't get a copper coin, but now the family was divided. If she hadn't traveled through time, she might have to leave the house with nothing. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu was even more angry. The old Zhang family had better not provoke her, otherwise, she would make them pay for it. "Mom, can you eat this grass in your hand?" Six had pointed at the fern in Jian Xiu's hand and asked. "Yes, this is called fern, it's delicious." Originally, if this fern was soaked for another night, the bitter taste in it could be removed, and it would taste better. But in this situation, she didn't have time to soak it at all. After a bath, Jian Xiu picked a piece of fat meat and cut it into slices. Then put it in the pan and fry it for a while. When the oil came out, the bracken was poured directly into it. Soon, a plate of bracken was out of the pan. "Mom, it smells so good." Lutu and Cheeto swallowed their saliva and said, "It smells so good? There are pig's trotters here?" Jian Xiu said with a smile. Then she put a big piece of pig's trotter in the bowl in Liuto's hand. "Mom, leave the pig's trotter for Daddy to eat. Don't leave it for anyone. Don't worry, Mom will make delicious food for you every day in the future. Mom, next time you don't have to make white rice. If there is meat, we can just eat porridge." Cheeto also said sensibly, although he also wanted to eat white rice, but now the family's conditions are so bad that he would rather take it slowly. He doesn't want to live that kind of hungry life again. Zhang Zixuan, who was not far away, was also very sad after hearing this. If he hadn't been paralyzed, if he went on a few more missions now, the life of their family of 5 would slowly get better. However, there is no if. When Jian Xiu brought the bowl to Zhang Zixuan said that he would not eat anything. "You guys eat it. You still have to work, I won't work, and I'm not hungry now, so I won't eat. I'll just eat 1 meal a day. I made a lot, no matter who eats it, no one needs to refuse. In the future, I guarantee that you will have this white rice to eat every day." Jian Xiu said very confidently. She didn't know whether those plantains could be sold at a good price, but with her martial arts, it would not be a problem to go into the mountains to hunt. Seeing Jian Xiu's insistence, Zhang Zixuan had to take the bowl from her hand. Seeing this, Jian Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhang Zixuan would not want to eat it anyway. I just saw you carrying a big piece of wood back. What are you going to do? Zhang Zixuan asked curiously.
I want to make a wheelchair for you.
Wheelchair?
What is that?
Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. If you look closely, you will find the excitement in his eyes. Although he had never heard of the name of a wheelchair, he could only use his legs now. There was no doubt that the wheelchair that Jian Xiu mentioned should be specially made for his situation. Yes, it's what you think.
What is that?
It's something like a carriage. You sit on it and slide the wheels with your hands to walk. In this way, you don't have to lie in bed all day. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan's eyes lit up. Then he seemed to remember something and asked, Then, do you know how to do it? I know, Jian Xiu said subconsciously. Only after she finished speaking did she remember that her original body was a woman who didn't know how to do carpentry at all. It's only been a few days. She can't have become a woman who can do carpentry, right? But who is Jian Xiu? She is best at making up stories. She said immediately, I may not know how to do it when I had you before, but in the past 2 years, I have learned a lot of things, so much that you can't believe it. Sure enough, Zhang Zixuan felt even more guilty after hearing this. Sure, don't worry. If the wheelchair can really slide, I can do a lot of work, and then you won't have to work so hard. I don't think I'm tired, Jian Xiu said subconsciously. I don't know why, but Jian Xiu seemed to say all these words to Zhang Zixuan subconsciously. It seemed that she and he really had the feeling of an old couple. After meeting Zhang Zixuan's affectionate eyes, Jian Xiu was the first to escape. She lowered her head to deal with the Nanmu on the ground to ease the embarrassment between the two. No, it should be said that it was only her own embarrassment. You can't do this. I remember that, Dad. Old Zhang and the others had a set of tools for carpentry in this room. Did you see it when you were cleaning it up just now? Dad, are you talking about this? Lu Tu pointed to the pile of things in the corner and said, Yes, that's it. The third child went to the county to learn carpentry for a period of time before. I bought this tool for him, Zhang Zixuan said with a smile. His eyes were full of memories. Jian Xiu was also very surprised after seeing those tools. She walked over, picked up the tools, and started making them. Zhang Zixuan, who was lying on the bed, felt extremely sad when he saw Jian Xiu's skillful gestures. How much pain had he caused her in the past 2 years while lying in bed? Whether it was using an ink fountain, a plane, or a saw, she could do it with ease. These tasks were originally supposed to be done by men, but now they all fell on her. You must have had a hard time in the past 2 years, right? Hearing this, Jian Xiu's movements were stunned for a moment, and it took her a long time to react, and she said, No matter how hard it was, we've made it through now, haven't we? Yes, we've made it through. The next day, influenced by the biological clock, Jian Xiu got up early in the morning. After so many days of traveling through time, last night was the most peaceful day she slept here. Looking at these children, they were also still sleeping soundly. After getting out of bed quietly, Jian Xiu walked outside and continued her work. If nothing unexpected happens, the wheelchair should be ready today. Jian Xiu didn't know that Zhang Zixuan on the bed opened his eyes when she just went out. In fact, he didn't sleep all night. He kept wondering why Jian Xiu had changed so much. No matter how much a person has experienced, it is impossible for his personality to change drastically overnight, right? In addition, although the Jian Xiu in front of him still looks the same, her personality is completely different. Even Zhang Zixuan himself couldn't figure out what stimulated her. Just thinking about this, he heard the sound of the wooden handle coming from the yard again. Listening to this sound, Zhang Zixuan knew that she should be making wheels. When he heard her talk about the wheelchair yesterday, he probably understood that the most difficult part of this wheelchair should be the wheels. This is also what makes Zhang Zixuan very puzzled. Jian Xiu used to know nothing about these things.
But now?
Not only is she independent, but she can also do things that she didn't touch before. But when he turned around and saw the 3 children on the bed, Zhang Zixuan was relieved again. No matter what she becomes, as long as she is still his wife and the mother of his children, it doesn't matter. She should be satisfied as long as she is still by his side. Jian Xiu in the yard didn't know about Zhang Zixuan's thoughts. At this time, she was squatting in front of the wheelchair, staring at the wheelchair in front of her, with a sense of pride in her eyes. She didn't expect that she was so talented in this aspect. Looking at the sky, it's time to make breakfast. Is she going to go into the mountains today? Walking into the house, Jian Xiu found that Zhang Zixuan had woken up. Since you're awake, come out and try the wheelchair. Are you ready? Well, come, I'll help you out. In the past 2 years, Zhang Zixuan hasn't had a full meal, and he's as thin as a bamboo pole. Not to mention the current Jian Xiu. Even if it's the original body, I'm afraid it would be easy to carry him out. It wasn't until he sat in the wheelchair that Zhang Zixuan felt that there seemed to be light in front of his eyes. How long has it been since he looked at the scenery outside so freely? It's been so long that he thought he would never have the chance in his life. How about it, are you satisfied? Jian Xiu asked proudly. Looking at Zhang Zixuan's look, Jian Xiu knew that he was very excited at this moment. Satisfied, satisfied. When he said this, Zhang Zixuan slid the wheelchair. Sure enough, the wheelchair slowly moved forward along with his hand strength. Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan was even more excited. It can really walk, it really moves, it moves, sure, this wheelchair really moves. Jian Xiu also said him excitedly. Then she stood aside with a smile, looking at Zhang Zixuan, who was very excited. With this wheelchair, I can also help with the work. Didn't you say before that you wanted to pick plantain? After you go pick it, I will wash and dry it at home. Zhang Zixuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said to Jian Xiu. Hearing this, Jian Xiu frowned again. It's okay to wash and dry it, but the main thing is that the water is not convenient. I want to pass a pipe into our yard so that we don't have to go around to the backyard to get water. You know, this plantain is all over the mountains and fields. If you go to the river in the village to wash it, won't everyone in the village know it? In this way, how can they, who are small and disabled, compete with the villagers in the village? So the best way is for them to go to the backyard in the afternoon to pick it up, and then take it to their yard to wash and dry it. In this way, it can be hidden from the eyes and ears of the village.
1Z?
How far is this place from the backyard? Zhang Zixuan asked. It's not far, but it's not close either. How about I push you out to sea? And try this wheelchair, by the way? Okay, you don't have to push me. I can do it myself. Zhang Zixuan said with a smile. When he said this, he had already walked out first. It has been 2 years, and this is the first time that Jian Xiu has seen him smile. I have to say that he looks really good when he smiles. At this time, Jian Xiu was very curious. Whose child is he? Was he abandoned by his family? Or was he replaced by someone? If it is the former, Jian Xiu guessed that his original family should also be very poor. If it is the latter, then he should be born in a wealthy family. Because only wealthy families would do such a thing. In view of Zhang Zixuan's appearance and the kind of movements between his hands and feet, Jian Xiu is more inclined to the latter. Some things are really innate. Even though he grew up in this rural area, some things are engraved in his bones. Just like him now, even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. When the two of them walked to the backyard, Zhang Zixuan immediately had an idea. It looks like the distance is not very far. If we walk this way, we will have to go around in a circle, but if you want to build a pipe, just build it from here, it's very close. When he said this, Zhang Zixuan pointed to the backyard of their hut. You mean? Well, do you see those bamboos? Go cut a few and I'll do it. Hearing Zhang Zixuan's words, Jian Xiu reacted immediately. Yes, why didn't she think of using bamboo just now? Wait, I'll go cut it now. After that, she quickly walked towards the bamboo forest in front. But when she walked to the bamboo forest, she was stunned when she saw the large patches of bamboo shoots. She quickly cut a few bamboos, pulled out 2 bunches of bamboo shoots, and ran towards Zhang Zixuan and asked, "This is bamboo shoots, my god, this can be a good thing? What are bamboo shoots? That's what, don't you eat it?" Jian Xiu asked in disbelief. Can this be eaten? Yes, it's delicious when fried with meat. Jian Xiu's face was full of pride when she said this. Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan didn't say anything, just stared at it blankly. Noticing Zhang Zixuan's gaze, Jian Xiu asked directly, "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm sorry. I made you and your mother suffer." Hearing this, Jian Xiu was stunned, and it took her a while to react why Zhang Zixuan said that. So he quickly explained, "Do you think I'm kidding you? Or do you think I've been eating this a lot in the past 2 years? You still don't know how much I miss this taste.
Don't disbelieve me.
This bamboo shoot is a good thing. Wait, I'll make it for you at noon." After that, Jian Xiu continued to cut several more bamboos and pulled them back. Looking at Jian Xiu's excited back, Zhang Zixuan quickly retracted his thoughts. "Have you seen enough?" Jian Xiu, who pulled 7 or 8 bamboos back again, asked Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan estimated the distance and nodded. "It should be enough. That's it. The bamboo forest is full of bamboo shoots. I'll go and pick them back. If we can't finish them, we can make them into dried bamboo shoots. In this way, we won't be afraid of having no food in winter." "Well, be careful," Zhang Zixuan said softly. For some reason, Jian Xiu in front of him gave him a feeling of both strangeness and peace of mind. She didn't know why she had changed so much, but everything was moving in a good direction, which was already good. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan continued his actions. At this time, Lutu and Cheeto had also woken up. After opening their sleepy eyes, they were still confused for a while before they reacted. The two looked at each other and then walked out quickly. It was only when they saw Zhang Zixuan in a wheelchair dealing with those bamboos that they suddenly became excited. How long has it been? How long has it been since they saw their father come out like a normal person? It's been so long that they almost forgot how their father worked. "Dad, let me help you." Lutu stepped forward and said with a smile, "Are you awake? Are you hungry? If you are hungry, you can make some porridge to drink." Your mother went to the bamboo forest in the back mountain. Not hungry. Is mother going to cut these bamboos? No, to pull bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots? Yes. Then I'll go help mother. Lutu said obediently. Although he didn't know what bamboo shoots were, he could definitely help with pulling things. I'll go too. Chi-Tu also said with a smile. When he said this, he had already chased after Lutu. The bamboo forest was very close, and Zhang Zixuan was not worried about what would happen to them. In the bamboo forest, Jian Xiu was so happy when she saw the bamboo shoots all over the mountain. Now is the spring festival, and it is the time when bamboo shoots grow rapidly. The bamboo shoots in this bamboo forest are enough for her to drink a pot. What's more, there are still many bamboo forests at the foot of the mountain. When the time comes, dry them and sell them at the market. Such delicious food will not be sold out. Originally, she planned to go into the mountains today to see if there was any harvest. Now it seems that she has to put it aside for a few more days. At least she has to pull out all the bamboo shoots in this area, otherwise the bamboo shoots will get old.
Mom,
we are here to help you. Just as she was thinking happily, she heard the voices of Lutu and Chi-Tu again. The two came forward panting, and when they saw the basket behind Jian Xiu, they pointed at the bamboo shoots on the ground and asked, "Mom, are we going to pick these?" "Yes, we're going to pick these." "Can we pick all the ones like this?" "Yes, we can pick them all." "Oh, then we know." After that, the two squatted down. Jian Xiu specifically dug the larger ones, which were best for drying bamboo shoots. "Mom, Dad said these bamboo shoots can be eaten, is that true?" "Of course it's true. I will use these bamboo shoots to cook for you tonight, okay?" "Okay, if they taste good, we will sell them at the market." "Well, I think so too. When I make money, I will send you two to the academy like Dadu, okay?" From the first day she crossed over, when she saw the two children, she had this idea. Culture is not only important in the end times, but also at this time. In the entire Zhongjia village, there has only been one scholar in the past few decades. However, the scholar's ancestors had benefited from his status as a scholar. It can be seen how important scholars are in this era. After hearing Jian Xiu's words, the two brothers were stunned. "Mom, are you telling the truth?" Chi-Tu asked first. "Of course it's true. When has mother lied to you?" "But mother, it costs a lot of money to go to the academy." The two will spend nearly 20 taels a year to go to the academy, not to mention the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yes, mother, just let Chi-Tu go. I won't go, and I don't like studying, Lu Tu said softly. After hearing this, Jian Xiu was stunned. After a long time, she spoke again. Give mother some more time, and mother will definitely earn enough money to send you two to go together. Yes, mother, we all believe you. In the following time, the two brothers pulled here, while Jian Xiu used a to dig. After it was full, they carried it to the small courtyard. Zhang Zixuan in the courtyard had also dealt with the bamboos. When he saw Jian Xiu coming back with a basket full of bamboo shoots, he picked one up and asked, "Do you want to peel all the skins?" "Yes, peel them all. After peeling, boil them in water again. If you eat them this way, you can get rid of the bitter taste." "Well, then I'll peel them first and then put them in the pot to boil." "Dad, I'll help you too," Arya, who had just walked out, said in a baby voice. "Arya, be good, you can go there to play, and Daddy can do it here." Zhang Zixuan was very satisfied that he could come and go freely to do some manual work. Looking at the busy figures of the father and daughter, Jian Xiu suddenly felt that her life was very fulfilling. Compared with her who only knew the mission in the end times, such a warm life is what she wants now, right? Thinking of this, she hurriedly picked up the backpack and walked towards the bamboo forest again. Just as she walked out of the door, she patted her chest gently, feeling it carefully. She murmured, "Don't worry, I will take good care of them." She knew that all of this was her original body's feelings. She just liked this warm and beautiful feeling. Since she used her body, she had the responsibility to take care of the people she wanted to take care of. She would protect everyone she wanted to protect. I don't know if it was Jian Xiu's psychological effect, but after she said this, the heaviness in her heart suddenly disappeared. After walking back and forth dozens of times, Jian Xiu took the bamboos that Zhang Zixuan had just processed and started to build. "The water is really clear," Jian Xiu exclaimed. "When you dig the pit later, dig it a little deeper so that it can be preserved for more years. Because it is bamboo, it will rot after all, so digging deeper will not cause it to be often drenched by water. I know, you just need to help me carry the bamboo. Fortunately, it is not very far away," Jian Xiu said with relief. In less than half a day, the couple had built this water pipe. The water is flowing out, but if you use rags to plug it, it may not be blocked, and it may leak frequently, Zhang Zixuan said with a headache. "Don't worry, I have a way." Jian Xiu had already thought about this. So he took out the that he made when making the wheelchair today. "What is this?" Zhang Zixuan said in surprise. "You can call this thing a." Its original purpose is to fix the rotation and friction of the bamboo. It can be fixed inside step by step and then slowly rotate and twist. The deeper it goes, the more force needs to be gradually increased, so as to play a tightening role. While saying this, Jian Xiu also demonstrated it to Zhang Zixuan. In fact, she wanted to say that the reason why the wheelchair he was sitting on was so well fixed was because she added this. Jian Xiu said it very simply, but Zhang Zixuan was shocked when he heard her words. "What's the matter? Did I make it too complicated?" Jian Xiu asked curiously. Zhang Zixuan, who had been shocked and didn't speak for a long time, said in a daze after hearing this. "Who are you?" Only 3 words, but it shocked Jian Xiu into a cold sweat. Did she reveal too much? However, before she could open her mouth to explain, she heard Zhang Zixuan's voice again. "Don't get me wrong, I just think you have changed a lot. I know you are my wife, Jian Xiu. I just can't accept that you will become so wise." Hearing this, Jian Xiu was relieved immediately. "Is it wise? There are still many things I know. I didn't say it in the old house because old Lu didn't have the opportunity to let me say it. Here, I am the master of my own house, so naturally I want to take out these good things." When saying this, Jian Xiu's face was full of pride. As long as you don't doubt yourself, everything will be fine. In fact, Jian Xiu didn't know that Zhang Zixuan's mind was full of doubts at this time. It's just that he didn't want to destroy the current atmosphere. He hoped that their family of 5 could live like this forever. So, he was afraid that he would ask too much and get the answer he wanted. While the two were talking, Jian Xiu had already used the screws to completely block the outlet.
See?
This way, no more water will flow out. Just twist it in like this every time we run out of water. Well, I know. After having this water, it is also much more convenient for us to use water. After hearing this, Zhang Zixuan looked at Jian Xiu deeply, and then he said well softly,
Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law. When Jian Xiu wanted to say something, she heard Zhang Ziyong's excited voice coming from the door. Hearing this voice, Jian Xiu probably guessed what was going on. The delicate eyebrows subconsciously raised up, and then looked at Zhang Ziyong, who came in from the door. Sister-in-law, it turns out that the iris is really a medicinal herb. Well, will the herb shop owner buy it? Yes, their boss said that they will buy it no matter how much there is. Do you want it to be dried? It doesn't matter if it's not dried. If it's not dried, it's 1 cent per pound, but if it's washed and dried, it's 15 cents per pound. Zhang Ziyong said excitedly. Then, in your opinion, do you want to dry it? Or do you want to sell it directly? Of course it's dried. Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Zixuan said together. Well, I think it's better to dry it. Jian Xiu nodded and said, if it's dried, I can help wash and dry it at home, and you just need to pull it back. This yard is big enough and the weather is good now. It will be dried in 2 or 3 days. Zhang Zixuan said with a smile.
Zixuan you.
It was at this time that Zhang Ziyong realized that Zhang Zixuan was sitting in a wheelchair. After walking around him, Zhang Ziyong finally found the uniqueness of this wheelchair.
This. Did you make this?
After a long time, Zhang Ziyong finally found his voice. It wasn't me. It was Jian Xiu who made it. Zhang Zixuan said with a smile. Sister-in-law, how did you? Do you think of this thing? I just saw the ox cart of the village head and thought of this wheelchair. In fact, I wanted to make it when I was in the old house, but I couldn't even fill my stomach at that time, so how could I have the energy to think about these things? That's right, now it's good. Zixuan can help with some things. When he said this, Zhang Ziyong's eyes kept looking at the bamboo shoots in Zhang Zixuan's hand. Zixuan, what are you doing? Jian Xiu said that these bamboo shoots can be eaten, so they brought them back, and I peeled the skin.
Can it be eaten?
If this thing is really edible, how can it be our turn?
Zhang Ziyong said lightly.
I believe Jian Xiu. If she says it's edible, then it's definitely edible. Zhang Ziyong. Why does he feel like he's been fed dog food? Ziyong, if you're sure the herbal medicine shop will collect it, then let Chuanji and Haifei come over this afternoon to collect it. After collecting it, just wash it in this yard. It's so inconvenient here. Can't we just carry it all to the river in the center of the village to wash it?
How can that be?
If so, won't everyone in the village know about it? Jian Xiu said subconsciously. Plantain grows all year round. She was still counting on making a small fortune from the plantain. Besides, she had just promised Lutu and Cheeto today that she would send them to the academy. How could she do that without making some money? Hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Ziyong reacted immediately and quickly agreed. Yes, if you hadn't said it, I really forgot. I will wash it in your yard. It happens that you live at the end of the village and there are not many people coming here on weekdays, so you don't have to worry about being discovered. At this point, Zhang Ziyong seemed to remember something and continued. It's just that the water. But you don't have to worry about the water. Haifei, and I will come to help. When the time comes, we will carry the water in. You don't have to worry about the water, you just need to go and collect it. After that, Zhang Zixuan pushed the wheelchair with both hands to the bamboo mouth that Jian Xiu had just blocked, pinched the small wooden block, and gently twisted it to the left. After a while, the water slowly flowed down. Zhang Ziyong, who saw all this, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It's only been half a day, how did you think of it? These are all what Jian Xiu thought of. How could it be what I thought of? I just thought of a general idea. Don't you still have to do the detailed work? Jian Xiu said to Zhang Zixuan angrily. Zhang Ziyong. The impact that the couple gave him today was really too great, and he really couldn't recover for a while. Ziyong, have you eaten yet? If not, why don't you eat here with your sister-in-law? Didn't you say that this bamboo shoot is inedible? Today I will cook this bamboo shoot for you to try. No, I'll just go back and eat. I just came here to tell you that I will bring Chuanji and Haifei here in a while. Seeing that Zhang Ziyong really didn't want to stay, Jian Xiu didn't make things difficult for him. She picked up a few bamboo shoots that had just been boiled in boiling water from the pot and put them in a basket. Then she took it to Zhang Ziyong and said, "This bamboo shoot is delicious. I've eaten it before. You can take it back and soak it in clean water for another day. It will be more delicious after the astringency is removed. Listen to your sister-in-law and take it back to taste it." "Thank you, sister-in-law. Go. Come early in the afternoon." Because there was nothing to eat, no one had breakfast, and the family had a lot of work, so Jian Xiu also made white rice for lunch. Not only that, she also cut a large piece of meat and fried bamboo shoots. It's a pity that there is no soy sauce or oyster sauce here, otherwise, the taste would be better. It was not until the dish was served and everyone tasted it that they realized that bamboo shoots were indeed a good thing. "How is it? Is it delicious?" "Delicious, really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious dishes." "Sixth brother after dinner, let's go and pick some more. Mom said that after these are dried, they can be kept for 2 or 3 years. Go, 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 we will definitely go, then we can take them to the market to sell," Lu Tu said excitedly. Not to mention the two brothers, even Zhang Zixuan himself thought it was very delicious. He grew up in this village since he was a child, and he didn't know that bamboo shoots tasted so good. Looking at the woman opposite him, she was also eating happily. Obviously, she also likes to eat this. "You guys can just go pick them later. I'll just boil them in water at home, and then take them to the market to sell them so that we can exchange them for some rice," Zhang Zixuan discussed with Jian Xiu while eating. "Well, I plan to make some dishes and take them directly to the restaurant so that I don't have to waste time standing in the market all day, which is a waste of time," Jian Xiu said casually. This is a normal thing for her. You know, in addition to earning money to fill her stomach, she also needs to earn enough money to send her two brothers to the academy. The most important thing is that she still needs to find points. Can't let Zhang Zixuan sit in this wheelchair for the rest of his life. Kiki also said that the points found in the deep mountains must be much more than at the foot of the mountain. Although 880,000 is a lot, a little bit adds up to a lot, not to mention that you can get a 20% discount. After the discount, it's only 740,000, which is 100,000 less all of a sudden. With this calculation, it's one step closer to the goal. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Think of what? Jian Xiu asked in confusion. Just sell these bamboo shoots directly to the restaurant. Do you have any idea? Jian Xiu asked curiously. She knew Zhang Zixuan, and she knew from his look that he had an idea in his mind. Does Yuexiangla know about it? I've heard of it, Jian Xiu said truthfully. I have some friendship with manager Wu of Yuexianglu. Zhang Zixuan said truthfully. Really? Jian Xiu asked excitedly. How could she not be excited? You know, if there is no connection, how can people easily try new food? Of course it's true. Great, this way, we are one step closer to our goal. Goal? What is your goal? Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. Of course it's 6 and 7. I want to make enough money to send them to the academy. To the academy? Well, I know that you may think I'm talking nonsense, but I just want to tell you that I'm not just talking nonsense, I'm serious. I know you're serious, but do you know how much money it costs to send a child to the academy? Zhang Zixuan asked softly. They have no land, let alone a stable income, and he is in this situation. It's not easy to raise the children safely and marry them. Don't worry about the money, I'll find a way. Xiu'er, I don't want you to be so tired. I don't want you to live under such great pressure. I hope you can relax a little, do you understand? Take Datu, for example. The whole old house is relying on him to study in the academy, but even so, it feels a bit strenuous, let alone our situation. Zhang Zixuan said with great pain. Don't you believe me? Jian Xiu raised his eyebrows and said. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan was stunned. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. He wanted to say that he was really skeptical, but when he saw Jian Xiu, who was calm and at ease, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He didn't know since when anything that happened in this family seemed to be no problem for her. She always had a stubbornness, a confidence, and a feeling that even he couldn't explain clearly. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, I will prove it to you. After dinner, Jian Xiu picked up the pig offal that she brought out yesterday and began to clean it up. Xiu'er, don't take this pig offal, Zhang Zixuan said. Don't take it? This is a good thing. That thing tastes too strong. It's a waste of oil and salt if you cook it. That's because you don't know how to cook it. Just wait. After I make it, I guarantee that you will be reluctant to leave after eating it. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan just shook his head helplessly. He slid his wheelchair to peel the bamboo shoots again. Just after the pigs were washed, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei came in. Following behind them was Zhang Ziyong's wife Huang Chunji, and of course Zhang Haifei's wife Lin Xia. They all carried a backpack on their backs. Obviously, they knew that their yard was not big enough to have another backpack. So when they came, they had already prepared all the tools. Jian Xiu, I didn't expect that you knew that this plantain is a medicinal material. If you hadn't discovered it, we would have missed this great wealth. As soon as they entered the door, Huang Chunji said to Jian Xiu with a smile, I discovered it by accident. I knew about plantain before. Once when I was picking up medicine, I accidentally heard the doctor say so. As a result, when I saw this plantain that day, I thought about it and thought it was really very similar to plantain. So, I asked your family Jiong to go to the county town to inquire about it. Who knew that after asking, I really got it right. It seems that after leaving the old Zhang family, your luck has slowly come. Lin Xia also said with a smile. That's right, if you ask me, no one in the old Zhang family is a good person. Okay, hurry up and get to work. You women just love to discuss these gossips. Zhang Haifei said naively. Okay, let us go now. Well, it's in the backyard. There's a large area of them. I have to pick up the bamboo shoots before I can go. Jian Xiu said with a smile. Look at what you said. We can just go and pick them. Isn't your Zixuan washing them here? Besides, if you hadn't brought it up, we wouldn't have known about it. To me, even if you didn't do anything, we'd still have to share some of the money from selling plantain. Huang Chunji said to Jian Xiu. That's right. Without your suggestion, how could we have found this? There's a lot of plantain and the herbal medicine shop doesn't charge cheaply. Where can we find such a good thing? Several people walked towards the backyard while talking. Jian Xiu followed them all the time. She also carried a backpack on her back, but she was going to carry the bamboo shoots pulled out by the 6th and 7th heads. Every time she went, when she came back, the two brothers had piled them up again. She just had to pack them back. This time, she not only wanted to sell the dried bamboo shoots to the restaurant, but also wanted to sell the recipe for pig offal. I don't know if I can get a good price. If possible, at least one of the two brothers can go to college. Lutu is 7 years old this year, just the right age to go to college. Cheeto is not so bad, he is 6 years old this year, so he can wait another year. Of course, if the two can go together, they can take care of each other, and she'll feel more at ease. It must be said that this rural woman is very flexible when working. In less than 3/4 of an hour, several people have walked to their yard with a full basket of plantain on their backs. And Zhang Zixuan in the yard was not idle either. He not only had to peel the bamboo shoots, but also boil water. Now that the plantain is back, he still needs to wash it. Fortunately, he is sitting in a wheelchair, which does not affect his kung fu. In the backyard, Lu Tu watched Jian Xiu put handfuls of bamboo shoots into the backpack and said distressfully, Mom, when I grow up, you won't have to do these things anymore, and I will do all the rough work. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was stunned. Looking at the little boy in front of her, who was not even as tall as her chest, Jian Xiu felt sad. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever said such considerate and caring words to her. Her life was like a machine, running non-stop every day. She didn't even know tiredness, pain, or how to release it. She only knew that she was operating in tension every day. However, after traveling here, she understood family affection. She also experienced the feeling of someone understanding and caring for her. Squatting down, looking at the little boy in front of her who was covered in mud because of pulling bamboo shoots, Jian Xiu subconsciously stretched out her right hand, gently stroked his cheek, and said softly, Mom is not tired at all. This work is already very easy for Mom. As long as you are fine, what does it matter for Mom to do this work? In fact, Jian Xiu wanted to say that they should go back to the yard to rest. But Jian Xiu knew that the two brothers might not listen to her. They are very sensible. Only when all the bamboo shoots in this bamboo are pulled out will they stop completely. Jian Xiu also knew that the bamboo shoots only grow for this period of time. After this period of time, the bamboo shoots will not grow again. If you wait any longer, it will be next year. On the way back, Jian Xiu pulled a handful of wild onions and garlic on the roadside and took them back. She didn't know if the people here knew that this thing could be eaten. But she had been here for so long, and she really had never seen them eat these foods. When she went back again, Zhang Zixuan had already started to in front of the car wash. With this bamboo tube water, washing things is indeed much more convenient. Seeing Jian Xiu coming back, Zhang Zixuan said with a smile. In particular, Jian Xiu also took into account his inconvenience and placed the water pipe at the height of his wheelchair. He only needs to move a little to wash, and it is completely troublesome. Well, after drying the first batch in the next 2 days, I will go to the county town to see what price Uxianglu will offer for this dried bamboo shoots. Are you so confident that Uxianglu will accept it? Didn't you taste it? Don't you have confidence? Zhang Zixuan. Don't mention it, he really thinks it tastes good. Thinking of this, he immediately knew where her confidence came from. How much do you think we should sell this dried bamboo shoot for per catty? This dried bamboo shoot is different from plantain. Even after drying, the dried bamboo shoot is more weighed than plantain. As for the price, it will naturally be cheaper. It's hard to say, but if the restaurant owners really think it's delicious, they should be willing to pay for it. After all, it's fresh food, and it can attract a lot of new customers for them. Zhang Zixuan analyzed truthfully. I think so too. I have several recipes in my hand. I'll make them for you to try tonight. If it's possible, I can discuss it with Manager Wu. Recipes? Yes. These are all fresh food I researched myself. I hope to sell them at a good price, and then I can send the two brothers to the academy. Thinking of Lyoto's understanding just now, Jian Xiu felt that he couldn't delay him. However, Zhang Zixuan didn't speak after hearing Jian Xiu's words. He really didn't know how to describe it. If he didn't support her, she could always surprise him. But if he supported her, it felt a bit like getting something for nothing. He also knew Jian Xiu's cooking skills. If he really had to describe it, he could only say it was average. Just looking at her excitedly, Zhang Zixuan didn't know what to say for a moment. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. I will make it for you to taste tonight. If you all think it's good, I will take it to shopkeeper Wu to try it. Although Jian Xiu was also very confident about her dish, she was still a little unsure about the taste of the people here. It's better to let her own people taste it first. To say that this pig's offal is actually just a little more laborious when washing. When frying, put more ingredients in, and the taste will naturally not be too bad. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu began to worry again. She didn't know about other people's families, but she had never seen soy sauce in all her years of cooking. I don't know if there is no such thing here, or if they don't have it. If there really is no such thing, she really found an opportunity to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu asked Zhang Zixuan again. Have you ever heard of soy sauce? Soy sauce? No, is it oil? What is it squeezed out of? Really never heard of it? Jian Xiu asked excitedly. If even Zhang Zixuan hadn't heard of it, then it should really not exist. Because he had been escorting outside for the past few years, traveling all over the country, he was also knowledgeable. I really haven't heard of it. Describe it what it is and I'll think about it. Zhang Zixuan spoke again. Seeing Jian Xiu so excited, he was really afraid that she was happy for nothing. It's not oil, it's a seasoning, and it's also used for cooking, but it's made from soybeans, a black watery thing. Have you seen it? Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan really pondered carefully and finally shook his head. I really haven't heard of it. When Ziyong and Haifei come back, I'll ask them again. If you haven't heard of it, then it should be that there is no such thing yet. Jian Xiu said in a low voice. Do you have any other ideas? Yes, I do have other ideas, but I have to make them before they count. Now it's just an idea. Jian Xiu said mysteriously. According to her understanding, the most important material for making soy sauce is soybeans. At this time, there are not many other things, but soybeans are the most. Generally speaking, 2 or 3 coins can buy a pound. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu couldn't wait to go out of the county town, because she really had too many things to buy. Not only did she have to buy things, but she also had a lot of things to do. When she came back with bamboo shoots for the last time, Lutu and Cheeto also came back with a large bundle of bamboo shoots. Not only them, but even Jian Xiu and his friends came back together. "Let's have dinner here tonight," Jian Xiu said with a smile.
No, no.
"It's settled. Tonight, I still need your help with something? Sister-in-law, as long as you ask, we will try our best to do what we can," Jian Xiu said with a smile. Originally, they were planning to come here to wash the plantain after they had dinner at home. Now, seeing Jian Xiu saying this, he guessed that it was probably this matter. Seeing the full pile of plantain in the yard, he was happy. He had never thought that they could earn such a sum of money. By comparison, they made more than the shop owners in the county town. In just half a day, each of them went more than 10 times. A rough estimate showed that even if they dried it, there should be more than 10 caddies. 1 caddy is 15 cents, 10 caddies is 150 cents. Even if the 3 families split it equally, there would be 50 cents. He was very happy with this calculation. Working in the county town, getting up early and working late for a day, only makes 15 cents. Some even make only 12 cents. Even so, everyone was still rushing to do it. "You guys take a rest first and we'll talk while we eat," Jian Xiu said with a smile. Seeing that Jian Xiu was really insistent, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei had to stay. "Jian Xiu, actually we don't need to cook rice, we can just have some porridge." Seeing Jian Xiu was about to put rice, Huang Chuanji hurriedly stopped her. "We've been busy all day today. How can we have the energy to work if we don't have a full stomach? I feel sorry for you when I see you put the rice like this." Lin Xia couldn't help but speak. "Why feel sorry? This man is a man of iron and steel. If he is not full, nothing can be discussed. If you really can't stand it, have you seen the pork over there? Help me shave all the bones, shave them out. Do you have to separate the fat and lean meat?" No, there is no need to separate them, just help me shave the bones out." Hearing this, Lin Xia and Huang Chuanji didn't think much about it and walked towards the pork. "Jian Xiu, you're right. It's no wonder that old Lu was so angry. Your pig is really growing meat. If you cut it with such a knife, it would be strange if she didn't go crazy," Huang Chuanji said with a smile. "I guess she may still be sulking now." Lin Xia also echoed.
Who cares about her?
"She can be angry if she wants to. I can't control her, but if she provokes me, then I will not be as polite to her as before. You should have done this a long time ago. Look, now the family is divided. No, the relationship is broken off. You are breaking off the relationship. You see, once you break off the relationship, good days will come one after another. You will see, your life will definitely be better after leaving the old Zhang family." That is. The women were busy talking and laughing here, and the men over there were also constantly processing the plantain. It's only been dried for half a day, and it's already so dry. After drying for another 2 days, it should be ready to be taken to Renatang. Renatang is the largest herbal medicine shop in the county. On weekdays, they seldom deal with such a large herbal medicine shop. Only the rich and powerful can go in and out of such a high-class herbal medicine shop. For the country folks like them, those who go in there usually sell herbal medicine. If they want to get medicine, they don't need to go to a herbal medicine shop like Renatang. Well, if the weather is good tomorrow, it should be almost done after drying for another day. Then what are we waiting for? We have to wash these carts all night long, Zhang Haifei said excitedly. "If you ask me, it's because you have convenient water here," Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. "That's right. Just twist it like this, and the water will come out. Even if you have a well at home, it's not as convenient as this." Hearing this, Zhang Zishuan was also very proud. I have to say that Jian Xiu is really different now. The various ideas in her mind are very different, and she is completely different from before. In the morning, Jian Xiu had already treated the pig awful with plant ash. Of course, it would be better if it was treated with salt, but the salt here is very expensive. Even if ordinary people cook, they have to be careful and dare not be extravagant. Considering this, Jian Xiu used plant ash to wash it. But even so, she handled it very cleanly. After washing a pig offal, there was still a full wooden basin. If this dish is really popular, the restaurant shopkeeper should like it very much. After all, a pig offal is only 2 or 3 cents, but a pig offal can be fried into several dishes. Calculated in this way, this pig offal can be said to be a zero-cost business. Any shopkeeper who knows arithmetic should not refuse her method. Now, the most important thing is that she has to make this pig offal delicious. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu washed the wild garlic she had just pulled back. Then she cut it into small pieces and put a few chilies in. She picked these chilies when she came back. It must be said that Zhongjia village is poor, but wild vegetables are everywhere. People here don't know, but it doesn't mean that she, who traveled through the end of the world, doesn't know. She is still thinking about picking those ferns and pickling them in a while, and then taking them to Uxianglu to test the water. Lutu, make the fire a little bigger. Okay, mother. When everything was ready, Jian Xiu put the chilies and wild garlic that she had prepared earlier. After the fragrance was stimulated, she poured the pig offal on the side into the water. After a while, the whole yard was full of fragrance. Mom, it smells so good. What did you make? Lutu asked curiously. When he came back, Jian Xiu had already processed the pig offal, so Lutu didn't know that she was frying pig offal now. Speaking of pig offal, even these country people don't like to eat it. Therefore, Lutu had never really seen the processed pig offal. Besides, Jian Xiu's was already cut into pieces, so Lutu didn't know about it. I won't tell you now. You can try it later to see if it tastes good. If it tastes good, I will cook it for you often in the future, okay? Jian Xiu thought she could afford this dish. A plate of pig offal cost 2 or 3 cents, and their family of 5 couldn't finish it even if they had 4 or 5 meals. 2 or 3 cents was still expensive. Sometimes, if no one wanted it, the butcher Zhang would just give it away. The main reason was that the pig offal was too unpalatable. Jian Xiu, don't say it. Your cooking skills are really incomparable to mine. Lin Xia said with a smile. This is just the beginning. If you really like it, just come here often to eat it in the future. When she said this, the pig offal in the pot was ready to be put into the pot. The pig offal would become if it was fried for a long time, and it would not taste so refreshing. The heat also needs to be well controlled. Then Jian Xiu quickly fried a dish of bamboo shoots and bracken, and then fried a handful of wild onions with pork belly. In total, there were 4 or 5 dishes, which looked rich when they were placed on the table. Seeing that there was still a little fire, Jian Xiu took the dried bamboo shoots that Zhang Zixuan had dried outside today and threw them on the fire to roast. It is naturally faster to roast with fire than in the sun. After roasting for a night, the dried bamboo shoots will be dry tomorrow. Okay, come and eat.
Jian Xiu said to everyone.
It smells so good. I smelled it when I was washing the plantain. It looks really good. Several people smiled at the dishes. At this time, Huang Chuanji and Lin Xia also washed their hands and came over. However, when they saw the dishes on the table, they became curious. Jian Xiu, I don't think I have seen these dishes before. Where did you get them? You haven't seen this either? Jian Xiu pointed to the pile of wild onions and said. Huang Chuanji shook her head. I often cook, but I have never seen this dish. Is it delicious? In fact, Huang Chuanji wanted to ask if it was edible, but after smelling the fragrance, she swallowed the words automatically. It's delicious. This is called wild onion. You guys try it and see if it tastes good. Because she had a pig, Jian Xiu was not worried about running out of oil, so she was willing to use oil. She thought about it. If they all thought it was delicious, she would dig more and store it during this period of time. Now it is spring, and there are many wild vegetables under the mountain, but they seem to know nothing about it. It seems that God has arranged for her to travel through time and space to this village, which is also a good thing for her. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, several people carefully picked up a few small pieces and put them into their mouths. But after tasting it, they were suddenly surprised. It's delicious, really delicious. Is this really wild onion? Yes, look, there's some left there. I haven't finished it yet. Jian Xiu pointed to the wild onion, not far away, and said,
Ah? So, this is it?
This is called wild onion? Huang Chunji asked curiously. Yes, I just called it casually. I just picked 2 handfuls when I came back. You guys try it. If it tastes good, you can pick some and cook it tomorrow. That's great. And this, you guys try this too. Jian Xiu pointed to the dish of pig offal again. This dish is her main dish tonight. Whether it can be sold at a good price tomorrow depends on this dish.
What?
What kind of dish is this? It doesn't look like meat, but like
what?
Jian Xiu asked curiously. Is it pig offal? Lin Xia asked curiously. It's no wonder she knew, because Zhang Haifei's father was Master Zhang who sold pork. On weekdays, when no one wanted the pig offal, it would be a pity to throw it away, so they would take it back and eat it themselves. Yes, this is pig offal. Come on, try it, and then give me a suggestion and I will improve it. Jian Xiu said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Lin Xia could still tell. However, to Jian Xiu's surprise, after she said this, no one took the next step. The expression on her face was even more indescribable. What? You still don't believe in my cooking skills? When saying this, Jian Xiu also deliberately picked up a piece of pig intestine and put it in her mouth. Well, it tastes really good, Jian Xiu exclaimed. It was beyond her expectation that it would taste like this.
What?
You really don't want to eat it? Jian Xiu asked everyone again. Then let me try it. Zhang Zixuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said first. Then he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Just after eating it, his eyes suddenly widened bigger than copper bells. Are you sure this is pig offal? Of course. Didn't you watch me wash it this morning? Jian Xiu said with a smile. Then he asked proudly, How is it? Is it delicious? It's really delicious. Your recipe will definitely sell well. When he said this, Zhang Zixuan picked up another piece and put it in his mouth. Looking at him, he felt that it was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyong couldn't help it either. He imitated Zhang Zixuan's first move and gently picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, the next time his chopsticks were still on the plate of pig offal. I didn't expect that pig offal could taste like this. Zhang Ziyong laughed. When he said this, he even picked up a piece and put it in Huang Chunji's bowl. Try it quickly, I guarantee you won't regret it. Hearing Zhang Ziyong's firm tone, Zhang Haifei and his wife immediately became curious. Their family sells pork, and they know the taste of pig offal very well. Seeing that several people were eating so happily, with the attitude of giving it a try, the two finally started to eat the dish. But after swallowing the first bite, the expressions of the two were basically the same as Zhang Ziyong. They were all full of surprise. Jian Xiu, how did you make this dish? It's too delicious, isn't it? If we didn't know that it was pig offal, we really couldn't taste it. There is no fishy smell of pig offal at all. So, do you think it tastes good? Or, is there anything that needs to be improved? Jian Xiu asked everyone. Improve? If I say it's too delicious, do you think we are exaggerating a bit? Lin Xia said with a smile. I don't think so, because I think it tastes good too, Jian Xiu said very proudly. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and for a moment, the whole courtyard was filled with the smell of people. Old house. Why is it so late, and the dinner is not ready yet? Old Lu asked, pointing at her 3 daughters-in-law as soon as she got home. Hearing this, the eldest sister-in-law Fang Miaozhuan's eyes suddenly turned. Mom, you also know that Zirong was seriously injured this time. It's been a day, and he can't move at all. For a while, I can't get away. Oh, what are you saying, eldest sister-in-law? When the 4th room was still here, Zixuan was lying for 2 years, and the 4th brother's wife did everything. Why can't you do anything now that you are here? 2nd sister-in-law Chen Xixi said sarcastically. 3rd sister-in-law Wang Xiuying did not speak, because she knew that if she spoke, the 1st and 2nd rooms would bombard her one after another. There was no way. They all gave birth to 2 sons, and they were the great contributors to the old Zhang family. But she was different. She only gave birth to one son. A daughter in the old Zhang family was simply a money loser. At this time, how could she dare to say anything? Just because she didn't speak, it didn't mean that the fire wouldn't burn on her. The third daughter-in-law. I said that the eldest sister-in-law said she would take care of the eldest brother. What about you? Who are you going to take care of? The second sister-in-law Jian Xiu said to Wang Xiuying. Speaking of the three daughters-in-law of the old Zhang family, the most powerful one is the second sister-in-law Jian Xiu. Not only did she give birth to two sons, but her mother's family also had 5 eldest brothers, which was rare in the nearby villages. And everyone in Qinjia village knew that the Qin family only had one daughter, Jian Xiu. She was still the youngest daughter, and the Qin family loved her so much that they were afraid of losing her when they held her in their hands, and afraid of melting her when they held her in their mouths. When she got married, the dowry was so much that the whole Qinjia village envied her. Even the old Zhang family had face. Look, among the several daughters-in-law, the one that old Lu loves the most is Jian Xiu. There is no way who let her have a lot of dowry. She is the most arrogant in old Zhang's family. Second sister-in-law, I just came back from working outside. You saw it, I came back just before my mother. Wang Xiuying explained in a low voice. Stop talking nonsense. Cook for me when you come back. Old Lu yelled at Wang Xiuying. For some reason, since the people from the 4th room moved out, she felt that something was wrong. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. Didn't you cut the pig grass today? Why is the pig always screaming? Old Lu asked again. This time, Wang Xiuying inside pretended not to hear it and cooked the meal in her hand wholeheartedly. Because when she went out in the morning, she heard old Lu gave this task to the second room. At this time, she wanted to hear how the second room defended. Mom, you can't blame me. I was going to collect grass for the pigs early in the morning, but just as I was about to go out, my sister-in-law stopped me and told me not to go, saying that she would help me collect grass later. Old man, is this true? It. How dare you slander me? Feng Miaozhuan pointed at Jian Xiu and shouted. Wang Xiuying inside was relieved immediately. She was really afraid that the fire would burn herself. Fortunately, she went to work in the fields with old man Zhang and others today and did not slack off. Otherwise, she would have been beaten today. I didn't slander you. Many people have heard this. If you don't believe me, ask the 3rd and 4th heads. Bah, the 3rd and 4th heads are your sons, so they are naturally on your side. If it doesn't work, I will wait for my son Tianyi to come back home to do justice for me as a mother. Tianyi is Feng Miaozhuan's eldest son, Zhang Tianyi, who is now studying at Huaheng Academy in the county. It can be said that he shoulders the hopes of the whole family. The status of the eldest son and grandson is not only in the powerful families, but also in the rural areas of the countryside. Feng Miaozhuan is also very smart. She knows that if she brings up her eldest son at this time, everyone will not dare to speak. They haven't separated yet. Once his eldest son is successful, the 2nd and 3rd rooms will rely on their eldest room. How can this not make Feng Miaozhuan proud? Hearing Feng Miaozhuan's words, Jian Xiu was very angry, but he was helpless for a while. But she also knew that if she didn't think of a way now, she would have to go to pick the pig grass even at midnight tonight. Ever since that witch Jian Xiu killed the pig, old Lu directly regarded the last remaining pig as her lifeblood. She couldn't let this pig lack any food. She never had to worry about these chores before, but now that Sifeng left, all the chickens, ducks, and pigs fell on her shoulders. Oh, Mother. Mother, my waist was twisted this morning. I wanted to tell you about it, but I forgot for a moment. I was thinking of asking Zihua to go back to my eldest brother to find some medicine for me, but who knew he was so busy that he didn't come back until now. When saying this, Jian Xiu even supported her round waist in a proper manner. Hearing this, Wang Xiuying finally pulled the corners of her lips and revealed a bitter smile. Old third, you don't have to cook for me. Go get some pig grass. Sure enough, before he finished his work, the loud voice of old Lu came from outside the door. Old Lu, who hadn't heard Wang Xiuying's voice for a long time, became impatient. What? I can't call you now, can I? As she said this, Old Lu rushed to the door, stretched out her right hand, and pinched Wang Xiuying's arm fiercely.
Oh.
Mom, I'll go now, Wang Xiuying said repeatedly. Then hurry up. If you really let my pig starve to death, I'll only blame you, Old Lu said with gritted teeth. Zhang Zifu had just entered the house and didn't understand what was going on when he saw his wife walking out with red eyes and carrying a backpack. Mom, what's going on? Didn't Xiuying just come back? Where are you going? Zhang Zifu couldn't help asking. Today, his wife worked in the fields like them and didn't come back until dark. He couldn't come back and be driven out to work by his own mother, right?
Why?
Are you so distressed? I just asked her to go out to collect some pig grass, so what? You are allowed to eat it, but the pigs don't have to. If the pigs are starved and thin, no one can have a good life. But mother, didn't you? Enough, it's just a basket of pig grass, that's it. Old man Zhang interrupted Zhang Zifu and said, if they continue to argue like this, it will be unclear until dawn. Seeing that his parents were like this, Zhang Zifu, who felt sorry for his wife, hurriedly chased after her. In the middle of the night, he couldn't let his wife go to the foot of the mountain to collect pig grass alone. Sure enough, as soon as he went out, he saw his wife carrying a backpack and slowly walking towards the end of the village. Why did you go over there to collect pig grass? Zhang Zifu asked as he took the backpack from Wang Xiuying. When Jian Xiu was picking pig grass before, she said that the pig grass at the end of the village was good, but few people in the village went there, so they didn't find it. Wang Xiuying said in a low voice. On weekdays, Wang Xiuying was cowardly and didn't fight or compete, which was the most similar to Jian Xiu's personality. So in the past, she and Jian Xiu got along best at home, and they talked the most. Xiuying, I'm sorry, I didn't know that mother would be like this, Zhang Zifu said softly to Wang Xiuying.
You are not sorry for me.
In fact, sometimes I envy my fourth brother's wife. What do you envy? I envy her for being able to separate from the family. No, to sever ties with them, Wang Xiuying said in a low voice. This sentence actually has a very obvious hint, and Zhang Zifu should be able to hear it as long as he is not a fool. Zhang Zifu did understand it, but when he thought of Jian Xiu's appearance when she separated from the family, he was really worried that he would not be able to fill his children's stomachs after the separation. In the old house, at least there is a place to live. Although they couldn't eat enough for 3 meals a day, at least they had 3 meals a day. If they were to be separated, like the fourth room, how long could they last? Moreover, the fourth room was separated because of Jian Xiu's iron manly skills. Even if they were really separated, how long could they last with the fourth brother's condition? Thinking of this, he really didn't want to separate the family. It's not that he was afraid of hardship and fatigue, but he was worried that the children would suffer and live a life of hunger like them. Thinking of this, Zhang Zifu whispered again, Xiuying, the fourth room is probably having a hard time now. I know, we'll all pass by there later. Can't we just go over and take a look? That's fine. Let's see how the fourth brother is doing. While saying this, Zhang Zifu touched his body carefully. I didn't know you were coming to the end of the village. If I had known, I would have brought some food. You forgot that Jian Xiu was carrying dozens of kilograms of rice and a pig weighing hundreds of kilograms. They shouldn't be hungry during this period. In fact, Wang Xiuying wanted to say that after seeing Jian Xiu's personality change drastically in those few days, she felt that with Jian Xiu around, the 4 rooms might be able to get back on their feet. But after seeing Zhang Zifu's worried look, she swallowed her words again. She knew Zhang Zifu, and he wouldn't believe it until things got to that point. It seems to be there. Wang Xiuying pointed to the thatched house in front and said, Hey, the roof seems to have been repaired. Well, it should be Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei who helped the fourth brother and sister-in-law repair it that day. They should be asleep. Should we go in? Zhang Zifu asked hesitantly. Or not? Let's finish collecting pig grass and go back quickly. There shouldn't be any food left for us tonight, Wang Xiuying said aggrievedly. Thinking of this, the idea that she had just given up came back to her mind. The fourth branch got nothing from the division, but their third branch was different. At least Zifu could still work. Moreover, According to the temperament of old Lu and old Zhang, she should also teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they might always think that the people in their third branch are easy to bully. Thinking of this, Wang Xiuying asked Zhang Zifu again, "What do you think? Should we also mention the division? Are you crazy? You really dare to mention it?" Zhang Zifu jumped up and said, "Why don't you dare mention it? We in the fourth room have hands and feet. As long as our parents give us 1 or 2 acres of land, we don't have to worry about not being able to support our family of 4. What's more, you can go to the county town to do some odd jobs. Isn't it much better than what we have now? Besides, haven't you noticed? Since my fourth brother's wife and others were separated, the work that originally belonged to the fourth room has basically fallen on our third room. Originally, collecting grass for pigs was the job of the second room, but look who is doing it now." Although Wang Xiuying doesn't speak much on weekdays, she has always been a wise woman. Compared to Zhang Zifu, Wang Xiuying has more ideas on many things. Although she rarely speaks, she sees things more clearly than anyone else. She had not thought about dividing the family, but for some reason, she wanted to do it very much at this moment. Especially when she saw this area at the end of the village, Wang Xiuying wanted it even more. She could even imagine how warm it would be inside. Zhang Zifu, who was following Wang Xiuying, fell into deep thought when he heard what she said. The fourth room dares to separate and live alone, so how can our third room not survive when everyone is intact? Wang Xiuying spoke again. "But in this situation, my parents may not agree to let us separate." Sure enough, after hearing this, Wang Xiuying also fell into deep thought. After a long time, Wang Xiuying spoke again. "No matter what, we have to try. Otherwise, our third room will have no place to stand in that family. Look at what kind of life we are living now. Who is driven out to pick pig grass in the middle of the night?" "I know, I'll think of a way," Zhang Zifu said truthfully. He really didn't have this idea before, but after hearing his wife's complaints tonight, this idea suddenly popped up. Okay, don't think about it now. Hurry up and pick pig grass and go back. Otherwise, we don't have to sleep tonight, and we have to get up and work in the fields early tomorrow morning. Okay, listen to you. Now there is only one pig, and it is much faster for the couple to pick pig grass together." After a while, a full basket of pig grass was picked. When passing by the thatched house again, Zhang Zifu stopped. "Xiuying, did you hear any noise inside?" "It seems so. Could it be that the fourth brother's wife is still awake? Why don't we go in and take a look?" Zhang Zifu asked again. In the past, in the old house, only he and Zhang Zixuan had a better relationship. When Zhang Zixuan was paralyzed at the beginning, Jian Xiu couldn't carry him, and he helped to carry him most of the time. But later, he became thinner and thinner until he didn't even have much meat on his body, and Jian Xiu was able to carry him. "Isn't it a little late now?" Wang Xiuying hesitated. "I'm worried that they need our help. You know, the fourth brother is like this. What are you waiting for?" In the thatched house, after making sure that their mother and several others were asleep, Zhang Zixuan sat in the wheelchair and slid out gently. Maybe he had eaten well these days and had more strength in his arms and body, or maybe his mood gradually became cheerful. This time, he didn't rely on anyone, and he sat in the wheelchair all by himself. There were still many bamboo shoots that had not been peeled, and some plantains that had not been cleaned. He was different from Jian Xiu, who was carrying things and walking around today, which was very laborious. He was different. He basically sat down, but it was just some hand and foot work. However, before he peeled a few bamboo shoots, he heard a knock on the door. "Jian Xiu, are you asleep?" Wang Xiuying called softly outside the door. Hearing Wang Xiuying's voice and Zhang Zifu's voice, Zhang Zixuan slid his wheelchair towards the door. After walking a few steps away, Zhang Zixuan turned around and took a deep look at the bamboo shoots and plantains. It's not that he didn't trust the third family, but he knew that these things were the only things that supported their family's survival. There must be no mistakes. Opening the door, the couple stood straight at the door with baskets on their backs. Looking at the baskets on them, Zhang Zixuan could probably guess that the two were driven out to pick pig grass. After living in the old house for so many years, how could he not know the temperament of those people in the old house? It can be said that after the people of their fourth room were separated, the people of the third room should be the ones who suffered. It's so late. Are you going to pick pig grass? Zhang Zixuan asked in a low voice. He just stood at the door, obviously not intending to invite the two people into the house. The two had no intention of going in, and they naturally knew that the children were asleep. However, at this time, the two people's minds were not on the issue of whether to go in or not, but on Zhang Zixuan. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Pointing at Zhang Zixuan's wheelchair, Zhang Zifu asked with wide eyes. This is a wheelchair, made by your sister-in-law. Zhang Zixuan said softly. Then fourth brother, you can walk around in this wheelchair now, right? Yes, you can. You can also weave some backpacks and let Jian Xiu take them to the market to sell them. Seeing the two looking into the house, Zhang Zixuan quickly slid his wheelchair out and said, Jian Xiu and the children are all asleep. I just thought that there are still some things that have not been packed, so I came out to pack them. I should go to bed soon. Well, fourth brother, then you go to bed. We just passed by here and heard some noises in your yard, so we thought of coming to see. If there is nothing, you go to bed early. We should go back too. Okay, you go back too. Zhang Zixuan said softly. Fortunately, it was this third brother. If it was Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua, he would not even want to talk to them. But when he saw the couple walking back, Zhang Zixuan couldn't bear it after all. He shouted to the two of them again. Wait a minute. Fourth brother, what's the matter? Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Zifu said hurriedly. Wait a minute. Zhang Zixuan asked instead of answering. Then he walked inside again, and soon, he came out with 2 handfuls of rice in his hand. This is what we left over from dinner. You can eat it on the way. No, you didn't have much food to begin with, and this can be enough for your family to eat for a day. Zhang Zifu said he was unwilling to accept it. Take it, I have more, and besides, you and I know who are those people in the old house. How can you two have food if you go back at this time? Not only you, Wu Tu, and Dia should be out of food too. Parents are not at home, no one cares about them, and the children are even more out of food. Wu Tu might be better, but Dia should forget about it. It's good enough that she doesn't get beaten. After hearing this, the couple didn't refuse after all. But when they looked at Zhang Zixuan, their brows never relaxed. What's the matter? Fourth brother, you don't live like this. Zhang Zifu said earnestly. After hearing this, Zhang Zixuan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that his third brother would say such a thing. But thinking about it, he felt it was normal. In the whole old house, only this third brother treated him sincerely. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan slowed down his tone and said, "Don't worry about us. We have food. You can take these back to the children." After that, he turned and walked into the house. Only the wheelchair had just taken 2 steps when he saw Jian Xiu standing at the door. From her appearance, it was obvious that she had been standing there for a while. Zhang Zixuan didn't know that Jian Xiu, a senior agent, had actually woken up when he got up quietly. She just knew that he didn't want to wake them up, so she just stayed asleep. But when she heard the voices at the door, she couldn't help but get curious. She wanted to know who had come to see him so late, and at the same time, she was worried about him. "Show her the rice just now. I don't mean to blame you, and you didn't do anything wrong, so you don't have to apologize to me." Jian Xiu interrupted Zhang Zixuan directly. Then she walked behind him and pushed his wheelchair into the room. Her meaning was very clear. She didn't want him to stop working in the yard anymore.
Sirat, I'm not tired.
Besides, it's still early. I want to peel for a while longer. If you peel late tonight, you won't have the energy tomorrow, so you will naturally peel less tomorrow. In this way, won't you work more? It's better to rest now so that you can be energetic tomorrow and do more work. After saying that, she personally helped Zhang Zixuan to bed, and her unquestionable look made Zhang Zixuan speechless. "Didn't you say that those pig offal are delicious today? Tomorrow, I want to take the dried bamboo shoots to Yuexiang Tower." Before going to bed, Jian Xiu said to Zhang Zixuan again. The tone was the tone of arrangement and also the tone of command, but no matter what the tone was, it seemed to have a tone of unquestionable. "Well, be careful. If the price is not too high, you can talk to him again." Zhang Zixuan said softly. He never dreamed that his timid wife would become so opinionated one day. It can be said that the whole family is now supported by her. But she has no complaints, on the contrary, she is supporting the family very well. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan felt even more guilty deep in his heart. The next day, before dawn, Zhang Zixuan had already appeared in the yard. Although he wanted to peel more bamboo shoots last night, he fell asleep not long after going to bed. When he woke up early, he himself felt strange and didn't understand why he slept so well during this period. "Mom, are you going to the county town today?" Lu Tu looked at Jian Xiu and asked. "Well, do you want to go with Mom?" "No, Mom, you go. I want to dig more bamboo shoots," Lu Tu said very sensibly. "Well, then you go. Mom will come back early, and then I will bring you delicious food. After you pick the bamboo shoots, you can just pile them aside and then carry them back when Mom comes back, okay?" I know, Mom. Be careful," Jian Xiu said softly and looked at the dried bamboo shoots that were roasted by the fire last night. Seeing that they were completely dry, she put them in the backpack. Then she put the remaining pig offal and dozens of pounds of pork from yesterday into it. There is no refrigerator here, and if the pork is not sold, it may go bad. She only kept a few pounds and put them in the wooden basin, and then put them in the mountain spring water. In this way, it should be able to be kept for a few more days. The weather is not suitable now, otherwise she can make bacon. Thinking of this, she really had to catch 2 pigs to raise. In the back mountain these 2 days, there is more than just the pig grass they usually pick. But in fact, Jian Xiu knows that the so-called pig grass is not what pigs like to eat the most. Or, those pig grasses are not the best for raising pigs. The real pig-raising food is the water lettuce that everyone despises and finds bitter. In the end times, many people pick those water lettuce to feed pigs, but these water lettuce need to be boiled, and it is best to add some rice bran. In this way, the pigs will not only not get sick, but also have no worms in their stomachs and naturally grow faster. But where should the pigs be raised? She didn't want to raise the chickens, ducks, and pigs in her yard like the old house. In this case, the whole yard would have a smell that was unpleasant. "What are you looking at?" Seeing his wife looking around, Zhang Zixuan couldn't help asking. "I want to buy a few piglets to raise." She too, who was about to go out not far away, heard this and said excitedly, "Okay, Mother, you go buy them, and then I will go to pick pig grass every day to ensure that the piglets are raised white and fat." Jian Xiu. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan immediately knew what Jian Xiu was looking at. So she suggested, "If you really want to raise pigs, after a few days, we can ask Jiong to help build a pig pen. Anyway, this place is ours now, isn't it?" "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" On the day of the division of the family, old Lu gave her the land deeds of this place at the end of the village. Although this place is not worth money, if you really live here, you can build a house here. She didn't plan to live in this thatched house forever. It's spring now, so you can live there for a while. In winter, if it's not freezing during the day, you will freeze to death at night. It seems that she has to plan it well. Think about it. She hasn't earned this money yet, but there are already countless places to spend money. Shaking her head helplessly, she walked towards the center of the village. As soon as she walked out of the door, she saw Huang Chuanji and Lin Xia walking in. Zhang Jiong had to drive the ox cart in the morning, and Zhang Haifei also had to go to the fields, so they discussed it yesterday, and they would come here in the morning. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiong came back with the ox cart, and he and Zhang Haifei came over again. "Jian Xiu, hurry up, your brother Jiong left early today, and I asked him to wait for you under the banyan tree in the center of the village." Oh, I'll go now, Jian Xiu said hurriedly. Huang Chuanji and Lin Xia did not delay and went straight to the area in the backyard. It was broad daylight now, and only that area was rarely visited. In the evening, there were not many people, so they would go to the other side where there were usually many people. This way, they would not be easily discovered. There was still some distance from the end of the village to the center of the village. On the way, when Jian Xiu passed by, everyone was whispering. They all thought that Jian Xiu could not hear, but as an agent, she had already had extraordinary hearing and heard their words clearly. It was nothing more than some words that their 4 rooms would starve to death if they were separated. But she was living her own life, and Jian Xiu really didn't care about these gossipers in the village. It was precisely because of this that she wanted to go to those places at the end of the village. In the center of the village, there were already 3 or 4 people on Zhang Jiong's ox cart. Jian Xiu didn't care about other people's eyes and sat on it directly. "Have a seat. We'll go out now." "Yes." As soon as she got on the ox cart, Jian Xiu closed her eyes and rested, looking like she didn't want to talk to anyone. Just because she didn't want to talk didn't mean the women in the village understood. "Jian Xiu, I heard that your 4th branch was separated from the old Zhang family. Is that true?" "Yes." "Oh, tell me, why are you so impulsive? You know what your Zixuan is like, hey? He's also a poor man, but how are you going to live after you've separated? Who cares how others live? Live your own life first." Another woman also spoke up. "I feel sorry for Jian Xiu, isn't it? A woman with 3 half-grown children, and her husband can't help at all. This is. Who said my Zixuan can't help at all?" Jian Xiu interrupted the woman coldly and asked, "What she hates most is those people who gossip here, in the name of doing good for others. With your Zixuan's condition, what can he do? It's good enough that he doesn't make things worse." Another woman in the ox cart said with a snort. Looking in the direction of the voice, Jian Xiu saw Li at a glance. This Li was usually very good with Chen Xixi from the second house. Usually, the 2 of them would get together to gossip about others. I didn't expect that now the gossip is in front of me. If it was said behind my back, she could pretend not to hear it, but if I didn't say anything in front of me, wouldn't I be easy to bully? She, Jian Xiu, was not such a weak woman who would just retreat when faced with a little thing. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu turned around and said to Li, "Aunt Li, have you forgotten that your husband went out to find a woman some time ago? My Zixuan's lower body is paralyzed, but he is devoted to me. What's more, my Zixuan can still sit and help me with manual work, and I don't worry that he has other women outside. What do we women want in this life? Isn't it for our children to be successful and our husbands to be considerate to us? You say that this family is so poor that the pots and tiles are clanging, and the husband is still cheating on himself. Isn't this asking for trouble? If it were me, I would have divorced long ago, and I would never have endured it until now." After saying this, Jian Xiu also asked the stunned woman on the side, "Sister-in-law, do you think I am right?" Woman, did she dare to speak at this time? The answer is naturally no. Li was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she couldn't say anything to refute. Because this matter was a big deal at the beginning, everyone in the whole village knew about it. But I didn't expect that Jian Xiu, who was always cowardly and gentle, would expose her scars in front of so many people. "Jian Xiu, you..." "What?" "Aunt Li, what did I say wrong?" Seeing that Aunt Li wanted to say something, Jian Xiu interrupted directly. "Whose man did you say to cheat? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of me." Did I talk nonsense? I heard it from the village center. Don't everyone in the village know about it? Why should I say it?" Jian Xiu said with an innocent look. "Only." She felt the feeling of being so angry that she gritted her teeth, but was helpless. It felt like a punch on cotton. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Jian Xiu began to close her eyes and rest again. She had to think about how to discuss the recipe with Wu, the shopkeeper of Yuexianglu. If he really wanted the recipe, then he would definitely accept the dried bamboo shoots and pork. Therefore, she must let him try the pig offal she made by herself. This can be said to be a business that can only make money and not lose money. However, even if shopkeeper Wu does not buy the recipe of pig offal, she has other ways to make money. It's just that she can't make so much money at once. Anyway, she has made 2 preparations. But the ox horse is really bumpy, and she can't sleep well even if she wants to sleep. She feels that her internal organs are shifted. Fortunately, it is half an hour away from the county town. Zhang Ziong knew that Jian Xiu was going to Yuexiang Tower, so he parked the ox cart directly at the gate of Yuexiang Tower. "Sister-in-law, you can find me at the intersection of the market when you go. I will wait for you there." Seeing that Jian Xiu had jumped off the ox cart, Zhang Ziong hurriedly said to her, "You don't have to wait for me. I can go back by myself in a while." Jian Xiu said to Zhang Ziong, She was really scared of the bumps along the way, and the ox cart was not much faster than a person. She walked faster, and it took about the same time as the ox cart. Besides, she had to buy a lot of things this time. That won't do. You'll be tired and slow walking back. Seeing that she couldn't make sense, Jian Xiu didn't force him. She nodded to Jian Xiu and walked into Xianglu. Sir, do you need anything? As soon as she entered, the waiter came up to her respectfully and asked Jian Xiu. She looked around the restaurant, and generally speaking, she had a good impression of it. I don't know if it's because of her status, but many times, Jian Xiu would do things based on her first impression. If she feels good, she will continue to the next step. Otherwise, she will definitely not take the next step. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu said to the waiter again, I want to see your shopkeeper. Is it convenient? Hearing this, the waiter was stunned. Looking at the basket behind Jian Xiu, he probably knew what it was. So he said again, Madam, do you want to sell this pork? If so, you don't have to see our shopkeeper. Besides this pork, I have something else I want to ask your shopkeeper. Then can you tell me what it is? Hearing this, Jian Xiu pretended to be embarrassed and said, This matter may really require seeing your shopkeeper. Knowing that she might not be able to see him, Jian Xiu hurriedly said, I know your shopkeeper's surname is Wu, and his name is Mingtang. Today, my husband Zhang Zixuan asked me to find him. Please ask him first to see if he is willing to see me. Hearing this, the waiter was silent for a moment and finally nodded to Jian Xiu. Young lady, please wait here for a while. I will inform our shopkeeper first, but I can't guarantee whether he will see me or not. Okay, then trouble you, brother. Jian Xiu said very politely. Young lady, please sit over there first. It's not time for dinner yet, and there are seats over there. Okay. After that, she walked in the direction pointed by the waiter. It must be said that the first impression of Xianglu on her was quite good. She was wearing clothes full of patches, but the waiter didn't look down on her at all. You know, Xianglu is one of the best restaurants in the county. On weekdays, it receives some dignitaries or some business families. Most of these people will meet in the private rooms of Xianglu to discuss things. She thought that people like her who were dressed in rags and looked poor would be ridiculed even if they came in. She was even prepared to be ridiculed, but she didn't expect that the waiter gave her a surprise. Young lady, our shopkeeper is upstairs. He agreed to see you. You go up now and turn right at the stairs to the private room. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard the waiter's voice just now. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was immediately excited. Shopkeeper Wu was able to see her, which was half successful. On the way here today, she was thinking about how to meet the shopkeeper. As long as she saw him, she would seize the opportunity and let him try the pig offal she made. She was very sure that as long as he tried it, he would definitely buy her recipe. Turning right upstairs, after finding the private room where shopkeeper Wu was, Jian Xiu knocked on the door in a formal manner. Only after hearing the voice of come in from inside did Jian Xiu walk in openly. Are you Zixuan's wife? Wu Mingtang asked first. Hearing this, Jian Xiu nodded gently and said and then said, I didn't expect shopkeeper Wu still remembers Zixuan. Remember? How could I not remember? I asked him to help me bring something to Beijing once that year? Oh. So that's it. Didn't Zixuan tell you? Shopkeeper Wu asked curiously. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised her eyebrows and said, Manager Wu, you're joking. The agency never discloses any information about the customer when it helps people carry things. Even though I am Zixuan's wife, he has never told me about his agency. When she said this, Jian Xiu looked sincere. She knew that Manager Wu was obviously testing her. But people who speak frankly should not speak in secret. Jian Xiu didn't like the feeling of playing dumb. Ha ha ha. Young lady is really straightforward. Tell me, why did you come to see me today? Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately became excited and said seriously, Shopkeeper Wu, to be honest, I am here to do business with you today. Oh? Is it the pork in your backpack? As long as the pork is not bad, my Xianglu can accept it for Zixuan's sake. Shopkeeper, you misunderstood. In addition to this pork, I have also prepared some fresh food for Shopkeeper Wu, which I guarantee will satisfy Shopkeeper Wu. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Wu was immediately disappointed. He would encounter this kind of thing every 2 or 3 days, but most of them were just a gimmick and did not make him feel half fresh. Now that he heard Jian Xiu's words, he no longer had any hope. It can be said that it could no longer arouse any spark deep in his heart. Looking at Shopkeeper Wu's look, Jian Xiu naturally knew what he was thinking. So he spoke again. Manager Wu, why don't you let me have a try? You won't suffer any loss in this matter. If it tastes good, you can ask me for the recipe. If it doesn't taste good, I won't charge you extra money. And there is one thing that is most important, that is, if you think my dish tastes good, I can guarantee that it is the dish with the lowest cost in your Uxianglu.
Oh?
Are you so confident, young lady? Wu Mingtang suddenly became curious again. He is a businessman, and he was naturally tempted to hear Jian Xiu's words. If the cost is low, he will naturally make more money. I can come here today, which means that I am very confident in my dish. Are you willing to let me have a try? Jian Xiu asked again. Okay. Young lady, how long will it take to make this dish? Very quickly, less than 1/4 of an hour. So quickly? Of course, Shopkeeper Wu just needs to know that I am not the kind of person who comes here casually with a slightly delicious dish and talks nonsense. I came here because I must be very sure that this dish can surprise Shopkeeper Wu, so I came here. Jian Xiu said calmly. Her appearance really aroused Shopkeeper Wu's curiosity. So, what dish did the young lady bring this time? I will make it first, and then Shopkeeper Wu will taste it and see if you can taste it, okay? Okay, young lady, go and make it now. Hearing this, Jian Xiu became even more excited. As long as Shopkeeper Wu can let her into the back kitchen, it will basically be successful. You know, the pig offal she made last night was just fried in a clay pot, and the ingredients were not complete. Now she is making it here, not only with ingredients, but also with a wok. She is very confident that it will definitely taste better than last night. Then, Shopkeeper Wu called someone up to take Jian Xiu to the kitchen. There are 2 chefs in the kitchen of Yuexiong Tower. They are brothers, surnamed Qin. On weekdays, they're called Chef Qin and Chef Qin. They have become accustomed to calling each other this way. When the 2 brothers saw Jian Xiu, the disdain in their eyes was obvious. Jian Xiu also knew that in their eyes, she should be just like others, just showing off. But Jian Xiu never minded other people's eyes. As long as Shopkeeper Wu was willing to let her try, everything else would be fine. She rolled up her sleeves and took out the pig offal that she had prepared in advance. She had already washed the pig offal in advance. In fact, washing the pig offal is also an important step in making this dish. If you don't know how to wash it, even if you fry it carefully, there will be a fishy smell. So, she was not afraid of being cheated. Even if they saw what ingredients she added, they would not be able to make the taste of hers. Besides, she brought all the wild onions herself, and the garlic was also a very good ingredient. After everything was prepared, Jian Xiu soaked the dried bamboo shoots she brought in a wooden basin beside her. Then she washed the pot and lit the fire. As if she remembered something, Jian Xiu looked around the kitchen again. However, no matter how she looked, she still did not see soy sauce. It seems that what Zhang Zixuan said is really right. There is indeed no such thing as soy sauce and oyster sauce here. It has to be said that a big restaurant is a big restaurant, and the ingredients here are complete. Basically, everything that should be there is there even. He thought that people here didn't know that was used in cooking. Unexpectedly, the kitchen of Uxianglu knew it. Here is very expensive, mainly because here is generally used as a medicinal material and no one uses it to cook. Another point is that people here don't know how to grow. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu slapped a piece of. Seeing this, Qin Shaochu hurried in and asked angrily, "Madam, what are you slapping this for? Isn't this used as an ingredient?" "Ingredient? You are so bold. Do you know how much silver is this sold for per catty? Besides, you didn't even ask. How come you used it so easily? How much? Why can't it be used?" Jian Xiu asked curiously. One tael of silver per catty. So, do you think this can be used as an ingredient?" Besides, I have been working in the kitchen for so many years, and I have never heard of adding to cooking. Where did you hear this folk recipe? This is not used as an ingredient, then what do you put it in the kitchen for? Jian Xiu asked curiously again. This is what my elder brother uses. He is weak and usually uses it to soak in water. I wonder why you used it without asking? Jian Xiu. What else can she say? This thing is hanging here, who knows? Anyone would think it is something from Uxianglu, right? But Qin Shaoqu reminded her that people here didn't know to use to remove the fishy smell. It seems that this trip is not in vain. Adhering to the idea of less trouble, Jian Xiu asked again, then how do you want to deal with this matter? Tell me how much silver I need to pay you. Hearing this, Qin Shaoqu's face, which was originally black, suddenly eased. Seeing this, Jian Xiu knew that he was another person with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. He probably just hated that he was showing off in front of them, and he was not a bad person. Looking down at that was cracked by himself, Jian Xiu picked it up gently again, put it in front of Qin Shaoqu and said, see if it can still be used. If not, I will go to the medicine store to buy another one. Qin Shaoqu glanced at Jian Xiu from top to bottom. Not only was she skinny, but her clothes were not in good condition. He couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the in Jian Xiu's hand and whispered, forget it. You don't have to pay for it. Besides, this is just cracked. Can it be soaked in water? And my eldest brother also had to it when he soaked it in water. Jian Xiu. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to cook? Hurry up, it's time for dinner soon, and we don't have any extra space for you to dawdle here. Jian Xiu turned around quickly, but suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to ask again, is there anything else here that belongs to you? No, you can use the rest. Hearing this, Jian Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and continued to work on her work. The most important thing about frying pig intestines is the heat. The heat must be high so that the fried pig intestines will be crispy. It tastes even better. Then he cut the wild onions he brought into small pieces and then put oil into the pot. After a while, a strange aroma came from the whole kitchen. Even the Qin brothers, who didn't care much, were slowly surprised. What are you doing? It smells quite good. After holding back, Qin Shaoqu couldn't help but asked. The secret can't be revealed. Jian Xiu said proudly. This fragrance, let alone the two of them, even I smelled it and wanted to drool. Your food looks like meat. Well, it is. You can try it when it's done and give some suggestions. Jian Xiu said, very modestly. After all, he just patted someone, so he naturally couldn't be too cold, right? Having made a mistake first, Jian Xiu still put down his face. While they were talking, a stack of pig intestines had already come out of the pot. At this time, the shopkeeper also came up. Is it ready? I smelled the fragrance downstairs just now. It's really special, Shopkeeper Wu exclaimed. For some reason, she always felt that the woman in front of her could bring her surprises. Okay, Shopkeeper Wu, come and try it. I'm just about to bring it up to you. At this time, Jian Xiu was as excited as if she had seen the god of wealth after seeing Shopkeeper Wu. Shopkeeper Wu didn't hesitate to be polite to Jian Xiu. The dish was really too fragrant. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The unique taste attracted him as soon as he took a bite. After a few more bites, it was chewy and a little crispy. Most importantly, the taste was really special. This is too delicious, right? What are you making? Is it a meat dish? After asking this question, Shopkeeper Wu felt embarrassed because he knew it was a meat dish as soon as he took a bite. It can be seen that he asked such a stupid question. The Qin brothers saw that Shopkeeper Wu was eating one bite after another, and they were afraid that they would finish it, so they also started eating. Jian Xiu, who was standing by, felt more confident when seeing this. How is it, Shopkeeper Wu? Is there anything that needs to be improved in terms of taste? Jian Xiu asked Shopkeeper Wu, who was wolfing down his food. What to improve? This is already very good. Before Shopkeeper Wu could speak, Chef Qin on the side had already spoken. It really doesn't need to be improved, but I'm very curious, what kind of food is this? And you just mentioned low cost. This is a meat dish. How can it be low cost? I'm afraid that you won't believe me when I tell you later, Shopkeeper Wu. Jian Xiu said mysteriously.
Oh,
Come here, lady. Let's talk about it in detail. Shopkeeper Wu said with a smile. As for the question he just tried, he dared to guarantee that once it was put on his restaurant, it would definitely cause a sensation. It was still the same private room as before, but Shopkeeper Wu's heart had undergone earth-shaking changes. Madam, look at this. Shopkeeper Wu. You can just call me Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu said with a smile. Hearing people calling her Madam left and right, it was really a bit embarrassing. Since you said so, I will just call you Jian Xiu. Shopkeeper Wu said with a smile. Let's get back to the topic, Shopkeeper Wu. What do you think of my dish? Good, very good. Shopkeeper Wu replied without thinking. Does Shopkeeper Wu want the recipe for this dish? If you want it, I have to make sure it's really a low-cost recipe, as you said. Of course, it's not that I don't believe you, my lady, but you know that I'm just a businessman. If the recipe is too expensive, my restaurant won't make much money. You know, Quanyong County is not a wealthy county. If it's too expensive, I may not even make back the money I spent on buying your recipe. After hearing what Shopkeeper Wu said, Jian Xiu smiled and said, I'm afraid you may not believe it if I tell you.
oh. Tell me about it.
Pig offal.
What?
Pig offal? Shopkeeper Wu asked with his eyes wide open. But after thinking about the smell just now, he was relieved. Seeing this, Jian Xiu spoke up. I think Shopkeeper Wu should understand it. I said, the chewy texture is indeed familiar, but the taste. That's why I sold this recipe to you, Shopkeeper Wu. As far as I know, a plate of pig offal is only 2 or 3 cents, but with this plate of pig offal, you can make 4 or 5 dishes. Don't you think this is a low cost?
Ha ha ha.
Jian Xiu, I really underestimated you. Then tell me, how much money do you want to pay for this recipe? Speaking of serious matters, Jian Xiu immediately straightened his waist and spoke up. Shopkeeper Wu, you also know that this pig offal is cheap. In fact, I can set up a small stall on the roadside to sell it, but I don't want to waste that time. Otherwise, I really don't plan to sell such delicious food. Shopkeeper Wu, why don't you tell me first, how much money are you willing to pay?
This. Let me think about it.
Let me think about it again. If Shopkeeper Wu is really in a difficult position, I can choose not to sell it. Jian Xiu said very seriously. She was not just talking about this casually. She had thought about setting up a small stall here to sell some snacks. Then she could let Zhang Zixuan stay here. It was not impossible for him to have a wheelchair now. She would go to the mountains to hunt some prey and insist on arranging the house in the second half of the year. She was very confident about the pig offal in her hand. That won't work. Since you are here, Jian Xiu, I naturally can't let you down, right? At this point, Shopkeeper Wu stretched out his 4 fingers and said, how about this price? Looking at the fingers in front of her, Jian Xiu was stunned for a long time without reacting. Here are 4 fingers, is that 4 tails? Or 40 tails? For a moment, she really couldn't make up her mind. If it was 4 tails, it would be a bit cheap. She really had to consider whether to sell it. But if it was 40 tails, wouldn't it be a bit expensive? You know, 1 penny here is equivalent to 1 yuan in her supermarket. 100 copper coins is 1 penny, and 10 pennies is 1 tael. That is to say, 40 taels is equivalent to 400,000 yuan in his supermarket. This is a huge sum of money. Why, you still think it's not enough? You can only add 10 more taels at most, no more. Seeing Jian Xiu's hesitation, Shopkeeper Wu spoke again. Hearing this, Jian Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was extremely excited inside, but on the surface, she was still calm. Since Shopkeeper Wu is an acquaintance, 50 taels is 50 taels. I am not the kind of person who is not satisfied. Okay, then Madam Jian Xiu, wait a moment. I will send someone to get you the silver. Shopkeeper Wu, don't worry. I still have pork. In addition, I have soaked something in the wooden basin in your back kitchen. What about tonight? You can cut those things into strips and stir-fry them with shredded pork. It will be a delicious dish.
Oh, really?
Of course, if you don't believe me, Shopkeeper Wu can go and see. After hearing this, Shopkeeper Wu really went to see it. There was no other reason, but the shock that Jian Xiu brought to him was too great. Needless to say, The things in the wooden basin must be good things again. Seeing shopkeeper Wu go out, Jian Xiu naturally followed him out. But when he saw the yellow things soaking in the wooden basin, he really didn't know what it was for a moment. Can shopkeeper Wu tell what this is? Jian Xiu asked proudly. Not only did she peel the bamboo shoots, but she also dried them. If you look at it this way, you really can't tell that they are dried bamboo shoots. Hiss, this is. The meat doesn't look like meat, but more like melon. What is this? Shopkeeper Wu couldn't help asking. Of course I can't tell you what it is, but shopkeeper will try to make it tonight and taste it. If you like it, come to the end of Zhongjia village to find me. I have a lot of them and can sell them to you, shopkeeper Wu. I guarantee that they are fresh food. Oh, are you addicted to doing business? Shopkeeper Wu said with a smile. This is not the fault of poverty. I hope shopkeeper Wu won't laugh at me. How could it be? A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. You are neither stealing nor robbing. Why should I laugh at you? Hearing shopkeeper Wu's words, Jian Xiu immediately knew that he was a businessman who had a clear sense of right and wrong and a very positive outlook. Such a person, she would naturally be willing to deal with him. The next step is to weigh the pork, which is also collected according to the market price. There were 43 caddies in total and 15 coins per caddy. That was 645 coins. Shopkeeper Wu gave 650 coins directly, saying that the 5 coins were for the things in the wooden basin. Jian Xiu didn't bother to be polite with him and accepted it generously.
Oh.
Come here, lady. Let's talk in detail. Shopkeeper Wu said with a smile. In addition, shopkeeper Wu gave another 50 taels. After this trip, Jian Xiu could be said to have returned with a full load. Of course, these 50 taels were far from enough for her. Not only did she have to send 6 and 7 heads to the academy, but she also had to build a house. Just for these 2 things, she needed another 50 taels. Besides, she had a lot of things to buy today. The first thing she did when she came out was to go to the clothing store and buy 10 sets of clothes. There were 5 people in her family, 2 sets for each person. If it wasn't for Jian Xiu, what they were wearing now was not only gray and full of patches, but they didn't even have any replacements. They wore the same set of clothes every day. If they really needed to change, they would have to wash the clothes after taking a shower and then sleep that night. So Jian Xiu bought 2 sets at once. Can I buy 10 sets at a lower price? Jian Xiu asked the waiter in the clothing store with a smile. She swore that she had never been so calculative in her life, and her mouth was dry from talking about those few cents. My lady, I have already reduced your price by 5 cents. I cannot reduce it any further. I am buying 10 pieces. How about reducing it by 3 cents? Well, okay, I can only reduce it by 2 cents at most. If I reduce it any more, the shopkeeper will scold me. Okay, pack them all for me, Jian Xiu said with a smile. Then she went to the grain and rice shop and bought 50 caddies of rice, 15 caddies of flour, and 15 caddies of soybeans. But to Jian Xiu's surprise, 15 caddies of soybeans only cost 35 cents. In total, 1 caddy cost less than 3 copper coins. After all these purchases, she almost saved 1 or 2 taels of silver. Next, Jian Xiu bought some pots and pans. When she passed by the blacksmith shop, she even bought an iron pot. After calculating it all, Jian Xiu almost scared herself to death. Because this iron pot alone cost Jian Xiu almost 2 taels. But then she thought about it. Iron here is very expensive, so she was relieved. But she had no choice. She wanted an iron pot on the first day she moved to the end of the village. But she didn't even have a copper coin, so she had to endure it. After all this, plus the clothes she just put on, she spent almost 5 taels of silver. Come to think of it, this silver is really not durable. Finally, she went to buy salt. You don't know until you buy it, you will know that salt is also very expensive here. Although she knew that salt was expensive, she didn't know it was so outrageous. The ordinary rice she bought was only 15 cents per caddy, and this salt was 5 cents more expensive than rice. A full 20 cents, that's fine. This salt is also mixed with a lot of small sand and stones. If it is finer and cleaner, it will cost 40 cents, and if there is no impurities at all, it will cost 60 cents. In Jian Xiu's current situation, she can only buy 20 cents, and she bought 3 caddies. There is no other way. She plans to make soy sauce. In addition to soybeans, the most important thing for soy sauce is salt. And after she goes back, she has to filter the salt. Speaking of filtering, the people here probably don't know about it yet. Looking at the high-quality salt they sell, it should also be picked slowly by hand. Then Jian Xiu went to the weapon shop and bought a bow, an arrow, and a dagger. After asking, I found out that the weapons here are so expensive. Shopkeeper, can't it be a little less? Jian Xiu looked at the dagger in her hand and asked, My wife, it really can't be any less. You have a good eye, and you took a fancy to this inconspicuous dagger at first sight. Seeing that you are destined to be together, I gave it to you at a low price. Hearing this, Jian Xiu gritted her teeth and finally took it down. In this way, Jian Xiu spent more than 1 or 2 taels of silver to buy this dagger that she liked very much. With the bow and arrow, 2 taels of silver were gone. But she believed that she would make back the money soon. The most important thing is this dagger. Jian Xiu really likes it. She even thinks it is worth buying. There is nothing special about this dagger on the surface, but if you look closely, you'll find that the material of this dagger is melted very well. In the end times, the thing she used most often was the dagger. She liked this one at first sight. If she processed it a little more when she went back, it would be perfect. When Jian Xiu found Zhang Ziyong, he was already waiting for her there. Fortunately, he didn't leave, otherwise it would be really difficult for her to buy so many things and carry them all the way back. Why did sister-in-law buy so many things? Zhang Ziyong asked curiously. In fact, he wanted to ask why she had the money to buy so many things. Their plantain had not been sold yet, and he didn't understand where she got the money. It takes a rough estimate to buy these things she bought. A few taels of silver are not enough. It's necessary, let's go. Okay, sister-in-law, sit tight. After that, he drove the ox cart back. On the way, Jian Xiu was inevitably asked about her life again. Jian Xiu, tell me the truth. When your family Zixuan was escorting, did you and your wife secretly hide a lot of private money and not hand it over to the government? One of the women in the ox cart gossiped to Jian Xiu with a smile. Auntie, which eye of yours saw that my wife and I embezzled a lot of private money? Jian Xiu, dare to swear to heaven that if we really did, my whole family will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Is that okay? It's not that Jian Xiu has to be so cruel to herself, but if you don't stop these gossipers in the village in time, 1 person will spread 10, 10 will spread 100, and soon the whole Zhangjia village will spread the news that they embezzled private money. She doesn't care, but it will have a bad impact on Lutu and Cheeto. Once they take the road of imperial examinations, they can't afford to make any mistakes. In this case, even if it's a rumor, it will also affect their future. Oh, Sui, what you said, I was just joking. The old woman said angrily. Auntie, it's better not to say such things carelessly. I don't think there's anything wrong with what I heard. If it were someone else, they might think you have ulterior motives, which is not good. What ulterior motives do I have? Jian Xiu, you can't say such things carelessly. Look, I just gave an example and you reacted so strongly. If you said that to me just now, wouldn't I have to chop you with a big knife? The old woman. How could she not know that Jian Xiu was so sharp-tongued? Seeing that the old woman shut up, Jian Xiu closed her eyes and rested in the corner. Of course, she couldn't sleep. Not to mention that the ox cart was bumpy. Even if it wasn't bumpy, she couldn't sleep with her mind full of things. She would go back tonight to carry those bamboo shoots back. Tomorrow she wanted to go into the mountains to see if she could hunt anything good. If she got another sum of silver, she could send Lutu and Cheeto to the academy. The remaining silver in her hand was enough for them to build a satisfactory blue brick and tile house here. Most importantly, she wanted to go deep into the mountains to see if she could save a few more points. Although Zhang Zixuan never mentioned it, Jian Xiu knew that he wanted to stand up again more than anyone else. He was so happy just sitting in the wheelchair that day. Thinking like this, they soon arrived at the center of the village. Sister-in-law, wait a minute, I'll take you to the end of the village later. It's inconvenient for you to carry so many things. Anyway, I have to go there to ask Brother Zishuan something, Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately understood. He was telling himself that he would also pick Plantain by the way. Because there were so many things, he didn't say politely to Zhang Ziyong, Mom is back, Mom is back. Before Jian Xiu walked into the thatched house, he heard the excited voices of Lutu, Cheeto, and Arya. Have you had lunch? We're not hungry. Hearing this, Jian Xiu knew that they must not have eaten. Saying that they were not hungry was nothing more than wanting to save some food. Shaking her head helplessly, Jian Xiu had to put down the things in her hands and take the lead in cooking for them. Before, she took advantage of their inattention to quietly hide the bow and arrow and dagger she bought. These two things must not be known to them, otherwise, it is inevitable to have another explanation. It is said that if you tell the first lie, you will need countless lies to cover it up later. Jian Xiu deeply believes this. Looking at the casually built stove in front of her, Jian Xiu couldn't stand it no matter how she looked at it. But it doesn't matter. She will be able to abandon this stove soon. Now she still has more than 40 taels in her hand, plus the plan she should be able to sell it for 10 or 8 taels. In addition, she also has to go hunting in the mountains. With all these counted, it should be enough to build a blue brick and tile house, right? What's more, she still has bamboo shoots in her hand. If nothing unexpected happens, shopkeeper will come to see her tomorrow. Empress, have you bought new clothes for us all? After the meal, Lutu in the room pointed to the pile of clothes bought by Jian Xiu and asked, Well, after dinner, you can all try them.
Mom, why did you buy so many things?
Chi Tu said, looking at the things on the ground. These are all for use and food. I just made some money from selling things today. I can't let you go hungry all the time, can I? When saying this, Jian Xiu naturally noticed Zhang Zishuan's gaze on her. So she coughed lightly and asked with a smile, Do you know how much silver I sold for the pig offal recipe today? From your appearance, it should be a lot. 10 taels? Zhang Zishuan said indifferently. In fact, he didn't care how much silver it was. As long as he could make money and let her and the children not go hungry, he would be satisfied. It's far from it, guess again. Could it be 20 taels? Zhang Zishuan asked curiously. At this time, he really couldn't believe it. Seeing Zhang Zishuan like this, Jian Xiu stretched out 5 fingers mysteriously and said, That's the number. I was scared to death. I thought it was 20 taels. 5 taels is actually not bad, It's 50 taels. Jian Xiu interrupted Zhang Zishuan directly and said,
What? 5.
50 taels? Well, you can't believe it? But it is indeed this number, and the same goes for the pork. Manager Wu also charged me 15 cents at the market price. I thought he didn't want it because it was not fresh after 2 or 3 days. Unexpectedly, he is a good person. Jian Xiu was still muttering here, but in a blink of an eye, he found that Zhang Zishuan still maintained the same look as before. He looked as if he had not come back to his senses. What? You don't believe it? Jian Xiu asked again. After saying this, she took out the silver from her and handed it to Zhang Zishuan, saying excitedly, Look, I bought some things today, and I still have more than 40 taels. They are all here. I didn't lie to you. I believe you. I just can't believe that we have more than 40 taels. No, more than 50 taels. Yes, I can't believe it either. Do you think we should use this silver to build a house first? Or should we send Lutu and Cheeto to the college first? Unexpectedly, as soon as Jian Xiu finished speaking, she heard Lutu and Cheeto in the house say at the same time, Mom, let's not go to the college first. Let's wait until the house is built at home before going to the college. I also think it's better to build the house first and then send them to the college. Zhang Zishuan also echoed. Now this thatched house is okay for a short period of time, but it is definitely not suitable for long-term living. Not to mention winter, even if it rains a little harder, it may leak inside. He himself doesn't care, but he is afraid that the children will suffer. In fact, Jian Xiu also preferred to build a house first. She could wait for Lutu and Cheeto to go to the academy. But she had many ideas for the house she wanted to build, and she was not even sure if she had enough money. Zixuan, how much silver did it cost to build the blue brick and tile house of the village head? Jian Xiu asked curiously. In the whole Zhangjia village, only the village head's family and Zhang Xiuzai's family had blue brick and tile houses. Zhang Xiuzai's family only had 3 entrances, while the village head's family had 5 entrances. If she really wanted to build a house, she had 2 sons and a daughter. For her, a house with 5 entrances would not even be enough. The most important thing was that this area at the end of the village was hers. She didn't have to worry about the base at all. It seems to be almost 20 taels. The exact amount will be best known when Jiong brings back the plantain. Less than 20 taels?
So cheap? Cheap?
Zhang Zixuan asked Jian Xiu with wide eyes. Jian Xiu. Her tone seemed a little loud. Think about it, 20 taels for some families in Zhangjia village, they may not be able to earn so much money in their lifetime. The old Zhang family can afford to send data to the college, relying on the money that Zhang Zixuan earned from working as a. If not, if they don't sell the land, they can't afford to support Datu. Think about it this way, the remaining 40 taels are already a huge sum of money. Kiki. Master, I'm here. Do you have a design draft? Are you going to build a house design draft? Yes. Yes, but you have to buy it with points. Can't you find it yourself? I can popularize some very common knowledge, but this design draft is still better in the supermarket. I guarantee that you will be satisfied after it is built. It's from ours, right? Don't be those fancy ones in the end of the world. Master, of course it's from here. This supermarket follows me, and I am your assistant, so it's naturally useful at this time. Kiki explained patiently. That's fine. How many points does the design require? The design draft is now discounted. Only 258 points are needed.
What?
Master, this is the current promotional price? Normally, it costs 318 points. But Master, don't worry, if you can upgrade the system, I can teach you some common knowledge for free. Is there such a good thing? How to upgrade it? If you spend enough points, the system will automatically upgrade, and then maybe you can get a storage space? You don't know, there is a person here whose system is like this. After upgrading several times, the system directly gave his master a storage space. Unlike us up to now, let alone upgrading, even the points are not a little bit more. Master, you have to work hard. Hearing this, and thinking of her pitiful 2.5 points, Jian Xiu was more determined to go into the mountains. Originally, she thought that it should be easy to save these points, but she never thought it would be so difficult. Of course, these are nothing, just Zhang Zixuan's 880,000 points are almost killing her. After dinner, Jian Xiu took the backpack and carried back all the bamboo shoots picked by Lu Tu and Cheeto. Mom, the bamboo shoots that are closer have been picked almost all. We should go to a farther place to pick them tomorrow. Are you tired? If you are tired, take a day off before going. Jian Xiu said distressfully. The two were just 2 children of 6 or 7 years old, but they were worrying about things that adults need to worry about. We are not tired, it is Mom who is tired. Mom has to carry such heavy bamboo shoots home, every day. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan on the side fell silent. He looked down at the wheelchair he was sitting in and asked, Is the place you are going to next time the bamboo forest on the right side of the backyard? Yes, it is closer to us. It's flat there, I'll go and carry it tomorrow. Zhang Zixuan said. No, you can just peel these bamboo shoots at home. Besides, someone needs to wash the plants, so someone has to do this job, right? But I don't want you to work so hard. I don't think it's hard, but I may be back later tomorrow, so I'll carry it back then. Where are you going tomorrow? Zhang Zixuan asked worriedly. For some reason, he always had a feeling that she was going to do something very dangerous. Hearing this, Jian Xiu fell silent. She knew that she couldn't tell the truth to Zhang Zixuan, otherwise it would only increase his worries. You know, in his eyes, she was just an ordinary woman. For him, going into the mountains to hunt was clearly going to die. Seeing Jian Xiu was silent, Zhang Zixuan said anxiously, Don't think about doing anything dangerous.
What are you thinking about?
I just want to go to the neighboring Lijia village to ask how they sell blue bricks. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan was relieved, and then, as if he thought of something, he continued, You don't have to go all day, Don't save that 1 or 2 cents. Go with a bullock cart. It's not that tiring. It also saves a lot of time. Well, I'll wait for the bullock cart at the entrance of the village tomorrow, Jian Xiu said, without thinking. The next day, prompted by the biological clock, Jian Xiu woke up early in the morning. She didn't forget that she was going into the mountains today. But when she turned around to get her clothes, she found that Zhang Zixuan had already gotten up early. Because of the wheelchair, Zhang Zixuan has gradually gotten used to it, and many times he doesn't need help from others even if he sits in a wheelchair. Of course, it is also possible that he was full and his arms were strong. Are you awake? I've prepared breakfast. It's in the pot.
Go eat it.
Seeing Jian Xiu coming out, Zhang Zixuan smiled and pointed at the pot on the ground. You got up so early? I woke up and couldn't fall asleep lying down, so I just got up, Zhang Zixuan said softly. He was very satisfied with his life now. The most important thing was that he could no longer bear the pain of watching his mother and daughter being bullied, but unable to do anything. Now they have more than dozens of taels of silver, and they don't have to be bullied and scolded by the gang in the old house. Even if he had to sit in this wheelchair for the rest of his life, he would be willing. As long as his mother and daughter were safe, that would be fine. Well, I'll go out after eating. You're okay at home, right? Jian Xiu asked casually. She naturally knew that there would be no problem, not to mention that Zhang Zixuan knew some tricks. Even if Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei would come to their house frequently to deal with Plantain in the past 2 days, nothing would happen. What's the problem? Just relax. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of porridge, Jian Xiu pointed to the soybeans she had soaked last night in a wooden barrel and said, I have soaked these soybeans. If you are free, please help steam them. I just wanted to ask you, why do you soak so much yellow soil? You can't finish it in 1 or 2 meals. This is not for eating. I use it to make something new, Jian Xiu said mysteriously. Fresh things? What fresh things? You will know when I make them. Seeing that Jian Xiu was unwilling to say more, Zhang Zixuan did not continue to ask. Jian Xiu has given him many surprises in the past 2 days, and slowly, he seems to have gotten used to it. Remember, steam it until it is cooked. It will be fine if you pinch it with your hands, and it will be soft. Okay. She ate the porridge cooked by Zhang Zixuan in 2 mouthfuls. Seeing that there were steamed buns in the pot, Jian Xiu took 2 more buns and put them in her backpack. Before leaving, Jian Xiu seemed to remember something and turned around and instructed Zhang Zixuan. I'm not sure whether manager will come today, but it is very likely that he will not come. Even if he is in a hurry, he will probably come in 2 days. You should pay attention then. Many people will stay overnight in the deep mountains. Jian Xiu wanted to do that, but she knew that if she told the truth, Zhang Zixuan would definitely not agree to let her go. You know, there are the most ferocious beasts in the deep mountains. Every year, many hunters lose their lives in the deep mountains. She was not sure when she would come back, so it was most appropriate to tell Zhang Zixuan about this at this time. Okay, if he comes, I will clean up the things in the yard before letting him in. After saying this, Zhang Zixuan looked at the backpack on Jian Xiu's back and asked curiously, why? Aren't you going to Lijia village? Why are you carrying a backpack? Hearing this, Jian Xiu pretended to be calm and replied, Didn't I plan to buy something to bring back? What's the matter? Is there any problem? Sure enough, after hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Zixuan no longer doubted it. In fact, it is normal for people here to carry a backpack when they go out. It was not until they walked out of the yard that Jian Xiu was completely relieved. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to confess something to Zhang Zixuan. Otherwise, I have to explain every time I go into the mountains, which is too troublesome. Looking at the peaks behind the thatched cottage, Jian Xiu couldn't help but sigh that the principle of living on the mountain is really true. Just the wild vegetables under the mountain don't have to worry about their family of 5 not being able to survive. It was just dawn, and Jian Xiu had already walked towards the mountain road. It was a long way into the mountains. Not only did she have to hunt, she also had to save some points. More importantly, she had to come back on the same day. Otherwise, Zhang Zixuan would be worried about her. Kiki, I'm going into the mountains now. If you find something good, remember to remind me. I know even if you don't say it, But don't hold out too much hope.
Why?
Didn't I say it before? I can only scan within 2 meters. If you want to scan farther, use more points. That requires me to have points. Jian Xiu couldn't help complaining.
Come on, you can do it.
Jian Xiu. But along the way, Jian Xiu saw quite a few good things. The one in front looks like anise. Looking from a distance, Jian Xiu saw something similar to anise. Kiki, help me check if this tree is an octagonal tree. Move a little closer. The distance is more than 2 meters, I can't scan it. Hearing this, Jian Xiu walked forward a distance. Yes, this is an octagonal tree. Hurry up, collect it. Kiki said excitedly. Jian Xiu, can she say that she wants to pull it up and plant it herself? Kiki probably heard Jian Xiu's thoughts, so she continued. This octagonal tree can earn 200 points.
So many?
Collect it immediately. Jian Xiu answered without thinking. As for the octagonal tree, if the first one appeared here, there would naturally be a second one. She really didn't believe that she couldn't find the second one. She had always wanted those ingredients in the end of the world. Whether it was stewed, or boiled, with those ingredients, the dishes tasted different. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu was no longer in a hurry to go into the mountains. As for points, it would be fine to just walk in slowly halfway up the mountain. Anyway, her main goal was to earn points. Xiu, look to your right, is there anything there? Something that moves? Before she found the octagonal tree, Coco's voice rang in her mind again. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately walked in the direction Coco said. But when she saw what was inside, she was shocked. This is a snake. The system also wants to include snakes? Collect it, this thing is valuable? Hurry up, collect it. Do you want it alive? Jian Xiu asked. Yes, a dead one is not that valuable. Hiss. Its head is triangular, and such a head is obviously a venomous snake. Don't worry, you just need to touch it a little. Coco said again. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately took 2 steps forward. But after seeing its triangular eyes staring at it and half of its body erected, Jian Xiu hesitated again. I'll tell you clearly in advance, if this bites me, will the system be responsible? The system will give you the corresponding medicine, but you will also need your points to offset it. Jian Xiu. Does this count as giving? Oh, be careful, just touch its tail when it's not paying attention. Who told you not to be more diligent in upgrading the system? Otherwise, you don't have to do all this yourself. The latter words obviously turned into a mutter. Hearing Keek's complaining tone, Jian Xiu herself felt a little guilty. This system has been around for several days, but she has only had 5 points. Thinking about it this way, she really felt a little sorry for Kiki. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu immediately drew out her dagger and quickly walked behind the triangular snake. While the triangular snake hadn't reacted yet, her right hand holding the dagger quickly stretched out to the snake's tail. In an instant, the triangular snake disappeared in front of her eyes. How is it included? How many points is this snake worth? Hey, why hasn't it come out yet? Kiki asked curiously. Is there no points? It shouldn't be. Maybe the points are too high. The system needs to study it. This has happened before. Or the system is out of order. But don't worry. I can skim more or less of them. Jian Xiu, why did she feel that Coco's words were not comforting? She felt even more uncomfortable after saying this. What did she mean by rest assured? She risked her life to catch the poisonous snake. If she was given 2.5 points or something, what would be the meaning of her life? At the same time, the news that Jian Xiu bought a lot of things yesterday was widely spread. The villagers were very curious about where her money came from. In just half a day, the whole Zhongjia village knew about it, including Old Man Zhang and Old Lu in the old house. I can't believe that such an honest person would have such a thought. No wonder he wanted to divide the family. It seems that he had hidden his private money a long time ago. Old Lu said with gritted teeth. Mom, Aunt Li from the village just said that the witch bought an iron pot. Chen Xixi said hatefully.
What?
An iron pot? That's something used by wealthy families, and she, Jian Xiu, dares to use it? Fong said in surprise. That's right, We haven't even touched an iron pot for such a long time, but someone from the fourth room actually used it. It's only been a few days since the separation. Who would believe that she didn't embezzle some private money? Mom, no, we have to get those things back. They were supposed to be ours. The eldest brother Zhang Zirong said sinisterly. At this time, they had not thought that the so-called fourth branch of the family had already severed their relationship with them. Separation of the family was just a nice way to sound, and the two families already had the letter of severance in their hands. Why go? If you go now, won't you have to do the work in the fields? Old man Zhang, who had not spoken a word, suddenly spoke up. In the entire Zhangzhou village, they already have a lot of top-quality fields. After paying taxes on the grain grown by this family, they can't even fill their own stomachs. What's more, Dada needs money to go to the academy. He also hopes that after the spring plowing, he can let his 3 sons go to the county town to see if there is any work. If you are lucky, even if you only make 12 copper coins a day, it will add up to 36 copper coins. This is still a conservative estimate. If it is some dirty and tiring work, maybe you can make 15 copper coins a day. It's just a thought, but if you want to go to the county town, you must finish the work in the field first. Okay, then after work tonight, we'll go settle accounts with them.
I want to see what else they have to say.
The second son Zhang Zihua said angrily. Zhang Zifu and Wang Xiuying from the third room did not speak. Thinking of the rice ball that Zhang Zishuan gave them and their husband and wife that day, the two were also very confused, but they did not speak in the end. In the thatched house at the end of the village, after serving the first batch of customers, Zhang Ziyong rushed to the end of the village. Zishuan, do you know what the villagers are talking about? What are they talking about? Zhang Zishuan asked curiously. Although he can walk around now, he has been busy at home these days, and he can't spare the time to go to the village. Didn't my sister-in-law come back in my ox cart yesterday? Aunt Li was there too. Now the whole village is saying that my sister-in-law bought a lot of things back. We didn't steal or rob here. It has nothing to do with them no matter how many things we buy. Zhang Zishuan said with a smile. That's the problem. I don't know who started it. They said that you embezzled some private money when you were escorting. What do you think would happen if this word got to the old house? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zishuan immediately put down the plantain in his hand. He just sat in the wheelchair, without moving. If Zhang Ziyong hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have thought so much. Looking at the plantain and bamboo shoots behind him, Zhang Zishuan was already thinking about countermeasures. Now that Jian Xiu is not at home, if they suddenly break in like this, he may not be able to stop them. After all, they are in large numbers. Those were the things that Jian Xiu bought yesterday. If they were snatched away by them, what would happen? In addition, I don't know if Jian Xiu had hidden the more than 40 taels left yesterday. If they were snatched away by them, it would be difficult to get them back. Where's Jian Xiu? Is she not at home today? Zhang Ziyong asked, looking into the house. She went out today, and may not be back until the evening. Hiss. There are so many plantains in this yard, your parents can't come in, otherwise the whole village will know about this. Zhang Ziyong said worriedly. In fact, when Zhang Ziyong saw Jian Xiu bought so many things, he was also very curious. But he also knew that the silver Zhang Zishuan earned from escorting had been handed in. As for where Jian Xiu got the silver from, it was his own business. As an outsider, even if he was a very good brother to others, he would naturally not ask about the silver. Zishuan, have you thought of a way? Zhang Ziyong asked again. Zhang Zishuan shook his head. There is no good way for the time being. If it doesn't work, you can help me go to the county town. Go to the county town? What are you going there for? Zhang Ziyong asked curiously. No need to do anything. I just want you to ask Wu, the shopkeeper of Yuexianglu, to come over. Okay, Al. There's no need to rush to invite him. When I came here just now, I saw Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zifu working in the fields with hoes. I guess they will come in the evening, so you just need to be ready by then. Hearing this, Zhang Zishuan felt relieved. But we really can't let them find the plantain in the yard, otherwise it will be difficult for us to make more money. Don't worry about this. Zishuan and I will be here tonight. If they come, I will just not let them in. Zhang Ziyong patted his chest and said. In the deep mountains. This trip was really not wrong. Along the way, she had already collected several kinds of plants. It's just that the points of the snake have not come out yet, which made Jian Xiu very anxious. Xiu, I think you'd better not be anxious. If other things can give points, it means it's not a system problem, but the points of this venomous snake have not come out yet. Obviously, the points of this venomous snake are very high. Let's hope so.
How many points do I have now?
It's almost 2,000 now. Only 2,000? It's still a bit slow. I got 880,000. How long has it been since you started? 2,000 is already pretty good. Oh, by the way, do you still want the design draft of the house? Are you sure it's the design draft of our time? Of course, it's the one of your time. You don't have to buy it after you see it. How can it be like this? What if I remember it at a glance? Are you thinking that this design draft is too simple? It's so easy to remember, it's very complicated. And if you don't like it, the system will change it until you are satisfied. Oh, there is such a welfare treatment. Why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask. I want to combine the design elements of the apocalypse with the blue brick and tile houses here. Would it be a bit weird? What's weird? Most of the designs here are of this kind. Kiki said helplessly. Really? Jian Xiu asked excitedly. If there is one thing that she is most uncomfortable with after traveling through time, it is the toilet here. That is the most disgusting thing for her. The most painful thing every day is to go to the toilet in the morning. The second is bathing. There is no shower here, and because of poverty, there is not even a bathtub, let alone a towel. They all took some rags, and the whole family used one, and just scrubbed and washed. It would be fine if she didn't wash, but once she washed, she felt even dirtier. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that there were really a lot of things that needed to be prepared. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, Cuckoo immediately said, "Of course it's true. I am the configuration matched to you by this system, and I match it for you, so it must be tailor-made for you. If I can't find what you need in the supermarket, then I am unqualified, and you can pass me then." No, how could I pass you? You are so cute and responsible. I can't love you enough? Jian Xiu said in a very flattering way. Cuckoo said this as a joke, but Jian Xiu knew in her heart that the two of them had a mutually beneficial relationship. You told me yesterday that there was a discount, so should I buy one now? Jian Xiu asked curiously. Yes, but do you have time to choose now? No, when I go back tonight. Will the activity be over? No, this activity will end at midnight tonight. Kiki said very confidently. That's good. Jian Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. With the mentality that she had come here, she would not give up just like that, so she continued to walk into the mountains. She couldn't hunt nothing. She was short of points and silver? Thinking of this, Jian Xiu didn't want to pay attention to Kiki. She lowered her head and looked for clues of prey. In the end times as an agent, she was naturally no stranger to hunting. In the past, she often went into the mountains for missions. When there was no food, prey became her first choice. I don't know if she was lucky today, but she found many footprints after just a few steps. Most of the footprints looked like wild boars, with only one exception, which didn't look like a wild boar. What kind of footprints could this be? Jian Xiu murmured in a low voice. Deer, this is a deer footprint. Coco's voice came again in her mind. Deer? We haven't reached the deep mountains yet. How come there are deer? Are you sure you didn't scan it wrong? You are already in the deep mountains, just at the entrance of the deep mountains. Also, judging from the footprints in front of you, there must be more than one wild boar. Even if you kill it, you can't carry it back. What should I do? What can I do? If you have upgraded, I can help you store it, but you haven't upgraded now, and I can't do anything. Either you go down the mountain to find someone, or you find a way to get it back yourself. Coco said in a cold and lonely tone. It gets angry when it comes to the system upgrade. If it is upgraded, it will have many more functions. But I am helpless against this unimproving master. After hearing what Coco said, Jian Xiu realized that she had really walked into the deep mountains without realizing it. Looking at the time again, it was already evening. If she didn't hurry up, it might be late at night before she could go back tonight. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu immediately followed the footprints and walked forward.
She thought about it.
Since Coco couldn't store these wild boars, she would carry the wild boars down first. The most important thing is the musk deer. That thing is valuable, and most importantly, the musk deer meat can be used as medicine. She knew without thinking that if she took the musk deer to the medicine shop, she would definitely get more than 10 taels of silver. But musk deer are also notoriously difficult to hunt, not only because of their strong attack power, but also because of their flexible body shape and extremely difficult to hit. But who is she, Jian Xiu?
How could she be stumped by this?
When she noticed the place where the footprints disappeared in front of her, Jian Xiu immediately hid in the bushes beside her, motionless. She was waiting for the musk deer to appear again. Wild boars are easier to catch, but musk deer are hard to catch. Once something unusual is found, musk deer will definitely not show up. Kiki, do you think the musk deer will show up today? If not, I've waited in vain, haven't I? Xiu xiu, xiu xiu, the points of a venomous snake are out.
Kiki suddenly said.
Really? How much?
Guess. Kiki said in suspense.
500? Can it be bigger? Is it 5,000? Bigger, think about it. You risked your life to collect this. If you say so, it can't be more than 50,000, right? Indeed, it is more than that, a total of 58,888 points. Kiki said excitedly. When she knew the news, Kiki herself was very excited. When the points came out, she was shocked. So many? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Jian Xiu asked in disbelief. 100% sure, I looked at it several times. Then how many points do I have now? Jian Xiu asked again. More than 60,000. Keep up the good work. Kiki said with a smile. It's only been 1 day since he came out, and his points have exploded like this. What else is there to worry about? It's out, Kiki, don't talk. Jian Xiu suddenly said excitedly.
Kiki.
Even if I talk, I won't make a sound. What are you excited about? But Jian Xiu didn't have time to pay attention to Kiki's words now. He pulled out the arrow he had already put on the bow and shot it towards the musk deer not far away. With a sound of swoosh, Jian Xiu immediately stood up and walked towards the musk deer. Jian Xiu never doubted her archery skills. And she had calculated the distance long ago. If there were no accidents, there would be no mistakes. But when Jian Xiu walked in front of the musk deer, Cuckoo said to Jian Xiu again, "This musk deer can also be collected, quickly, collect it in." No. I still want to keep this musk deer to exchange for silver in the county. Oh, your musk deer is just a small musk deer. There is a big one inside. How did you know? Jian Xiu blurted out. Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly understood, so without thinking, he collected the injured musk deer in front of him. Then he looked at the hole just now. There is no need to guess that the big musk deer inside has been frightened and does not want to come out. But judging from this hole, if you don't pay attention, you really can't find it. Cuckoo, is there any way to get the musk deer inside out? Didn't you bring a fire starter?
Keskiviko Sayid Satchmalaslu.
Yes. Why did I forget it? Jian Xiu thought that it might be late when she returned, so she thought of bringing the tinder with her. She didn't expect that it could be used in this way. She was the kind of person who would do what she said, and she would not waste a minute or a second if she thought of doing something. She found some dry firewood and blocked the entrance of the cave, and then used the tinder to light the firewood. Then Jian Xiu stood guard at the entrance of the cave. Kiki, do you think this musk deer will choose to suffocate directly in there? Jian Xiu asked boredly while waiting. If it were you, would you?
No.
Jian Xiu answered without thinking. That's right. You are so stupid that you wouldn't choose to suffocate in there, let alone such a smart musk deer? Hey, Kiki, what you said is wrong. Why am I stupid? Speak clearly, otherwise I won't let you go. You are not stupid? If you are not stupid, you won't even think of the fire starter on your body? Jian Xiu. Okay, stop talking, the musk deer is coming out soon.
Kiki spoke again.
As long as it is 2 meters away from it, Kiki can scan it no matter what it is. Hearing Kiki's words, Jian Xiu naturally prepared for battle. Pull out the dagger he prepared in advance from his leg, and just stand at the entrance of a cave. Sure enough, after a while, the dusty musk deer rushed out quickly. Seeing this, Jian Xiu was even more quick-eyed and quick-handed. He saw the opportunity and inserted it into the musk deer's fatal point.
Click. Ye.
The musk deer cried out in pain and fell to the ground instantly. I'd like to point out that I also looked up the sound of the musk deer on Baidu. I always feel that it sounds a bit strange. I don't know if it calls like this. If not, just pretend you didn't see it. Haha, Kiki, it's so big. Jian Xiu said excitedly. Yes, it's twice as big as the one you just recorded. Can you scan how heavy this musk deer is? Yes. Then scan it for me. It will deduct 2 points. No need for that. Jian Xiu said, without thinking. A pound of rice is only 2.5 yuan, and it will cost 2 points to scan it like this. What is she scanning for? Just thinking of those wild boars, Jian Xiu has a headache again. If she didn't know there were wild boars here, it would be easier. Now that she knows all this, it would be more painful for her to give up than to cut her flesh. Do you still want those wild boars? Kiki said to Jian Xiu, who was having a headache. Yes. I saw those footprints. There are at least 4 or 5. It's not just one, it's a group. You are too lazy to upgrade the system. But I have a way here, I just don't know if you are willing. Yes, as long as I can catch all those wild boars, I am willing to do anything. Then you spend 110 points to buy it from the supermarket, and spend another few dozen points to buy some food that wild boars like to eat in the supermarket, and then dig a hole here, put all the food that wild boars like to eat, and then find someone to come tomorrow. That will cost more than 200 points in total. Look at your stingy look. You are reluctant to spend it? If you don't use those points, how can this system be upgraded? Not to mention that it is not more than 200, it is less than 200. Okay, I'll listen to you. That's all right. Where should I dig the hole? It's very simple. Just follow the footprints down the mountain. Those footprints are places where wild boars often come and go. It's time for you to go down the mountain, right? This hole should be very big. It will take until dark? No need. The you use is from the supermarket, not something you have here. What's the difference? You will know when you use it, Kiki said mysteriously. Sure enough, after seeing the in her hand, Jian Xiu was stunned. Isn't it too big? No, it's just right for you to use. Okay, but what should I say when I take it back? This is something in the supermarket. You can put it back in the supermarket after you use it. Oh, there is such a good thing? Of course, so I let you use more points to buy things in the supermarket. In this way, you can get something, and I can also upgrade. Why not? Jian Xiu. In the end, it's just to trick herself into using points. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu kept swinging the in her hand. It must be said that the things in the supermarket are very useful. She dug such a big pit in just a quarter of an hour. Throwing the food bought from the supermarket in, it was perfect. Kiki, put the in. I have to go back too. The sun is about to set. As soon as the voice fell, the in her hand disappeared. Putting the musk deer that she stabbed to death into the backpack, Jian Xiu walked down the mountain in a swagger. I didn't expect that this trip would be so smooth. Not only that, the harvest was so great. Tomorrow, let Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei go up the mountain together and pull back the wild boars. With this plan, Jian Xiu's pace became even more hurried. In the thatched house at the end of the village, after Zhang Ziyong poured out the plantain in the backpack, he planned to go to the county again. Judging from the weather, when he comes back, old man Zhang should have taken action. Although he doesn't know why Zhang Zishuan asked him to invite shopkeeper Wu, he believes that he must have his own reasons for doing so. Zishuan, is it okay for you to be here by yourself? What's the problem with me? You know my ability. Zhang Zishuan said with a smile. The wheelchair he is sitting in now can move, and the people in the old house can't do anything to him for a while. Hearing Zhang Zishuan's words, Zhang Ziyong remembered that Zhang Zishuan is not completely unable to move now. At least this wheelchair can move, and he knows his ability well. Ordinary people are really not his opponent. When he was escorting in the past, his hand and foot skills were the best. If he hadn't accidentally fallen off the cliff that time, his life would be more than what it is now. Then I'll go now. Excuse me, is this Jian Xiu's home? Before Zhang Ziyong finished speaking, he heard a voice coming from the door. Unsure, Zhang Zishuan quickly slid his wheelchair towards the door. But when he saw the person at the door, His eyes widened. Are you shopkeeper Wu? Zhang Zixuan asked uncertainly. Was also surprised when he saw Zhang Zixuan, but he was not surprised to see him here. He was surprised to see him sitting in a wheelchair. Although he had never seen this wheelchair, it was obviously made for people with inconvenient legs and feet. Now Zhang Zixuan was sitting in this wheelchair. It was obvious that his legs and feet. Zhang Zixuan saw that Wu's eyes were always on his legs, so he took the initiative to explain. My legs have been like this for 2 years. When I was escorting, I encountered bandits and accidentally fell off the cliff. Since then, it has been like this.
Nephew Zixuan, I don't mean that.
I mean, it's okay, I'm used to it. Zhang Zixuan interrupted Wu's words directly. Wu himself was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would ignore him like this and just stare at his legs, making him so embarrassed. I wonder if Wu came here today for something important? Zhang Zixuan asked deliberately. When asking this question, he also glanced into the yard. Sure enough, Zhang Ziyong had already started to clean up the plantains and his bamboo shoots. But it seemed that he needed some time to clean up. Shopkeeper Wu didn't pay much attention to their little movements. At this time, his mind was full of Jian Xiu's fresh food. He didn't expect that in addition to giving him the recipe, Jian Xiu could also give him such a big surprise. According to her method, he fried the things she soaked in the wooden basin at noon. But after trying it, several people couldn't stop eating it. Thinking of this, Wu Guanzhong smiled and explained, "Oh, it's like this. Jian Xiu grabbed a handful of fresh food for us before, saying that as long as we try it and think it tastes good, we can come here to find her. She can sell those things to us at Yuexianglu at a reasonable price." Oh, so that's the matter. She just went out today, but she also told me about this before she went out. I didn't expect that shopkeeper Wu would come so timely. Zhang Zixuan also said with a smile. After saying this, he also noticed that the things in the yard were almost cleaned up. So he said to shopkeeper Wu, "If you don't mind, come in and talk." Okay, I won't be polite then. But when shopkeeper Wu came in and saw the situation in the yard, his brows immediately frowned. The yard was very simple. It can be said that there was basically nothing else in the whole yard except a few backpacks. Thinking of Zhang Zixuan's legs, shopkeeper Wu probably understood their current predicament. Fortunately, he didn't lower the price too much for Jian Xiu's prescription yesterday. Otherwise, he would really feel guilty. In fact, when Zhang Zixuan invited shopkeeper Wu in, he was a little embarrassed. Because there was no decent stool here, either in the house or in the yard. There was one that Jian Xiu had nailed casually when he was making a wheelchair a few days ago. Just looking at shopkeeper Wu's outfit, Zhang Zixuan really couldn't open his mouth to let him sit on the bench. Shopkeeper Wu also saw Zhang Zixuan's embarrassment and hurriedly sat down on the only bench. "My dear nephew Zixuan, your chair." After sitting down, shopkeeper Wu asked him after making sure that Zhang Zixuan really didn't care. He didn't ask him about his legs again because he knew that this might be poking someone's sore spot. How could Wu Mingdang, who was very good at dealing with people and was also the shopkeeper, be so inappropriate? This is called a wheelchair. How is it? Not bad, right? It's really good. I wonder where you bought it? This kind of thing is really good for seriously ill people, especially those elderly people who can't move. If there is a wheelchair, it can completely solve these problems. This is not bought. Zhang Zixuan said truthfully. Not bought? Then you made it yourself? Yes, this is made by Jian Xiu. Zhang Zixuan said proudly. Is this really made by her? Shopkeeper Wu asked in disbelief. But after asking, thinking of the surprise she gave him yesterday at Yuexiang Tower, he felt it was normal again. Your madam is really a wonderful woman. Shopkeeper Wu sighed. Well, she is very capable. Zhang Zixuan lowered his head and said softly. When he said this, there was an inextricable love in his eyes. Then I wonder if your wife can make a wheelchair like this for me? Shopkeeper Wu asked again. But after asking, he seemed to remember something and continued. Don't get me wrong. The money can be discussed. I just want to give my elderly mother a seat. She has difficulty walking and stays in the house most of the time. It is really inconvenient for her to go out. Well, That has to wait for Jian Xiu to come back. I really can't make the decision for her, Zhang Zixuan said truthfully, although he probably knew that Jian Xiu would do it for the money. But without her personal nod of agreement, he would not make the decision for her privately. Of course, that's for sure. But then again, do you have a lot of the fresh food that Jian Xiu brought to my Yuexiangli yesterday? How long can it be stored? That thing, about 100 or 200 kilograms, this is just an estimate. Of course, we can't give you so much at once. That is to say, you don't have so much goods now, right? Yes, these are all handmade delicate work. We have to do it slowly, Zhang Zixuan said ambiguously. This is not a big problem. Our restaurant can't eat it all at once. Don't we eat it slowly? But you only have 100 or 200 kilograms. No more? Shopkeeper Wu asked unwillingly. Zhang Zixuan estimated and finally said, at most 300 kilograms. It's still a little less, but 300 kilograms is fine. You name a price, and don't sell this fresh food to others. Do you think it's okay? Shopkeeper Wu wants to make only the exclusive food of your Yuexianglu, right? Zhang Zixuan asked with a smile. To be honest, this is exactly what I think. If that's the case, we have to wait for Jian Xiu to come back. The food was also made by her. Oh, where did she go? Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan frowned. Logically speaking, she should be back. Lijia village is in the next village. Even if she walked there, she should be home by now.
She.
You rascal! Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning, Zhang Zixuan? You heartless beast. Come out here. Before Zhang Zixuan finished speaking, he heard the voice of old Lu coming from the door. Just by hearing the voice, Zhang Zixuan knew why they came. Sure enough, there is no gain without early rise. The sun has not yet set, and they have come to the door. In the past, when working in the fields, when has it been so early? Besides, it is spring plowing and it is a busy time. Nephew Zixuan, this is... Shopkeeper Wu couldn't help but speak. When Zhang Ziong knew that the old Zhang family was going to make trouble, he found Zhang Haifei waiting at the door early. Sure enough, this family has never let them down in this regard. Shopkeeper Wu, don't get me wrong, I will explain this to you slowly. Then Zhang Zixuan told Shopkeeper Wu everything that had happened over the years. It is said that family disgrace should not be made public, and Zhang Zixuan did not want to do it. But Zhang Zixuan himself knew that if he did not explain this matter to Shopkeeper Wu, he might not be willing to intervene in this matter. Sure enough, after listening to Zhang Zixuan's words, Shopkeeper Wu was so angry that he stood up. This is outrageous, isn't this robbery? Your legs are in such a state, and they still treat you like this. Do they really treat you as a family member? After saying that, he glanced up and down at the yard, patted his chest and said, no wonder, I said, with Jian Xiu's ability, he should not live in such a miserable state. It turns out that he was just kicked out. Don't worry, nephew Zixuan, I will take care of this matter. I will make everything clear. Then I'll trouble manager Wu, Zhang Zixuan said gratefully. At the door, when Zhang Ziong saw that old Lu was about to rush in, he stopped her and said, Aunt Lu, you can't go in. Why can't I go in? That's my house. Why are you stopping me? I tell you, Zhang Ziong, don't show off here just because your father is the head of the village. Today, I'm really saying this. Even if your father comes, I have a place to complain. Lu said angrily. If there weren't too much work in the fields, she would have come here a long time ago. How could she wait until now? Thinking of this, old Lu shouted inside again. Where is Jian Xiu? You dead witch, come out here. Don't think I can't do anything to you if you hide in there. Hand over all the silver you embezzled, otherwise I will beat you to death today. That's right. What kind of person is this? He actually dared to embezzle the silver that belongs to all of us without telling his mother. I tell you, if he doesn't give it to me, we will go to the authorities. Fong Miaojuan also said loudly inside. Yes, go to the official. I will let the county master know and see what you as the son and daughter-in-law did back then, Zhang Zihua said with his neck stiff. At this time, they completely forgot that their old house had broken off the relationship with the fourth room. In her mind, there was only the matter that was widely circulated in the village today, that is, Jian Xiu bought a lot of things and an iron pot. It has only been a few days since the separation, and she can buy so many things. Isn't this the money that the fourth room, which has not been separated before, has embezzled? When Zhang Zixuan heard Lao Lu scolding Jian Xiu like this, he said to Zhang Ziyong at the door, "Ziyong, let them in." Zhang Zixuan can be said to know the gang in the old house very well. Today's matter, they will not let it go so easily. Lao Lu was stunned when she heard Zhang Zixuan's voice. Because from the sound, Lao Lu knew that the disabled person did not seem to be in the house. Lao Lu knew his ability. After all, he was a bodyguard, and his hand and foot skills should be quite good. But thinking of his legs, old Lu straightened her waist subconsciously. Pushing Zhang Ziyong aside, the family walked in carelessly. But when they saw Zhang Zixuan sitting in a wheelchair, they were stunned. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. After not seeing him for a few days, the lifeless Zhang Zixuan now seems to be full of energy. Especially old Lu. She couldn't believe it, even if she was beaten to death, that the dying waste would suddenly become so energetic today.
What?
Are you surprised to see me like this? Zhang Zixuan was the first to speak sarcastically. He didn't even know how he had lived through those years, and how he could get along with such a person for so many years. But think about it, when I was escorting, I could be said to be the pillar of the whole family. Even if I am not their biological child, he earns a lot. For the sake of money, they won't do anything to me? Hearing Zhang Zixuan's voice, old Lu quickly came back to her senses. With a cold snort, he said to the eldest brother Zhang Zirong and the second brother Zhang Zihua behind him, "What are you waiting for? Take those things back. Especially the iron pot. The rice and flour should be placed in it." They said that they saw that which by dozens of kilograms of rice and fine flour, as well as an iron pot, which were originally ours. The matter-of-fact tone and the arrogant expression completely angered Zhang Zixuan. "I'll see who dares to move," Zhang Zixuan said in a deep voice. When he said this, the stick in his hand was already pointing at Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua. "Zixuan, what are you doing? They are your elders. You are disrespecting your elders. Do you know?" Old man Zhang, who was smoking a water pipe on the side, suddenly spoke. He had not spoken since he came in. But when he saw Zhang Zixuan like this, he acted like an elder and educated Zhang Zixuan. "Elder? Didn't you forget? We are no longer related? Do I need to remind you of this? Remember, we are no longer related, not splitting up, get it clear?" Zhang Zixuan said to old man Zhang expressionlessly. In this family, old Lu is still better. She does whatever she wants. The so-called vicious words and vicious heart refer to people like her. But old man Zhang is different. He is obviously gritting his teeth in hatred in his heart, but he still looks righteous. I don't know who he is showing this to. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan said to old man Zhang again, "Do you know what you look like? Just like Jian Xiu said, you are completely disgusting." And shopkeeper Wu on the side couldn't sit still anymore. When he saw everyone preparing to take action, he immediately stood up. To old man Zhang, "I gave Miss Jian Xiu all the money. She sold things at my place. You gave it to her? You old man, did you have something shameful with her? Or else?" Shopkeeper Wu was interrupted by old Lu before he finished speaking. While saying this, old Lu circled around shopkeeper Wu again and again, looking at him endlessly. "Looking at your dress, you don't look like a country girl. How could you like that witch?" Hearing this, shopkeeper Wu was even more angry. His face flushed, and his index finger trembled as he pointed at old Lu and cursed. You. Zhang Zixuan, who was standing aside, was also stunned after hearing what old Lu said. He didn't expect that old Lu would say such a thing. Looking at shopkeeper Wu again, his face was already red with anger. Zhang Zixuan knew that if shopkeeper Wu didn't leave, old Lu might say more unpleasant things. So he said to shopkeeper Wu apologetically, "Shopkeeper Wu, please go back first. I'm sorry to bother you today. This is my family affair, and I will handle it. As for the fresh food, when Jian Xiu comes back, I will ask her to go to Yuesheng Tower to give you a reply."
How about that?
After hearing Zhang Zixuan's words, shopkeeper Wu just nodded in understanding, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at old Lu and said, "The reason why Miss Jian Xiu has these silvers is that she exchanged them for her cooking recipes. I bought her recipes, so she has silver. It's not the silver you said was embezzled. You really wronged her." After saying this, shopkeeper Wu rushed to the door without waiting for old Lu to reply. It was okay for him, but he was afraid that it would affect Jian Xiu's reputation, which would be bad. "What do you mean she's selling recipes? How could I not know her cooking skills? I've been eating it for several years. I don't believe that her cooking skills can be sold for money, even if you kill me," old Lu said to shopkeeper Wu, who rushed out of the yard.
Old Lu really didn't lie.
Jian Xiu's cooking skills were indeed very ordinary. Not to mention old Lu. Even Zhang Zixuan himself was very puzzled. He didn't know why Jian Xiu's cooking skills suddenly improved. The food he had eaten these days, whether it was pig offal or other dishes, was delicious. But no matter how puzzled he was, Zhang Zixuan was not vague at all when facing old Lu. "I am the most qualified to say whether her cooking skills are good or not. Besides, this money is indeed the money that shopkeeper Wu paid for her recipes. If you don't believe it and think that it was the money that our fourth room had embezzled before, you can report it to the police. But if you touch anything here today, I will be rude to you." When saying this, Zhang Zixuan also deliberately raised the stick in his hand. He has never been the kind of foolish filial person. Besides, although old Lu and old Zhang raised him, he has been worthy of them for so many years. On the contrary, the two of them have never regarded him as their own son. Judging from his paralysis in the past 2 years, if they had treated him better, he would not have fallen to this point. He didn't even have the strength to support himself with his arms. If Jian Xiu hadn't reminded him, he might not even be able to do such a simple thing as sitting in a wheelchair. "You're welcome. I want to see how you, a waste, want to treat me rudely," old Lu said hatefully. In the old house, she always has the final say. She said that except for old man Zhang, no matter whether it is his son or his wife, who will not obey her. Since when did this waste dare to speak to her like this? Thinking of this, old Lu said to Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you move those things back?" Okay, we will move them now, move them now," Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua said repeatedly. However, just as the two of them made a move, Zhang Zixuan on the wheelchair threw the stick in his hand at them. Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei on the side also hurried over to stop them. Because of the early precautions and Zhang Zixuan's inconvenience in his legs and feet, this stick really didn't hurt them at all. Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan was ready to attack old Lu again. Jian Xiu was right. Being too kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. But when old Lu saw that Zhang Zixuan actually dared to attack her, she immediately refused. He sat down on the ground and shouted, it's unfair, look at this, what's the reason? Come and judge." At this time, the small courtyard was already full of people. When the people in the old house were about to come, many villagers who loved to join in the fun had already come with them. After hearing what old Lu said, they pointed at Zhang Zixuan. "Zixuan, they're your parents after all, no matter what. You can't do anything to them." "That's right. She is not good in 1,000 ways, but she gave birth to you and raised you to this age. You can't do anything to her. Besides, is that silver the private money that your fourth room embezzled before? If not, can't you explain it to your mother?" Yes. Is there anything in this world that can't be explained clearly?" Most of the villagers came later, so they didn't hear what Manager Wu said. But it was better not to hear it. If he didn't hear the explanation, then he naturally didn't hear the slander from old Lu. Zhang Zixuan was very thankful for this. Otherwise, how would these villagers talk about Jian Xiu? Seeing that the villagers were starting to stand on her side, old Lu became even more fearless. She said to her two sons, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you go and take those things back?" After hearing this, Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua immediately walked into the house. When Zhang Zirong passed by the stove next to him, he also picked up the iron pot on it. However, as soon as he lifted the iron pot, he was hit on the back.
Ouch.
Who hit me? Zhang Zirong turned around and asked angrily. But when he faced Zhang Zishuan, he was a little scared for a while. Others had not experienced Zhang Zishuan's skills, but he knew it very well. When he was still able to walk and run, he once fought with him. However, within 3 hits, he was knocked to the ground by Zhang Zishuan.
He still didn't know how he fell to the ground.
He remembered very clearly that Zhang Zishuan's eyes were exactly the same as now. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go in quickly? Old Lu saw Zhang Zirong standing there motionless and immediately shouted at him again. Hearing this, Zhang Zirong immediately reacted. Yes, he is just a now. With such a big body, can he deal with a like him? Thinking of this, he quickly lifted the iron pot. Mom, look, this iron pot is so heavy, at least a few taels of silver. Even if she really sold the recipe, how can she buy such a heavy iron pot so generously? Who would believe that if she didn't embezzle private money? When saying this, Zhang Zirong also deliberately said to the villagers at the door, intending to let them all hear. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Zirong's words, the villagers' discussion became even louder. It has even reached the point of being unscrupulous. When the people from the 3rd room came in, they saw a scene where their mother and brothers seemed to be robbing something. Zhang Zifu didn't think twice and hurried in, stopped a few people and said, "Big brother, second brother, you can't do this. Mother knows that the 3rd room definitely didn't embezzle private money." Old 3rd brother, what do you mean by this? You are obviously saying that our mother is reckless, right? Zhang Zirong said with his neck stiff. After saying this, he pushed Zhang Zifu hard. Fortunately, Zhang Zifu was prepared, otherwise, he would really be pushed down by him. Mom, you can't do this, you know the 4th brother, how much money he made every time he went out of the agency. You must know whether they embezzled private money. Didn't you ask the owner of the agency every time? How much money does the 4th brother make in a trip? Don't you know? Seeing that he couldn't persuade his eldest brother Zhang Zirong, Zhang Zifu turned to old Lu. Others didn't know, but Zhang Zifu knew it very well. When Zhang Zishuan was still out there running escorts, every time he returned home and handed the silver to his mother, she would repeatedly confirm whether the 4th brother would embezzle the silver. After hearing that the 4th brother said no, she did not believe it and would always go to the agency to confirm it. After hearing the words of the agency owner, she really believed it. But now her mother is doing this again. It is obvious that she wants to take away all the things bought by the 4th brother. Thinking of the rice that the 4th brother gave them that day, and thinking of what his wife had discussed with him during this period, Zhang Zifu couldn't help but run over after all. I hope I am not late this time. Old 3rd, what are you talking about? Zhang Zishuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, asked in disbelief. He has been running escorts for so many years, but he never knew that his mother would do this to him. Hearing what her 3rd son said, old Lu suddenly felt guilty. But she soon reacted again. As long as she refused to admit it, what could they do to her? Thinking of this, she said to Zhang Zifu, Old 3rd, don't talk nonsense here just because you have some friendship with this. Don't forget whose son you are. Or, do you want to be separated like this family? Shut up. As soon as old Lu finished speaking, old man Zhang on the side started to scold. There was nothing they could do about the separation of the 4 families. It was all because of Jian Xiu. Besides, the 4th child was not their own son, and his legs were in that state. Separation would naturally have more benefits than disadvantages for the people in their old house. But the 3rd child was different. Not to mention that Zhang Zifu was their own child. Just based on the diligence and cleverness of the couple, the 3rd room could not be separated. Hearing what old man Zhang said, old Lu immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing just now. Old Lu was not a confused person. She naturally thought of what old man Zhang was thinking. So whether I, Zhang Zishuan, have embezzled private money, you know everything, right? Then you are doing this again. You are obviously trying to rob it, right? If that's the case, then very good. I will report to the police tomorrow. Zhang Zishuan said to old Lu and old man Zhang with gritted teeth. If it weren't for the inconvenience of sitting in this wheelchair now, he really wouldn't mind doing it to her. Old 4, how did you talk to your mother? Old man Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Is she my mother? Whose mother is so cruel to her son? And whether she is my mother or not, I think you know it in your heart."
You.
Old four, what do you mean by this? Old man Zhang asked with a guilty conscience. Zhang Zixuan is not his biological son, and only the couple knows about this. They never told the outside world. It's just that when Zhang Zixuan was brought back, he had a lot of valuables on him. If he knew, I don't know how to settle this account with me. Besides, the reason why their old house was able to save so much money over the years was also thanks to Zhang Zixuan. After all this calculation, Old Man Zhang really felt a little guilty. However, Old Man Zhang felt guilty, which did not mean that Old Lu was also guilty. I am not your mother, so I would not support you. You ungrateful rascal. Now that you have grown up and become powerful, you want to attack both of us, right? Huang Chuanji, who had just come in, tried to hold back, but finally couldn't, and immediately said to Old Lu, "Aunt, what you said is not right. We all saw how Zhang Zixuan got here, and we have also been cleaning up here these few days. We also know where Jian Xiu got the money. You keep saying that Jian Xiu embezzled private money, but do you have evidence? If not, it would be unreasonable for you to move things from his house like this." Hearing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but say, "That's right, and besides, Zifu said that every time Brother Zixuan comes back from a mission, you have to go to the agency in person to ask again. Then, aren't you very clear whether anything was embezzled? What happened today? Is there any difference from robbery?" Lin Xia spoke directly, not as measured as Huang Chuanji, but what she said was very authentic. Sure enough, after hearing what she said, the villagers at the door immediately stood on Zhang Zixuan's side again. This old Lu is not a good person to begin with. Not to mention, she is the one who could do such a thing. It was better in the past few years. I have seen with my own eyes how harsh this old Lu was to Jian Xiu and the others in the past 2 years since Zixuan could not move. A family of 5 only got 1 steamed bun after a whole day, and the bun was stale. Do you think it's pitiful? In fact, a villager said there indignantly, "Is there such a thing?" That's right. That day, I felt sorry for their mother and gave them half a steamed bun. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. I seem to have often seen Jian Xiu carrying a backpack to the foot of the mountain to pick pig grass in the middle of the night. Yes, so what Brother Zixuan said just now about whether he is my biological son or not is really uncertain. Listening to the various opinions, Old Man Zhang felt a little guilty. Old Lu was also spraying at the villagers at the door. "Is he my biological son? Do you want me to gossip here? Get out, get out." After saying that, she picked up a stick and walked towards the villagers at the door. Seeing this, the villagers naturally began to leave. "Why don't you guys move those things away quickly? What are you still doing there?" Old Man Zhang said to his eldest and second sons. At this time, Feng Miaojuan and Chen Xixi had already started to turn over the pots and pans. "Stop it. Are you allowed to touch that?" Zhang Ziyong hurried forward to stop them. But since they were 2 women, he naturally didn't dare to do anything. "Mom, there are at least 50 kilograms of rice here." Zhang Ziyong inside said loudly to old Lu outside the door. "What are you waiting for? Aren't those all ours? Bring them out." "Okay. Mom, there is also refined flour here, which should weigh more than 10 kilograms. Zhang Zifu's excited voice also came from the room. "Oh, there are several new clothes here." Zhang Zixuan outside just looked at the few people inside, who looked like bandits. If you look closely, you will find that the veins on his forehead are exposed. Obviously, Zhang Zixuan is enduring at this time. "Mom, what about these pots and pans? Do you want to take them away? There are 2 steamed buns in the pot. Not only that, there is also a meat dish here. Life is so hard. You can't take things from my house. They are made by my mother. You can't take them. You can't take them." Lu Tu and Qi Tu said in front of Feng Miaojuan and Chen Xixi. However, how could they take the words of the 2 little brats to heart? They took the 2 away and threw them aside, taking everything that should be taken. At this time, when Lao Lu heard what her 2 wives said, she answered without thinking, "Of course we have to take them away. Those are the things in our old house and the axe.
Take them all away. Don't leave them for them.
When she said this, the villagers at the door shook their heads with a matter-of-fact look on her face. If they thought Zhang Zixuan was too much at the beginning, now after seeing Lao Lu's face, they suddenly understood Zhang Zixuan. Aunt Lu, if you do this, how can Zixuan and his family live? He still has 3 children. Forget about the 3 children, the key is that Zixuan is still like this, and the whole family depends on Jian Xiu. That's right. You see, Jian Xiu hasn't come back yet, and it's already dark. What can I do? I'm forced to do it. If possible, who doesn't want to live a relaxed life at home? When Jian Xiu came back, she saw a large number of villagers surrounding her door. From a distance, Jian Xiu could see those villagers pointing at her yard. Seeing this, Jian Xiu was anxious at the moment, and her steps were subconsciously much faster. At this time in the yard, Zhang Zixuan's wheelchair was across the door of the yard, and the wooden stick in his hand was pointing at a few people, and he said expressionlessly, I said, if you want to leave, you must put down the things in your hands. I really won't put it down, old Lu said with a straight waist. After that, he walked towards the door with dozens of kilograms of rice in one hand and the iron pot that the boss had just brought in the other. Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan didn't think twice, raised the stick in his hand and swung it at old Lu.
Ouch.
Old Lu bent over in pain. It's not that she couldn't beat Zhang Zixuan, but she didn't expect that Zhang Zixuan would dare to attack her. How could she bear this? He was just but he dared to treat her like this. Thinking of this, old Lu didn't think twice and kicked his wheelchair. This kick directly kicked Zhang Zixuan on the wheelchair to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyong hurried forward, helped Zhang Zixuan up, and placed him on the wheelchair. Then he stood in front of Zhang Zixuan and said to old Lu, What's the difference between you and the bandits? If you don't put down the things in your hands today, I will. When he said this, Zhang Ziyong was still looking around, thinking of finding something to scare her. Who knew that old Lu seemed to have seen through Zhang Ziyong's mind and said arrogantly, What about you? You don't want to ask the head of the village to come, right? Well, I want to see how the head of the village judges this matter. Not to mention that this is a family matter. Even if it is not a family matter, it is natural for me to take my own son's things. So, what about the head of the village? Can the head of the village be lawless?
You.
Zhang Ziyong pointed at old Lu, but couldn't say a word. Seeing this, old Lu became even more proud. She naturally found out that the witch Jian Xiu was not at home, otherwise it might not be so smooth to take these things today. Thinking of her fierceness a few days ago, my back still feels cold. Besides, it was getting dark now, and she guessed that witch would be back soon. She naturally wanted to take the things back as soon as possible. Thinking of this, old Lu said to her son and daughter-in-law behind her, What are you still doing here? Why don't you go? Okay, mother, we'll go back now. No one is allowed to leave. Zhang Zixuan, who had just sat in the wheelchair, spoke again. While saying this, he kept fiddling with the wheelchair under his palms with both hands. However, I don't know if it was kicked by old Lu just now, the wheelchair didn't move. Seeing this, old Lu laughed out loud. You dead? You still want to fight with me? If you say another word, do you believe that your mother will beat you to death? Are you my mother? Do you deserve it? Zhang Zixuan said, gritting his teeth. At this time, he hated his immobile legs. Otherwise, all these things would not have happened today. Dad, are you okay? Lu Tu hurriedly walked to Zhang Zixuan's side and asked with concern. Mom, how could you be so cruel to your 4th brother? Zhang Zifu couldn't help but speak. When he said this, he subconsciously walked in front of Zhang Zixuan, as if he was afraid that his mother would kick Zhang Zixuan again. You have no conscience. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it for you guys? Don't you want to leave? Do you plan to stay here overnight? Old Lu said unhappily. If it weren't for the fact that he was her own child, she really wouldn't bother to waste this saliva. Dad is fine. You don't have to worry. Zhang Zixuan said while looking at his 3 children. At the same time, he also lowered his head to study the wheelchair under his buttocks. He wanted to know why it couldn't slide. But as soon as he lowered his head, He saw the blood stains on Cheeto's knees. Cheeto, what's wrong with you? Why are you bleeding? Dad, I'm fine, just a small injury. Cheeto said sensibly. He knew that his father could hardly protect himself at this moment, not to mention that he was only slightly injured. When he was in the old house before, such injuries appeared every few days. He seemed to have gotten used to it. He hadn't been injured for several days, and he almost thought that he would get rid of these people and live such a happy life. But it's only been a few days, and their good days are gone again. Thinking of this, Cheeto couldn't help crying. What's wrong, Cheeto? Does it hurt? Jian Xiu asked anxiously. Dad, Cheeto doesn't hurt. Cheeto just doesn't want to see them again and doesn't want them to take our things. Woo woo woo. At this point, Cheeto couldn't help crying anymore and burst into tears. Seeing this, Arya, who was trying her best to hold back, also burst into tears. Only Lu Tu was still trying her best to hold back, but his look of wanting to cry, but not wanting to cry made Jian Xiu feel even more distressed. This is really a sin. What is going on? Didn't they say that they broke off the relationship? They just snatched it away. That's right. Look at these kids. They are crying so pitifully. They may not be her grandchildren. Of course, she doesn't feel sorry for them. The villagers' discussions became louder and louder. Old Lu heard that they were just making trouble. With her hands on her waist, she pointed at Cheeto and Erjan, who were still crying, and scolded. You too little, if you cry again, do you believe I will smash your mouths? As soon as these words came out, Cheeto and Arya shut their mouths immediately. They held back desperately, but the tears in their eyes kept falling. They looked extremely pitiful. Even Lin Xia, who was standing by, couldn't help but hugged Arya. Arya, don't cry, it's okay, Andy is here, don't cry anymore. Andy, those were bought by my mother with great effort. Why did they take them away? What will we eat if they take them away? Arya finished speaking these words in a halting manner, but her tears were still streaming down. Silly girl, why are you pretending to be pitiful, just like your witch mother? You only know how to pretend to be pitiful and stupid. Just wait, I will beat you to death. After that, old Lu rolled up her sleeves and walked towards Arya. Seeing this, Arya couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped aside and burst into tears. Auntie Lu, you can't hit Arya. You have nothing to do with her now. It's not right for you to hit her again. Huang Chuanji, on the side, hurriedly stopped old Lu and said, Why is it okay? In the whole Zhongjia village, everyone knows that I am her grandmother, so I can't beat her? This little rascal. After saying that, she grabbed Arya, who was hiding behind Huang Chuanji, raised her right hand, and was ready to throw her down. After pushing aside the crowd and seeing the situation in her yard, Jian Xiu saw Arya being held by Lu at a glance. She was so angry that her hands began to tremble. Without thinking, she threw the stone she had picked up casually at Lu Lao.
Ouch.
Lu Lao bent down in pain, covering the back of her hand she had just raised.
Who hit me?
Lu Lao, who had reacted, shouted angrily to the crowd. It was me. I hit her, Jian Xiu said in a deep voice. When she said this, she had slowly pushed aside the crowd and walked into the yard. Mother, you are finally back. If you don't come back, I will.
Will.
Woo-woo. At this point, Arya couldn't say anything else. She walked quickly to Jian Xiu's side, hugged her thighs, and burst into tears. Be good. Mother is here, Arya. Don't cry. Mother is here and won't let anyone bully you. At this point, Jian Xiu looked at Lu Tu and Cheeto again. Sure enough, their eyes were also very red. Obviously, they had cried. After a closer look, it was discovered that they had not only cried, but also looked a little embarrassed. Xiuer, look quickly, Cheeto's knee seems to be injured. After seeing Jian Xiu coming back, Jian Xiu didn't even notice that he had already breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Hearing this, Jian Xiu put Arya down and walked to Cheeto. Squatting down, he carefully examined the wound on his knee. Cheeto, does it hurt? I'm sorry Mother is back late, Jian Xiu said distressedly. She was thinking, if she didn't go hunting today, Would the result be completely different? Her children wouldn't be scared, and Cheeto wouldn't be injured. It doesn't hurt anymore. Cheeto didn't feel any pain a long time ago. Cheeto said obediently.
Who hurt you?
Jian Xiu asked softly. After saying this, Cheeto subconsciously looked at Chen Xixi on the side. Then he was frightened again and shook his head at Jian Xiu. Mom, I don't feel any pain now, Mom. I'm fine. Cheeto, don't be afraid. Mom is back, and I won't let you bully you anymore. After saying this, Jian Xiu carefully settled the three brothers and sisters. Then he slowly stood up, turned around, and walked towards Chen Xixi. Seeing this, Chen Xixi subconsciously moved closer to Zhang Zihua. I don't know why, after seeing Jian Xiu like this, she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Did you hit Cheeto just now? Jian Xiu asked lightly. I just hit.
Bah.
Before she could finish her words, Jian Xiu raised her right hand and slapped her in the face.
Ah.
Chen Xixi screamed and was thrown to the ground by Jian Xiu's slap. Seeing this, Zhang Zihua on the side immediately stepped forward and wanted to attack Jian Xiu. However, just as he made a move, Jian Xiu kicked him in the abdomen. Don't overestimate your own abilities. After uttering a few words from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Chen Xixi again and said, My child, Jian Xiu, can't be beaten just because someone says so. The slap just now was just interest. Since Cheeto has seen blood, it's not just a slap. You have already beaten and you still want.
Ba.
Several slaps went down, and it was so cool.
Ah.
Before she finished speaking, Jian Xiu's slaps kept hitting her face. When Chen Xixi reacted, she had already fallen to the ground. There was tinnitus in her ears, and she couldn't hear any sound from the outside world at all. Jian Xiu probably knew that Chen Xixi couldn't hear any sound at this time. So she didn't say anything, but just squatted down slowly. After she recovered, she stretched out her right hand to pinch Chen Xixi's chin and said sinisterly, These 10 slaps are just to tell you that I will return it tenfold. This is the price you paid for making my 7 heads bleed. Then she looked at the rice and fine flour in old Lu's hand. Seeing that old Lu was still holding tightly and unwilling to let go, Jian Xiu immediately pulled the corners of her lips and slowly walked towards her. It seems that you haven't learned to be obedient yet. I'll give you another chance 3 times, still 3 times. If you still don't let go, it won't be as simple as a dislocated jaw. However, at this time, old Lu's eyes were only on the rice and fine flour in her hand. She didn't listen to a word of Jian Xiu's words. Besides, the last time she hit her, there was no outsider. At this time, there were villagers everywhere, and she guessed that Jian Xiu would definitely not be willing to attack her openly.
1.
Hearing this strange but terrifying voice, old Lu stiffened her neck and said, Do and scare me. I was scared.
2.
Jian Xiu interrupted her and shouted. After shouting 2, Jian Xiu paused for a moment. It was because of this that old Lu's arrogance was boosted. Why don't you count? Aren't you very powerful? Come on, come here.
Ah.
Before she finished speaking, Jian Xiu kicked her hard in the abdomen. The whole person was kicked 10 feet away. She fell down with a bang, and everyone felt pain. Old Lu felt even more depressed and couldn't breathe. She wanted to curse a few words, but she started coughing as soon as she opened her mouth. Seeing this, old man Zhang on the side jumped up in anger, pointing at Jian Xiu and yelling, Do you know who you hit? She is your mother-in-law, your elder. Elder?
Ha ha ha.
I'm dying of laughter. She remembered that I am her elder now. When she was bullying my children and husband, why didn't she think that she was my elder? If I hadn't guessed, she should have called my son a rascal just now, right? Not only that, if nothing unexpected happened, she should have called me a witch, right? Is such a person worthy of being my elder? At this point, Jian Xiu even walked towards the villagers at the door. He slowed down his tone and asked everyone, If such a person can be considered an elder, then I can only say that she has insulted the word elder. What's more, everyone should know that the people in our 4th branch did not split up the family but were cut off by those people. A mother who doesn't even want her own son, is she worthy of being someone else's elder? At this point, Jian Xiu changed her tone to a sarcastic one and said, "Our family is full of disabled and young people, but they still want to cut off ties with our fourth branch, and even said that they will never have any contact with each other until they die. Is such a person worthy of being an elder?" Then Jian Xiu walked up to old man Zhang and said coldly, "Tell me, am I right? Or, what did I say wrong just now? If you have any objections, please speak clearly in front of everyone. Also, what status do you think you have to take the things in your hands? Elders? Parents?
Bah.
Is that you? Things like animals? Are you worthy of talking about elders in front of us?" After saying this, Jian Xiu snorted at old man Zhang again, then turned around and walked towards Zhang Zixuan. He whispered, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just don't know what happened to this wheelchair. It can't slide." "Has the wheelchair been kicked?" Jian Xiu asked, looking at the footprints on the wheelchair. "Well, old Lu kicked it." At this time, Zhang Zixuan didn't even want to call her mother, and directly called her old Lu. It can be seen that he really has no hope for those people in the old house. In the past, he would comfort himself in his heart that a biological mother is not as good as a foster mother. Now, hee. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately walked towards old Lu, who had just stood up. When old Lu saw Jian Xiu walking towards him, he was scared. Without thinking, he said to old man Zhang, "Old man, she." At this time, old man Zhang's face was already ashen, all because of what Jian Xiu said just now. After hearing what old Lu said again, without thinking, he said to his family, "Why don't you go back? Haven't you lost face enough?" When saying this, old man Zhang glared at old Lu, who was not far behind him. "Go back? Ha ha ha. You don't think that today's matter is over, right?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and asked in disbelief, "If it's not over, what else do you want? We didn't take your things, they are all here, what else do you want?" "That's wrong. Not only Zixuan, but even my children were frightened today. Don't you have to compensate for these? Also, before you came, my house was clean and tidy. When you came, both the yard and the house were in a mess. Didn't you notice it? Then CA, and we clean it up for you?" Sister-in-law Fang Miaojuan said tremblingly. Just now, Jian Xiu's murderous look really scared her. She can even hit her mother, no, use her feet, so is there anything she dare not do? At this time, anyone who knows what's good for them should know to go along with her, right? She's not stupid, so she won't go against her. Besides, her son is still studying in the county town. If this gets out, who knows if it will affect his future imperial examinations. With this in mind, of course, she has to be nice to Jian Xiu. Pick it up? Fang Miaojuan, you say that easily. Don't I have to compensate for my son being scared? Don't I have to compensate for Zixuan's wheelchair being kicked and broken? Also, you saw that my Cheeto's knees are bleeding. Don't you have to spend money to see a doctor? Or, do you usually don't spend money to see a doctor? Fang Miaojuan. She wanted to say, your Cheeto used to have injuries like this every day, and didn't he wait for a few days for the wound to heal automatically? When did he have to see a doctor so seriously? But when she met Jian Xiu's sharp eyes, Fang Miaojuan didn't dare to say such words even if she was beaten to death. Jian Xiu, don't go too far. You beat up my Cixi like this, and we haven't settled the score with you yet? You took the initiative to bring it up. Zhang Zihua, who was not far away, said viciously. At this time, he was still holding the clothes that Jian Xiu bought yesterday. Seeing this, Jian Xiu didn't say anything, just walked in front of Zhang Zihua and slowly stretched out her right hand. In front of Zhang Zihua, she clenched her right hand into a fist. Just when Zhang Zihua was curious about what she wanted to do, Jian Xiu's right hand, which had just been raised in front of him, had already hit him hard in the abdomen. Zhang Zihua was so painful that he couldn't stand up. He was still curious about what she was going to do by stretching out her right hand in front of him. However, before he could react, his abdomen had been hit by Jian Xiu's punch. The most important thing is, why did her punch hurt so much? She was just a woman. Why did she have such great strength? It felt like all his internal organs had been displaced. Jian Xiu, Duant, Chun Cixi, with a swollen nose and eyes, shouted at Jian Xiu.
Don't shout at me.
You should be very lucky that I didn't kill you with this punch. Do you know what you have in your hand? It's my stuff. You don't think my stuff is so easy to take, right? Jian Xiu interrupted Chen Zishi and said, Today, Jian Xiu, will put it here. Zixuan's wheelchair will cost at least 1 tael of silver to repair. The same is true for Cheeto's knee injury, which will cost 500 copper coins. And if I clean up my yard, it will cost at least 500 copper coins, including labor and mental damages. I won't charge you more. 2 taels of silver. Don't think of less than a penny. Jian Xiu said lightly. When she said this, Jian Xiu's eyes never left Old Man Zhang. Because she knew that although the money of the old house was in the hands of Old Lu, it was Old Man Zhang who could really make the decision. Sure enough, after hearing this, Old Man Zhang jumped up in anger and shouted, What? What did you say? Why don't you go and rob? It costs 1 tael to repair your broken wheelchair and Cheeto's minor skin injuries. You don't have to give it to me, but let's meet at the government office tomorrow. I think I know where my money came from. Not only I know it, you know it too, and the shopkeeper of Yuexiangla knows it even better. I'm going to talk to the county magistrate to have a good discussion. Then, I'll see if the county magistrate will arrest you, or us, and put us in the inner prison. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say that it's spring plowing season now. If you are all beaten with dozens of boards, you will have to lie in bed for a month. Hiss, if you lie in bed for a month, the spring plowing season will be over, and then your dozen acres of excellent fields will be wasted, right? But it doesn't matter. My Zixuan gave you a lot of money when he was escorting before. It should be enough for your family to eat for a year. Please go back. It's getting late now. Even if you have to go to the government office, you can go tomorrow. After this, others didn't know whether Jian Xiu understood it, but Feng Miaozhuan definitely understood it. At the same time, she also knew that if Jian Xiu was telling the truth, the family would have no income for a year, so how could her eldest son go to the college? Thinking of this, Feng Miaozhuan said to Old Man Zhang without thinking, Dad, you can't go to the government office, you can't go to the government office. Our eldest son is still in the college, you can't go, you can't go. After this, Old Man Zhang, who was about to open his mouth to refute again, opened and closed his mouth, and couldn't say a word. At this time, Zhang Zixuan looked like Old Man Zhang, who was also frightened. The difference was that Zhang Zixuan was frightened by Jian Xiu's temper, and he was a little excited in the fright. Such Jian Xiu. It's great. Are you still not leaving? Do you want me to see you off? Seeing that everyone hadn't left yet, Jian Xiu said again lightly. It would have been fine if Jian Xiu hadn't said this, but once she said this, Old Man Zhang became even more anxious. Originally, she thought that Jian Xiu's words should just be a scare to herself. But after seeing her calm and composed look, she suddenly became afraid again. It's not that he wants to be afraid, but the Jian Xiu in front of him is really brave, as if there is nothing she dare not do. She even dared to do it directly to her former mother-in-law, asking her to go to the yamen. Old Man Zhang felt that she could really do it. But asking him to take out 2 taels of silver like this is simply asking for his life. You know, 2 taels of silver may be the annual income of their whole family. This is also under the condition that they can save money, and their son can often find work in the county town, otherwise, he may not even be able to save 2 taels of silver. But Old Man Zhang himself knew that what Jian Xiu said was the truth. Once they go to the yamen, they are completely unreasonable. If it is really as Jian Xiu said, then wouldn't it be a loss? Thinking of this, Old Man Zhang slowed down his tone and said, How about a little less? 50 coins. I will compensate you with 50 coins. Old man, are you crazy?
Are you really going to compensate this witch?
With silver? When he met Jian Xiu's sharp eyes, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were changed by Old Lu. Add 10 coins. Jian Xiu said lightly. After saying this, as expected, he saw Old Man Zhang's angry but daring look again. As long as he saw him like this, Jian Xiu felt comfortable. If you say one more word, then I will add 10 more coins. You can do it yourself. You witch, why doesn't God send a thunderbolt to strike you? 2 taels and 20 coins.
Witch.
2 taels, 30 coins. do you think we will give you if you say so much? 2 taels, 40 coins.
Bah.
2 taels, 50 coins. Every time old Lu said 2 words, Jian Xiu interrupted her and added 10 coins. Which? Enough. Old Zhang shouted. 2 taels, 60 coins. Old Zhang. Old Lu. Only then did she realize that what Jian Xiu said just now seemed to be true. Looking at old Zhang's livid face, old Lu suddenly felt pain all over her body. Even the internal organs in her body began to hurt. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, old Zhang wanted to bargain again. But thinking of Jian Xiu's silver that kept rising just now, his mouth opened and closed, and he was stunned and didn't dare to say another word. He was afraid that if he said one more word, the price would rise by another 10 copper coins. Are you still not leaving? Or do you want to stay here overnight? That's not impossible. Just sleep in this yard, and I'll charge you 10 copper coins each. Hearing this, Old Man Zhang thought that Jian Xiu's request for money was just a casual remark. So he replied without thinking, "Let's go now, let's go back now." Well, go back and go to bed early. Think about it today, what to say when you get to the yamen tomorrow. Jian Xiu said lightly. Old Man Zhang. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that if the silver is not delivered tonight, it will be too late to deliver it tomorrow, because I will not accept it anymore, because my ultimate goal is to make you receive the punishment you deserve. You should also know what kind of punishment I am talking about. This punishment? It is not a punishment of silver, but a punishment of your physical and mental health. Of course, it will not affect your future, which is a big deal. As soon as he said this, Old Man Zhang glared at Lao Lu and said viciously, "Why don't you go and get the silver?"
But this.
This which? 2 taels and 70 coins. Jian Xiu interrupted Lao Lu again. Lao Lu. Old Man Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang Zirong on the side said to Lao Lu without thinking, "Mother, son, please go and get the silver." Lao Lu. Things have come to this point. Does she have any other way except to get the silver? No matter how unwilling she was, she didn't dare to say anything at this time. Just now it only cost 2 taels of silver. What was the result? She just said a few more words which cost 70 more coins. These 70 coins are enough for their family to spend for several months. On weekdays they have their own food. If nothing happens, they may not even give a copper coin for several months. How can she be willing to not have more than 2 taels of silver at once? But what can she do if she is unwilling? What else can she do? She see and beat him. She can't fight him. She can't talk him. At this time, old Lu regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she hadn't listened to the crazy words of the villagers and hadn't come here to make trouble, how could she be in this situation now? More importantly, she was in pain all over her body now, and she had to go back to find a doctor to prescribe medicine. The kick that which Jian Xiu kicked just now was really heavy. Thinking about it this way, it's really not worth it. After seeing old Lu leave, Old Man Zhang did not leave immediately. He had now experienced Jian Xiu's power, and he would not feel at ease until he saw the old woman give the silver to Jian Xiu with his own eyes. What? You don't plan to put these things back to their original places? Seeing that they did not leave, Jian Xiu spoke again. This time, Jian Xiu did not need to say it a second time, and they put the things back to their original places obediently. At this time, Jian Xiu just crossed his arms and watched them slowly clean up in their yard. You don't need to go there, you just need to clean up here and the things in the house. Seeing Feng Miaozhuan about to walk towards the plantain and bamboo shoots they had packed earlier, Jian Xiu hurriedly said, "Oh, okay, I won't go over. Feng Miaozhuan did not think much about it. Since she said there was no need to clean up, it would be easier for her, right? When old Lu came with the silver, Jian Xiu counted the silver herself, and then she said with satisfaction, "Very good, not a single copper coin was missing. I didn't expect that you can do arithmetic." After receiving the silver, Jian Xiu did not forget to sneer. As if thinking of something, she said to everyone, "What about today's incident? It can be regarded as a lesson for you, so that you know that our 4th room has no relationship with you for a long time, and I, Jian Xiu, and not someone you can provoke, understand? Everyone. The silver has been given, so what you say is what it is. Seeing that they didn't answer her, Jian Xiu was not angry. Anyway, her goal has been achieved. After everyone in the old house left, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei's two families also followed back. After such a commotion, it was already the time of high. The time of high is from 9 to 11 o'clock in the evening. Jian Xiu had time to look at the wheelchair that Zhang Zixuan was sitting in. Get up first, I'll fix it and see if it can be fixed. However, after she said this, Zhang Zixuan acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to sit there motionless. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised her head and looked at Zhang Zixuan, only to see him staring at his backpack motionlessly. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised her head and looked at Zhang Zixuan, only to see him staring at his backpack without moving. Jian Xiu, I was in a hurry just now and forgot to hide the things in the backpack. So you went into the mountains today? Zhang Zixuan asked in a deep voice after a long time. If you listen carefully, you can hear that there is a hint of hoarseness in his voice. That kind of forbearance, unwillingness, and heartache are all mixed together. I came back safely, didn't I? And I didn't go into the mountains, I was at the foot of the mountain. It must be my good luck that I encountered this musk deer. Do you think I'm stupid? Sure, I've been traveling all over the country for so many years. How could I not know where the musk deer come in and out? Jian Xiu, can she say that she really forgot about it? Thinking of the wild boar pit she had dug, Jian Xiu had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, Don't worry, I always do things in a planned way, you know that. I don't want you to take risks, you know? Besides, we have money now, and with bamboo shoots and plantin', we can live a good life. I know, Jian Xiu said repeatedly. But at this time, she had already started thinking about how to carry those wild boars back tomorrow. Of course, it was certain to ask Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei for help. I just didn't know whether to hide it from Zhang Zixuan. If Zhang Zixuan's legs were fine, it would be fine for the two of them to go together. At this time, Jian Xiu was also a little anxious, wanting to recover Zhang Zixuan's legs as soon as possible. 6 head, 7 head, 2 yafa, have you eaten today? No, we haven't eaten yet, but we are not hungry, the three said in unison. Seeing this, Jian Xiu finally shook her head helplessly. These 3 children are so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Noticing Zhang Zixuan's gaze on her, Jian Xiu pretended not to see it. She sorted out her mood and went to cook. Although it was already the hour of high, it did not prevent Jian Xiu and the others from filling their stomachs. Jian Xiu didn't know that when she went to cook, Zhang Zixuan had been staring at the musk deer in her backpack. Not to mention that Jian Xiu was just a woman. Even a middle-aged man who hunted all year round might not be able to hunt a musk deer in his lifetime. Zhang Zixuan was very curious at this time. How did Jian Xiu do it? And the movements she made when dealing with the old house just now were obviously the movements that a martial artist should have. And it was not something that an ordinary woman could do. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, her martial arts should not be bad. So, when did she practice? And her personality? All of this seemed to be a mystery. Come and eat. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Jian Xiu's voice calling him to eat. Now their family's life has gradually improved. Even though they have to eat white rice every day, they are not as distressed as they were at the beginning. Mom, we haven't brought back the bamboo shoots today. We only brought back a small part. Lu Tu said to Jian Xiu as soon as he picked up the bowl. It's okay. Mom will go and carry it later. Zhang Zixuan, who was standing by, heard this and thought that she had gone to the mountains again today and must be very tired. So he said, Let's go tomorrow. There are not many people going there on weekdays, so it won't be a problem to leave it there for a few days. There are bamboo forests there. Now is the spring plowing season, and the villagers are busy with work in the fields. If it is winter, they will go to cut some bamboo to make backpacks. But now, basically no one goes there. It is precisely because of this that no one has noticed them digging bamboo shoots. Tomorrow? I have something to deal with tomorrow, Jian Xiu said bluntly. Tomorrow she'll have to call Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei to go and see if they can catch wild boars in the big pit they dug today. At this time, Zhang Zixuan thought of the musk deer in the basket, so he naturally thought that she was going to sell it. So he spoke again. Don't go to Uxiangla to sell the musk deer anymore. Take it directly to Renatang. The price is higher. I know, Jian Xiu replied subconsciously. Kiki had already told her about this matter today, but she didn't expect that Zhang Zixuan would know these things. You know? Well, I know what's so strange. Don't always think that I am one of those ignorant women. Jian Xiu replied very calmly. By the way, today, shopkeeper Wu came to the door. He was very satisfied with the dried bamboo shoots and asked you to go to Uxianglu to discuss the price when you are free. Zhang Zixuan suddenly spoke again. Really? Of course it's true. How can I lie to you? But how much do you estimate we can dry this year? It depends on the weather. If the weather is good, there should be 500 kilograms. Jian Xiu said after a pause. When the weather is good, the bamboo shoots will grow fast. You know, bamboo shoots grow fast to begin with, and if the weather gets warmer, they will grow even faster. 500 kilograms is still her conservative estimate, and it may even be more than this weight. So much? Zhang Zixuan asked with his eyes wide open. He has never been to the bamboo forest, and his guess with shopkeeper Wu is also based on his impression of the bamboo forest in the past 2 years. So his estimate of 300 kilograms is almost half less. Not much, bamboo shoots grow fast. It should be more than 500 kilograms? Didn't you raise the price with him today? No? I don't know how much is appropriate. I just thought about it in my mind, but didn't say it out loud. How much do you think is appropriate? If it is dried, I think 30 to 50 cents. So high? Zhang Zixuan asked in disbelief. Is this still high? This is not high. Do you know how much a plate of vegetables in Uxiangla costs? 2 years ago, it was more than 20 or 30 copper coins. Now it is not clear. Zhang Zixuan said frankly. In the past few years, he traveled all over the country and followed the boss of the agency. He also had meals in Uxianglu, so he probably knew something about it. After listening to Zhang Zixuan's words, Jian Xiu continued. It's different now. Now it's 40 copper coins, and this is the cheapest dish. Think about it, how many dishes can be made from this pound of dried bamboo shoots? Besides, this is fresh food. How can it only cost 40 copper coins? If it is exclusive to Uxianglu, it is normal for him to sell it for 200 coins. 1 pound of dried bamboo shoots can be used to stir-fry 5 or 6 dishes like this. Do you think he is making a fortune? After calculating it this way, Jian Xiu felt that selling him 40 coins per pound was very cheap. After hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Zixuan immediately fell into deep thought. She stared at Jian Xiu with her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that these words would come out of Jian Xiu's mouth. She knew that Zhang Zixuan had begun to doubt her identity, but she didn't feel anxious at all. Not to mention that she had inherited the memory of her original body. Just because she had changed the inner core, Zhang Zixuan should not have thought of this even if he racked his brains, right? The calm Jian Xiu didn't know that Zhang Zixuan was really not as simple as she imagined. At this time, Zhang Zixuan had already begun to doubt, but he was just struggling whether to ask her questions in person. Old house. When they returned home again, the children at home looked at them eagerly. Because they hadn't eaten dinner yet? Although they didn't eat much in the past, they could still have food. But when they saw that everyone had swollen noses and eyes and sullen faces, Datu and the others wanted to ask for food but had to endure it. Old man, you said, we just lost more than 2 taels of silver for no reason, and I just feel angry and can't swallow it.
Ah.
Before old Lu finished speaking, old Zhang slapped her hard. Mother! Mother! Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua shouted at old Lu at the same time, and then hurriedly supported old Lu, looking at old Zhang with the same puzzlement in their eyes. If it was normal, old Lu would not be upset with such a slap. But she couldn't do it now. The slap made her feel dizzy and dazed. In addition, she was getting old. When Zhang Zirong and Zhang Zihua helped her up, she fainted. Quick, quick, go get Dr. Zhang, go get Dr. Zhang. Zhang Zirong said hurriedly. Seeing this, old man Zhang was also shocked. Although he had used force in that slap, old Lu didn't look like someone who could not stand being beaten.
Dad, you are confused.
Mom was already beaten badly by that witch Jian Xiu just now.
You are
Not adding trouble to the family? The third son Zhang Zifu couldn't help but speak. Although he didn't advocate going to the fourth son to make trouble today, it didn't mean that he wanted to see his father beat his mother.
How dare you say that?
If it wasn't for her instigation and listening to the gossips of those gossipers in the village, would there be so many things today? She deserves it, old Zhang said with a sullen face. At his age, when had he ever made such a fool of himself in front of the villagers? If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened today, and the 2 taels of silver would not have been lost. Now, not only did he lose his wife, but he also lost his soldiers.
Dad, it's useless to say these things now.
I told you not to go a long time ago, but you didn't listen. This happened, and everyone is responsible. Why do you only blame Mother? Zhang Zifu couldn't help but speak for old Lu. Hearing this, old Zhang choked. Just thinking of what happened at the end of the village today, old Zhang squinted his eyes and looked at the couple of the third room. Wang Xiuying's scalp was numb when she was looked at by old Zhang. She knew that although old Lu was always pointing fingers and scolding, the one who could really make the decision here was the father-in-law in front of her. He didn't speak much usually, but he was actually a very shrewd person. Take the fourth room being separated. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that the separation of the fourth room would benefit him more than the disadvantages. And if their third room wanted to separate, it would be difficult. Apart from other things, it should not be easy to get past her father-in-law. Old Lu was seriously injured this time. After Dr. Zhang came, he not only prescribed several prescriptions for her, he even reminded her not to do heavy work during this period. Otherwise, she will have a root of disease in the future. Hearing this, old Lu was secretly happy. Now is the spring plowing season, and she works hard in the fields every day. With Dr. Zhang's words, she can lie in bed with a clear conscience. But the money for the medicine that follows is a headache for old Lu. Dr. Zhang, our Zhang family has patronized your business many times during this period.
Can you charge less?
Old Lu looked at Dr. Zhang and said cautiously, more than 2 taels have been spent today, and here they say they want hundreds of copper coins. They are reluctant to spend money on weekdays, and they have spent almost a year's expenses in total. How can she not feel distressed? Aunt Lu, this is already very cheap, Dr. Zhang said with a headache. Besides, who would say that someone often patronizes your business? Aunt Lu must be sick and confused. He is a doctor. What good can patronize him? Seeing that old Lu looked at him eagerly, Dr. Zhang also had a deep understanding of old Lu's character. So he said, then I won't charge you 5 cents for today's home visit, Aunt Lu. Is that okay? Hearing this, old Lu still didn't agree in her heart, but she had to nod. There was no way. She really felt uncomfortable all over her body, and even breathing felt painful. In the end, old Lu gave Dr. Zhang another 80 cents and deducted 2 cents again. Dr. Zhang also expressed his helplessness and had secretly vowed that he no longer needed the old Zhang family to patronize him. The next day, early in the morning, Jian Xiu called Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei over. Sister-in-law, is there anything you need our help with? Just ask. Let's not go pick plantain today. Accompany me into the mountains. Into the mountains? The two asked in surprise. Although they have lived in Zhongjia village since they were young, they have never been into the mountains. Not to mention them, other villagers are the same. Except for those professional hunters. Even those professional hunters do not go in alone, and usually find a few more people to go in together. Because there are too many uncertain factors in the mountains. There are many beasts, poisonous snakes, and cliffs. Whether it is flying in the sky or running on the ground, it may take their lives at any time. Hey, what are you thinking? Before we get to the mountains, I dug a big hole there yesterday. I guess I should hunt wild boars, so I want to find you to carry them back together. Sister-in-law, you think too simply. Wild boars are not that easy to hunt. Zhang Ziyong shook his head and said. There was no intention of believing Jian Xiu in his tone. Yes, don't those hunters often dig big pits to catch wild boars? In a year, if they can catch one, they are very lucky. Sister-in-law, this is your first time. There will definitely be no wild boars. If you don't go and take a look, how do you know there will be no wild boars? Jian Xiu said very persistently. If she couldn't lift it by herself, she really wouldn't have asked the two of them. Wouldn't it be beautiful to carry it back alone? Seeing that Jian Xiu was so persistent, the two knew that she would not be willing to go without her. During this period, several families basically worked together, and they also had some understanding of Jian Xiu. Then sister-in-law, let's go and come back quickly. Zhang Haifei said first. Okay, you wait a moment, I'll get ready. Jian Xiu said with a smile. Yesterday, she saw that the footprints were of different sizes. It was obvious that there was more than one wild boar, but a group. Wild boars are usually heavier than domestic pigs, so she couldn't lift it even more. After seeing Jian Xiu's busy figure, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei shook their heads helplessly. In their eyes, all of Jian Xiu's work was in vain. How could a wild boar be so easy to catch? Even Zhang Zixuan inside was also curious, not understanding what Jian Xiu was going to do. However, he knew that Jian Xiu now had her own sense of propriety, so he didn't care too much. If she didn't want to tell him, she wouldn't listen to him even if he asked or stopped her. In fact, Jian Xiu didn't take anything, just her dagger and some bamboo strips. If she really hunted a wild boar, it would be impossible to carry it back, and the only way was to put it on a bamboo raft and pull it back. This time, because there were two outsiders, Jian Xiu didn't look around anymore. But if there was something that could earn points, Jian Xiu would quickly take it in when the two were not paying attention. Coco, haven't the points for the musk deer from yesterday come out yet?
No?
But your musk deer is injured, otherwise it should be more valuable. Aren't there medicines in the supermarket? Can't we just give it a treatment? It won't affect your research. That's right, but it will affect the points after all. Okay. And what about the design draft? Haven't you arranged it for me yet? Jian Xiu asked again. You want to see it now? Of course I want to see it now. I'm not working now, I'm just walking. It doesn't matter when I see it. I still have a lot of things to do when I go back. Then wait a minute, I'll pick out a few for you to see. Well, it's best to pick those with toilets. Note how the toilet should be built. Of course, it also has to be combined with the environment here now. Otherwise, even if you give me a high-end one, I can't make it, right? I know. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After saying this, Coco immediately popped up a few pictures for Jian Xiu. Look, are you satisfied with these? Hearing this, Jian Xiu instantly became energetic. This second one is pretty good, but this one seems to be quite big. Isn't the land at the end of the village all yours? You don't have enough space? It's not that there is not enough space, it's that there is not enough money. Jian Xiu said, with a headache. Aren't you catching wild boars now? Isn't it enough to have so many dried bamboo shoots? Add the silver in your hand and the silver left on you. Isn't it enough? I built a blue brick and tile house here. It may not be enough? What's more, I plan to send Chi Tu Lu Tu to the college. The most important thing is that Jian Xiu also wants to buy some land here. You know, she is now a person with nothing in Zhangjia village. She was kicked out of the old Zhang family. If she wasn't lucky, she might have starved to death. This little land is also a guarantee for the children, isn't it? Sister-in-law, how far is the pit? If we go further, we will soon reach the deep mountains. Zhang Ziyong couldn't help asking. He didn't expect that Jian Xiu actually came to such a far place alone yesterday to dig pits and catch wild boars. He thought she really went to Lijia village to ask about the blue bricks. After hearing Zhang Ziyong's words, Jian Xiu came back to her senses, took a look at the surrounding environment, and hurriedly said, It's just in front. I dug a big pit yesterday. At that time, I saw several pig footprints of different sizes. I guessed that there should be a lot, so I dug a little bigger. When she said this, Jian Xiu had already walked in front of the two to lead the way. Xiu, there seems to be something different in front. Can you dig it up and show it to me? Hearing that it was dug, Jian Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Plants? Yes, it's a plant. There are outsiders here at this time. How can I let you collect living ones? Then wait a moment. After that, Jian Xiu quickly looked at the place where Coco said and took advantage of Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei's inattention. Pull out the things Coco needs and collect them in.
It was just a blink of an eye.
After seeing the star anise saplings not far away, she pulled one out and put it in her backpack, planning to plant it in her backyard. This is a good thing, but people here don't know about it. She even planned to make some ingredients herself in the future, and then go to Uxiangla to try it out to see if manager Wu wants it. See, it's right in front, Jian Xiu said excitedly, pointing to the front not far away. It's no wonder she was excited, because she had extraordinary hearing and could vaguely hear the call of wild boars. From the sound, there was more than one. After hearing what Jian Xiu said, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei quickly walked towards the big pit. Because from a distance, the two saw a pile of soil there. Obviously, it was the soil when Jian Xiu dug the pit. But when the two saw the wild boar in the pit, their eyes suddenly widened bigger than copper bells. How is it? How is it? Did you catch any wild boars? Jian Xiu, who was following behind, asked anxiously. Sister-in-law, your luck is really too good, isn't it? Both of them asked in disbelief. Looking at the wild boar again, it was only injured, but still alive. If this is not good luck, what is it? Why are there so many? Jian Xiu exclaimed. Yes, sister-in-law, did you do something? Zhang Haifei asked in disbelief. Because there are 5 wild boars here, even if there are 2 small ones, there are still 3 big ones. And looking at the figures of these 3 wild boars, they are in their prime. According to this estimate, they weigh at least 300 kilograms. I didn't do anything. I just saw that the footprints here looked like pig footprints, so I dug a big hole here, by the way, thinking that it was just luck. Unexpectedly, this luck is so good. Zhang Haifei. Your luck is not just good, it is very good. How can we carry this wild boar back? Even the 3 of us can't carry it back. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately put down her backpack and said, I've prepared it. Look, we can just make a bamboo raft here. The 2. When they came out, they were still complaining in their hearts, thinking that she was a bit redundant. Now it's good. She didn't fool them at all. But this pig is still alive. How can we carry it back? Zhang Ziyong asked again. It's easier to deal with them now that they are injured. I also want to catch the 2 piglets and raise them myself. Originally, Jian Xiu thought about buying 2 more piglets to raise when she went to Uxianglu in 2 days, but she didn't expect that what she thought would come true. That's good. It's easy to get pig grass in spring. It's possible to raise too. Not to mention, these 2 are just right, Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. But when he saw the 3 wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds, he was in a headache again. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately took out the rope she had prepared earlier and then put it into the pit. Bring the shoulder pole, string it in, 2 people stand on each side, and I will also take out the big one in a while, and you just pull the shoulder pole to the side. Okay, your idea is good. Why didn't we think of it? Zhang Haifei said with a smile. Jian Xiu. She wanted to say that she was good at this kind of thing. If it wasn't inconvenient for the 2 of them to be here, she wanted to go down directly and solve it with a dagger. Because the wild boar was already injured and had no defense, it didn't react when the rope was put into its neck. It's caught. Hurry up, go to the left, Zhang Ziyong said excitedly. At the same time, the wild boar also screamed. But soon she couldn't say anything, because her neck was completely. After struggling for a while, her legs straightened. The second one did the same. The third one. When there were only 2 piglets left, Jian Xiu jumped down and grabbed one of them with one hand. Quick, throw me 2 more ropes, Jian Xiu said to Zhang Ziyong on the pit. Okay, sister-in-law, catch it. After tying up the 2 piglets, she threw them up directly, then pulled out her dagger from her calf, inserted it halfway through the wall, and jumped up with a swoosh. Her series of actions stunned Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei. It's not so easy to climb out of such a deep pit, even for 2 grown men like them, right? In fact, after jumping up, Jian Xiu felt that she seemed to be too relaxed. How could a woman from the village have such ability? But Jian Xiu soon felt relieved again, because in the eyes of the 2 people, she had such ability. What if they didn't dare to believe it? What was in front of them was the fact. She was Jian Xiu, who had such ability. After tying up the 5 wild boars, the three of them dragged the bamboo shovel towards the end of the village. Sister-in-law, your luck is really too good, right? Zixuan must be very happy when he returns this time. He doesn't know about this yet. Jian Xiu said subconsciously. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyong understood instantly. If it were him, he would not agree to let his wife take such a risk. At the end of the village, Zhang Zixuan has been washing plantain and bamboo shoots in the yard these 2 days. After dinner last night, Jian Xiu specially carried all the bamboo shoots back. After knocking on his wheelchair, it could slide normally again. In her words, it was not broken at all, it was just stuck just now. Then Zhang Zixuan will start to deal with the soybeans again. Following Jian Xiu's instructions, he let the steamed soybeans cool down, then coated them with a layer of flour she bought, and then put them in a warmer place. As Jian Xiu said, he waited for the soybeans to ferment and grow hair, and the fermentation would be faster when it was warm. He didn't know what the fermentation of this thing was for, but he just listened to her saying something about making soy sauce. A kind of food he had never heard of. Zhang Zixuan was even curious, can soybeans really be eaten if they have grown hair and gone bad? But since she said that, she must have her own intentions. Then he continued to boil the bamboo shoots with water. When he was free, he picked out the salt that Jian Xiu bought last time. She should have bought the cheapest kind, which was mixed with small sand and stones. This one was empty, so he picked out the sand and stones. He looked at the time and saw that Jian Xiu had not come back yet. Zhang Zixuan was a little worried again. Thinking of her going into the mountains alone yesterday, he still had lingering fears. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixuan slid his wheelchair towards the gate of the yard again. Just as he walked out of the gate of the yard, he saw 3 people dragging bamboo shavings towards his yard. Out of curiosity, Zhang Zixuan slid his wheelchair towards the 3 people again. But when he saw the wild boar on the bamboo raft, the surprise in his eyes could not be hidden. You guys are. Zixuan's sister-in-law is really lucky. Let's go in first, let's go in first. Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. With these wild boars and the plantains, he believed that Zhang Zixuan's family would be fine this winter. After carrying the 3 wild boars down, Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei believed that what they saw was indeed the truth. The big pit dug by Jian Xiu really caught 3 big wild boars. Sister-in-law said that she could keep these 2 piglets, so we didn't kill them. What about the other 3? How are you going to deal with them?
Zhang Ziyong asked Zhang Zixuan.
After all, this was his pig, and he and Zhang Haifei just helped drag it back. In their eyes, this pig really had nothing to do with them. They were satisfied that the couple was willing to tell them about the plantain. Let us get up early tomorrow and carry it to Yuexiang Tower together. Don't worry, I'll take 60% of the silver and you'll each take 20%. How about it? Jian Xiu, who was standing aside, said to the 2 of them. She had already calculated that the 3 wild boars weighed at least 900 jin in total. Wild boar meat tastes better than domestic pigs, so it's 3 cents more expensive, 18 cents per jin. With this calculation, these 3 wild boars can be sold for 16 taels of silver. If she takes 60%, it will be more than 9 taels, and their 2 families can also get about 3 taels of silver. This is not considered to be unfair to their 2 families. How can this be done? Sister-in-law, this is not possible. We have already taken a big advantage of this plantain. This is absolutely not possible. Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei shook their heads and said, Why can't it be done? Didn't you and I drag this wild boar back together? We did, but if you really feel bad, then you can just pay us the daily wages. The hard work at the dock in the county town is only 15 cents a day, and it's from morning to night. We only work for a little more than half a day. How can we ask you for several taels of silver? Okay, don't shirk it. Let us just say it's settled. We are not as difficult as you think, Zhang Zixuan said with finality. During this period of time, too many things happened at home, and he never had the opportunity to thank these 2 good brothers. It was a rare opportunity to repay them, so Zhang Zixuan would not let it go. He naturally knew that what the 2 said made sense, but the 2 of them could lend a hand when he was in such a difficult situation. This kind of friendship was particularly rare. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyong and the other man looked at each other, but even so, the two did not nod in agreement. Several people were busy, so they didn't dwell on this issue. They not only need to find those plantains but also need to wash and dry them. Can't all rely on Zhang Zixuan alone? And Jian Xiu also put the two little wild boars in the yard, and immediately went to carry back the bamboo shoots pulled by 6 and 7. When Zhang Zixuan saw the two wild boars, he immediately said to Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei, who were about to go out, "Brother Ziyong, Haifei, we trouble you to help me build a pig pen. It's not a good idea to keep these two little piglets in this yard all the time.
You are talking about this.
Sister-in-law has already told us. Don't worry, we will do it for you in the next 2 days." The two patted their chests and promised. "Then, thank you. Don't worry, the wages will be calculated as they should be. Why are you still so polite to us? No more, no more, the sun is about to set. We have to hurry to work." After that, the two rushed to the door. The next day, early in the morning, Jian Xiu's biological clock woke up. But no matter what time Jian Xiu woke up, she could always hear Zhang Zixuan busy in the yard. She was even curious about what time he woke up. Why could he get up so early every morning and get up without disturbing herself at all? As an agent, she has always been very vigilant. But after spending time together, she found that her husband seemed not as simple as she imagined. He could get up without disturbing her at all, and then sit in a wheelchair. Based on this, Jian Xiu knew that he was not simple. "Why did you get up so early today?" Seeing Jian Xiu coming out, Zhang Zixuan frowned and asked. She had done a lot of work these 2 days, and even ordinary men might not be able to do it. He thought she would sleep a little longer today, but she still got up so early. "I got up when I woke up. I'm going to Yuexiang Tower again today," Jian Xiu said truthfully. "Not only do we have to go to Yuexiang Tower, we also have to go to Renhe Tower to see how much silver the musk deer is worth." "I know. I've put breakfast in the pot. You can take Xiong's ox cart after you finish eating. Actually, you can sleep a little longer. You don't have to get up so early," Jian Xiu couldn't help but say. Today, Xiong and the others said they would take a batch of plantain to Renhe Hall, so I got up early to pack it up. "Yes, there is already a batch. We have to sell a batch first." With this calculation, the wild boar weighed several hundred kilograms. Jian Xiu guessed that the ox cart should not carry anyone this morning. Thinking that she didn't have to squeeze with the women in the village, Jian Xiu felt happy. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Ziyong strode in. "Jian Xiu, are you ready?" Okay, the plantain is right there." "Well, hurry up so we can come back earlier. We found a lot of it behind the bamboo forest yesterday." "Plantain?" "Yes, a large area of it. It looks like it will take at least 3 or 4 days to pull it all out," Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. "That's great.
Pull more."
"I think we can only pull it out this year. People should know about it slowly next year. 1 year is enough, and it's enough for us to make a fortune." "That's right." While saying this, Jian Xiu also helped to lift the baskets onto the ox cart. "Diong, can you pull it all out? If not, then go another way," Zhang Zixuan said to Zhang Ziyong. "These 3 wild boars alone are already difficult, and what about a musk deer? Add in the plantains and bamboo shoots, and a cow may not be able to pull them all out. It should be okay, but people can't sit on it anymore," Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. "This is natural, otherwise I can just carry it myself." Jian Xiu pointed at the musk deer and said, No, it doesn't matter. Besides, this place is not far from Yuexiang Tower. It's just half an hour, and people are about this weight in the past." Zhang Zixuan thought about it and didn't force it. At this time, Jian Xiu was particularly suspicious of the small trucks in the end of the world. If there were trucks, what would these be? After watching the two people go out, Zhang Zixuan continued to work on the work in his hands. After the commotion in the past 2 days, the people in the old house didn't dare to come over to make trouble for the time being. In fact, Zhang Zixuan probably guessed it before the people in the old house came to make trouble. He understood the temperament of those people in the old house, and they were all people who would not do anything without profit. If they knew that they had so much money to buy these things, they would definitely find thousands of excuses to come to their door to ask for them. But they didn't expect that they would come so timely. They came to their door on the second day, after they bought the things. Fortunately, Jian Xiu shocked them this time. Otherwise, they would not be able to get rid of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Zishuan was very curious about Jian Xiu's identity again. Now, he was sure in his heart that the Jian Xiu in front of him should not be the original Jian Xiu. But for a moment, he couldn't find any loopholes. The person is still the same person. Why do you say she is not? He himself couldn't explain it. I don't know if it was really pulled harder this time. When Jian Xiu arrived at Yuexiong Tower, it was more than half an hour later. Brother Xiong, I guess Yuexianglu can't eat 3 wild boars at once. How about you take this one to the market to sell? I'll talk to shopkeeper Wu later, and then come to you. Okay, but how much silver do you want for this wild boar meat? I remember that wild boars are 3 cents more expensive than domestic pigs, so let's go with the market price of 18 cents. Okay, you can go in quickly, Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. After that, he carried the 2 wild boars and Jian Xiu into Yuexianglu. Jian Xiu said him softly, and then walked into Yuexianglu. This time, it was still the waiter. He was already surprised when he saw Jian Xiu, and when he looked at the wild boar under her feet, his mouth opened wide. Madam Jian, what are you doing? Your shopkeeper Wu should be here, right? Jian Xiu asked with a smile. Yes, on the 2nd floor. After that, he took Jian Xiu directly to the 2nd floor. Young lady, you may not know that our shopkeeper has been talking about your fresh food since he ate it that day.
Oh?
Is it really that delicious? Yes, and your pig offal. Yesterday, almost every table ordered a plate. Some people who didn't have enough even wanted to order a second plate. But we didn't have enough pig offal, so the shopkeeper specifically stated that each table was limited to 1 plate. That's great. Your shopkeeper is making money and I feel at ease. Young lady, you may not know that our shopkeeper said you are his god of wealth. He was eagerly looking forward to your coming yesterday. Because of the addition of a fresh dish, the popularity of this restaurant has increased. The guests are full these 2 days. As they were talking, the two had already gone upstairs. Shopkeeper Wu had already come out when he heard Jian Xiu's voice. The last time he met Jian Xiu, he didn't know that Zhang Zishuan was paralyzed from the waist down. When he saw Jian Xiu again this time, shopkeeper Wu could say that he had a new look at her. At least she had not given up on her husband, even though she knew that he could not take care of himself. Instead, she made such an excellent wheelchair for him. With her integrity, shopkeeper Wu still admired Jian Xiu. Shopkeeper Wu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are more energetic, Jian Xiu said with a smile when she saw Wu Mingtang.
Ha ha ha.
Madam Jian has such a clever mouth. I am ashamed of myself. Wu Mingtang laughed. This was the 2nd time they met, but Wu Mingtang always found a sense of familiarity in Jian Xiu. Madam Jian, you can't come empty-handed today. Of course not. In addition to bringing what you want, I also hunted 2 wild boars. I wonder if shopkeeper wants them? How many? Wu Mingtang asked in disbelief. In the past, 1 was already very good. She caught 3 this time. How could he not be surprised? Besides, these restaurants like wild animals the most. As if thinking of something, Wu Mingtang hurriedly said, You don't want to use domestic pigs to mix wild boars, do you? I, Jian Xiu, am this kind of person in Wu's mind?
Ha ha ha.
Of course not. I'm just surprised that you can suddenly get 2 wild boars. So much. In fact, there are more than 2, a total of 3, but I guess you can't eat so many here, and you asked your fellow villagers to carry the other one to the market to sell it in small quantities. Is that so? What are you waiting for?
Take me to see it,
Wu Mingtang said anxiously. You know, he has been waiting for wild boars for a long time. Wild boars are only 3 cents more expensive than domestic pigs, but the taste is not something that can be measured by these 3 cents. The most important thing is that wild boars are rare. If 3 were not too many, and it was spring again and the weather was slowly warming up, he would really want all 3 of them for fear of spoiling. Please come, shopkeeper Wu. When he walked downstairs and saw 2 plump wild boars, Wu Mingtang smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. It was obvious that the pigs were genuine wild boars. How is it? Shopkeeper Wu, are you satisfied? Jian Xiu asked proudly. Satisfied, Miss Jian. Come and tell me the price. You know the price. The market price is 18 won. I don't want to lose money, and you don't want to lose money either. If you want two at once, I will give you a discount of 1 won 17 won. How about it?
Deal.
Wu Mingting nodded and agreed, without thinking. The next step was to weigh them. Because it was already a discount of 1 won, shopkeeper Wu didn't care whether to open the belly or not. He weighed the two pigs together. It was not a big deal to weigh them. After looking at the scale, the two pigs weighed a total of 711 jin. Jian Xiu was surprised herself. She thought it was only 300 jin and the two pigs should be about 600 jin in total. Unexpectedly, they weighed more than 700 jin. After all the calculations, the two wild boars were worth a total of 12 taels and 87 coins. Shopkeeper Wu directly gave Jian Xiu 12 taels plus 100 coins, which was equivalent to giving 13 coins more. Jian Xiu also knew that these 10 coins were nothing to shopkeeper Wu. Then he invited Jian Xiu to the second floor, and the two of them started talking about dried bamboo shoots. I won't beat around the bush with you, Madam Jian. I told my nephew Zixuan 2 days ago that I would take all the mountain products, no matter how many there were. He said it was about 300 kilograms. Do you think you can get more? How much does shopkeeper Wu want? Jian Xiu asked curiously. This mountain product is dry. How long can it be stored? If it is stored properly, 1 to 3 years is fine. So long? Yes, but shopkeeper Wu, don't worry, this mountain product is only available in spring. After this period, it may be gone, so you have to wait another year. Oh, then according to what Madame Jian said, after eating these hundreds of kilograms this year, there will be more next year. Of course, the price of mountain products increases every year, don't they? Upon hearing Jian Xiu's words, shopkeeper Wu was stunned for a moment, patted his forehead and laughed. Excuse me, Madame Jian, look at my head. It's old. Shopkeeper Wu, you re-joking, isn't the saying old and strong, referring to people like you?
Madam Jian, you talk nonsense.
But tell me the truth, how much mountain products can you get this year? 300 kilograms is a conservative estimate. I calculated. It should be around 500 kilograms. Hiss. 500 kilograms, can it be a little more? Wu Mingtang asked again. I will try my best. I can't guarantee more, but I can promise you that no matter how much I have, I will only give it to you at Yuexianglu. Okay, Madame Jian is really straightforward. I've been waiting for you to say this. So, how much silver does Madame Jian want to sell per kilogram? That depends on the sincerity of shopkeeper Wu. Jian Xiu directly kicked the ball over again. If she were to pay, she wanted to pay 50 coins, but 50 coins seemed a bit expensive. The main reason was that she was not sure how much silver this thing was worth in shopkeeper Wu's eyes. No, it should be said that she was not sure whether this thing was very popular in Yuexianglu. Wu Mingting obviously did not expect Jian Xiu to throw this question back to him. But it was also good this way. He was also worried that Jian Xiu would ask too much, and he would not be able to accept it. After a little thought, shopkeeper Wu finally spoke. 60 coins, at most 60 coins. What do you think, Madame Jian? Are you satisfied with this price? If not,
deal.
Jian Xiu also said like shopkeeper Wu just now.
Ha ha ha.
Madame Jian is indeed a generous person. But I still want to trouble Madame Jian with something.
Oh.
Shopkeeper Wu actually has something to trouble me with? It's really my honor. Jian Xiu herself has a good impression of shopkeeper Wu. At least he is not that kind of unscrupulous businessman. Jian Xiu didn't bring much dried bamboo shoots today, adding up to only 38 caddies. But these 38 caddies are enough for Yuexiangla to eat for a while. Young lady, these 38 caddies, 61 per caddy is 2 taels, 281, you count it and see. Don't I believe in the character of shopkeeper Wu? Jian Xiu said with a smile. When she said this, she took the silver from shopkeeper Wu and put it in her pocket. Seeing this, Wu Mingtang hesitated for a moment and spoke again. I would like to trouble Madame Jian to make another wheelchair. I heard from my nephew Zixuan that his wheelchair was made by you. I think it is convenient and suitable for my mother to use. So, I want to trouble Madame Jian to make another one. But Madame Jian, don't worry, Money is not a problem. As long as Madame Jian is willing to help me, I will not let you down. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately understood. But thinking of her recent events, she really didn't know when she could make it. The money she earned these days is not only enough to build a house, but she also wants to send the 6-headed and 7-headed brothers to the academy. It will take another day to find the academy, and she has to carry the bamboo shoots every day. She just told Wu the shopkeeper that there are about 500 kilograms. If the difference is too big, Wu the shopkeeper doesn't say anything, and she herself will feel bad.
Why?
Is it difficult to make? Seeing that Jian Xiu didn't speak, Wu the shopkeeper said anxiously, "No, but it may take time." Can it be done on the 20th? After saying this, as if he was worried that Jian Xiu would refuse again, he continued to speak. 3 taels, I will give 3 taels of silver, as long as Madame Jian can make it within 20 days. Is it feasible? 3 taels of silver is nothing to him, but Wu Mingtang knows that these 3 taels should be very necessary for Jian Xiu now. Apart from other things, it should take a lot of silver to build a house and Zhang Zixuan's legs. Not to mention that she has 3 children? Hearing 3 taels, Jian Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. 3 taels? Isn't it a bit too much? Jian Xiu asked uncertainly. After all, this wheelchair is just a little more complicated, but the materials used are basically wood. No matter how you look at it, it is not worth the price. At least she doesn't need capital, it's just some of her own handwork. 3 taels of silver is an amount that ordinary people in Zhongjia village may not be able to save in 2 or 3 years. You are too polite, young lady. This is what you deserve. Not to mention that this wheelchair is a new thing. Even if it is not, it is worth the silver based on your creativity and craftsmanship. Does shopkeeper Wu really mean it? Jian Xiu asked with wide eyes. Of course, I am also a businessman. Naturally, I will not do business to make money. Hearing what shopkeeper Wu said, Jian Xiu suddenly had another idea. Her eyes kept turning around the restaurant. After communicating with Jian Xiu several times, seeing her like this, shopkeeper Wu knew that she must have another idea. So he asked directly, "Young lady, what have you thought of this time?" Shopkeeper Wu is indeed a straightforward person. Shopkeeper Wu just said that he is a businessman. I just happen to have business here. I just don't know if shopkeeper Wu is interested.
Oh.
Young lady, why don't you tell me? Shopkeeper Wu asked with a smile. The more he got along with Jian Xiu, the more shopkeeper Wu felt that this woman was not simple. At least, she was not an ordinary woman. Shopkeeper Wu was able to pay 3 taels of silver to buy my wheelchair. Tell me, if I make a few more and put them in your Yuexiang Tower, would any guests be interested? Hiss. Jian Xiu, you really have an extraordinary mind, haha. When he got excited, shopkeeper Wu stopped calling Jian Xiu miss and called her by her name directly. Manager Wu also thinks this method is very good, right? Then how about this, Manager Wu? I won't beat around the bush. I'll make it and put it in your Yuexiang Tower. The money from the sale will be split 30% and 70% between us.
How about that?
I like to do business with straightforward people like you. Okay, it's settled. But how much do you plan to sell this wheelchair for? What do you think, Manager Wu? Those who can come to my Yuexiang Tower to dine are basically rich or noble. How about we sell it for 3 taels of silver like today? Okay, it's settled. Jian Xiu nodded and agreed, without thinking. Jian Xiu was also very confident about Manager Wu's character. The few times they worked together, it was clear what kind of person he was. Next, the two of them talked about a few things to note about the wheelchair. Shopkeeper Wu even wrote down those matters in detail with pen and ink. It was at this time that shopkeeper Wu discovered that Jian Xiu could read. Young lady, you are a real person who doesn't show your true colors. There are not many women like you who can read in Quanyong County. Please forgive me for making fun of you, Manager Wu. My ability is nothing but a show of talent in front of you. But speaking of literacy, I really want to ask you something, Manager Wu.
Oh?
Young lady, why don't you just speak frankly? I have some income now and I want to send my 2 children to college, but I don't know which college is good. After hearing this, Wu Mingtang pondered for a moment and then spoke. Hiss, There are only 3 academies in Confronting County, and the best one is Huaheng Academy. However, Huaheng has both advantages and disadvantages. There are sons of high-ranking officials in it, and most of them are uneducated and unskilled. There are also many cliques. If you really want to send your children to college, I would recommend that they go to Shuwen Academy. Shuwen Academy? Jian Xiu asked in surprise. She had heard of this academy before, but it had a bad reputation. It was said that the tuition was not high, but the teachers there were not very capable. But these were just hearsay, and it was not clear whether it was true or not. Yes, Shuwen Academy is really not bad. Of course, the rumors outside are only half true and half false. Most of them are just rumors spread by other academies because of exclusion. Hearing what shopkeeper Wu said, Jian Xiu immediately showed an expression of icy. At the same time, she became curious, because shopkeeper Wu looked like he was very familiar with Shuwen Academy. Shopkeeper Wu seemed to see through Jian Xiu's thoughts and laughed. Young lady, if you really want to study at the Women Academy, I can introduce you to them. Are you serious, shopkeeper Wu? Of course I am serious, but I have to make it clear first, I am just introducing them. As for whether Lu Tu and Cheeto can be accepted by Dean Mo into the academy, I can't guarantee it. Of course, as long as shopkeeper Wu can introduce them to me, Jian Xiu will be very grateful. Jian Xiu said hurriedly. At this time, she was already thinking that she would teach Lu Tu and Cheeto some basic knowledge after returning. At least they should know how to hold a pen and some simple arithmetic. But if you send 2 people in at once, it may be a bit difficult. Shopkeeper Wu reminded again. After saying this, as if he remembered something, shopkeeper Wu continued, but I heard that there will be a competition in this academy in 3 months. If you win, you will get a certain amount of silver reward. Oh, really? Jian Xiu asked excitedly. Of course, this is a literary competition organized by the County Lord of Confronting County. Each academy will send several students to represent the academy to participate in the competition. Whether they can win depends on the student's strength. If they win, not only will the county lord get rewards, but the deans of each academy will also be exempted from 1 year's tuition. Is there such a good thing? Jian Xiu exclaimed. Yes, it's just that whether the 6 or 7 heads can. Shopkeeper Wu didn't continue the rest of the words, but since he had said this, Jian Xiu still had something to understand. It's no wonder that shopkeeper Wu had such an idea. It's still a question whether his son will be accepted by the academy, but he wants to win the competition. This is indeed a bit exaggerated. However, Jian Xiu doesn't have many other advantages. The most desirable thing is optimism. Next, Jian Xiu went to the market to find Zhang Ziyong. But when Jian Xiu found Zhang Ziyong, he was in a state of panic. Looking behind him, he had covered his musk deer with straw. Auntie, you want 1 caddy, right? Wait a minute, I'll cut it for you right away. Cut this side, the fatter one here. The auntie pointed to Zhang Ziyong's right hand and said, Okay, I'll cut it for you. When Jian Xiu went over, only half of the wild boar was left. Looking at the guests who were surrounding them, there were only a few left. Auntie, how many caddies do you want? Jian Xiu went over, picked up a knife beside her, and asked the auntie opposite. I want 1 caddy too. Okay, wait a minute. When Zhang Ziyong saw Jian Xiu, he just glanced at her hurriedly and didn't ask anything, because there were 3 or 4 people waiting in front. After the 2 of them finished their work, it was already a quarter of an hour later. Brother Ziyong, why don't we take this half back and eat it ourselves?
Ah?
There's still so many, it should be sold out soon. Won't you sell it for a while longer? Zhang Ziyong asked subconsciously. No, we 3 families can share it. Each family doesn't have much, and everyone has been so tired during this period. Eating some meat is a bit oily and can replenish the body, Jian Xiu said with a smile. When she said this, she had already started to clean up the wild boar on the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyong was also helpless. If it were before, even if there was 1 caddy left, it could be exchanged for 18 copper coins. But after all, this wild boar belonged to Jian Xiu, and he couldn't say anything. Jian Xiu, have you settled your business? Yes, I have also sold the 2 wild boars to Manager Wu. They are 17 won per pound, 1 copper coin less, but it saves a lot of trouble. Indeed, we still have to go back to pick plantain? Well, do we have to go to Renha Hall to sell the plantain together? Brother Xiong, if it is inconvenient for you to drive the ox cart, then I can go by myself. Jian Xiu spoke again. Okay, Renha Hall is in front. You be careful. Do you need me to carry the musk deer to you? No, I can do it myself. Have you forgotten? I carried the musk deer out of the mountains alone. Jian Xiu said proudly. Zhang Ziyong. Renha Hall. This is Jian Xiu's first time to come to the medicine shop in Quanyong County. In the past, most of the minor illnesses and pains were endured by themselves. Only when they really couldn't bear it anymore would they ask Dr. Zhang to come and see them. Even when Zhang Zishuan fell off the cliff, he only asked Dr. Zhang to prescribe some herbs to stop bleeding. As soon as he walked in, the waiter of Renatang nodded to Jian Xiu politely. Young lady, are you selling herbs? Jian Xiu looked down at the plantain in her basket and replied, Yes, this is plantain. My fellow villager asked me a few days ago and said that if it is dried, it will be 15 cents per pound. Take a look, is our drying good? Hearing this, the waiter immediately rummaged in the basket beside Jian Xiu and said, Hiss, this is a rufami, right? Collect it, it looks pretty good. Hearing the waiter's words, Jian Xiu immediately became more fond of Renatang. Then he took off the basket behind him, pointed at the musk deer inside, and asked, What about this one? Do you accept it? Following the direction of Jian Xiu's finger, the waiter saw, at a glance, that it was a musk deer. His eyes suddenly widened bigger than copper bells. Young lady, wait a minute, I'll call our shopkeeper Qin to come over. After saying that, he rushed to the backyard. In a herbal medicine shop like Renatang, ordinary herbal medicine shopkeepers usually won't make a move. Only for those special things that the waiter can't make a decision on will he ask the shopkeeper to make a decision. After a while, the waiter rushed to Jian Xiu again and said with a smile, Young lady, our shopkeeper asks you to take these plantains and musk deer to the backyard to negotiate. He is busy now, please don't mind.
No.
Just kidding, this plantain can be regarded as her most stable income. How dare she mind? As for musk deer, it can be said that it is just a byproduct, and it should be just this time. In the backyard. When Jian Xiu entered, all she saw were medicinal herbs. Several layers of wooden shelves were all drying medicinal herbs, and a middle-aged man in his 40s was constantly turning over these medicinal herbs. After seeing Jian Xiu come in, he stopped what he was doing and walked towards her with a smile. Just looking at the face of the shopkeeper, Jian Xiu had a good impression of him. At least he was not the kind of harsh face. As the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart. Since the time travel happened to her, Jian Xiu has begun to believe in ghosts and gods. Are you here to sell plantain and musk deer, young lady? Yes, shopkeeper Qin. Please take a look first to see if you're satisfied. Jian Xiu said with a smile. She noticed in the front yard just now that the waiter mentioned that the shopkeeper's surname was Qin. So, at this time, she naturally had to call him shopkeeper Qin so that at least she could leave a good impression on him, right? Sure enough, after hearing Jian Xiu's address, shopkeeper Qin smiled even more happily. He lowered his head and shoveled the plantain in Jian Xiu's basket a few more times, and a satisfied expression immediately appeared on his face. Your plantain is really good, it is clean, and there are no weeds. The most important thing is that it is dried enough. How about this? I will increase the price of this plantain by 1 cent today, 16 cents per catty. If it is still of this quality in the future, how about today's price? Okay, shopkeeper Qin is really a generous person, Jian Xiu said excitedly. She originally thought that the shopkeeper of Renatang would lower the price for her. But she didn't expect that she would meet a conscientious shopkeeper. It seems that she is lucky today. Then it is weighed. Although there are several plantains here, they are dry things after all. They look a lot, so they are not weighed. Young lady, come here and take a look. There are a total of 124 catties here. If 1 catty is 16 coins, then 1 tael of silver is 984 coins. Do you think it is right? Yes, that's it. As for this musk deer, I wonder how you plan to sell it? Shopkeeper Qin asked with a smile. Hearing this, Jian Xiu herself was silent. Looking at shopkeeper Chen's expression, it is obvious that musk deer is an extremely precious thing in a herbal medicine shop like Renatang. If this is really the case, then this musk deer should be very valuable. But thinking that there may be long-term cooperation in the future, it is naturally not easy to ask too high a price. After thinking again and again, Jian Xiu threw the question to shopkeeper Chen again. I think shopkeeper Chen is also a generous person. Why don't you give me a price first? If you are satisfied, the musk deer will naturally be in his pocket. The musk deer is full of treasures, which Jian Xiu is also very clear about. Before coming, Zhang Zixuan also reminded himself many times. But looking at shopkeeper Chen's appearance, he is also an honest person. Sure enough, as soon as this idea came up, he heard shopkeeper Chen's voice. The most valuable thing on this musk deer is musk. Seeing that the musk deer is large, the musk should not be small, probably worth 8 to 10 taels. I, Qin Xuancheng, open the door to do business, and I am not a black-hearted businessman. I will offer the highest 10 taels. Because the musk deer skin has wounds and is disfigured, I can also offer 2 taels. Then there are bones and meat. For these, I will charge 30 cents per catty at the market price. What do you think, young lady? Hearing what shopkeeper Chen said, Jian Xiu was shocked. According to his calculation, wouldn't this musk deer be worth more than 10 taels? When she came here, she thought she could sell 5 or 6 taels, but she didn't expect that she could sell more than 10 taels. This was really a pleasant surprise. What? Are you not satisfied, young lady? Seeing that Jian Xiu didn't speak, shopkeeper Wu became anxious again. It was rare for this herbal medicine shop to have such good goods, and he really didn't want to miss it. Especially the musk, which was an extremely precious herbal medicine, and it was hard to find. After hearing what shopkeeper Chen said, Jian Xiu finally reacted. However, before she spoke, shopkeeper Chen said again, "How about this? I'll add another 500 coins to your skin? If it's more, it's really not good enough." Okay, I'll listen to shopkeeper Chen. Then he weighed it again. After weighing it, the musk deer weighed 92 catties. If it was 30 coins per catty, 2 taels would be 760 coins. Adding the musk and skin from before, this musk deer was almost sold for 15 taels. Until she received the silver, Jian Xiu still felt confused. She never dreamed that this musk deer would be so valuable. It seems that she has to go to the mountains more often when she has time. After receiving the silver, Jian Xiu couldn't help but go in to take a few more glances when she passed by Moxiangju. Only after entering and seeing the things inside, Jian Xiu really understood why normal families couldn't afford to support a scholar. Just an ordinary piece of rice paper would cost 400 coins. One piece is 100 sheets, and 400 coins for an ordinary family is a huge amount. Thinking about it this way, ordinary families really can't afford to support a scholar. But these are all necessary for going to college, and Jian Xiu gritted her teeth and bought one piece. Waiter, what about the 4 treasures of a study? My lady, the one you like is more expensive. It costs more than 5 taels of silver. There are also some over there. I wonder if it suits you? The waiter probably saw the expression on Jian Xiu's face. When he thought about it, it was true that ordinary people would not use such expensive 4 treasures of the study. Sure enough, after hearing this, Jian Xiu was immediately frightened. So expensive? If you think it's expensive, you can take a look at this one. It's cheaper here. This set will only cost 800 won. Looking in the direction pointed by the waiter, he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. Thinking of her current situation, Jian Xiu still bought the cheapest set. Originally, she was planning to buy 2 more enlightenment books, but after asking the price, she was instantly frightened. She said she couldn't afford it. After what happened today, Jian Xiu realized for the first time that she was a little impulsive when she suddenly asked Lu Tu and Cheeto to go to the academy. It seems that she still needs to think of more ways to make more money. After roughly calculating the silver money on her body, she felt that it was still not enough. For the 2 brothers to go to the academy, it would cost at least 20 or 30 taels to tie them up, not to mention building a house. When Jian Xiu found Zhang Ziong again, There were already several people sitting in his ox cart. Sister-in-law, here, here. Zhang Ziong waved to Jian Xiu when he saw her from a distance. Jian Xiu hurried over, easily stepped onto the ox cart, found a relatively spacious position, and sat down. Even though she had ridden in an ox cart many times, Jian Xiu was still not used to it. The main reason was that the ox cart was too bumpy. Thinking of the price of the musk deer just now, Jian Xiu couldn't help but ask Coco, "Have the points for the musk deer come out?" "It's out." "Then, why didn't you tell me? Aren't you busy?" Jian Xiu thought about it and realized that since she came back, she has been busy like a top and has no time to care about the points. "How much is it?" "It won't be less than the poisonous snake, right? What do you think?" "I don't think so. It will definitely be more than the poisonous snake," Jian Xiu said fiercely. Indeed, this musk deer was sold for 98,000 points. "So much?"
Yes.
"Then how many points do I have now?" "Not even 200,000, just over 170,000.
Kiki said bluntly.
That's still a long way from 880,000. Sometimes there will be discounts. If there is a 20% discount, it will only cost a little over 700,000. That's still a long way to go.
Kiki.
If you don't work hard, you must be far behind. It thought that it has only been a few days and you have accumulated so much, which is already very good. Kiki, where is the design draft? Have you bought it for me? Jian Xiu asked again. Didn't you say that the silver is not enough? It should be enough now. Buy it for me first. If there is no discount later, I will lose a lot. Jian Xiu said again. This house must be built, and she doesn't understand design and other things, so it is still necessary to buy this design draft. Counting the silver money she has now, today, there are more than 2 tails of dried bamboo shoots, more than 10 tails of musk deer, and more than 10 tails of wild boar. If she accepts 3 tails of wheelchairs from shopkeeper Wu, and there are also plantains, there are almost 30 tails here. Add to that the dozens of tails left from the last time she sold the recipe. With this total, she has dozens or even hundreds of taels of silver money in her hand. Excluding the 30 taels that the 2 brothers took to the academy, the remaining silver money is enough for her to build a house. Moreover, the dried bamboo shoots and plantains will also bring in a steady stream of income during this period. Later, her soy sauce will be almost done. She only made a small amount this time, and she didn't use the traditional method, so she didn't have to wait that long. In the end times, if you let the soybeans be wrapped in flour and fermented before fermenting, the soy sauce will generally come out in about 20 days. When she takes it to shopkeeper Wu to taste it, he will definitely be satisfied. But what worries Jian Xiu the most is not the silver, but the points in the supermarket. Thinking of this, the ox cart has stopped in the center of the village. In the past, whether Zhang Ziong was leaving Quanyong County or coming back, the ox cart would stop in the center of the village. The villagers all got off here. There is a big banyan tree here. On weekdays, the women in the village like to eat melon seeds here and discuss some gossips about the villagers. Look, isn't that Jian Xiu? She's finally back. We were just talking about her. Among the women, I don't know who said this. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, everyone looked up at Jian Xiu. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately understood in her heart that it was obvious that the center of their topic just now was herself. Jian Xiu, you're finally back. One of the women was even more enthusiastic and walked directly towards Jian Xiu with melon seeds. She looked like she wanted to pull her to chat with her. Seeing this, Jian Xiu frowned immediately, and she didn't know whether to go or stop. Before she could react, she had been pulled under the banyan tree. Jian Xiu, you may not know yet. Your mother-in-law is still in bed because of what happened that day. Seeing Jian Xiu coming over, the woman pulled her and told her with a smile. The familiar look did not disgust Jian Xiu much. Instead, she felt that she was straightforward. The woman's surname was Zhao, and everyone called her Aunt Zhao. She had a son and a daughter, and her daughter was married. The place where she got married happened to be her natal village, Jianjia village. So every time she saw Jian Xiu, she subconsciously felt a sense of intimacy. Seeing Jian Xiu coming over, the group of people immediately started talking. I heard that after returning from the end of the village that day, your mother-in-law was beaten by old man Zhang?
Oh,
How did you say it? Tell us quickly, so that we can listen too. Another woman said with a smile. Jian Xiu just stood there straight, looking at their excitement. In fact, Jian Xiu envied their days. Think about it. If there were no intrigues in the end times, the people in Jianjia village should have lived a happy life. Mother. As they were talking excitedly, they heard a woman's voice not far away. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Aunt Zhao's daughter Zhang Xiume at a glance. Hey, daughter, why are you back? Haven't you visited mother for a long time? I just wanted to come back and see her. Zhang Xiume said obediently. When she said this, she saw Jian Xiu out of the corner of her eye and was stunned for a moment. Because in the past, Jian Xiu would basically not appear in the center of the village. She was busy with work every day, didn't eat well, and lived a hard life. Everyone in the village knew it. How could she have the time to chat about gossip here? Zhang Xiume didn't know what happened in Zhangjia village during this period, but she was really surprised to see Jian Xiu at this time. She just nodded to Jian Xiu politely and called her politely, Sister Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu was 1 year older than her, so it was reasonable for her to call her sister. Hearing her address and looking at the expression on her face, Jian Xiu subconsciously frowned. Are you hiding something from me? Jian Xiu asked immediately. Although the two were from different villages, when Jian Xiu first married here, Zhang Xiume had not yet married, and the two were considered to be the two people who had a say in the village. Later, Zhang Xiume married to Jianjia village again, and their relationship went a step further. Hearing Zhang Xiume's address and looking at the expression on her face, Jian Xiu subconsciously frowned. Are you hiding something from me? Jian Xiu asked immediately. Jian Xiu knew Zhang Xiume's temperament to some extent. In the past, if she saw herself, she would be very excited. Not to mention that she was free to stand under this banyan tree now. Even if she was busy in the fields on weekdays, she would come to talk to her if she came back. Zhang Xiume was married to her Jianjia village. If her guess was correct, something must have happened to the original body's family. For some reason, when she thought of the old parents of the original body, Jian Xiu felt sour in her heart. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Xiume subconsciously said, Sister Jian Xiu, to be honest with you, your parents. Thinking of Jian Xiu's situation, Zhang Xiume swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. What's wrong with them? Jian Xiu asked hurriedly. They're not doing well, Sister Jian Xiu. If you are free, go and see them. Hearing Zhang Xiume's words, Jian Xiu's frown could kill a fly. But she also knew that if she continued to ask, she would not be able to find out the reason, and it would be a waste of her time. It would be more practical to go there by herself. It's no wonder that the original body was bullied so badly by old Lu, because the original body only had one brother. The parents at home were not in good health. They raised 3 daughters and finally got pregnant again, but they had a difficult delivery. Fortunately, both the big and small were saved, and they also had a son, but they owed a lot of debts because of this delivery. At that time, human life was at stake, and they couldn't get the money together, so they went to find loan sharks. Speaking of this, Jian Xiu was very angry. Back then, his father Jian Dashan came to the old house to ask Zhang Lao for a loan, but he refused. And Jian Xiu was so cowardly that he didn't dare to say a word, and Zhang Zixuan was escorting outside. Usually compounds interest. If it weren't for being particularly urgent, normal people would not choose to borrow usury. They borrowed for 4 years, and in these 4 years, they paid some interest and they couldn't pay back the principal at all. If it weren't for them paying some interest every once in a while, I don't know how they would live. There are many children, and their lives are harder than Jian Xiu's. The original body probably knew that her mother's family had a hard time, so no matter how much she was annoyed in the old house, she could only endure it. Her parents and elder brother also loved her on weekdays. If they knew that she was not doing well, it would only add to their troubles. The most important thing is that he only has one elder brother. Even if he went to the old house to make trouble, he could not beat those people in the old house. The eldest brother, Jianming, now works hard at the dock in the county town every day. The meager wages he gets are only enough to pay the usurious interest. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu was in no mood to stay any longer. She quickly went back to the end of the village. When she saw Zhang Ziong selling wild boar meat in the market today, she planned to take some of the remaining half of the wild boar back to Jianjia village. She also visited her parents and brother and sister-in-law by the way. Of course, she originally planned to go back in 2 days. But now looking at Zhang Xiuamei's appearance, I'm afraid that something else has happened at her mother's house. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu could no longer sit still. In the courtyard at the end of the village, Lutu, Cheeto, and Arya were already standing at the door waiting for Jian Xiu. Because they saw Zhang Ziong had already arrived, they guessed that Jian Xiu should be here soon. Sure enough, they saw Jian Xiu walking towards them from a distance with a backpack on her back.
Mom.
The 3 children shouted to Jian Xiu in unison. Hearing this mom, Jian Xiu's heart was suddenly filled with joy. Mom has been out for so long today, did you miss me? Jian Xiu asked with a smile. Of course I did. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately thought of her parents in Jianjia village. I think they should miss me like this too. Lutu, Cheeto, and Arya, do you miss your grandfather and grandmother? Jian Xiu asked softly. Zhang Zishuan in the courtyard was about to come out when he heard Jian Xiu's words. The two have been married for many years, and when they heard Jian Xiu ask this, they naturally knew what she was thinking. After looking at the remaining half of the wild boar, Zhang Zishuan immediately picked up the knife. When Jian Xiu came in, Zhang Zishuan had already cut the wild boar into pieces. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised her eyebrows. Do you know that I want to go to Jianjia village? You haven't been back for a long time. I'm useless and have dragged you down. This time, you should bring more things back. Yes. We have enough money now. If possible, we can pay off the high-interest loans owed by my parents-in-law. If they don't pay it back, their lives will never be easy. You and I will be worried too. Hearing this, Jian Xiu raised her head suddenly and looked at Zhang Zishuan in disbelief. She never thought that she would hear such words from him. From the time they broke off their relationship with the old house to now, he knew that he had money in his hand, but he never told her that he wanted her to find a good doctor to treat his leg disease. Jian Xiu knew that he also longed to be able to move freely, like a normal person. But even so, after he knew that he had arranged for the money, he didn't mention it in front of him. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu said without thinking, Actually, I have found a way to cure your leg disease, but it's not time yet. Really? Are you serious? Zhang Zishuan asked with his eyes wide open. Just as Jian Xiu thought, he had been thinking about this matter in his heart during this period. It's just that he didn't want to add to her pressure. He knew that Jian Xiu was very tired during this period and tried very hard to make money. He knew that they had to build the house in winter, otherwise, they didn't know how to survive the winter. It's true. Believe me. I've tried my best to prepare. Yes, I believe you. Zhang Zishuan said firmly. After Zhang Ziong and Zhang Haifei's families came back with plantain, the 3 families began to divide the money with the wild boars and plantain. The plantain is sold at Renatang, a total of 124 caddies. Shopkeeper Qin said that we look good, washed clean, and dried well, so we are charged 16 coins per caddy, a total of 984 coins per tael of silver. If we divide it equally among the 3 families, it will be 661 copper coins per family. The extra copper coin will be given to Jiong's family. Do you have any questions? Hearing Jian Xiu's words, the 2 families were so excited that they rubbed their hands. It's only been a few days, and they can share more than 600 coins. What's more, the plantain they sold is only a small part, and the yard is full of plantain. If all of them were dried, at least several taels of silver could be divided. And what about those that were not dug up outside? The more the 3 families thought about it, the more excited they became. They were still in the dark when they got the copper coins directly. Seeing this, Jian Xiu shook his head helplessly. And the 3 wild boars, half of them were carried back today. I sold them at Uxiangla for a total of 12 taels plus 100 coins. We said before that I would take 60% and you would take 20%. Sister-in-law, We said before that we can't take the silver for the wild boars. If it doesn't work, you can give us 15 coins a day, so we can also make money. The work at the dock in the county town is only 14 coins, and sometimes only 13 coins. We can't ask you for so much silver. Before Jian Xiu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Ziong on the side. Jian Xiu dug the 3 wild boars alone, and the 2 families just helped to drag them back. If they really took so much silver, they would not be able to justify it in any way. Zhang Haifei on the side also nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, you gave us 15 cents, and we have earned it. We only spent most of the day that day. If we really count, we can't get 15 cents. Besides, we have already taken advantage of you for this plantain. If you divide the silver again, we will feel bad." Hearing what the 2 said, Jian Xiu also shook his head helplessly. They are really honest people. Knowing that they would not take it if he forced it on them, Jian Xiu had to give 1 or 2 silver coins to his family. Seeing that they still wanted to give it back to him, Jian Xiu had to threaten. "Okay, if you don't accept it, I won't care about you next time if there is any good thing." As soon as these words came out, Huang Chuanji and Lin Xia immediately withdrew their hands. Imitating Jian Xiu's behavior just now, they shook their heads helplessly. Then Jian Xiu prepared to divide the half of the wild boar meat and bring some back to the 2 families. The half of the wild boar meat he brought back alone was more than 100 kilograms. In addition to giving some to her mother's family in Jianjia village, she also reserved some for these 2 families. But when she saw the pork that had been separated, she immediately understood. The pork had been divided into 4 large pieces, 2 of which were the same size, and the other was particularly large. No need to think, this must be Zhang Zishuan's share. No need to think about the big piece, it must be for her parents. And the 2 pieces of the same size should be for Zhang Ziong and Zhang Haifei. The remaining piece, which was neither too big nor too small, was left for her family. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu subconsciously looked at the man sitting in a wheelchair not far away. It must be said that he was very considerate. Jian Xiu, who had never been cared for in the end of the world, felt for the first time that someone was thinking about her and doing these little things for her. It was so warm. Speaking of 2 pieces of the same size of pork, Jian Xiu asked Zhang Ziong and Zhang Haifei's families to take them back. When only 2 families were left, Jian Xiu took out all the silver. When Lu Tu and Cheeto saw it, their eyes suddenly widened bigger than copper bells. Not to mention the 2 of them. Even Zhang Zishuan looked incredulous. "We have made so much money in just these 2 days?" Lu Tu looked around and asked in a low voice. The cautious look of guarding against thieves completely amused Jian Xiu. "How is this too much? I still think it's not enough. I have asked Manager Wu to ask the Wenshu Academy for me. If there is no problem, I can send you to the academy." "Really?" Cheeto asked excitedly. "Of course it's true. Mother even bought the 4 treasures of the study and rice paper today just to let you learn more and take the exam in front of Dean Mo. Do you still need to take the exam?" Lu Tu asked dejectedly. "You know, the 2 of them can't even read a single word. How can they take the exam?" "Don't worry, Mother will teach you all these," Jian Xiu said calmly. As for her identity, she didn't plan to hide it. Of course, this was only for Zhang Zishuan. For the 3 children, she should be able to fool them with any excuse. But Zhang Zishuan was different. He should have noticed her strangeness during this period. Sure enough, after she said this, Jian Xiu immediately felt Zhang Zishuan's strange eyes on her. "Mom, can you read?" "Of course, I just didn't have a place to use my skills in the old house before. I know a lot more," Jian Xiu said with a very proud look. Then Jian Xiu piled up the silver from the past few days and said to Zhang Zishuan with a strange look, "Come, let us count how much silver we have saved during this period." "Okay, Mom, I count the copper coins and you count the silver." I'll come too. Arya also rushed over with a smile, leaning next to Lu Tu, sweeping all the copper coins into a pile. Looking at the 3 brothers and sisters, Jian Xiu felt satisfied and warm for the first time. Under the oil lamp, the family of 5 was in the small house in the dim light, and they laughed happily from time to time. As a secret agent, Jian Xiu had never experienced these things. She had lived on the edge of a knife for many years, but now she realized that life could be lived this way. Mom, did I calculate wrong just now? Do we really have nearly 80 tails? Lu Tu raised his head and asked Jian Xiu. No, you didn't calculate wrong just now.
We do have so much money now.
It is precisely because of this much money that Mother plans to send you and your brother to the academy to study. Jian Xiu explained patiently. She knew that if she didn't let them know that she had so much money, according to the sensible nature of the two brothers, they might never go to the academy. They are now at the right age to enter the academy. In Jian Xiu's eyes, studying is an excellent way out no matter what era it is. She didn't want to delay them. That night, after the children fell asleep, Jian Xiu looked at Zhang Zixuan and spoke first. I think you should have a lot of questions to ask me, right? It's okay. Think about which question you want to start with. I just want to ask, are you her? When asking this, Zhang Zixuan's eyes never left Jian Xiu. He didn't know what he was expecting. He only knew that while waiting for Jian Xiu's answer, his heart was beating very fast. His hands clasped on both sides of the wheelchair even began to tremble. He didn't know what kind of answer he wanted. He hoped that she was Jian Xiu, but he knew that the person in front of him was not Jian Xiu. Yes and no. I am her, but I am not her either.
This.
You must be wondering why I said that, right? This is also very strange. Then Jian Xiu told Zhang Zixuan everything about her crossing over, including everything about her inheritance of the original body's memory. I don't know if it's because I used her body, but when I saw Lu Tu, Cheeto, and Erjan, I subconsciously regarded them as the most important people to me. And at this point, Jian Xiu stopped again, just looking at Zhang Zixuan and didn't say anything. What else? Zhang Zixuan asked hurriedly. The expectation in her eyes was clear. However, Jian Xiu didn't continue, because even she herself didn't know whether she meant that in her heart. She only knew that she just wanted to protect this family now. Zhang Zixuan felt a little disappointed when he didn't get his own answer.
But he soon let it go.
As long as she was still Jian Xiu, the mother of his child, and his wife, that was enough. You said you traveled from the future, so did you learn the martial arts in the end times? Well, I'm an agent. A senior agent. I get paid to do things. As long as I have money, there is basically no problem that can stump us. Agent? If that's the case, then you should live a hard life. Zhang Zixuan asked softly. Even he himself did not realize that his tone of voice was full of heartache when he said this. He only knew that his heart ached when he thought of her working so hard just to complete the task. That familiar feeling of heartache suddenly came out again. In the past, when Jian Xiu was tortured in the old house, she would also feel this kind of heartache. At that time, I didn't know what hard work was, nor did I know what enjoyment was. In my eyes, there was only whether the task was completed or not. Can you understand? Jian Xiu said lightly. Even she herself did not realize that when she was facing Zhang Zixuan, her negative emotions seemed to be inspired and poured out. Zhang Zixuan seemed to be able to hear Jian Xiu's voice, and he comforted her. The past is the past is over. Now you are her, and in the future, our lives will become better, and you are now just the mother of Lu Tu, Cheeto, and Arya. In my opinion, you are her whether it is you or her, you are not alive. Zhang Zixuan said this very seriously. Of course, he also thought so, otherwise he would not have accepted this fact so quickly. In fact, he had already had such doubts 2 days ago. But he couldn't believe that there was such a thing in this world. And it happened to him. That night, the two talked a lot. Whether it was Jian Xiu in the end of the world or the future plans of their family of 5 in this life, the two could be said to be talking freely. Even Jian Xiu herself couldn't believe that one day she would open her heart to a man and talk. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. She only knew that when she woke up in the morning, Zhang Zixuan was no longer in bed as usual. When she came out, as usual, he had prepared breakfast. Why did you wake up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Zhang Zixuan asked with a smile. I don't know if it was because the two had talked it out and no longer had any doubts in their hearts. Jian Xiu always felt that Zhang Zixuan's smile was particularly bright today. I'm not used to sleeping in. When the biological clock is up, I wake up naturally. Biological clock? Well, it's time to wake up naturally. Jian Xiu explained very seriously. Then have breakfast quickly. Aren't you going to Jianjia village today? Eat early, set off early, and find Jiong to rent his ox cart for a day. This will save some time and avoid wasting time on the road. Hearing this, Jian Xiu did not refute. She had not planned to walk there. Even if the ox cart was slow, it was faster than her own legs. What's more, she had to take her 3 children back with her. If she went back alone, I don't know what her family would think. Jianjia village. Stop smashing, stop smashing. Jian's mother, Zhao Zhuanyang, cried and shouted. Jian's father Jian Dashan and elder brother Jian Ming had already been beaten to the ground. It's been 2 months since you paid the interest. That's not what you said when you borrowed the money. One of the middle-aged men with a scar on his face said ferociously. You suddenly raised the interest rate without asking for our consent. How can you ask us to pay it back if it doubles? What's the difference between you and a robber? Said the eldest sister-in-law Qian Hongmei, hugging her 3 daughters. Oh, this young lady is wrong.
This money is borrowed by you.
It's up to us to decide how much to pay back. When he said this, the scarred man even stretched out his right hand and stretched it towards Qian Hongmei's face. Seeing this, Qian Jingmei screamed in fear. At this time, Jian Ming's consciousness slowly recovered a little bit. Seeing this, he picked up a stick beside him and rushed towards the scarred man. However, the scarred man seemed to be prepared and easily avoided it. Then he raised his left foot and kicked hard.
Bang!
Jian Ming was kicked down a few feet away and spit out a mouthful of blood. Jian Ming! Jian Ming! Qian Hongmei and Jian's mother shouted anxiously at the same time. Not far away were also crying breathlessly. Even Jian Dashan, the father of Jian, who was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body and unable to move, was so angry that he wanted to get up. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. You bunch of robbers, I'm going to fight you, Qian Hongmei shouted. Then she immediately turned around, picked up a hatchet from not far away, and chopped at the scarred man. But how could it be so easy to stop him? Even a strong man like Jian Ming was not his opponent, let alone Qian Hongmei, a woman? Sure enough, before she got close, the scarred man easily took away the hatchet. Then he slapped her hard. Qian Hongmei was thrown to the ground. She was thrown to the ground, and for a moment, her head was full of tinnitus and she couldn't hear anything. When she reacted, the scarred man had already walked towards her daughter, Finjie. Don't touch my daughter. Don't touch our daughter. I think your daughter looks good. Since you don't have money to pay back, I think it's okay to let her pay it back. Anyway, since you have 3 daughters, you can take turns. This time, the eldest daughter will pay off the debt. If she can't pay it back, the second daughter will pay it back. After the second daughter, there is still the third daughter.
Ha ha ha.
At this point, the scarred man laughed out loud. At this time, people at the door had heard the noise and came over one after another. Why are you here again? It's not a good thing to make trouble every day. Someone in the crowd said this. Once there is a first time, there will be a second time. Things in the world have always been like this. Because Mr. and Mrs. Jian are kind and warm-hearted in Jianjia village on weekdays. Everyone is from the same village. Seeing this, even if they can't do it openly, they will open their mouths and criticize it. So everyone began to blame the scarred man. Isn't this a matter of life and death? Even if he owes money, you beat him up like this. This is unacceptable. That's right, it's just debt collection. How can you beat him up like this? Among these people, Jian Xiu was also one of them. When she saw Jian Xiu when she returned to her parents' home yesterday, she wanted to say something, but when she thought of Jian Xiu's situation, she endured it. Today, when she saw this group of people coming again, she bravely accused them. If you continue like this, we will definitely ask the village chief to come and deal with this matter. It's no joke if it goes to the government. Originally, Jian Xiu thought that after she said this, the scarred man would be scared. Who knew it was just the opposite? After hearing what Jian Xiu said, The scarred man burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Paying back debts is only natural. But if you do what the young lady said, can I get back the money I lent out? You can take it back, but if you take it back like this.
Then, what?
Too much? But I hope this family has the courage to go to the government office to beat the drum and complain. Then, I want to see whether the county magistrate will stand on his side or on my side. When he said this, the scarred man looked very confident. For a moment, Jian Xiu was really scared when she heard this. She stood there for a long time without reacting. However, before she could react, Sister Fin in her arms had been snatched away by the scarred man. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter. Qian Hongmei hurriedly chased after him. Mom, save me, I'm scared, Mom. Woo woo woo. Sister Fin also cried out of breath. At the door, when Jiang Xiu saw the scarred man pulling Sister Fin and trying to leave, she subconsciously stood at the door to stop them. You can go, but you have to put Sister Fin down before you go. Jiang Xiu said bravely. Hey, young lady, do you know what you are doing? You are meddling in other people's business, do you know that? The scarred man said in a ruffian tone. After saying this, he raised his right foot and kicked Jiang Xiu.
Ah.
Jiang Xiu was kicked down by him. Is it your turn to discuss my brother Dao's affairs? If you say a few more words, watch out for your life. The scarred man said sinisterly. On the other side, in the small courtyard at the end of the village. I have already cut the wild boar meat, you can bring the big piece, my mother-in-law's family is large. Zhang Zixuan said to Jian Xiu indifferently. Yes, I know. And take some of those dried bamboo shoots with you. Didn't you say that this thing can be kept for a long time? Dried bamboo shoots? Jian Xiu asked with wide eyes. If Zhang Zixuan hadn't mentioned this, she really hadn't thought of it. Now that she said this, it seemed to be true. This thing can be kept for a long time and they can keep it and eat it slowly. And Bracken, I also went to the backyard to pick a small handful this morning. Let them take a look, and if they don't have food, you can also ask my mother-in-law and others to go to the foot of the mountain in Jianjia village to pick some. You picked it a long time ago? Jian Xiu asked. It's no wonder she was so surprised. In fact, the two of them chatted until very late last night. She herself overslept, but this man was able to slide his wheelchair to the back mountain to pick bracken early in the morning. Normally, it would take half an hour to walk there and pick it back, let alone him. So, he should have gotten up after she fell asleep. Looking at the black hair under his eyes again, Jian Xiu subconsciously felt distressed. You don't have to work so hard, I can just walk a few steps, you. Jian Xiu didn't say the rest of the words, because she seemed to find that what she said seemed a little wrong. Sure enough, after hearing what she said, Zhang Zixuan immediately showed a bitter smile. Although it was fleeting, she still caught it. Don't worry, didn't I say it last night? I will find a way to raise enough points, but it's just a matter of time. I already have more than 170,000 now. Believe me, it will be done soon. Well, I'm not in a hurry and you don't take risks for points anymore, understand? Hearing this, Jian Xiu's heart suddenly warmed. This is the first time someone cares about her so much. Where's the bracken? I can't see it. Jian Xiu lowered her head and asked, looking for it. You put it together with the rice. I plan to take the rice to them. We have money on us now. Next time we go to sell plantain and dried bamboo shoots, we can bring some back, by the way. These will be eaten by my father-in-law's family, said him softly but didn't say anything. Only she knew that her nose was sore. This was the first time she had such a strange emotion. In the end times, she never shed a tear, even if she was seriously injured. When she had almost packed up her things, Jian Xiu found that Zhang Zixuan had also come out with her. What are you doing? I'll go with you, Zhang Zixuan said lightly. Jian Xiu thought about it, since there was a bullock cart and he didn't have to walk. He simply lifted his wheelchair onto the bullock cart with him. Why did you suddenly think of going with me? Jian Xiu couldn't help asking in the bullock cart. If I let you go back alone, won't you be talked about again? What's the matter? You know, I don't care at all. But I care, I don't want to see others discussing you, even if they just think about it. Besides, I have a wheelchair now, no matter where I go. It's convenient. Compared with before, it's much better. I'm sure others won't talk about you about me anymore.
Zhang Zixuan said lightly.
When he was in the old house, he was the only one who knew how much his heart hurt when old Lu beat and scolded him. Now when he touched his palm again, there was already a very thick layer of scars there. Those were the scars left when his nails dug into his palm when he couldn't bear the pain in his heart. When Jian Xiu heard Zhang Zixuan's words, she was very surprised, but her face still had that faint expression. No one knew that her heart had already softened. She didn't expect Zhang Zixuan to be so thoughtful. He even thought about what topics others would use to discuss her. What she didn't expect was that he cared about others discussing her, not himself. In fact, he should know that even if he was sitting in a wheelchair, if he went out, others would also discuss him. But he didn't seem to think about these and only thought about himself. Dad and Mom, I haven't seen Grandma for a long time. Lu Tu said with a smile. Me too, me too. Chi too and Arya also said repeatedly. As soon as the kids said this, the atmosphere in the ox cart suddenly became relaxed. Jianjia village. After seeing his wife Zhang Xiu kicked to the ground, Jian Fuin quickly helped her up. Then he stiffened his neck and said to the scarred man, "What do you mean? You just start fighting as soon as you say it. Is there any justice?" Jian Fuin was tall and strong. When he spoke, the villagers began to feel a little confident. Seeing this, the gangsters on the side felt a little scared. "Brother Dao, look. Will I be afraid? Whoever dares to come up, then we have to see if they are tougher than the big knife in my hand," the scarred man said sinisterly. Sure enough, when he said this, even if there were 3 layers of people inside and outside, no one dared to say anything. Even Zhang Xiu stared at the scarred man, not daring to say a word. That's right, you can tell from the scarred man's appearance that he is a desperate criminal. Such people would have a fierce heart. Seeing this, the scarred man felt happy. Turning back, he looked at the people in the room and said viciously, "I just said that I will give you half a day. If you still can't pay it back, then use your eldest daughter to pay off the debt. I will come again in the afternoon. If you can't raise money, you can only take your second daughter with you. I have to say that you poor rascals don't have money, but these girls are more attractive than each other. Ha!" At this point, the scarred man laughed. When the 2 younger brothers under the scarred man heard it, they were shocked and asked quickly, "Boss, this girl is still young. It will take another 2 years to catch her back. Do you treat me as an animal?" Before he finished speaking, he was kicked by the scarred man. Jian Ming was so angry that he spat out blood and fainted. "Jian Ming! Jian Ming!" Qian Hongmei shouted anxiously. However, this time, no matter how she shook him, Jian Ming showed no reaction, as if he had fainted. "Don't worry, sister-in-law Hongmei. I'll find a doctor for brother Jian Ming now," Zhang Xiu said anxiously. Apart from anything else, she would not ignore this matter just because of her friendship with Jian Xiu. In fact, after hearing what the scarred man said, Zhang Xiu felt relieved. At least Sister Fin would be fine for the time being. When they come back in the afternoon, they can still negotiate. Qian Hongmei also thought of this, otherwise, she would have chased after him long ago. After seeing her granddaughter being taken away by the scarred man, Jian's mother, who was standing by, could no longer care about the pain in her body and ran after the scarred man. "Let my granddaughter go, let my granddaughter go." But she hadn't eaten well for several days, let alone chasing the scarred man. Even saying a few more words made her feel out of breath. Just a few steps ago, the whole person fell to the ground and couldn't get up. "Aunt Jian fainted. Hurry up, help her in," Jian Fuin said anxiously. When he said this, he didn't care about so much. He squatted down, asked someone to help her on his back, and carried her into the house. There was no place to step in the whole house. The ground was already a mess, and things were thrown everywhere in the whole house. It can be said that nothing in the house was intact. "Dr. Jian is here, Dr. Jian is here." Zhang Xiu led Dr. Jian in a hurry. Dr. Jian was also the doctor of Jianjia village. After seeing several people who had fainted, he was shocked. He naturally knew about the situation at Jian Dashan's home. These days, he often came here, not for anything else but because of those usurious things. Before, Jian Dashan's family could pay back some, but recently I don't know what happened. These people suddenly increased the interest several times. It's just that it's natural to pay back debts, and they can't say anything. With a helpless sigh, Dr. Jian had to slowly move to Jian Ming's bedside, squat down, and feel his pulse. How is it? How is it? How is Jian Ming? Qian Hongmei asked anxiously. Not very good. The injury is a bit serious, and there are signs of internal bleeding. I think I will prescribe some medicine to stop the bleeding, and then you should take him to Rena Hall in the county to have a look. Dr. Jian said helplessly. In fact, he wanted to say that he didn't know if his medicine could stop the bleeding. His medical skills were limited, so he naturally didn't dare to delay him. But Dr. Jian also knew that with their family's current situation, they might not even be able to go to Quanyong County. Hearing this, Qian Hongmei's already pale face suddenly became even paler. The medicine prescribed by Dr. Jian was better. Even if there was no silver, she could still owe it first. But if she really had to go to Renatang, how much silver would it cost? Besides, she might not even have the silver to go to Renatang. It would take at least half an hour from here to Quanyong County. Without a bullock cart, how could she take Jian Ming to Renatang? How could Dr. Jian not know what Qian Hongmei was thinking? She shook her head helplessly and walked to Jian Dashan on the side and carefully examined his pulse. Your father-in-law is better, but he can't delay. I'll prescribe some medicine for you later, and you boil 2 doses of medicine for him to take and see. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jian. Where is my mother? How is my mother? Qian Hongmei asked with all her strength. Now she didn't expect anything else, just hoping that Jian Ming could stop bleeding after drinking Dr. Jian's medicine. She was the only adult left in the family. Her son was still young and had cried so much that he was now lying on the floor and sleeping. The second daughter Jia and the youngest daughter Ting were watching over him. Fortunately, her children were well behaved. Without them, Qian Hongmei really didn't know what to do. Thinking of her eldest daughter Fun, Qian Hongmei's tears kept falling. At this time, they took her eldest daughter away, and her fate could be imagined. However, her husband, father-in-law, and mother-in-law were all lying here unconscious. She didn't even know what else she could do. The old sister-in-law is fine. She's just hungry. She'll be fine soon after we give her some supplements. Dr. Jian said carefully. Hearing this, Qian Hongmei immediately smiled bitterly. She knew the current situation at home. Not to mention supplements, it was already good to have food to eat. Not to mention adults. Even the children hadn't eaten for a whole day. Zhang Xuemei, who was standing by, saw what Qian Hongmei was thinking and said quickly, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll bring 2 steamed buns over later. How can I be so embarrassed? You guys have already eaten more than a few.
It's okay.
It's okay if we eat less for 1 or 2 meals. Zhang Xuemei said with a smile. After saying this, she quickly walked towards the door. She had been married to Jinjia village for several months and was familiar with the situation of the Jian family. Her family lived not far from Qian Hongmei's house. After a while, she brought over half a steamed bun. Seeing this, Qian Hongmei immediately understood. Looking at the marks on the back of her hand, what else was there that she didn't understand? On weekdays, Zhang Xuemei would also bring some food to her 3 children from time to time. But her life in her own in-laws' family was not so good. And Zhang Xuemei's own belly was not very good. She had been married for several months, but she had not conceived a child. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law had some opinions about her. Now she is still bringing food to herself. Needless to say, she must have been beaten by her mother-in-law again. Sister-in-law, give some food to my aunt and the children. After saying this, Zhang Xuemei went to the backyard to get some water. Sister-in-law, hurry up and give my aunt some water.
Her lips are dry.
Qian Hongmei took it, sniffed, and said, Xuemei, I'm here. You and Fuing go back first. When Qian Hongmei said this, she also looked at the place where Jian Fuing stood just now. As a result, she found that there was no trace of him there. Obviously, he had just left. Seeing this, Zhang Xuemei immediately shouted oops, and then chased after him. Needless to guess, he also saw the wound on the back of her hand just now, and he must have gone to settle accounts with her mother-in-law again. When Qian Hongmei was the only one in the room, she finally couldn't help crying. Mother, mother, don't cry, don't cry. The second daughter Jiejie said in a low voice. When she said this, Jiejie stretched out her skinny right hand and tried to wipe the tears from Qian Hongmei's eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Qian Hongmei said with tears in her eyes. Mom, when will my elder sister come back? The youngest daughter Tingjie asked timidly. She is already 6 years old this year and has understood many things. Her elder sister was taken away just like that, and she probably knows what happened in her heart. She just doesn't want to believe this fact. Yes, my elder sister will definitely come back. Qian Hongmei comforted her youngest daughter softly. After saying this, she remembered what Dr. Jian said just now, so she said to the second daughter Jiejie, Jiejie, you look after your brother, and I will go to the village chief to borrow a bullock cart. In Jianjia village, only the village chief's family has a bullock. In the past, if you rent it for a day, it would cost 12 copper coins. She didn't even know if the village chief would lend it to her, but she had to give it a try, didn't she? Dr. Jian just said that if Jian Ming's body couldn't stop bleeding, he would have to be sent to Renhe Hall in Quanyong County. By then, it was likely that he would be in danger. She didn't dare to take the risk, because he was now the mainstay of the family. If he got hurt, none of them would survive. Mom, go quickly, Jiejie said with red eyes. She was 8 years old this year, and understood a lot of things. She also understood what Dr. Jian said just now. She also understood what the scarred man said just now. She knew that if she couldn't pay the money back, her fate would be the same as her elder sister's. Hearing Jiejie's words, Qian Hongmei endured the abdominal pain and walked towards the door. The scarred man kicked her hard just now, and it still hurts. But Qian Hongmei couldn't care less, and the most important thing now was Jian Ming. When Jian Xiu and the others arrived, they saw Qian Hongmei's hurried back. Seeing her staggering, Jian Xiu subconsciously frowned.
Aunt!
Lu Tu was the first to shout. Hearing the voice, Qian Hongmei paused obviously, but she did not turn around. Soon, she walked forward again. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately shouted, Sister-in-law. Jian Xiu shouted sister-in-law very loudly. She did not believe that Qian Hongmei could not hear it. Sure enough, after hearing this voice, Qian Hongmei immediately turned her head. Jian Xiu, you're here? When she asked this question, the expression of disbelief on her face was clear. It seemed that she could not believe that Jian Xiu would come at this time. Jian Xiu was very clear about her situation. It was the time for spring plowing. How could she have time to go back to her parents' home? It was good enough that she was not tortured to death by her mother-in-law. At this time, Qian Hongmei hadn't noticed Zhang Zixuan in the ox cart. Her mind was already in a trance, and she was only thinking about Jianming and how to talk to the village chief about the 12 copper coins when renting the ox cart. At this time, Jian Xiu had also slowly discovered that something was wrong. Not to mention Qian Hongmei's embarrassment, her face was also frighteningly pale. Sister-in-law, did something happen? Jian Xiu asked anxiously. When she asked this question, she had already jumped off the ox cart. It was also at this time that Qian Hongmei seemed to see that Jian Xiu came in an ox cart. Jian Xiu, your ox cart. This is from the renter's house. Zixuan insisted on coming with him, so You rented it for a day, right? Jian Xiu was interrupted excitedly by Qian Hongmei before she finished speaking. Yes, sister-in-law, are you going to use the ox cart? Qian Hongmei said softly, choking with sobs. Your elder brother and sister Fen. At this point, Qian Hongmei's tears could no longer be controlled and flowed down. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Jian Xiu asked again. Maybe her voice was louder, and Sister Jia inside heard the sound and ran out quickly. After seeing that it was Jian Xiu, she ran towards her and shouted, Aunt, save Dad quickly, Dad fainted. Grandpa and Grandma are also injured. They are all lying inside. Hearing this, Jian Xiu didn't care about so much at the moment and walked quickly towards the house. But just after walking 2 steps, as if she remembered something, she turned back. She took the wheelchair from the ox cart and then helped Zhang Zixuan sit in the wheelchair. All these actions were done very naturally by the two of them, as if they had done it thousands of times. Qian Hongmei was even more stunned. Jian Xiu, what are you doing? This is a wheelchair. Zixuan can help with some chores if he sits in it. When she said this, Jian Xiu had already pulled Qian Hongmei into the house. The ox cart. Let me go in and see what's going on first. Jian Xiu interrupted Qian Hongmei and said. Qian Hongmei was stunned when she heard Jian Xiu's words. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that the person in front of her was her sister-in-law. In the past, she didn't even dare to speak louder when she saw her. At this moment, not only did she seem to be very confident, but most importantly, she had a fierce posture. It must be said that Qian Hongmei knew Jian Xiu very well. Jian Xiu was indeed angry at this time. She didn't expect that things would be so serious. Of course, Jian Xiu's anger had not reached its peak at this time. When she saw the situation in the house, her anger reached its peak. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Jian Xiu couldn't help but frown after enduring it. She didn't blame Qian Hongmei but herself. She blamed herself for not coming back earlier and was delayed on the road for so long. Aunt, my elder sister was also captured by those people. They said they would come to capture me in the afternoon. Seeing Jian Xiu coming in, Jie immediately said to her. Hearing this, Jian Xiu frowned and asked Qian Hong, who was standing beside her. Sister-in-law, is what Jie said true? Well, Jian Xiu, sister-in-law doesn't know what to do now. Sister Fin was captured by them an hour ago.
Now.
Don't panic, sister-in-law. Didn't they say they would come in the afternoon?
Don't panic now.
Dad, mother, and elder brother are here. What did the doctor say? After hearing Jian Xiu's words, Qian Hongmei calmed down a little. So she told Jian Xiu everything that happened today. When they took Sister Fin away, did they say they would come back in the afternoon? After listening, Jian Xiu asked immediately. Yes, it looks like they'll be back soon. Qian Hongmei said worriedly. She was now worried about them coming and also worried about them not coming. If they came, she could still know the situation of her eldest daughter, Sister Fin, but she would face more problems. But if they didn't come, she wouldn't even know the situation of her second daughter. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm here. You clean up the house first and cook for Sister Jie and the others. Jian Xiu said very calmly. She was not worried about them coming at all, but she was afraid that they would not come. When she saw the mess in the house just now, her hands were itching. Usually, right? Indeed, Jian Xiu, had been too kind recently so that they felt that they were easy to bully. After hearing what Jian Xiu said, Qian Hongmei was embarrassed. Standing there, it was neither in nor out. Zhang Zixuan, who was standing aside, saw this and naturally knew what she was thinking. So she slid the wheelchair towards the outside of the house, and after a while, she brought in the piece of wild boar meat. Seeing this, Qian Hongmei's eyes widened, and she looked at the piece of wild boar meat in disbelief. Jian Xiu, Zixuan, what are you doing? Don't worry, sister-in-law. This is the wild boar we caught ourselves. We didn't buy it with money. What you said, this doesn't cost money, but you have to sell it in the county town for silver. How can you keep so much? Quick, take this back. This wild boar meat is easy to sell. 17 or 18 cents a pound. When saying this, Qian Hongmei took the wild boar meat from Zhang Zixuan's hand and walked straight out of the house. She was going to put the wild boar meat back into the ox cart. Seeing this, Jian Xiu hurriedly stopped her and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I still have a lot of wild boar meat at home. I brought these to you to nourish your bodies. Besides, Dad, Mom, and Big Brother are in this state now. Even if there is no wild boar meat, I am afraid we will have to buy some meat dishes to nourish their bodies. This body needs to be nourished to get better quickly. These words reminded Qian Hongmei immediately. Yes, Dr. Jian said before that the mother-in-law only had a minor injury. As long as she takes good care of herself later, there won't be a big problem. But in her current situation, let alone replenishing her body, it's already very good to be able to fill her stomach. Thinking of this, Qian Hongmei looked down at the wild boar meat in her hand and said, But isn't this a bit too much? We can't eat so much. When you go back later, take some back. If that doesn't work, take it to the market to sell, and you can get a few copper coins, right? Hearing this, Jian Xiu was also helpless. Maybe because she was used to having no food to eat, Jian Xiu did not refute Qian Hongmei immediately after hearing her words. If it was in the past, she might have kept such a large piece for herself. But at this time, Jian Xiu really didn't care about this wild boar meat. Without paying attention to Qian Hongmei, Jian Xiu followed and went outside to take in the rice, some wild vegetables, and dried bamboo shoots in the ox cart. Sister-in-law, this dry food is dried by us. If you want to eat it, just soak it in advance and eat it like this. It tastes very good. Oh, what is this? Qian Hongmei asked curiously. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately had an idea. Just looking at this family, even if there are more plans, I am afraid that they can only be implemented after they are better. But it seems that the bamboo shoots will not be able to make money for a long time. After all, after a long time, other villagers will slowly find that when the villagers earn 1 cent, they can earn less. As for the plantain, they can also pick it with the people next door like them. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu said directly to Qian Hongmei, Sister-in-law, let's deal with all the things today first, and then I will tell you slowly. Qian Hongmei was confused and didn't understand why she couldn't just say it directly. In her eyes, what is this? Just tell her directly. However, looking at her sister-in-law, Qian Hongmei felt that she had changed a lot. But if she wanted to say where she had changed, she seemed to be unable to say it for a while. It gave her the feeling that Jian Xiu in front of her seemed to have become particularly opinionated. Even Qian Hongmei herself didn't understand, as if she was more confident with her presence. Sister-in-law, there is also this is called fern, which is also a very good food. In this season, it is everywhere under the mountain. You just rinse it with clear water, soak it overnight, and stir-fry it, and it will taste very good. Jian Xiu explained to Qian Hongmei in detail. You know, although this is just a small wild vegetable, but here it can fill your stomach. It can be said to be extremely precious. The villagers in Quanyong County suffered a lot because of the flood a few years ago. It is said that after a big flood, there will definitely be a big drought. The whole Quanyong County basically had no harvest. Many people began to sell their children. It was not that they wanted to sell, but if they sold, they would still have a chance to survive. In fact, if they knew about these wild vegetables at that time, so many people would not starve to death. Jian Xiu, can this really be eaten? Qian Hongmei asked in disbelief. The bracken was not dried, and she could tell what it was at a glance. Yes, I have eaten it for a long time. When Sister Fin comes back, you can ask her to take Sister Jia to the back mountain to pick more. You can pickle it after boiling it, and it will be fine. Really? Of course you can. Can I lie to you? When she said this, Jian Xiu put down the rice in her hand. This rice was brought back from the last time she went to the county town. She bought a total of 50 kilograms, and they didn't eat it for many meals. A rough estimate showed that there should be 40 kilograms left. However, when Qian Hongmei saw the rice, her eyes widened. Jian Xiu, what are you doing? Rice and pork. Does your mother-in-law know? We have separated. Jian Xiu said lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, as if she remembered something, she continued. No, it's not separation. It's breaking off the relationship. The old house has nothing to do with us anymore. What? Breaking off the relationship? Don't be surprised, sister-in-law. I am living a better life after breaking off the relationship. Hearing this, Qian Hongmei immediately raised her head and looked at Jian Xiu carefully. Whether life is good or not, you can tell from this look. In the past, Jian Xiu was as thin as skin and bones, with a sallow skin and a little pale, and her body was dirty all year round, because she was doing all the dirty and tiring work. But now it's different. Although she is still very thin, she looks different. Seeing this, Qian Hongmei was also relieved. It's good that you're no longer engaged. At least you don't have to endure your mother-in-law's anger anymore, and your family of 5 can live a good life. At this point, Qian Hongmei thought of the wild boar meat just now, so she continued, but you are no longer engaged now, but you still have to live slowly. This money is hard to come by. You can't be so extravagant. What if there is no food one day? At this point, Jian Hongmei quickly covered her mouth and said, Pooh, pooh, pooh. How can there be no food? Sister-in-law doesn't mean that. Sister-in-law just wants to tell you that we can save as much as possible. I know everything. Don't worry. I know it clearly in my heart. Jian Xiu said softly. While the two were talking here, Jian's mother outside also woke up slowly. The first thing she saw when she woke up was Zhang Zixuan sitting in a wheelchair. For a moment, she thought she was dazzled. Mom, are you awake? Are you hungry? Wait a minute. Jian Xiu and the others are in the kitchen, and they should have food soon. Are you Zixuan? Jian's mother asked in disbelief. She hadn't seen her son-in-law for 2 years. As far as she could remember, the last time she saw him was 2 years ago. At that time, he had just been rescued, and they went to visit him that time. It has been until now.
Mom, yes, I'm Zixuan. Can you walk?
Jian's mother asked again. Not yet. The wheelchair I'm sitting on is made for me by Jian Xiu, and it can slide.
Xiu?
Where's Xiu'er? Where is she? When she heard Zhang Zixuan talking about Jian Xiu, Jian's mother immediately asked excitedly. She gave birth to a son and a daughter. Over the years, their life has been more difficult than that of the old Zhang family. Knowing that their daughter's life and her husband's family is not easy, no matter how difficult their life is, they try not to disturb her. They just hope that their daughter can live her own life well. Unexpectedly, things did not go as planned. Just 2 years after her daughter's death, her son-in-law fell off a cliff. Now, he's been lying in bed for years. Mother Jian was also very distressed about this, but she lived a harder life than her daughter. Even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. Mom, don't worry, Jian Xiu is in the kitchen cooking with her sister-in-law. Don't worry, we're living well now. Zhang Zixuan explained hurriedly. Mother Jian was out of breath after just 2 sentences. Obviously, she had been hungry for many days. In the back kitchen, looking at the broken pots and pans, Jian Xiu wanted to cut the so-called scarred man into pieces. This was not debt collection. This was simply to take someone's life. It would be better if he didn't come in the afternoon, otherwise, she didn't mind letting him know who he had offended. Jian Hongmei probably knew that it was impossible to cook food with such pots and pans. Jian Xiu, help your sister-in-law to sort out these foods first. I'll go to borrow a pot from Xiumei and make do with a meal first. Well, go, Jian Xiu said lightly. It really couldn't be avoided. It would be okay for them to go hungry. The key is the 3 patients in the bed. They can't do without food. Looking at the medicinal materials placed aside, I guess that they should be prescribed by the doctor for my eldest brother and father. I took it to my nose and smelled it, but I couldn't smell anything. I had to put it down again and walked towards the front. Anyway, the pot hasn't arrived yet, so I might as well clean up the front first. Just as she stepped into the front, Jian Xiu heard her mother's voice. Mom, are you awake? Do you feel uncomfortable? Jian Xiu asked worriedly. Seeing Jian Xiu in person, Jian's mother finally let go of the heavy stone in her heart. Zhang Zixuan had just explained their current situation to her. After listening to it, Jian's mother was relieved. If she hadn't broken up, how could her daughter have time to come here to visit them? Mom, it's okay. I'll feel much better after a good sleep, Jian's mother said with a smile. When she said this, she was still preparing to get up. Seeing this, Jian Xiu hurriedly sat by the bed and carefully helped her up. At this time, Zhang Zixuan had already taken Lu Tu and Cheeto to clean up the mess in the room. Although his legs were inconvenient, he had a wheelchair, but he was just a little slower than others. Mom, what are you doing? My sister-in-law just said that you are weak and need to rest well. Seeing that Jian's mother wanted to get up, Jian Xiu hurriedly stopped her. Mom, it's okay. I'll cook for you. Mom, we're not in a hurry to eat. My sister-in-law has already borrowed a pot from Xiumei. You lie down first. I'll bring it to you when it's ready. As soon as she finished speaking, Jian Hongmei rushed in from the next room with a ceramic pot. Here comes the pot. Mom, lie down for a while. I'll make you something delicious, Jian Xiu said softly. It might be the psychological effect of the original body. When Jian Xiu saw the look of Jian's mother, she felt indescribable pain in her heart. In her memory, Jian's mother loved her since she was a child. Although the family was not rich, she would never skimp on delicious food. Others said that she was not worthy of being a girl, but Jian's mother had never thought so. In the kitchen, when Jian Xiu went in, Qian Hongmei was already making a fire. Sister-in-law, I see there is a water tank over there. Although it is a little broken, it can still be used to boil soup and cook some dishes. Let's use this borrowed pot to boil medicine. She wanted to use the broken tank to boil medicine just now, but the tank was broken and the concave part was very shallow. If she boiled the medicine, it might spill out. Of course, it is also possible to boil the medicine after cooking, but just now seeing that her elder brother and father were still unconscious, Jian Xiu began to worry. Okay, I will boil the medicine. I know which medicines are theirs, Qian Hongyang said with a smile. After saying this, the two of them divided the work and cooperated. Jian Xiu was clever, and these were all practiced when she lived in the old house. In just half an hour, the food was ready. She even used the bottom of the broken tank to boil some white porridge. This kind of white porridge is most suitable for patients, especially those with serious illnesses like them. Sister-in-law, I will take it to mother. Jian Xiu put it in a wooden bowl and said to Qian Hongmei, Go, mother should be hungry too. In the front room, Jian's mother had already smelled the fragrance of rice. When she saw the white porridge brought by Jian Xiu, she asked curiously, Where did your sister-in-law borrow the rice from? Zhang Zixuan just said that they had broken off the relationship with the people in the old house, but he didn't really say that they had a good life recently. Mom, this is what I brought here. Don't worry about eating it. I brought a lot. Mom is not hungry. You can give it to the children. Don't worry, I cooked a big pot, not only porridge but also rice, everything for adults and children. You kid, why are you still cooking rice? Don't you know how expensive rice is? We can cook porridge for 3 days with 1 bowl of rice. Jian's mother said distressfully. Hearing this, Jian Xiu also shook her head helplessly. She naturally heard this a lot. When she was in the old house, she would hear this kind of words almost every day.
She was no longer surprised.
Mom, don't worry and drink it. Seeing that there was really no other way, Jian's mother took it. But when she saw the eager eyes of Jie Jier and Ting Jier, Jian's mother immediately handed the bowl in her hand over. However, before she opened her mouth, Qian Hongmei from the backyard also came in with 2 wooden bowls. This is called the front yard and the backyard, but in fact it is just 2 adobe houses connected together. Mom, I prepared it for them. Don't worry about eating it. I made a lot. Don't worry about them being hungry, Qian Hongmei said to Jian's mother with a smile. Hearing this, Jian's mother took a sip from the wooden bowl in her hand. Just after taking a small sip, Jian's mother's eyes suddenly widened. Jian Xiu, is there meat in this porridge? Did I taste the meat just now? Jian's mother asked in disbelief. When she asked this question, she lowered her head and looked at the wooden bowl in her hand very seriously. When she saw the meat foam, she felt even more distressed. Not to mention that the porridge was extremely thick. The minced meat was enough to make her feel distressed for a long time. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had tasted meat. Mom, don't worry, these don't cost money to buy. They are wild boar meat. I dug a pit to catch them, just right to eat them to replenish your body. When she chopped the pork just now, Jian Xiu used the only hatchet in the kitchen. Think about it, there is nothing intact in this whole house. Seeing that Jian's mother had almost finished eating, Jian Xiu asked, Mom, do they look like this every time they come to the house? Who is this they referring to? Even if Jian Xiu didn't name them, Jian's mother knew in her heart. Knowing that she couldn't hide it from her daughter, Jian's mother had no choice but to nod helplessly. If she guessed correctly, they should come again in a while. Thinking of this, Jian's mother was a little scared. Jian Xiu seemed to see through Jian's mother's thoughts, so she comforted her. Mom, don't worry, I already have a way to deal with them. Sure, you think too simply about them. How can they be so easy to deal with? They are all desperate criminals. Not to mention you, even the county magistrate may not be able to do anything to them. Over the years, Jian's mother has roughly understood these things. The county magistrate only judges cases, and these people have not caused any deaths. As they said, it is natural to pay back debts. Even if the county magistrate is here, they have some reason. What's more, they really can't pay back the money now. Mom, don't worry. I'm waiting here to settle accounts with them. Hearing this, Jian's mother was even more scared. She thought that the settlement Jian Xiu was talking about was to settle the principal and interest owed to them over the years. If that was the case, she didn't even know if she could afford it when she knew the answer. Back then, because of Qian Hongmei's health, they urgently needed ginseng, so they had to borrow 12 taels from them. And over the years, they have only paid some interest. Moreover, only a small part of the interest was paid back. If they really had to calculate it now, who knows how they would calculate it? Mother Jian was even ready to pay off the debt for a lifetime. But now her daughter said that she wanted to settle accounts with them, which forced her to face reality. However, Mother Jian didn't know that the settlement Jian Xiu said was completely different from what she thought. When the whole family had eaten and drunk enough, Jian Hongmei brought the potion in the pot up again. Then she carefully fed it to Jian Ming, and Jian Xiu fed it to Jian's father. Jian Xiu's injury was not that serious. In the final analysis, most of the reasons were due to his weak body. Jian Ming was different. The scarred man kicked him several times. Sure enough, Jian's father woke up soon after drinking the potion. Jian Ming also drank the potion, but he still didn't wake up. But his face was not as pale as before. Seeing this, Jian Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really needs to be taken to Renhe Hall. The first thing Jian's father did when he woke up was to ask about the situation at home. He seemed not to notice the mess in the house. Obviously, he was used to these things. Dad, this is white porridge freshly cooked. Now it's cold. Drink it quickly. Qian Hongmei handed the porridge in her hand to Jian's father and said, Okay, next time, don't make the porridge so thick so that you can drink it for 2 more meals. Before drinking, Jian's father was still nagging. After the family had finished drinking, Jian Xiu found that Qian Hongmei had not eaten yet. After a closer look, he found that her face was full of sorrow. Sister-in-law, go eat quickly. Try that bracken. How can I eat it? Sister Fen was captured by them. I don't know what the situation is now. At this point, Qian Hongmei couldn't help crying again. What? What did you say? You said Sister Fen was captured by them? Jian Xiu asked in a deep voice. Things have come to this point, and it is impossible to hide it. Qian Hongmei nodded and said, They said to take Sister Fen away first. If they still can't raise money by the afternoon Even what? Even Jia will be taken away. As soon as these words came out, Qian Hongmei burst into tears. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Since they said that, Sister Fen will be fine for the time being. Don't worry, I'm here, right? Jian Xiu said calmly. Qian Hongmei and the others didn't take Jian Xiu's words to heart, thinking that she was just comforting them. Only Zhang Zixuan, who was standing aside, never took his eyes off Jian Xiu after hearing what she said. She said that they all went through devilish training in the end times to become high-level agents. That means her martial arts must be good. Now think about it. What she said is really true. He should have known it when she easily dealt with old Lu. She just picked up a few small stones, but she was able to hit the target every time. It can be seen that her martial arts skills are not bad. In fact, they are very high, because those with ordinary martial arts skills can't do what she does. After everything was packed up, Qian Hongmei hurriedly walked to the next door with the pot she had just borrowed from Zhang Xiuemei. Obviously, she was going to return Zhang Xiuemei's ceramic pot. Jian Xiu was very puzzled. It was just a pot. Logically speaking, Zhang Xiuemei was not the kind of person who was petty. And it was not time for meals. Why was Qian Hongmei so anxious to return it? And when she borrowed the pot just now, although she was holding the pot in her hand, her face was obviously not right. If she guessed correctly, something should have happened in Zhang Xiuemei's home. Jian Xiu thought, it's true that every family has its own problems. She had also lived with a mother-in-law like Lao Lu. After thinking about it for a while, she roughly knew Zhang Xiuemei's current situation. After returning the pot, Qian Hongmei could neither stand nor sit. She was so anxious that she felt like an ant on a hot pot. Sister-in-law, believe me, I said it would be fine. It would be fine. I am fine myself. I am just worried about Sister Fen. When the scarred man grabbed her, she cried so hard that I felt like a mother who is really incompetent. As soon as she finished speaking, Jianming woke up slowly on the bed. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to look for his eldest daughter, Sister Fen.
Hiss.
He didn't know if it was because of the pulled wound, but he gasped in pain. Jianming, are you awake? Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Qian Hongmei asked anxiously. Jianming took a breath and didn't dare to move anymore because he could smell the taste of medicinal herbs in his mouth. It was obvious that his family had spent money to hire a doctor because of his injury. Now he knew the situation at home very well. If he wanted to hire a doctor, he would probably pay on credit. If she moved around at this time and accidentally pulled the wound, she would have to take another dose of herbs. She calmed down and said softly, I'm fine, don't worry. What could happen? Jianming tried to speak to Qian Hongmei in the most peaceful tone, not wanting her to worry about him anymore. Before the two of them could say a few words, there was a sound of cursing outside. Hearing this sound, Qian Hongmei was immediately embarrassed. Just by hearing this sound, she knew that it must be Zhang Xuemei's mother-in-law, Old Li, who was scolding them. When she went to return the pot just now, she happened to be there, and she caught her and scolded her. If it weren't for Zhang Xuemei's kind words, who knows how long the scolding would have lasted. Qian Hongmei, come out and tell me why my pot cracked? Old Li started yelling at the door. Mom, it wasn't Hongmei who did it. Aren't you being unreasonable? Jian Fuyin, who was standing by, said helplessly. Seeing this, Zhang Xuemei also hurriedly said, Mom, we all saw it just now. It was you who put it on the ground, too hard. Shut up. You don't have the right to speak in this family? Old Li shouted directly at Zhang Xuemei. Mom, I just can't see.
Mom, why did you hit me?
Zhang Xuemei asked Old Li while dodging. At this time, Jian Fuyin also directly pulled her mother away. This made her quiet down. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised her eyebrows. It must be said that Zhang Xuemei is really good at vision. In this era, where filial piety is the most important concept, it is not easy for Jian Fuyin to do this. However, how could Old Li let Zhang Xuemei go so easily? After breaking free from Jian Fuyin, he was ready to rush towards Zhang Xuemei again. Seeing this, Jian Xiu, as always, slowly took out the small stone she had hidden from her arms. Without thinking, she threw it towards Old Li. All this, she did it invisibly, without anyone noticing. Old Li just screamed, and then the whole person knelt straight on the ground. Familiar scene.
Familiar Walling.
Others don't know, but Zhang Zixuan knows it very well. He saw all of Jian Xiu's actions, and at the same time, he secretly made a decision in his heart. At the same time, these actions of Jian Xiu did not escape the eyes of another person. That was her eldest brother Jianming. He didn't see clearly what Jian Xiu threw out just now, but he probably guessed that it should be something like a small stone. Because after she threw it out, Old Li obviously knelt on the ground. What made Jianming curious was, when did his sister start to use such methods? Seeing her calm and composed look, it was obvious that this kind of thing was easy for her to handle.
Who hit me?
Who hit me just now? Old Mrs. Li at the door looked around and asked. Seeing this, Jian Xiu walked out slowly and sneered. Aunt, there are not many people here. You suddenly knelt on the ground and faced upwards. Do you think even God can't bear it? I'm thinking of punishing you for what you did.
What are you talking about?
Just now someone threw a small stone at my knee, otherwise I would. Sure. Old lady, don't say such things. Be careful not to offend the gods, or you will suffer in the future. Before Mrs. Li finished her words, she was interrupted by Jian Xiu. Seeing that Mrs. Li was still skeptical, Jian Xiu continued. Why? You don't believe it from the look of your face, right? Then take a good look who threw the stone at you just now, not to mention that we are so far away from you. Even if we are in front of you, we may not be able to be so accurate, right? Besides, who are there around here? Didn't you see it at a glance? After these words came out, Mrs. Li, who had originally denied something, suddenly became uncertain. She stood up, patted her knees, and looked up at the sky. The guilty look on her face made Mrs. Li dare not say another word. As if there was a ferocious beast behind her, she rushed towards the house. In fact, after such an operation, not to mention Mrs. Li, even Jian Xiu and the others were already half believing and half doubting. Otherwise, how could Mrs. Li suddenly kneel down? However, Jian Xiu quickly let the matter go. After all, she didn't do anything wrong, right? Sister Jian Xiu, I didn't expect that you are different now. At this time, seeing Jian Xiu again, Jian Xiu discovered her abnormality. The last time she went back to her parents' home and saw her in the center of the village, she felt that she seemed to have changed. At that time, she didn't think much about it. People have to change. They can't always remain the same, right? In my situation, if I don't change, then what is waiting for me is the endless abyss, right? Jian Xiu looked at Jiang Xiu and said very seriously, "The hidden meaning of this sentence is very obvious. It depends on whether Jiang Xiu can figure it out. For her only friend, Jian Xiu naturally hopes that she will live a good life. Jiang Xiu is not stupid." After hearing Jian Xiu's words, she was stunned. She understood what Jian Xiu meant, but she didn't know if she could be as ruthless as Jian Xiu. The last time she went back to her parents' home, she heard from her mother about Jian Xiu's current situation. She was also very happy for Jian Xiu. It would be the best for her if she could break off the relationship. Originally, she was thinking about when she would go back to her parents' home again and then go to the end of the village to see her. Unexpectedly, she came back first. "Sister Jian Xiu, I know what you mean, but I don't know if I can do it," Jiang Xiu said dejectedly. After hearing this, Jian Xiu didn't know what to say for a moment. So he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, he took out a large piece of wild boar meat weighing 2 kilograms and handed it to Jiang Xiu, saying, "This is wild boar meat. We went up the mountain to catch it. There are a lot of them in the house. You can take this piece back to satisfy your hunger."
How can that be?
No, you have to keep this thing. Xiu, why don't you come in? Before Jiang Xiu finished speaking, the voice of old Li came from the house. Seeing this, what else did Jian Xiu and Jiang Xiu not understand?
Take it.
You should also make up for it well. After that, Jian Xiu stuffed the wild boar meat directly into her hand. "Oh, this is wild boar meat?" Before Jiang Xiu had time to turn around, a ruffian voice of a man was heard from the side. Looking in the direction of the voice, what caught her eye was the conspicuous scar on the man's face. Needless to say, this man should be the scarred man mentioned by the sister-in-law. "Sister Jian Xiu, you. Don't worry, you go in first." Jian Xiu interrupted Jiang Xiu and comforted her. "No, Sister Jian Xiu, they are today. I know, don't worry, I'm here. I'm going to prepare to beat the dog." Jian Xiu interrupted Jiang Xiu calmly and said, this was true. She was going to beat the dog. She naturally didn't want her few friends to see her fierce performance. "Oh, this little lady is quite arrogant," the scarred man said to Jian Xiu with a lecherous look. However, Jian Xiu looked behind him as if she didn't hear him. With just one glance, Jian Xiu's brows immediately frowned, because she didn't see Sister Fun. "Where's Sister Fun? Where's my daughter? Where did you put my daughter? Give my daughter back to me, give my daughter back." Qian Hongmei, who heard the noise, came out and asked, "Oh, this little lady is out too. It's not impossible to want your daughter. Then you can come and exchange it yourself. If that doesn't work, bring your second daughter along, and you 3 mothers together." "Shut up," Jian Xiu shouted coldly. When she said this, the sharpness in her eyes was clearly visible, and her face was full of fierceness. With his eyes narrowed, he was like a cheetah in the dark night, flashing with a sharp light, as if he could tear himself into pieces in an instant. He who lived on the edge of a knife knew this kind of look very well. It was murderous intent. That's right, he saw a strong murderous intent in Jian Xiu's eyes. Seeing such a look, the scarred man subconsciously shuddered. He said that he was a desperate man, but how could he not be afraid in the face of life and death? But soon he reacted and thought, she is just a young lady. Can she eat him? Even if she has such ability, she has to be able to eat him. Thinking of this, the scarred man suppressed the fear in his heart and forced himself to look up at Jian Xiu. Sure enough, when he looked at her again this time, the murderous intent in her eyes was gone. It seems that he really saw it wrong just now. That's right, what kind of murderous intent can there be in the eyes of a woman? What's more, it is the kind of murderous intent that is dead silent. He had only seen this kind of look on the killer, so how could it appear on a woman at this time? Scarred Man didn't know that he was not the only one who felt this way, but also Zhang Zixuan and Jian Ming. Zhang Zixuan was fine. After all, he already knew Jian Xiu's identity. But Jian Ming was different. At that moment just now, he really felt that his sister seemed to have changed. This time when he saw her, she was obviously different. Although they hadn't said a few words, from the way she spoke and acted, it was completely different from before. Being scolded by Jian Xiu, Scarred Man was really scolded. But he reacted quickly, not to mention the sharpness in Jian Xiu's eyes just now. Scarred Man was also very sure that he had seen it wrong. I tell you, if you don't pay back the money today, let alone your eldest daughter, I will not let go of your second and third daughters. Scarred Man said fiercely. When he said this, Scarred Man had already walked towards Jian Xiu, staring at the piece of wild boar meat with both eyes. Obviously, his target was the wild boar meat weighing about 2 kilograms. I can't tell. It's such a big piece of meat. It doesn't look like there's no money. How can there be no money to pay the interest? This meat was given to me by Sister Jian Xiu, not by Sister Hongmei. Don't mess around, Zhang Xiuemei said with her neck stiff. She just said to Jian Xiu politely that the wild boar meat should be taken back, but if the meat was to be sold cheaply to the Scarred Man, she would naturally feel distressed. Zhang Xiuemei thought that if she said that, the Scarred Man would be restrained. After all, if she said that, it meant that the pork was not Qian Hongmei's, so he naturally couldn't take it away. But she didn't expect that after hearing what she said, the Scarred Man still walked towards her. Whoever you say the meat belongs to, it belongs to you, do you know? The Scarred Man said arrogantly. Seeing this, Jian Fuyin, who was standing by, was worried that he might get hurt, so he whispered, Xiuemei, give him the meat. But this meat, Zhang Xiuemei said hesitantly. You can tell from her expression that she was reluctant to give it up. That's right. The villagers here are very poor, and they usually don't want to buy such a large piece of pork all at once. If they want to eat it, they can just buy some fat meat and fry it in oil, and then eat the lard residue. Seeing that Zhang Xiuemei was reluctant to give up the wild boar meat, Scar walked over and snatched the wild boar meat from her hand. Then he weighed it in his hand and said with great satisfaction, Wow, it's quite heavy. I told you to put it down, Jian Xiu said coldly. Just by listening to her tone, you can tell that she has endured to the extreme. At this time, anyone with a little bit of vision should be very sensible. But the Scarred Man was like he heard a joke and said sarcastically, My dear, if I refuse to let go of your brother, what can you do to me? When he said this, he stared at Jian Xiu with a lecherous look. Seeing this, Jian Xiu snorted coldly and then stretched out his right hand and picked up a piece of firewood from the ground. He patted his left palm gently and said slowly, It's up to you whether to let go or not. I only know that you have offended me today, and I won't let you go easily, just because you beg for mercy later. When he said this, Jian Xiu's tone was still indifferent, without much ups and downs. It made people feel no sense of oppression at all. The Scarred Man laughed out loud after hearing this. My dear, I was raised in fear. It's not impossible for someone like you to attract my attention, but... Before he finished speaking, the wood in Jian Xiu's hand hit his abdomen. He was so painful that he bent over and didn't react for a long time. After he reacted, the first thing he did was not to settle the score with Jian Xiu. Instead, he looked at Jian Xiu with a scrutinizing look. Although he was a desperado, and everyone called him Brother Dao, his Brother Dao was not just a casual name. He knew martial arts, and his martial arts skills were not bad. Under normal circumstances, he should have easily avoided that Jian Xiu gave him just now. However, this was not the case. Of course, if it were someone else, they would definitely think it was just a coincidence. or they would make excuses for themselves, thinking that this was unlikely.
But the scarred man was not like that.
He never thought that there would be so many coincidences in the world. Thinking of this, the scarred man instantly put away his nonchalant look just now and said sinisterly, "Which, you know martial arts, right? You don't think that you can hit my brother Dao in the abdomen, do you?" Hearing this, Jian Xiu just uttered a stunned sound and did not answer him normally. Instead, she said to the people who were worried about her, "Watch me today and see how I beat the dog." At this time, Zhang Zixuan had already slid out in a wheelchair, and even Jian Ming, with the support of Qian Hongmei, slowly moved out. Not to mention Jian's mother. But there was no surprise in their eyes, and they all looked worried. Even Zhang Zixuan was the same. Although Jian Xiu told him about her identity, it was all in her world. Now she was facing a thorn in the side, and if she was not careful, she might lose her life. "Stinky woman, who do you say is a dog?" The scarred man asked viciously. "Whoever answers me, then I'm talking about that person."
"You."
The scarred man pointed at Jian Xiu, but couldn't speak for a while. "Stop talking nonsense. I only have one question for you today. Where is Sister Fen?" Jian Xiu asked sternly. "Sister Fen?
Ha ha ha.
You don't think I will bring her back, do you? You are so naive. It seems that you are not willing to accept my offer." Oh, I should be the one to say this.
Well.
Before he finished speaking, he saw the person who was almost 10 feet away from him just now suddenly walked in front of him. Not only that, the firewood stick in his hand kept hitting him. When he reacted, he had been hit several times. Seeing this, the scarred man also realized that something was wrong. The woman in front of him was not as simple as he imagined. If he guessed correctly, his martial arts should not be low. It was just unfortunate that she bumped into him. He squinted his eyes slightly, took out the dagger in his arms, and rushed towards Jian Xiu without thinking. "Xiu'er, be careful." Seeing this, Jian's mother on the side was so worried that she reminded Jian Xiu anxiously. Not to mention Jian's mother, even Zhang Zixuan's heart was lifted up after seeing this. Hearing Jian's mother's words, Jian Xiu's heart softened. But when facing the scarred man, he instantly regained the sharpness just now. He easily dodged the scarred man's attack by turning sideways. Seeing that he had missed, the scarred man ordered the 3 people behind him. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you come to me?" Hearing this, Jian Xiu just narrowed his eyes and then asked in a deep voice, "I advise you to save some strength, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Now, I can also give you a chance. As long as you send Sister Fen back obediently, I can spare your life today."
Ha ha ha.
What a big tone, the scarred man said arrogantly. After saying this, the scarred man raised his head to the 3 people behind him. "The meaning is very clear. Why don't you come to me?" After understanding what the scarred man meant, the 3 of them raised their daggers and rushed towards Jian Xiu. However, before the 3 of them could get close to Jian Xiu, they were easily knocked to the ground by Jian Xiu. Then, Jian Xiu did not give the scarred man a chance to argue. With a turn, before he could react, the dagger in his hand had been taken away by Jian Xiu. While he was still confused about what was going on, the dagger was already across his neck. Jian Xiu did not give him a chance to react. She used the strength of her arm to slowly stab him in the neck. "Lady, spare me. Lady, spare me." In just a blink of an eye, the scarred man was trembling and begging for mercy. "Spare my life, ha. That's not what you said just now. What did you say?" "Oh, right, you said you wanted us to be good." As she said this, Jian Xiu raised her right foot and kicked him hard in the abdomen. When she saw him lying on his face, she picked him up and kicked him hard again. This time, she kicked him directly to a distance of 2 meters. "This is how you beat my brother today." Looking at the blood spilling from the corner of the scarred man's mouth, Jian Xiu did not have any pity, because she knew that such a person was not worthy. If such a person had any softness towards him, he would have to bear the consequences. Jian Xiu, who had lived on the edge of a knife, was very clear about this. Lady, spare my life, spare my life," the scarred man said intermittently. "Originally, I wanted to spare you, but it's a pity that you didn't cherish it well." At this point, Jian Xiu raised the dagger in her hand and prepared to stab the scarred man. "Jian Xiu!" Zhang Zixuan shouted anxiously, not far away. Then he imitated Jian Xiu's just now, picked up a small stone, and threw it at the dagger in her hand.
Clang.
It really hit the dagger. But the dagger did not fall, but was still tightly held in Jian Xiu's hand. Seeing this, Jian Xiu looked at Zhang Zixuan in confusion. "Jian Xiu, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. You must pay with your life." After these words came out, Jian Xiu also reacted, but she didn't show it. Her face was still fierce. She took back the dagger in her hand calmly and then stepped on the chest of the scarred man. She just stared at the scarred man, staring at him directly. Not for anything else, just because he really saw the murderous intent in Jian Xiu's eyes just now. If it wasn't for the man named Zhang Zixuan who stopped him just now, he might have met the king of now.
Tell me.
How do you want to die? Do you want your hands to be cut off first? Or your feet to be cut off first? Or do you want to cut your neck directly with a knife and then separate your head and body? Jian Xiu gently tapped the dagger on the face of the scarred man and asked sinisterly. At this time, not to mention the scarred man, even the other 3 men were trembling with fear. This family has been collecting debts for many years, and they have always lived in peace. They never dreamed that such a woman with great martial arts skills would suddenly appear. And what did the daughter call Jianming just now? Yes, big brother, the woman just called Jianming big brother. That means she is Jianming's sister. But they have harassed him for so many years. Why has she never appeared?
What?
Not talking? Hiss. Let me guess, what are you thinking about? Oh, yes, you should be thinking, why am I here now, right? Jian Xiu said lightly to the scarred man. Hearing this, the scarred man's heart suddenly shuddered. When he looked at Jian Xiu again, his eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't even dare to think about it. He was afraid that the dagger in her hand would stab him down, and then he would really be beheaded. Lady, if you have something to say, let's talk it over. As long as you forgive me, you can say anything.
Oh?
It's just that I just kept asking about my niece Sister Fun, but I didn't see you. What's wrong? You haven't seen blood yet?
So?
Yes, Sister Fun, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and bring the person over? Before Jian Xiu finished speaking, the scarred man couldn't wait to give orders to the 3 gangsters on the side. No one knew that Jian Xiu was actually relieved when she heard this. She probably guessed that Sister Fun would be fine, but she didn't get the confirmation from the scarred man. For a while, her heart was up and down. From the tone of the scarred man's words, it was obvious that Sister Fun was still safe for the time being. Not only Jian Xiu, but also Jianming and Qian Hongmei beside him breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what the scarred man said.
What?
You don't think that this is the end of it, right? Jian Xiu asked again. While saying this, Jian Xiu raised the dagger in her hand again. I have to say that this dagger is still very good, at least it is a shiny thing. It can directly shine into the eyes of the scarred man. Looking at his cowardly look, he should have been scared to death. Lady, please talk nicely. As long as you say it, I can. Sister Jie, bring a chair over for your aunt. I need to settle the accounts. Jian Xiu interrupted the scarred man and said to Sister Jie beside him. Okay, aunt, wait. But Sister Jie went back to the house to look around and came out empty-handed again. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, What's the matter? Don't you have any chairs at home? Aunt, the chairs at home are all broken and can't be sat on. Is that so? What should I do? Jian Xiu said with an extremely embarrassed look. The words have already come to this point. If the scarred man still doesn't understand, then he deserves to be beaten. Don't worry, lady, I will compensate. I will order someone to buy a few back later. You compensate? Do you think this is just a matter of chairs? This room is in a mess. Do you think you can just compensate a few chairs to solve the problem? Please tell me, lady. As long as you tell me, I will go through fire and water and do it for you. Well, very good, Jian Xiu said lightly. At this time, she also regained some reason. She almost made a big mistake just now. If she really killed the scarred man, it would be a life after all. Here, she has no connections, and she doesn't know what trouble she will bear. Think about it, she should change her strategy, so that she can enjoy it without doing anything. This kind of enjoyment is the real enjoyment. Of course, if he doesn't listen, then he can be beaten to listen. Then lady your dagger. Hearing this, Jian Xiu smiled coldly and took back the dagger with an I'm easy to talk to look. Then he slowly said, I heard from my sister-in-law that you come to collect interest every once in a while, right?
Skaman.
He thought he might know what the woman in front of him wanted to settle with him. So he hurriedly said respectfully, Lady, misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. How could we do that? All of this is a misunderstanding.
Oh.
Since you said it was a misunderstanding, how can you have the nerve to accept the silver from my eldest brother's family?
Skaman.
That's interest, right? But after seeing Jian Xiu's half-smiley eyes, the words that were about to come to his mouth were swallowed by him.
What?
Did I say that wrong? Jian Xiu continued to ask before the scarred man could speak. According to Jian Xiu's understanding, his elder brother only borrowed 12 taels from him. However, even for these 12 taels, the scarred man has come back every now and then to collect interest. Even if it is usury, it is unacceptable. Moreover, the interest rate can be increased at will, just like now it has increased several times in a flash. If she, Jian Xiu, does not teach such a person a lesson, she will really feel bad. That's right, the hero is not wrong. Since you are not wrong, that's good. Today we have to settle the accounts properly. Settle. Settle accounts? Calculate. Settle what accounts? The scarred man asked stutteringly. Hearing this, Jian Xiu raised her foot again and slowly walked towards the scarred man, playing with the dagger in her hand, with a smile on her lips, as if she was saying, I am easy to talk to. However, before the scarred man could react to what was going on, his arm was stabbed fiercely by the dagger in Jian Xiu's hand.
Ah!
The scarred man quickly covered his arm, his face pale, and looked at Jian Xiu with fear. He was afraid that she would take advantage of his carelessness and stab him in the abdomen again. Thinking of this, the scarred man cautiously took a few steps back, staring at Jian Xiu tightly, not daring to let go. Do you know what I'm going to settle now? Jian Xiu asked again with a smile. I know, lady, I know. Then you tell me, how should it be settled? Calculate? The scarred man asked subconsciously. After asking, he was worried that he would be cut by the knife again if he asked too much, so he immediately explained, Oh yes, after collecting interest for so many years, the 12 taels are considered to be paid off. No need to pay it back, Consider it paid off? Hiss. I heard from your tone. Why do you sound very reluctant? Jian Xiu asked slowly. As soon as he asked this question, the scarred man suddenly shuddered and said without thinking, I am willing. Their money should have been paid back. No, it has been paid back long ago. Yes, it has been paid back. Since it has been paid back, what about the IOU? The money has been paid back, but you still have the IOU. You have taken all the good things and happy events. How can there be such a good thing in the world? IOU? Oh, yes, I owe you. When saying this, the scarred man didn't care about the wound on his arm. He quickly reached out from his arms and took out the IOU, and then looked at Jian Xiu carefully. After seeing that she didn't raise the dagger in her hand, he breathed a sigh of relief and handed the IOU to her again carefully. He just looked at Jian Xiu eagerly, hoping that she would show leniency to him. At this time, Jian Xiu did not embarrass him anymore. She stretched out her right hand, gently picked up the receipt in his hand with her index and middle fingers, and then slowly took it back. The slow and leisurely look made the scarred man stunned. If such a person was just a village woman, it would be really incredible. However, he only dared to think about this in his heart. At this time, let alone speaking, he dared not even breathe. Jian Xiu planned in front of the scarred man. After seeing the words inside, she walked to Jian Ming and handed him the IOU. Brother, check if this is it. If it is, burn it. At this time, Jianming had just reacted from Jian Xiu's series of actions. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, he took it with trembling hands. Although he didn't recognize many words, he had drawn the name inside one by one, and he still remembered it. It's this one, it's this one, it's this one. Well, then brother, burn it. Hearing the words of the brother and sister, the scarred man also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't ask for anything else now, as long as the lady in front of him could forgive him this time. Not to mention the 12 taels, even if it was more, he would be willing to give it. He said he was a desperate criminal, but in the final analysis, he was not afraid of death. Soon, the three of them also brought Sister Fen. But when she saw Sister Fen, Jian Xiu's face turned green. Not for anything else, just to see the 5-finger marks on Sister Fen's face. No need to think, she must have been beaten. Mom, I'm back. I was really scared to death before, woo. As soon as she saw Qian Hongmei, Sister Fen rushed over, which showed that she was very scared. Sister Fen, what's wrong with your face? Does it hurt? Who hit you? Let mother take a look. Qian Hongmei asked while hugging Sister Fen's body. Her tone was full of heartache. After hearing Qian Hongmei's words, the scarred man subconsciously looked at Jian Xiu. It wouldn't be a big deal to look at it, but as soon as he saw it, he was immediately shocked. After so many rounds, he knew from her face that Jian Xiu was angry. Her face was so cold that ice chips were about to fall off. If this wasn't anger, what could it be? Did you hit her face? Jian Xiu asked coldly. No, lady, spare my life. It wasn't me, lady. Then tell me who hit her. If you tell me, I might be able to spare your life.
It was
him. Yes, it was him. The scarred man casually pointed at a subordinate and said. Following the direction of the scarred man's finger, Jian Xiu kept her eyes on him. Brother Dao, Stop talking nonsense. Who else could it be, if it wasn't you who hit him? The scarred man interrupted his subordinate and said. Seeing this, what else did Jian Xiu not understand? Your face is injured, and this house was smashed by you. You said that your subordinates beat you up, so do you have to take responsibility as well? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I, Jian Xiu, have always been a fair person. You did hit him, so you didn't discipline him properly. The money had obviously been repaid, but you kidnapped his daughter. Now you've even injured him. This is not easy to deal with, Jian Xiu said with an embarrassed look. While saying this, Jian Xiu had already slowly walked towards the scarred man. Seeing this, not only the scarred man was trembling with fear, but even the 3 subordinates beside him were also scared. Lady, I will pay for it all. Just tell me the number, and I will definitely pay.
Papa.
Just as he finished speaking, he had been hit on the face 3 times, and the whole person was knocked to the ground by Jian Xiu. Just when the scarred man wanted to get up, Jian Xiu stepped on his chest, looked down at him, and said, Compensation? Do you think you can afford it? But you are right about one thing, you have to pay, but you have to take this beating, and I will talk to you about compensation after the beating. Although she is not the original body, she has inherited all the memories of the original body, and she deeply understands the feelings of the original body. When she saw her family like this, no one knew how much pain she felt. These are the people who have loved her since she was a child. So when she saw the scarred man, she subconsciously showed murderous intent on her face. If Zhang Zixuan hadn't reminded himself, what they saw now would be for corpses. At this time, the scarred man was really scared. He didn't expect that he would meet a tough guy today. He didn't expect that one day he would be stepped on the ground so embarrassingly by a woman. He tried to stand up with a little effort, but just after moving a little, Jian Xiu's foot on his chest became heavier. Lady, I will pay for everything. You tell me how to pay. As long as I can do it, I will do it for you. Hearing this, Jian Xiu just curled the corners of her lips coldly. Then she asked Qian Hongmei, who was standing beside her. Sister-in-law, it's time for us to settle the accounts now.
What?
What does this mean? Qian Hongmei stammered. Jian Xiu. The look of disappointment was clearly reflected on her face. Zhang Zixuan, who was standing beside her, saw this and reminded her. Shower means that you should calculate how many times they have come to see you in these years.
Ah?
They come once or twice a month, and they come twice during this period. Duan Hongmei said, without thinking. Hearing this, Jian Xiu nodded in understanding, and then changed her expression and looked at the scarred man. It's been 5 years, almost 5 years. That is to say, in these 5 years, you have come to harass their family every month on average, and you have beaten them up like today, right? Lady, no, we didn't. I don't know whether you have it or not, but now I want to settle accounts with you. If I say you have it, then you have it. Jian Xiu interrupted the scarred man directly. Next, Jian Xiu asked the man with both hands and looked at the scarred man and said, like today, everything in the house was smashed.
You heard it just now.
There is not even a chair to sit on. You have to pay for these, right?
Pay, pay, pay.
My parents and my eldest brother and sister-in-law are injured. They should ask a doctor to prescribe medicine, right? Do you have to pay for these too?
Pay, pay, pay.
I should. In this case, shouldn't we add it up and calculate how much silver we have lost over the years?
Scotsman.
If he still didn't know Jian Xiu's purpose, he would have lived in vain for so many years. But things have come to this point, and if paying money can settle the matter, he will celebrate with both hands.
What?
Am I wrong? Seeing that the scarred man didn't answer, Jian Xiu raised his eyebrows again and asked, Yes, the lady is absolutely right. You must compensate for this. Of course you must compensate for it. Well, then, let's start from now on. Of course. First, let's talk about the pots and pans that were smashed in the house. Those I just went in were all smashed by you. By this calculation, if you buy them again, it will cost at least 1 or 2 taels of silver, right? Of course. Well, you heard it just now. My sister-in-law said that you come once a month, and then twice a month later. Of course, I won't count the latter 2 times. Even if you come once a month for 5 years, 12 months a year, that's 60 times, 1 or 2 taels each time. By this calculation, you should pay 60 taels for the pots and pans. I wonder if I calculated it wrong?
Skaman.
He didn't know why. He thought that he would only pay 1 or 2 taels, but suddenly it became 60 taels. But at this time, he was on the edge of Jian Xiu's knife. Did he dare to say it was wrong? Thinking of paying 60 taels, he gritted his teeth and said that it was not that he could not afford it, but he was just not convinced. Of course, he just didn't say it out loud. Jian Xiu naturally saw what the scarred man was thinking, so he asked again, Why? You look very unconvinced? Hearing this, the scarred man was startled and shook his head repeatedly. No, I am convinced, lady. I am convinced from the bottom of my heart. Jian Xiu was very satisfied with the scarred man's answer. He uttered a soft "hmm" and continued, Now that this sum has been settled, it's time to start calculating another sum. Hearing this, the scarred man stood up and cried out, Another sum? What another sum? Where is there another sum? Why are you so excited? Are you dissatisfied?
Scotsman.
My family was beaten by you, and you don't even need money to find a doctor and get medicine? Look at my eldest brother. He even needs someone to support him to stand now. Is it unreasonable for me to ask you for compensation? No, it's reasonable. The scarred man said hurriedly. Just today, my family spent almost 2 taels to hire a doctor, and this is not counting the money for the supplements in the later stage. Calculated this way, it must be at least 3 taels. Is my calculation not too much?
No.
Not too much. The scarred man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said respectfully, As I said just now, 5 years means you have to pay 60 times. Lady, spare me. You misunderstood me. I only beat them so severely this time. Previously, I just did small things. Most of the time, as long as they paid the interest, I would not do anything to them.
You can ask them about this.
Before Jian Xiu finished speaking, the scarred man began to explain anxiously. Just kidding, if this is also calculated based on 5 years, he can't pay even if he loses everything. Oh, really? Then I have to ask my sister-in-law and others to see if this is the case. Jian Xiu said lightly. After saying this, she did not ask Qian Hongmei in person, but stared at the piece of pork in Jian Xiu's hand.
Scottman.
So, the pork matter is not over yet?
Of course, he didn't dare to ask.
Jian Xiu, why don't you just forget it? They just need to compensate. Sister-in-law, you can't be too kind, especially when dealing with certain people. I don't understand you. Why did you tolerate such a person for 5 years? Jian Xiu interrupted Qian Hongmei and said with a look of regret. In her eyes, she would not be soft-hearted to such a person. The reason why she didn't act ruthlessly on those people in the old house was because of their identities. Even though Zhang Zixuan was not the biological son of Lao Lu, it was a fact that she raised Zhang Zixuan. In this era, filial piety is the rule of the country. If you act too ruthlessly, then when Lu Tu and Cheeto take the imperial examination in the future, they will definitely be brought out and publicized. After all, they are worried about being affected. But men like Scarman are different. The reason why he dared to act against them again and intensified was that he had grasped their weak spots. For Jian Xiu, this was completely a stupid act. Xiu'er, why don't you just forget it? As long as they don't come to harass us anymore, we will be satisfied. Jian Ming on the side also spoke up. Hearing this, Jian Xiu also felt helpless. This is the family of her original body. They are kind-hearted and easy to satisfy. After she traveled to her original body, she also complained and felt that she was unlucky to travel to such a person. But now, Jian Xiu slowly felt satisfied. At least she will no longer be like before, in a world without emotions, or even only cold. Here, she has gained the family affection she has never felt before. Since she used her body and got what she has always longed for, she should naturally give something. Therefore, Jian Xiu vowed to protect this family well. She not only wants to live better and better, but also wants her relatives to live better and better. Did you hear that? My elder brother pleaded for you, so I will spare you this time, but you didn't escape a single penny of the silver I just calculated. At this point, Jian Xiu seemed to remember something and said, I almost forgot about Sister Fin. Sister Fin was beaten like this by you. How do you think you should compensate her? This woman's face is not something you can joke about. You know, this may affect her whole life.
Scottman.
He swore that he would never dare to offend the lady in front of him. He just slapped her a few times. After the redness and swelling disappeared, it would be fine. Besides, didn't you hit me too? How should I calculate this? It was just that the scarred man would never dare to say these words even if he was beaten to death. Even if he wanted to, he thought weakly in his heart, like a guilty thief. I won't charge you more. Counting the previous 60 taels, plus the medical expenses this time, and the injuries on Sister Fin's face, 70 taels will do. Give me 70 taels. After you pay me these 70 taels, you can leave. When she said this, Jian Xiu looked at the knife wound on the scarred man's arm with a half-smile. Looking at his pale face, she suspected that if she didn't let him go, he might bleed to death. Hearing that it was 70 taels, the scarred man wanted to resist in his heart, but as Jian Xiu saw, he knew that if he didn't stop the bleeding, the consequences would not be solved by silver. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at his two subordinates, Why don't you give the lady silver quickly? Yes, wait a moment. After saying that, he hurriedly took out the silver and handed it to Jian Xiu. After taking the silver, Jian Xiu let them go. It was not until the few people walked away that the eldest sister-in-law Qian Hongmei asked tremblingly, Jian Xiu, do you think they will suddenly come back to retaliate against us? Do you think they dare? Jian Xiu asked back. Hearing this, Qian Hongmei was stunned. Yes, from their reactions just now, it is obvious that they are more afraid that Jian Xiu will go to settle accounts with them. This world is actually a world of the survival of the fittest. If you are weak, others will naturally bully you. On the contrary, if you are strong, they will be afraid. Sometimes, the bet is who can get out more. Jian Xiu not only wanted to say this to Qian Hongmei, but also to his eldest brother Jian Ming. Only when you become stronger can you protect your family well. How could Jian Ming not understand what Jian Xiu said? As if he suddenly thought of something, Jian Ming asked Jian Xiu again. Do you know martial arts? Didn't you see it? When did you learn it? When I had no one to protect me, when I wanted to continue to live well, I would try my best to learn it, because only by learning it can I continue to live. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. They all knew what kind of life Jian Xiu lived in the old house. Especially Jian Xiu. No one knew how much he blamed himself after hearing what Jian Xiu said. Since he became paralyzed, he has never protected her again. Jian Xiu, how about I learn martial arts with you? Jian Ming suddenly asked. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Even Jian Xiu stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding why he suddenly said this. Only Jian Xiu seemed to understand Jian Ming's feelings. If it weren't for the delay of his legs, he might have made the same choice as him. Brother, let's talk about this after you get well. When she said this, she handed all the silver in her hand to her sister-in-law Qian Hongmei. Take this silver. Give them good health, and the children too. When they are well, everything will be possible. Yes, yes. Only when you are well, all this will be possible. Qian Hongmei said hurriedly. Qian Hongmei didn't take back all the silver. She only took 30 taels of it, and pushed the rest to Jian Xiu. We have these 30 taels, which is enough. We have borrowed some silver over the years, and after paying it back, it is enough to buy some things for the family. You can take the rest back. You have just been divided out, and there are many places to use silver. These are your silvers. What's the use of me taking them back? Besides, have you forgotten what I just said to you? I am not short of silver now, so you don't have to worry. If you have enough silver now, why don't we send Bower to the college together? Send to the college? Qian Hongmei asked with wide eyes. She had never thought about this question. Yes, didn't I tell you? You can go to the back mountain to dig bamboo shoots. I can't guarantee next year, but this year, you can still make a fortune from these things. And the plantain. Then Jian Xiu told them all about how to dry the plantain and bamboo shoots. Seeing that Qian Hongmei fell into deep thought after hearing what he said, Jian Xiu knew that she had taken his words to heart. Whether here or in the end of the world, studying is always the best way out. Seeing Jian Xiu was about to leave, Jian Xiu called out to her, Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu turned around, looked at her with a puzzled look, and asked, What's the matter? This wild boar meat. Didn't I tell you? You take it back and eat it. It was originally for you. I know, but come in quickly. There is money outside. Before Jian Xiu finished her words, Mrs. Li started shouting again. Although she didn't mention any names, the meaning behind her words was very clear. Let Jian Xiu take the wild boar meat back quickly. Even if she had money, she wouldn't share it with you. Hearing this, Jian Xiu and Jian Fuyin looked at Jian Xiu with embarrassment. Jian Xiu shook her head helplessly and said, Go in. If you need any help, come find me in Zhongjia village. I live at the end of the village. Now you should know that. Yes, I know. My mother told me. Thank you, Sister Jian Xiu, for the pork. Well, go. On the way back, Jian Xiu also knew that Zhang Zixuan's eyes had been on her. The children are all asleep. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Are you good at martial arts? More powerful than you think. Jian Xiu said bluntly. The movements you made today, whether in speed or accuracy, are not simple. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately raised his eyebrows and asked with great interest, Can you see it? You forgot that I have been a bodyguard, and naturally I know something about martial arts, but compared to you, At this point, Zhang Zixuan still showed a touch of shame. You don't have to envy me. I was born with this. Zhang Zixuan. Is it really good for your wife to be so arrogant? In fact, after saying this, Jian Xiu herself was a little confused. Even she couldn't believe that these words would come from her mouth. Xiu Xiu, Xiu Xiu. Just when Jian Xiu wanted to say something, she heard Coco's voice calling her in her mind. What's the matter? I just scanned it when I was bored and found something very interesting. Do you want to know? What the? Are you using my points to scan? Of course not. I won't use your points without your consent. Then how can you activate this thing again? Didn't you say last time that you would deduct points? That was before because you have already consumed it and I have already received several free ones. You are really wasteful. Can't you save these scan times first? When I need to use it, I don't have to deduct points. Isn't this saving me points again? Why do I think you are such a spendthrift? Jian Xiu said naggingly. Ever since she knew that Zhang Zixuan's leg would take 700,000 or 800,000 points to heal, Jian Xiu wanted to split a point into two to use.
Kiki.
It was really mad at its owner's stinginess. Didn't you just say something interesting? Why don't you say it anymore? Seeing that Kiki didn't speak, Jian Xiu continued to ask. You only care about the points. I thought you didn't want to know? Kiki couldn't help complaining. Stop talking nonsense. Speak quickly. Your Zhang Zixuan is a martial arts genius, Kiki said bluntly. Oh, you can even scan this? Why are you scanning it when there's nothing to do? Do you think I want to scan it? I'm here to see the green mountains and clear waters on the road. When you came here, you were in a hurry to see your parents, so I didn't tell you. This time, there are good things on the way back, so you naturally don't want to miss them. Who knows, once it's turned on, the system will even scan people. Look, it said that your Zhang Zixuan has special bones and is a martial arts genius that is rare in a century. Really? When did I lie to you?
Hey.
Why are you sighing? No matter how rare it is, what's the use? Can he walk normally? If not, how powerful can he be in a wheelchair? Coco. Why does it feel that its owner has something else to say? It's just that it has no evidence. Sure enough, as soon as this idea came up, it heard the voice of its owner again. Kiki, why don't you ask again, can the potion be cheaper? Can we negotiate? You see, the system knows that Zhang Zixuan is a martial arts genius. We can't just waste this genius, right?
Kiki.
It knew that things were not that good, and sure enough, it was waiting for it here. It wanted to ask its owner, can't you just try harder on your own?
What?
You don't want to tell me that you won't even help with this little bit. Seeing that Kiki was silent, Jian Xiu asked again. This is a supermarket, and you still bargain when you buy things in the supermarket? Kiki couldn't help but said, why not? If it was a few dozen or a few hundred points, I would naturally not bargain, but this is not hundreds of thousands. Even in the supermarket in the end times, there are discounts. This is already discounted. 20% off. Isn't 20% off enough? I still think it's a bit expensive. Jian Xiu told the truth. Your Zhang Zixuan's legs have been disabled for several years, and you are still not satisfied? Jian Xiu. She seemed to be content. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu said apologetically, Come on, I'll try harder, that's all. Then what are you waiting for? Don't say I didn't help you. Stop the ox cart in front. There should be good stuff at 9 o'clock. Kiki reminded again. Hey, Kiki, have you upgraded? Weren't you only able to sweep the area 2 meters around me before? Now it's bigger. Thanks to you, you spent points twice and let me upgrade once. Kiki said unhappily. Other people's masters spend money, and the flowers are so loud. And what about my master? It's like squeezing toothpaste so slow. That's fine. The key is that she still has the nerve to ask me to bargain? I don't know what she thinks. Hearing Kiki's sarcastic words, Jian Xiu also felt embarrassed. But in front of Coco, her face had long been worn as thick and hard as a copper wall. Where are you going? Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. There should be what I want, Jian Xiu said bluntly. Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan knew what was going on. Thinking of the potion that Jian Xiu told him, he was looking forward to it. He also hoped to save enough points in her supermarket as soon as possible. Is it alive or dead? Jian Xiu asked carefully while pulling apart the grass. Coco. What do you mean alive or dead? I really don't know how I ended up with such a master. But Coco still said patiently, it's animals, of course, there are plants too, you need to pull it apart to know where it is. Sure enough, after hearing this, Jian Xiu became excited. Is it the white fluffy thing? It should be. You can record it. This thing looks like a hamster? What do you care about it? Just record it. Jian Xiu also agreed with this. She stretched out her right hand and was ready to reach for the hamster. As a result, before her hand touched it, the hamster disappeared.
What?
Now I can record it without touching it? Jian Xiu asked excitedly. No, your space has been upgraded. I chose this function for you, so that you won't be afraid to go forward next time you see a poisonous snake or a beast. Jian Xiu. Then Jian Xiu recorded the unknown plant that Cuckoo pointed to, and then returned to the ox cart with satisfaction. This time, they did not go back to Zhangjiu village directly, but took a detour and passed through Quanyong County. They bought a lot of rice and flour and also bought dozens of kilograms of soybeans, and then bought a huge ceramic jar. She planned to make some more soy sauce. She had a feeling that this soy sauce would definitely explode. Besides, with their current income, they did have some, but it was unstable after all. If she had to support 6 or 7 children to go to college, this income would not be enough. After buying what they wanted, the family went back happily. On the way, Jian Xiu handed the design draft that Coco bought from the supermarket to Zhang Zixuan. "What is this?" Zhang Zixuan looked at the rice paper that Jian Xiu handed over curiously. "Sketch. I plan to build a house according to this sketch. Take a look. Can you understand it?" Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan lowered his head and prepared to study it carefully. But when he saw the various designs in the sketch, he was dumbfounded. "Did you draw this?" Zhang Zixuan asked in disbelief. "Of course not. This is what Coco bought from the supermarket." "How about it? Isn't it very good?" In fact, if she was asked to draw such a draft, she could also draw it. Of course, it's just that the tools here don't allow it. She didn't understand why people here had to use brushes, pencils, erasers, and fountain pens in the end times. "Don't they smell good?" "It's really good, but are you sure you can make it?" "Of course, there's nothing special about this house. If you have to say the toilet and the bathroom are more special, this is what I asked for. If the craftsman doesn't understand it, I can give him some suggestions." The design in this sketch looks simple, but it's actually not easy. Zhang Zixuan sighed. "I know, so I thought I'd show it to you first to see if you can understand it. If even you can understand it, then the craftsman can understand it, let alone the craftsman." "I understand it, but the craftsman may not understand it," Zhang Zixuan said calmly. "What do you mean?" Jian Xiu asked in disbelief. If she got it right, did he mean that, when it comes to building houses, not all craftsmen are as good as him? "That's what you think." "Really?" "Of course it's true. It's really hard to find someone like that. I was just worrying about where to find a better craftsman, but I didn't expect that you can do it. So we can arrange for this house. I will go to the headman's house tomorrow." "What are you going to the headman's house for?" Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. "Of course, it's to find manpower. We need manpower to build a house. This house project is quite large," Jian Xiu said as a matter of course. In her opinion, this is indeed a very normal thing. "We need to find help, but you don't need to find the head of the village. Just tell Ziyong when the time comes. He knows a lot of people, and we can call Jian Fuyin as well." "Doesn't that mean we have to go to Jianjiu village again?" Jian Xiu asked with wide eyes. Seeing Jian Xiu like this, Zhang Zixuan was stunned for a moment. This seemed to be the first time he saw Jian Xiu like this. In the past, she always looked indifferent, as if she was not affected by anything. I don't know when she started to become talkative and cheerful. Looking at her now, if it were in the eyes of others, it might be normal and there would be nothing to be surprised about. But in front of Zhang Zixuan, Jian Xiu was very cute, because he no longer had to see that cold and expressionless look on her face. She would be surprised and curious, and live more easily and comfortably than before. "What's wrong? Is my face dirty?" Seeing that Zhang Zixuan kept staring at her, but didn't speak, Jian Xiu couldn't help but ask again. Zhang Zixuan, who had come to his senses, coughed lightly, and then said, "You don't have to go to Jianjia village anymore, just go to Aunt Zhao's house." That's right. Jian Xiu was no stranger to Jian Fuyin. He had also traveled with Zhang Zixuan, and they were accompanied by Zhang Ziyong and Zhang Haifei. It was only after Zhang Zixuan got into trouble that they slowly withdrew and stopped doing such dangerous work. As if thinking of something, Jian Xiu continued, "But it's time to build the pig pen. After all, the wild boars have been in our yard for 2 days, and it's not a good idea to keep them like this. Well, I've already talked to Ziyong and the others. When we go back later, they should have built it," Zhang Zixuan said calmly. He knew that Jian Xiu loved cleanliness, and she could stand the 2 wild boars in the yard for a day or 2. If it lasted for a long time, she would definitely not be able to stand it. and he had to find a way to place the chickens and ducks elsewhere. Of course, these are just Zhang Zishuan's thoughts. As long as his legs and feet don't recover, he won't be able to do many things himself. Every time he goes to find someone else, he always feels bad. As they talked, they had already arrived at the end of the village. As soon as he got down, Zhang Zishuan started to work on his job, peeling bamboo shoots and washing car grass. And Jian Xiu was the same. What she had to do was to carry back the bamboo shoots that Lu Tu and Cheeto had pulled out. Before going to the academy, Lu Tu and Cheeto followed Jian Xiu to the bamboo forest in the backyard to pull bamboo shoots. On the other side, the old house. I don't know who spread the news that Jian Xiu had caught several wild boars at once. As the news spread, it reached the ears of the people in the old house. Even to their ears, the number of wild boars had increased from 5 to a large group. Old man, do you know what they talked about when I passed under the banyan tree just now? As soon as they got there, old Lu asked old Zhang with a sullen face. What can you say? You women always talk about the same things, don't you? Old Zhang said unhappily. You are really wrong this time. They said that the guy at the end of the village went into the mountains a few days ago. I don't know if he got lucky, but he dug a big pit and caught dozens of wild boars. Is it true?
So many?
Old Zhang stood up and asked old Lu in disbelief. How can this be false? Everyone in the village knows about it. Only our family has a lot of land, so we didn't go to sit under the banyan tree these few days. Otherwise, how could we have known it until now? Chun Sishi, who was standing aside, put down his chopsticks when he heard this and said, Mom, you are only half right. You haven't heard the other half. I don't even dare to say it here, for fear that you'll be angry again. When he said this, Chun Sishi pretended to be thinking about you. Sure enough, when old Lu heard this, she immediately refused to listen. She also put down her chopsticks and asked, What else did that family do that I can't hear? I have experienced the most infuriating things and have long been calm. Tell me, what did that witch do? Mom, I said it in advance. You asked me to say this. If you are angry, it has nothing to do with me. Chun Sishi said again. Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Old Lu scolded. Mother, you probably don't know, do you? That witch brought half a pig back to Jianjia village today. What did you say? Not only that, they even rented a bull cart from the head of the village. You don't know how glorious their trip to Jianjia village was this time. I guess the money from selling the wild boar should have been used for the Jian family. Mother, you know that the family is poor and owes a lot of debts. Now that Jian Xiu has money, how can she not give it to her family? When it comes to exaggerating, Qin Sishi will never lose. Second sister-in-law, Jian Xiu is not that kind of person. She knows her own limits. If you say that, Mother will be angry again. Mother's body just.
Pa.
Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of old man Zhang slamming chopsticks. For a moment, no one dared to say anything, even old Lu, who couldn't swallow or spit out a mouthful of porridge. After a long time, the eldest son Zhang Zirong finally spoke. Dad, you can't just let it go. Why can her Jian family do it, but our old house can't? If we hadn't pitted his fourth room all these years, would they have been where they are today? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Miaozhuan pulled his sleeves, signaling him not to say anything more. Seeing this, Zhang Zirong quickly shut up. He felt that as the eldest son, it was normal for him to start the conversation. It was just that his wife often whispered in his ear, asking him to say less at home. After hearing this so many times, he finally listened to some of it. But today, the people in the fourth room really went too far, and he couldn't help it, so he spoke a few words. He didn't know what he said was wrong. Seeing that Zhang Zirong didn't speak again, Zhang Zihua on the side continued. Dad, Mom, you are also their elders, so you should have a share of this pork. Originally, he could have kept silent this time, but his eldest brother seemed to have become smarter recently. Every time when it comes to the most critical moment, he won't speak, which makes him unable to stop talking. His wife often whispers in his pillow, telling him not to talk so much when there is nothing to do on weekdays. Let the eldest wife come, saying that the eldest brother is the eldest son, and the eldest brother doesn't say anything, so he will hint at it. Look, the eldest brother always keeps silent at the most critical moment recently. Jian Xiu, who is standing aside, also noticed this problem. Recently, the eldest brother and his wife seem to have become smarter and no longer like to be the first to speak out like before. But for a while, Jian Xiu couldn't do anything to the people in their eldest wife. The main reason is that their eldest son, Dada Zhang Tianyi, is studying in Huaheng Academy. According to the teacher there, this child is quite talented in studying and has the hope of becoming a scholar. You know, Zhangjia village hasn't produced a scholar for many years. If Zhang Tianyi becomes a scholar, their second wife will also be honored. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu looked at Wang Xiuying from the third room and said sarcastically, "Third sister-in-law, I heard that your third room didn't seem to talk much recently. A few days ago, I heard people in the village say that you were very close to the fourth room's family." "Second sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? So, what if we are close to the people in the fourth room?" Before Wang Xiuying could speak, Zhang Zifu on the side had already spoken. "What can I mean? I just said that you have a good relationship with the fourth room. If you ask me, it would be best if someone from your fourth room goes to tell her about this." Hearing this, Wang Xiuying on the side could not help but said in a cold voice, "Second sister-in-law, look at what you said. Our third room is busy in the fields during the day, and when we get home at night, we have to take care of the pig at home. When do we have time to go to the end of the village? Besides, can you believe what the villagers say? If you say so, I was in the fields that day, and I also heard others say that you went to the end of the village. I don't know what you were going to do at the end of the village, second sister-in-law." Compared with Zhang Zifu, Wang Xiuying's words were much more skillful. Not only was she skillful, but after she said this, the second room was speechless. "Third sister-in-law, what you said is really hurtful. When did I go to the end of the village? But you went there more than once or twice. I said this and it hurts my heart, but you said it's not hurtful, second sister-in-law. Besides, why did I go to the end of the village? Others may not know, but you know it. If second sister-in-law doesn't like us going to the end of the village, then the pig grass will belong to your second room in the future." As soon as these words came out, Jian Xiu shut up immediately. It was at this time that she realized that Wang Xiuying from the third room was really not simple. Compared with Jian Xiu, she is not so easy to deal with. The most important thing is that Jian Xiu's family has no one to rely on, but Wang Xiuying is different. She has someone to rely on in her family. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu stopped what she wanted to say. If she continued to talk, the pig grass might fall on her second room again. Seeing that the people from the second room shut up, Wang Xiuying naturally would not hold on. After thinking about it, she decided to find a way to tell the fourth room about this. Based on her understanding of her father-in-law and mother-in-law, they would not let it go. You know, if they make a fuss, they might get half of the wild boar meat. How could they let go of such a good thing? When we come back tomorrow, the whole family will go to the end of the village to ask for justice. I don't believe it. I have raised him for decades, and it's not enough to ask him for some pork. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Xiuying had this idea, she heard the voice of Old Man Zhang who hadn't spoken all night. Wang Xiuying was also very disdainful of Old Man Zhang. Although he didn't speak much on weekdays, he could understand what he meant with just one look from her. The two of them, one playing the red face and the other playing the white face, cooperated perfectly. Thinking of this, she had to find a way to divide the family as soon as possible. Now the work in the field is done by their third room, and the work at home is also done by their third room's children. In terms of food, their third room is the one who eats the least. How could she accept this? The end of the village. She didn't know what the people in the old house were like. She was now concentrating on teaching Lutu and Cheeto to read. "Mom, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to know how to read." Lutu lowered his head and looked at the words written by Jian Xiu in his hand and said with a smile. Looking at the two children in front of her, Jian Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction. The dim oil lamp made the small house even more cozy. "Have you remembered the words that Mother taught you to write just now?" Jian Xiu asked Lutu and Cheeto. "Mom, we remembered it. What about the arithmetic problem just now? Did you remember it too?" Mom, I have figured it out. Is it 36? Lu Tu asked first. Hearing this, Jian Xiu did not answer immediately, but looked at Cheeto on the side and saw that he was still thinking, so she did not speak. Sure enough, after a while, Cheeto suddenly raised his head and said, Yes, it is 36, and I also calculated 36. Well, it is 36, you are all great. Remember, I taught you the formula, you must remember it tonight, understand? That's right. Jian Xiu taught the two brothers the multiplication formula today. She found that compared with Zhang Tianyi, the son of the eldest son in the old house, Lu Tu and Cheeto were more talented in reading. Fortunately, their 4 rooms were separated from the old house, otherwise, Lu Tu and Cheeto would be buried like this. Sure, when we go to the academy tomorrow, Lu Tu and Cheeto still don't have names yet? When we meet the teacher, we can't call them Lu Tu and Cheeto, right? Hearing this, Jian Xiu was stunned. Yes, we haven't chosen a name yet. Then do you know how to choose one? Zhang Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, Why not call them Fei Xuan and Fei? Xian represents noble, solemn, and mysterious, which is very good, and Yi represents beauty and auspiciousness, which is indeed a good name. When he said this, he looked at Jian Xiu very seriously, which made Jian Xiu feel embarrassed. In fact, the name is just a name for Jian Xiu, and she doesn't care so much. Oh yeah, we have a name too, the two brothers shouted excitedly. However, Arya on the side lowered her head and said nothing, obviously in a bad mood. Lu Tu seemed to know what Arya was thinking, so he said, Dad, Mom, what about Arya? How about giving Arya a name? Zhang Zixuan naturally saw Arya's expression. His daughter has always been well-behaved and rarely asks him for anything. Seeing Arya like this, Zhang Zixuan felt distressed, so he said with a smile, Dad has already thought of Arya's name, Zhang Filan Arya. Do you like this name? Sure enough, after hearing this, Zhang Filan suddenly became happy. Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan and Jian Xiu looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. That night, after everyone fell asleep, Jian Xiu got up quietly and walked towards the back kitchen. She couldn't go to the Chinese academy empty-handed tomorrow, right? So she had already thought about it. She had to make some fresh food to bring over so that she could win the favor of the dean. Although this shopkeeper Wu helped her get away, whether it could succeed or not still depended on herself. After thinking about it, the freshest food is not available here, but it is more common in the end of the world. On the way back from Jinjia village, she had already thought about making bread. She had studied it several times when she went to Quanyong County. There are many pastries here, but there has never been bread. So, she made bread today. The weather is not very warm now. If you knead the dough, you need to let it ferment well. You got up so early to make breakfast? Just as she was kneading the dough, she suddenly heard Zhang Zixuan's voice behind her. It's not breakfast. I plan to make some fresh food and bring it to the academy tomorrow. You want to make it too? Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. You don't want to tell me that you plan to make it too? Jian Xiu asked Zhang Zixuan curiously. It was at this time that Jian Xiu discovered that Zhang Zixuan was also holding a bag of flour in his hand. Obviously, what he was going to make was also pastry. Well, I plan to make something more refined to show my sincerity, Zhang Zixuan said, putting down the flour in his hand.
Then,
is it for you or for me? Yours. I don't have any new ideas. That's what I thought too, Jian Xiu said bluntly. Zhang Zixuan. He finally realized that his wife was very direct in her words. In fact, Jian Xiu felt a little embarrassed after she said this. But she just endured it. Thinking of what she was going to do next, Jian Xiu turned her head and looked Zhang Zixuan up and down for several times. Zhang Zixuan looked puzzled and even had a tingling scalp.
You.
Do you need my help with anything? You know what, there is something I need your help with. In fact, what I want to make is simple but also complicated. This thing is called bread. Now help me get a few eggs. Because of time and tools, she planned to make the simplest chiffon cake today. This chiffon cake can be steamed, which is convenient for Jian Xiu. It's just that it's a bit troublesome when beating the egg whites. Fortunately, I just observed Zhang Zixuan. From his appearance, he is very suitable for beating egg whites. Soon, Zhang Zixuan came out with 6 eggs. Looking at the eggs, not to mention Zhang Zixuan, even Jian Xiu felt very distressed. These were the eggs she had always treasured. She was reluctant to eat them in the past.
Now she used up 6 of them at once.
Just thinking about it made her heart bleed. However, thinking about the future of Lutu and Cheeto, Jian Xiu gritted her teeth and took the 6 eggs. Then she separated the egg yolk and the yolk white into 2 small wooden ladles and took a few pairs of chopsticks and handed them to Zhang Zixuan. This is the egg white. What you have to do now is to beat the egg white into a tangible state and to reveal the sharp corners.
Shape?
Sharp corners? What do you mean? How can this egg white be formed? If you keep stirring, it will be formed. Jian Xiu said, busy with the flour in her hand. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Zixuan did not doubt him. He took the chopsticks from Jian Xiu and began to stir non-stop. If the speed can be faster, try to be faster so that the probability of success is greater. Sure enough, after he said this, the sound of stirring and colliding became louder. It may be that Zhang Zixuan has used his arms more frequently recently, and his arms are stronger. Even Jian Xiu couldn't help but be surprised at this speed. Jian Xiu didn't know that Zhang Zixuan was actually devastated at this time. In his eyes, the egg white is transparent. No matter how it is stirred, it is impossible to form a shape, and it has to be sharp. He even suspected that Jian Xiu was deliberately playing a trick on him. But seeing Jian Xiu's serious look, even if she was really playing tricks on him, he was willing. After half a quarter of an hour, the egg white was still egg white. Except for some bubbles, there was no difference. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Zixuan couldn't help asking, "Xiu'er, can this really work?"
What?
Don't you believe me? When saying this, Jian Xiu took the time to hold back a glance and said, "Keep going, it's very good. You can't stop, keep going, it will work." People have said this. What else can he do but continue? Concentrating his strength in his right hand again, stirring in one direction as Jian Xiu said just now. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Zixuan discovered that the color of the egg white seemed to have changed. It was no longer clear, but a little white. "Xiu'er, this egg white seems to have changed a little." "Well, it's almost there. Add a little more white sugar, work harder, and it will be done soon." Sure enough, after a while, the egg white was really able to turn into a sharp corner with a shape as Jian Xiu said. Seeing this, Zhang Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and put down his chopsticks with trembling hands. "Are you tired? Take a break if you are tired." "What are you tired for? Do you need firewood?" "If you do, I'll light it now." "Okay, you can light it now. The fire here is not as good as in the end of the world, where you can light it at any time. It will take a while to light it here." Watching Jian Xiu mix the egg whites she had just beaten with the flour she had prepared, and then pour it into a small wooden basin brushed with oil, smooth it out, and when the water boiled, put it in the pot and steam it. "How long will it take to steam it?" Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. "About a quarter of an hour." "Is this also the food you eat there?" "Yes, this food is very good. I made a lot of it. You can taste it later."
If it tastes good,
At this point, Jian Xiu did not continue to talk about it, because she felt that she could still discuss this matter with shopkeeper Wu. After all, he is also in the food business. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Jian Xiu's mind. She seemed to have discovered another business opportunity. "What if it tastes good?" Zhang Zixuan asked curiously. "Let's try it later. I won't reveal it for the time being, because it's not ready yet," Jian Xiu said mysteriously. There was only a framework for the matter, and it was not certain whether it would succeed. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, Jian Xiu had already smelled the familiar fragrance. "That's right, it's this taste," Jian Xiu said excitedly. "There is no milk. If there is milk, add some milk, it will taste better." But even so, Jian Xiu was already very satisfied. Just from this taste, she knew that it was successful. Sure enough, when it was brought up, the collapse thing had expanded. This is the characteristic of chiffon cake. The more it expands, the more successful the cake is. It also indirectly means that the cake is getting more and more fluffy. Take out the knife and cut the cake into 10 pieces. This time, she made a large amount, picked up 8 better pieces and put them aside, and divided them into 2 portions. She planned to take one to the college. The other was taken to Wu, the shopkeeper of Yuexianglu. The remaining 2 pieces were eaten by their family. Try it? Jian Xiu asked Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan swallowed his saliva and shook his head again. No, you eat it. I'll wait for the child to wake up tomorrow and then eat it together. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jian Xiu had already pinched a large piece and put it in his mouth. How can you give me advice if you don't try it? How do I know if I have done it successfully? Hearing this, Zhang Zixuan took it and put it in his mouth. He knew that Jian Xiu said this deliberately, and her purpose was to make him eat more. How is it? How does it taste? Jian Xiu said with a smile. To be honest, Jian Xiu herself was very satisfied with the taste this time. The main reason was that she didn't put enough eggs and no milk. If she added a few drops of lemon water, she could also remove the fishy smell in the egg white. It's just a pity that she didn't have this ingredient. Of course, she could also go to her supermarket to buy it, but that would have to wait until Zhang Zixuan's leg disease was healed. Today's points are extremely important to her, even if it's only 1 point. It tastes good, very soft, and really delicious, Zhang Zixuan said with a forced calmness. In fact, he was very surprised because he didn't expect it to taste so good. He just stirred the egg white, but it was such a delicious food. Suddenly, he was very curious about the world that Jian Xiu was in. What kind of brains do they have to research such delicious food? He was also curious about her martial arts and wanted to learn more. But when he looked down at his legs, he stopped talking. I tell you, this is just because it's steamed. If it's baked, it will be more fragrant, Jian Xiu said after swallowing a bite of cake. Bake? How to bake? Seeing Zhang Zixuan asked, Jian Xiu explained, it's just using heat directly. Then, Jian Xiu talked to Zhang Zixuan about the principle of the oven in detail. Novel June will not explain here. It is easy to say that the things found on Baidu are Caoshi. After hearing Jian Xiu's words, Zhang Zixuan fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Jian Xiu did not take it to heart. After eating the cake in her hand, she saw that there were still 3 pieces, so she put them away and went back to her room to sleep for a while. The next day, when Jian Xiu got up, Zhang Zixuan was already up as expected. During breakfast, the cake also received a lot of praise from the 3 children. Come back early, don't be nervous when the teacher asks you questions, just relax and answer, Zhang Zixuan said carefully. Dad, don't worry. Last night, we had already memorized the multiplication formula that Mom taught us yesterday. So fast? Jian Xiu asked with wide eyes. You know, it took her several days to memorize the formula. Of course, she was still fast, and most people would need half a month to remember it firmly. I can recite it, but I'm not familiar with it yet. Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei scratched their heads and said awkwardly. With Feishuan, Fei, and Phylin, they planned to go to Quanyong County. This was the first time for the 3 of them to go out of the county. As soon as they got on the ox cart, they were very excited. Mom, this is my first time riding an ox cart, 6-headed Zhang Feishuan said excitedly in the ox cart. Me too, me too. 7-headed Zhang Fei was not to be outdone. You will have plenty of opportunities to ride this ox cart in the future, Jian Xiu said lightly. This is true. If the 2 really enter Shuwen Academy, they will definitely ride an ox cart when they come back. Sit down, we are leaving now, Zhang Ziyong said with a smile. Uncle Ziyong, we are all seated, several people said in unison. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyong suddenly frowned again and hurried home. People have 3 urgent things, you wait here first. Before leaving, Zhang Ziyong shouted to the people on the ox cart. It was a rare trip to the county town, so Jian Xiu naturally brought the dried bamboo shoots she had dried. There were also some plantains. As soon as they were brought forward, the ox cart occupied more than half of the space. Fortunately, these things are not heavy, so they can be piled together. In the ox cart, when Li saw Jian Xiu, she couldn't help but feel sour again and asked in a sarcastic tone, Jian Xiu, where are you and your family going? Aunt Li, look at what you said. We are already on the ox cart, and you still ask us where we are going? Isn't this asking even though you already know the answer? Jian Xiu said expressionlessly. In the whole Zhongjia village, there is only one ox cart, Zhangjiang. Everyone in the village knows that his ox cart only goes to the county town in the morning. Anyone who rides an ox cart basically goes to Quanyong County.
Jian Xiu, what do you mean by that?
I just asked casually. I found that you have changed since the people from the fourth room separated, as if you are very great. Don't you see the things you brought? They almost take up more than half of this ox cart. Are you embarrassed? Originally, Jian Xiu didn't want to argue with her too much, but she also understood that if she ignored her, she might get worse. In the past, she and Chen Xixi from the second room were the best. Speaking of the old house, Wang Xiuying from the third room has nothing to say. Fang Miaozhuan from the first room is also a very versatile person, but she doesn't have a very vicious mind. Just look at the two children she raised, and you will know that she is not a bad person. The most amazing one is Chen Xixi from the second room. Relying on her mother's family, she used to bully the original body. In the whole old house, she did a lot of vicious things, but she didn't do much real work. It can be said that Chen Xixi is the most lazy and cunning person. And the Li in front of her is on good terms with her, so her character can be imagined. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu asked Li again. Aunt Li, what you said really stopped me. I gave 2 more copper coins to Brother Jiong just now, and everyone saw it. At this point, Jian Xiu lowered her head again, glanced at the backpack next to Li, and continued. Aunt Li, you are not good enough. Your backpack is so big, and there is one on the side. This position can sit for another person. No matter what, you should give Brother Jiong another copper coin. Otherwise, it will be unfair to us. We all ride in the ox cart. It is agreed that if you carry the backpack by yourself and it does not bother others, you don't need to charge extra copper coins. But if you put it like this, you will have to charge 2 more copper coins. As soon as she said this, as expected, several women in the ox cart turned sideways to look at Li. You're just talking nonsense. I have been riding the ox cart like this many times. When did I have to pay extra copper coins?
No,
don't spit blood.
you.
He even began to stutter when he said the last part. When Zhang Ziong came back, he saw Li, who was blushing, and Jian Xiu, who was calm and composed. He didn't understand. He just left to relieve himself. How did it turn out like this? Looking at the awkward atmosphere in the ox cart, Zhang Ziong immediately guessed that something must have happened. After all, it was nothing more than some trivial matters of women. However, Zhang Ziong pretended not to see it, but it didn't mean that others would pretend not to see it. So Aunt Zhao on the side couldn't help it and asked Zhang Ziong, Ziong, your ox must be very tired to come here every day. Look at this ox cart. There are so many baskets. Have you collected the money? After saying this, Li immediately stared at Aunt Zhao with wide eyes. Her eyes were full of anger. Aunt Zhao seemed to have not seen it. She had long disliked Li. How could she let go of this rare opportunity? After hearing what Aunt Zhao said, Zhang Ziong slowly understood what had happened in the ox cart just now. Seeing Jian Xiu's half-smile, Zhang Ziong immediately stretched out his right hand towards Li and said, Aunt Li, your 2 backpacks are really big. There is enough space for 2 more people.
Look you. Zhang Ziong, what do you mean?
You are bullying me.
This is clearly.
At this point, she couldn't say a word, and her face turned red and her neck became thick with anger. She wanted to say that Jian Xiu also had 2 backpacks. But Jian Xiu just said that she gave 2 more copper coins, which means that she also had to give 2 more copper coins. If you count it this way, plus herself, isn't it 3 copper coins? Li's family was not very rich to begin with, and everyone had to tighten their belts to live. 3 copper coins were taken away at once, which would make anyone feel bad. Thinking of this, Li could only pick up her backpack and get off the ox cart in dismay. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao felt relieved and moved closer to Jian Xiu. Her daughter and Jian Xiu always got along well, so Aunt Zhao naturally became closer to Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu, tell me honestly, is there anything wrong with you? Why do I often see you running to the county town during this period? Aunt Zhao asked with concern as she approached. What can I do? Aunt Zhao, if you are free, why don't you go to Jinjia village to see Xiume? Xiume? What's wrong with her? She was fine the last time she came back. Aunt Zhao was really panicked. She must have given birth to a pair of children. Zhang Xiume is the eldest daughter, married to Jinjia village. Her son Zhang Xiuesher is only 14 years old this year, but he is well-behaved and diligent on weekdays. But even so, Aunt Zhao loves Zhang Xiume very much. Although the family is not very wealthy, Zhang Xiume has everything that others have. Aunt Zhao will never treat her badly. Aunt Zhao, don't worry. Xiume is doing well. Didn't I go back to Jianjia village yesterday? I saw her too, and she said she missed you too. You are leaving the county today. Why don't you go back? Oh, it seems that it is possible when you say that. The county is closer to Jianjia village, Aunt Zhao said with a smile. Her family does not have much land, and they have already planted it. Besides, everyone in the village knows that Aunt Zhao is lucky. Not only is her husband hardworking, but her son Zhang Xueshan is also hardworking. She is basically the most blessed person in the village. Her husband loves her, and her son is filial. I just plan to stroll around the county town today. It seems that it is not impossible to take a trip. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately became interested and said to Aunt Zhao, Aunt Zhao, I am planning to build a house. If you go, please talk to Fuyin and ask him to come to the job. As for the wages, our family will pay the same amount as others, and we will also provide 2 meals. At this point, Jian Xiu seemed to have thought of something and continued. The same goes for Sister Shui. Let her come over to help with cooking. The wages will be less than that of men. How about it? Hearing this, Aunt Zhao was immediately surprised and exclaimed, Jian Xiu, are you serious? Of course it is true. Do you think I am joking? Hiss. If it is true, it would be great. It happens that I can bring you a message today. Should I ask them to come tomorrow or what? Yes, just ask them to come tomorrow, Jian Xiu said lightly. But then again, Jian Xiu, you said you wanted to build a house right after the separation. What about your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Aunt Zhao didn't continue to say the rest of the words, but Jian Xiu had already understood the meaning behind the words. Aunt Zhao, don't worry. They are them, and I am me. Don't forget that we have broken off the relationship. If they want to make trouble, I have plenty of ways to deal with them, Jian Xiu said in a cold voice. From the day of the breakup, she had already started planning to build a house. To be honest, she really didn't like the house here. The most important thing was the toilet here, which was disgusting. And when going to the toilet, they still used bamboo strips. All of this was unbearable for Jian Xiu. So for Zhang Zixuan, building a house may not be urgent, as long as it is built before winter. But for Jian Xiu, it would be torture to delay it for one more day. Okay, then leave it to your aunt. I promise to let the couple come early tomorrow, Aunt Zhao said, patting her chest. In fact, Jian Xiu also wanted to help Zhang Xiume and Jian Fuyin. The two have been married for some time, and under normal circumstances, they can get pregnant. But they just didn't get pregnant, and a big part of the reason was because of the pressure. In addition, with the urging of their mother-in-law, Mrs. Li, they had to bear more psychologically. So, Jian Xiu wanted them to leave Jinjia village for a while. See if they can succeed in having a baby without the pressure from Mrs. Li. With this said, the ox cart arrived in Quanyong County. After hearing what Jian Xiu said, Aunt Zhao didn't even have the mood to stroll around the county town and ran directly to Jinjia village. Mom, so this is what the county town looks like? Zhang Feishuan asked excitedly. Well, you will live here in the future. Shuwen Academy is at the end of this street. Let's go, I'll take you there. Sister-in-law, how about I take you there together? Zhang Ziyong behind her said with a smile. No need. Don't you still have to take the plantain to Rena Hall? Go quickly. You can go back earlier after delivering it, right? This time, Zhang Ziyong would deliver the plantain together. As for the dried bamboo shoots, she only had about 10 pounds in her hand. After taking the 2 children to the college, she only had to go to Uxianglu. Originally, she could go to Uxianglu first, but thinking about what she would talk to Yuexianglu later, Jian Xiu decided to go to Shuwen Academy first. Mom, you said yesterday that the dean of Shuwen Academy is surnamed Mo, right? Zhang Wenshuan asked curiously. Yes, it's Mo. When you meet him later, remember to be polite, okay? Also, do you remember the multiplication formula and dancing that I taught you yesterday? Remember. When the dean tests us later, we will definitely take it seriously. The two of them stood up straight and said. The look of being ready for battle really made Jian Xiu laugh. For some reason, she always felt that the dean would test them on these two things. You know, it was the first time for the two of them to enter the academy, so they certainly couldn't read characters. It's hard to find a country boy who can read, so it should be impossible to test them on poetry. The only thing they should be tested on should be some simple arithmetic or painting, and it's possible to test them on some sharp turns. After thinking about it, it seems that there are only these, depending on how difficult it is. So in the past 2 days at home, she would teach them painting when she was free. Because of time constraints, it is still a bit difficult to learn from scratch. And Jian Xiu is best at portraits. As long as the dean asks them to draw a picture at will today, she believes that the two brothers will be able to draw a picture that will impress Mo Shanhui. Satisfied with the draft. Thinking of this, not only Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei, but also Jian Xiu herself, was a little nervous. She had a way to deal with the ruffians in the village, but she might not be able to deal with this kind of jihu. Thinking of this, the mother and the others were already standing in front of Shuwen Academy. Looking at the 4 big characters Shuwen Academy cast in gold paint on the plaque in front, Jian Xiu felt a very magnificent momentum. The stone lions on both sides of the plaque were carved with exquisite patterns, with bright eyes, which seemed to imply the great future of the academy. It seemed to be guarding this sacred academy. The most eye-catching thing was the several large stones next to it, which were full of names. Guided by curiosity, Jian Xiu subconsciously walked forward to watch. It didn't matter if she didn't look at it. After a look, Jian Xiu realized that it turned out that the engravings here were all the Jiren and Jinshi in the history of the Shuwen Academy. Mom, what is written here? Well, after you can read, you can tell me, okay? Okay, we will definitely read it to Mother slowly then. The actions of the mother and the others at the gate of the academy soon attracted the attention of the doorman. Is there anything I can do for you guys? The doorman stuck his head out and asked. Seeing this, Jian Xiu subconsciously stood up straight and replied with a flattering gesture. It's like this. Wu Mingtang Wu manager told us before that we should come to see Dean Mo today. Oh. So that's the case, you came from Zhangjia village? The doorman asked politely. Yes, we came from Zhangjia village. Okay, then you come with me. I'll take you in, the dean is just in the academy now. Then I'll trouble you. Jian Xiu said in a literary way. In fact, she herself was very uncomfortable. Following the doorman in front of her, after walking into the gate, she saw a wide courtyard at a glance. The courtyard was shaded by green trees, and the fragrance of flowers made Jian Xiu and the others who walked in feel relaxed and happy. The palace, not far away, was even more simple and solemn. The sun was very good today, and the glazed tiles on the eaves were shining in the sun. All of this seemed to have a feeling of peace and tranquility. So, this is the academy. Jian Xiu murmured softly. The doorman walking in front heard this and asked with a smile, Young lady, is this your first time in the academy? Don't be nervous, young lady. Just be like usual. At this point, the doorman stopped again, pointing to a special fenced-off house not far ahead and said, That's it. That's where our dean lives. He didn't go out today, so he must be waiting for you. Thank you very much. After that, Jian Xiu took out a small bundle of dried bamboo shoots from her backpack, stuffed it into the doorman's hand, and said, This is what I brought from home. It's not a valuable thing, just some food from home. Take it back, soak it overnight, and stir-fry it the next day. It tastes very good. Young lady, this won't do. Take it back quickly. If the dean finds out, he will skin me alive. The doorman quickly refused. Look how scared you are. This is not a valuable thing. It's just an ordinary food at home. I'll talk to the dean later when I see him. When saying this, Jian Xiu stuffed the dried bamboo shoots into the doorman's hand. Seeing this, the doorman was also helpless. He couldn't accept this dried bamboo shoot, but seeing the look of the young lady in front of him, he was a little embarrassed for a moment. Nodding lightly to the doorman, Jian Xiu took the 3 children to the small courtyard. When she stood at the door and saw the scene in the small courtyard, Jian Xiu was stunned. Even though she was an agent who was used to seeing all kinds of gardens in the end times, she had to admire the creativity of the ancients at this moment. The whole yard was carefully surrounded by a verdant bamboo fence, and the fence was covered with green vines. From the outside, the vines were completely invisible, but when you look at it up close, you will feel a sense of brightness. The green leaves of the vines are dotted with a few elegant flowers of various colors, exuding a faint fragrance. In the center of the yard, a small rockery stands in the middle of the mountain surrounded by rocks. The shapes of the rocks are also different, and the water just gurgles and slowly slides down from the rocks. Such a scenery is simply a paradise on earth. Jian Xiu couldn't help but sigh that this is really the taste of scholars. Who are you? What are you doing here? Before Jian Xiu had time to speak, she heard the voice of a boy behind her. Turning around, she saw a little boy about 6 or 7 years old. We came from Zhangzhou village and came to see the dean for something, Jian Xiu said very politely. Oh, so you are looking for my grandfather? Then come in with me, the little boy said very politely. After saying this, he pushed open the door and ran into the house. Grandfather, grandfather. Seeing this, Jian Xiu and her mother had to stand in the yard. But Jian Xiu was also the kind of person who couldn't stop. When she saw the flowers in the yard, she immediately became curious. Not for anything else, because there were several kinds of flowers that she had seen in the end of the world. The most important thing was that she also saw the sleeping fire lotus here. You know, this sleeping fire lotus only blooms for 7 days a year, and it will only open its petals just before it withers, which can be said to be very precious. It is precisely because of the short flowering period of the sleeping fire lotus that the sleeping fire lotus is extremely precious. Even in the end of the world, she only saw it once. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see it in this life. I have to say that the dean of this Shuwen Academy is really not simple. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu immediately walked towards the sleeping fire lotus. After seeing the dazzling flower on it, she subconsciously stretched out her right hand, but just when she touched the flower, she stopped. Young lady, do you know this flower? As soon as she retracted her right hand, Jian Xiu heard a vigorous and full-bodied voice behind her. So she immediately turned around, saluted to the middle-aged man in front of her, nodded at the same time, and said, I know, this flower is called Sleeping Fire Lotus. Dean Mo, just call me Jian Xiu. After saying this, she said to Zhang Feishuan, Zhang Fei and Zhang Filan on the side, come and meet Dean Mo. When the 3 siblings heard this, they hurried to Mo Shanhui and shouted politely, Hello, Dean Mo. Well, Wu Mingtang is talking about you too? Mo Shanhui obviously asked Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei. So Jian Xiu was very tactful and didn't say anything. She never worried about these simple conversations. So she continued to observe the sleeping fire lotus in front. It must be said that she was lucky today. She encountered the sleeping fire lotus with such a short flowering period. If she didn't take a good look at it, she would really be sorry for this flower. Although Mo Shanhui was talking to the 2 brothers, his eyes were always on Jian Xiu. Although Shuwen Academy was not an aristocratic academy, it was also very strict in accepting students. He not only values the students' personalities, but also their parents. Although Jian Xiu saw the sleeping fire lotus, she could not ignore the sight of Mo Shanhui behind her because of the secret agent. Jian Xiu, who had studied psychology in the apocalypse, naturally knew what Mo Shanhui was thinking, so she turned around and looked at Mo Shanhui openly. Mo Shanhui was looking at Jian Xiu and saw Jian Xiu suddenly looking at him. That open look made Mo Shanhui very satisfied. He knew the situation of Jian Xiu's family, and Wu Mingdang had also told him about it. When he accepted students, family background was never the most important thing. The most important thing was character. If the character was not up to standard, no matter how well the student studied, the harm would only be greater. I guess Dean and Mo must be wondering why I am just a woman, so why did I get to know Manager Wu? Jian Xiu asked with a smile.
Ha ha ha.
As soon as this was said, Mo Shanhui laughed immediately. Seeing this, Jian Xiu told the story of how she met Wu Mingtang. In fact, when she saw Mo Shanhui for the first time, Jian Xiu felt that he was a person with both virtue and talent. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, Mo Shanhui asked curiously, "In this case, Miss Jian should be very knowledgeable about food?" In fact, not only Jian Xiu had a good first impression of him, but Mo Shanhui also had a good first impression of Jian Xiu. He had seen countless people, and when he saw Jian Xiu for the first time, he knew that this was a person of good character. Hearing Mo Shanhui's words, Jian Xiu immediately took out the cake from his backpack. Handing it to Mo Shanhui, he raised his eyebrows and said, "This pastry is called cake. It happens to be a new food that I have researched. I don't know what it tastes like. Why don't you ask the dean to try it and evaluate my cake?" Jian Xiu's words were very skillful, which would not make Mo Shanhui feel that she was trying to please him and let him taste her cake. But in fact, Jian Xiu really wanted Mo Shanhui to taste it, so that if there were any problems, he could make improvements in time. One more person trying it means one more suggestion. "Oh, it really looks like a new food," Mo Shanhui said with a smile. When he said this, Mo Shanhui's eyes were still vaguely looking at the cakes. The look of "I want to try" was clearly written on his face. Seeing this, Jian Xiu raised his eyebrows immediately. It seems that he made the right cake. Mo Shanhui is a foodie. Come, Dean, have a taste. But then again, after finishing this cake, I hope Dean Mo can give me some advice, so that Jian Xiu can make better progress.
Ha ha ha.
After hearing this, Mo Shanhui laughed. He quickly took a piece, pinched a small piece, and put it in his mouth. After just one bite, Mo Shanhui looked at Jian Xiu in disbelief.
You
don't look like a cake? No, you are also made of flour, but you. Mo Shanhui was so excited that he couldn't speak. It must be said that this cake is really delicious, so delicious that he himself is a little incoherent. In fact, when Jian Xiu just took it out just now, he had already smelled the special fragrance. It was just a smell, but he didn't expect it to taste so good. "How is it, Dean Mo? How does this cake taste?" Delicious, young lady. Did you really make this cake yourself?" Mo Shanhui asked in disbelief. "Of course, this is what I made this morning. How can I lie to you?" The young lady really has a pair of skillful hands. Knowing that Mo Shanhui liked it, Jian Xiu was relieved. So she took down the backpack, took out one of the cakes, put it in Mo Shanhui's hand, and said, "If the dean likes it, I have a little bit here. Don't be disgusted. I am a woman, and I don't have anything to show off." "Oh, that's wrong. The intention does not matter how expensive it is. You have already suited my heart. I like this gift very much. Ha ha." Mo Shanhui laughed at the end. After this conversation, the atmosphere in the yard was indeed much more relaxed. "Everyone, come in with me." Then several people followed Mo Shanhui to the main room. As soon as Jian Xiu stepped into the room, a faint scent of ink came to her nose, and she immediately felt relaxed and happy. The furnishings in the hall are also simple and unique, not gorgeous, but revealing a strong atmosphere of cultural heritage. There is also a screen at the back, on which are engraved the three big characters Zhuanzhai. Looking at the handwriting, it is vigorous and powerful, with sharp pen tips showing the style of Mo Yuanzi. As the saying goes, the handwriting is like the person, and as soon as he saw the handwriting, Jian Xiu knew that it was Mo Shanhui himself. "Young lady, can you read?" Seeing that Jian Xiu had been staring at the three characters Zhuanzhai on the screen, Mo Shanhui asked curiously. Looking at Jian Xiu's dress, it is indeed the dress of a countrywoman. But her behavior is not the same as that of a countrywoman. Her words and deeds are all generous, which are not possessed by countrywomen. What's more, she also reveals a calm temperament, as if she can always exude her own unique charm in the crowd. At first glance, Mo Shanhui felt that this woman was extraordinary. He has seen countless people, but he can't seem to say what's special about them. Yes, I know them, Jian Xiu said openly. For some reason, she couldn't seem to say yes, I know a little bit. She answered subconsciously. Haha, young lady, you are really straightforward. So I won't be frank with you. Even if you brought snacks today, if the young master can't pass my test, then it's still not possible. I won't accept them just because I get along with you. Do you understand? Of course, if they can't pass your test, Dynamo, it's because they don't have talent in this area. Jian Xiu, won't force it. There are top talents in every field. If this field doesn't work, then change fields. I believe there will always be a field that suits them. Hearing this, Mo Shanhui was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Jian Xiu to answer like this. After a long time, Mo Shanhui came back to his senses and murmured, "Every profession has its top scholar." Well, young lady, you said it well and brilliantly. Young lady, you really have unique insights and always make people's eyes light up. Please forgive me for making fun of you. Dynamo Jian Xiu is just showing off. But I heard from shopkeeper Wu that there will be a literary competition in a while, right? That's right. The academy will send several accomplished students to participate in the competition. If they win, not only will the county government have rewards, but the academy will also have them. What? Young lady, do you want them to participate too? While saying this, Mo Shanhui glanced at Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei. He was quite satisfied with their personalities. At least from the time they came in until now, they've been well behaved.
Why?
Is it not possible? Isn't there still 3 months left? Besides, I heard that the competition this time is mainly about poetry and arithmetic. Jian Xiu spoke again. Yes, the competitions in recent years are all about these two items, even the imperial examinations. Now the court is focusing on poetry and sutras, and arithmetic has also begun to be taken seriously in recent years. However, arithmetic has always been the most troublesome item for our college.
Oh.
So, for arithmetic, Jian Xiu may be able to help a little. When it comes to poetry, she may not have anything to do. But when it comes to arithmetic, she has a double doctorate degree in the end times, and she has never been afraid. She can easily solve those difficult equations in the end times, so how can she not do this simple arithmetic in ancient times?
What?
What did you say just now? Mo Shanhui asked in disbelief. Dynamo, don't worry. Wait until the two of them finish the exam, and then we can continue this topic, okay? Jian Xiu said very calmly. When she said this, Jian Xiu's eyes never left the landscape painting in front of her. There is a poem under the painting, and you can tell from the handwriting that this poem was written by Mo Shanhui himself. Because the handwriting of the 3 characters Zuwenzhai on the screen was obviously the same person. Hearing Jian Xiu's words, Mo Shanhui became excited. But he quickly suppressed it. Thinking of the first time he saw Jian Xiu, her words and deeds were completely different from those of a countrywoman. Of course, the most important thing is not that she can read, but the words she blurted out. Obviously, she is not as ignorant as a countrywoman. On the contrary, she is very wise and sees everything very clearly. Mo Shanhui, a man in his 50s, couldn't say every profession has a champion, but she blurted it out. But he had to admit that what she said made a lot of sense. Grandfather, I want to eat this too. As the two were talking, Mo Shanhui's grandson, Mo Ziren, pointed to the cake on the table and asked Mo Shanhui. At the same time, it interrupted Mo Shanhui's thoughts. This is delicious, made by my mother. Before Mo Shanhui spoke, Zhang Feilin spoke first. After saying this, he tilted his head slightly, looked at Mo Shanhui, and said in a baby voice, "Grandpa Dean, my brother wants to eat. Should we give him some?" As soon as he said this, Mo Shanhui was immediately touched by the child's appearance. He subconsciously nodded and said, "Give it. Of course we have to give it to him." As soon as he said this, his grandson, Mo Ziren, quickly picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. He wanted to ask his grandfather just now, but his grandfather was always chatting with this aunt, so he didn't find a chance to ask. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Zhang Feilin asked proudly, while watching Mo Ziren from the side. Mo Ziran nodded repeatedly and said, "It's really delicious." When he said this, he carefully pinched a piece for Zhang Feilan. Zhang Feilan shook her head. "I don't want to eat it anymore. I've already eaten it when I came to your place." Weiya Mo Ziran seemed not to hear it, and directly stuffed the cake into Zhang Feilan's hand and started eating it himself. Fei Xian and Fei Yi, you two come here. The two walked to Jian Xiu obediently and looked at her calmly. "Are you nervous?" "A little bit, but it's okay. I feel I can handle it." Six-headed Zhang Fei Xian nodded. Seeing this, Jian Xiu was very satisfied and turned her head to look at the seven-headed Zhang Fei Yi, her eyes full of questions. "Mom, I'm fine too. Didn't you say that on the way here? Let's just do our best." Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately touched the top of their heads gently. Maybe they had eaten more nutritiously during this period, and their hair was no longer as dry and yellow as before. "Well, Mom did say that you just need to do your best. Because as long as you do your best, even if things don't work out, you won't have any regrets, right?" Mo Shanhui stood behind the mother and her son. Jian Xiu's words fell into his ears word for word. If he felt that this woman didn't look like a countrywoman at the beginning, then after hearing what she said, he felt that she lived a transparent life. Being able to say such things must have been through the same thing in life. No matter how he looked at it, Mo Shanhui felt that Jian Xiu was not a countrywoman, and even felt that she was not simple. However, Mo Shanhui was not a yellow-haired boy, so he naturally would not show what he thought on his face. "Today's test is arithmetic and painting because I know you are illiterate, but if you can do well in arithmetic and painting, I can make an exception and accept you." In fact, he didn't want to take the arithmetic test today, but thinking of what Jian Xiu said just now, he added it in. Because he had doubts in his heart, thinking that Jian Xiu's words just now might be a bit arrogant. But thinking of the shock that Jian Xiu brought to him today, he thought that maybe she could really give his Shuan Academy a surprise. "Really?" Then Fei Xuan, Fei Yi, "Thanks Dean Mo first," the two brothers said in unison. Before coming to this academy, their mother specially taught them arithmetic. Along the way, they didn't speak, just reciting the multiplication formula. They didn't know if others also used this multiplication formula when doing arithmetic. But with this formula, their arithmetic is much easier. "Don't thank me yet. If you don't pass, I won't make an exception either," Mo Shanhui said to the two brothers. "Don't worry, Dean. We will try our best." As mother said, "We will try our best. Even if you don't accept us, we won't have any regrets." Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Mo Shanhui nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the two brothers have good understanding. What Jian Xiu said just now, let alone them, even he himself didn't react for a while. What about two children who are only 6 or 7 years old? Here are 2 pieces of rice paper and brushes and ink. Each of you takes one and goes behind the screen to draw. As for the draft, it's up to you. You can choose what you like most to draw. How about it? Can you finish it? Hearing this, Jian Xiu's eyes lit up immediately. Not only Jian Xiu, but also Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei were the same. Several people didn't expect that this exam would develop exactly as they thought. With Mo Shanhui's words, their chances of passing the exam were greatly increased. However, the two brothers replied calmly, "We can finish it. We guarantee it." After that, the two brothers took the rice paper and walked behind the screen. They didn't even take the brush and ink. Mo Shanhui didn't pay much attention to it. Only Jian Xiu raised the corner of her lips slightly. It takes at least half an hour to paint a painting, even if it's a simple one for a child. But because they are young, it takes longer because they are young. "Young lady, I saw that you seemed to be very interested in the sleeping fire lotus just now." Seeing Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei go in, Mo Shanhui said to Jian Xiu indifferently, "It is my honor to see such a rare flower here." "Oh, young lady, you also know about this flower?" When he said this, Mo Shanhui had already led Jian Xiu out of the small courtyard again. In fact, it is no wonder that Mo Shanhui is so interested in Jian Xiu. In addition to wanting to understand the arithmetic problem she mentioned, in fact, his sleeping fire lotus has been kept here for many years. But there are not many people who know it. They all think that this is just an ordinary flower and not very precious. Only Mo Shanhui knows the preciousness of this flower. It is rare to find a soulmate now, and Mo Shanhui really doesn't want to miss it.
I know a little bit about it.
This flower has a short flowering period and only blooms 7 times a year. Each time, it will open completely just before it withers. Dean Mo, I wonder if Jian Xiu is wrong? Jian Xiu said lightly, while looking at the sleeping fire lotus in front of her.
Ha ha ha.
The young lady is really knowledgeable. I am not afraid of being laughed at by the young lady. I planted this flower in the most conspicuous place in the yard because I saw its short flowering period. Hearing this, Jian Xiu nodded in understanding. Things are precious because they are rare. This is normal. Mo Shanhui was stunned and murmured, "Things are precious because they are rare?" It must be said that this really touched Mo Shanhui's heart. Well, isn't it? If this flower is everywhere, Jian Xiu guessed that Dean Mo would not treasure it so much, right? Jian Xiu dared to say this only after she roughly understood Mo Shanhui's personality. Otherwise, she would never say such a thing. Young lady, don't you know that this flower is extremely difficult to grow? I've only heard a little about it. Jian Xiu said modestly. Look at you, young lady. It doesn't seem like you've heard a little about it. President Mo, please forgive me for making fun of you. Jian Xiu replied indifferently. It must be said that chatting with Mo Shanhui was indeed not a burden. He seemed to be completely different from the courtyard masters she had imagined. She didn't expect that he would be obsessed with growing flowers. However, Jian Xiu herself also liked flowers and plants. Her villa in the end of the world was also full of precious flowers and plants in the yard. In fact, one of them was the sleeping fire lotus. It's just that she had many tasks most of the time and had no time to take care of it. Over time, the flowers in her yard slowly withered and died. It's rare to see a yard like hers now, and Jian Xiu herself likes it very much. Just now, I saw that young lady was looking at the landscape paintings of the old man in the main hall. Are you interested in writing a poem? Mo Shanhui suddenly asked. Jian Xiu, is this old man's purpose so obvious? However, Jian Xiu likes Mo Shanhui's temperament more and more. At least he is not like other teachers who only know how to write literary works. Such a teacher gives Jian Xiu a feeling of being old-fashioned and stubborn. In her eyes, learning should be a combination of work and rest. Even teachers should not be too old-fashioned. Thinking of this, Jian Xiu said calmly, "Oh, write poems? Why does Dean Mo think I can write poems?" Jian Xiu became more and more curious about Mo Shanhui. It seems that the longer she spends with him, the more relaxed she feels. There is no longer the oppression she had when she first came in. Young lady, don't you know how to read? I just said this casually. To be honest, when I saw you looking at my landscape painting in the main hall just now, I wanted to ask. Mo Shanhui said bluntly. When saying this, Mo Shanhui glanced at the backpack that Jian Xiu had just put aside. Jian Xiu. Could this intention be more obvious? I really didn't expect that Mo Shanhui had such a lovely side, and he was really no different from a foodie. Seeing that his eyes were still vaguely on the backpack, Jian Xiu asked directly, I wonder what the relationship between Dean Mo and shopkeeper Wu is? You mean him?
Didn't he tell you?
Mo Shanhui asked curiously. Jian Xiu shook her head honestly. Normally, I need to call him brother-in-law, so what do you think? What is my relationship with him? Hearing this, Jian Xiu was really shocked. Shopkeeper Wu really hadn't told her about this. He just said that he knew the old man, and he came over to say hello.
Why?
So surprised? Mo Shanhui asked again. Indeed, shopkeeper Wu never told me that. I didn't expect that you two have such a relationship. But why does Dean Mo think that Jian Xiu can write poetry? The young lady has given me too many surprises today. To be honest, when I saw you for the first time, I felt that you were not like a country woman. The two of them talked about this, and when Mo Shanhui faced Jian Xiu again, he spoke directly. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was surprised at the moment. But thinking of Mo Shanhui's identity, she was relieved again. Think about it. How can a country woman like her know how to read? Seeing that Mo Shanhui was still looking at her expectantly, Jian Xiu was also helpless. It seems that she has to write this poem today. Jian Xiu didn't understand. She just took a few more glances at the paintings in his hall. Why did she feel like she wanted to write a poem?
It was really puzzling.
Fortunately, when the ink in her stomach couldn't be made, it didn't prevent her from reciting it. In fact, the father-in-law only wrote a poem on the landscape painting just now. Although the poem cannot be compared with the famous poems she learned in the end times, it also has its own characteristics. Jian Xiu also had to admit that the scholars here, at least they can write poems at any time, which made Jian Xiu, a traveler in the end times, admire it very much. So he tilted the front of the car to look at Mo Shanhui and said, "Then Jian Xiu will show off? Please, young lady." Mo Shanhui said hurriedly. The poem on the painting can be said to be the best poem Mo Shanhui has ever written in his life. He himself likes it very much, and the painting was painted because of this poem he wrote. Others are inspired by the painting or the scenery, but he is just the opposite. Because he is very satisfied with the poem he wrote, he painted this painting. Hearing this, Jian Xiu looked at the sleeping fire lotus in front of her and began to rack her brains to think about the dry goods in her mind. In Mo Shanhui's eyes, she looked like she was thinking. But in fact, only Jian Xiu herself knew what she was doing. She was thinking about which poem to use. There were too many poems in her mind. It couldn't be too outstanding, otherwise it would be suspicious. But it couldn't be too bad, otherwise it would not achieve her goal. After thinking about it, Jian Xiu chose a less famous poem and modified it. The flowers in the Shuwen Academy are in full bloom, and the cardamom years are fragrant. The peach and green are competing for beauty in the spring, and the fire lotus is the only one in the country. The fragrance is floating in the courtyard with the sound of books, and the color dyes the dream of the book window. The student's pen tip is more beautiful, and the ancient rhyme and the modern are praised together. This is a poem from high school. Jian Xiu just modified it a little, and she thought it was very good. However, the article she thought was good was shocking to Mo Shanhui. From the time she just proposed the request to write a poem to now, it was just a blink of an eye. Not to mention that Jian Xiu had been chatting with him all the time and had no time to think about the poem. Even if they didn't chat, it was enough to make Mo Shanhui admire her for being able to write such a poem in such a short time. The most important thing was that she was just a country woman, and it was rare for her to have such literary talent. "Young lady, this poem is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." Mo Shanhui said 3 wonderful words in a row, and the excitement on his face could be imagined. He was so excited that he even stuttered when he spoke. "I'm sorry to make Dean Mo laugh. Young lady, you are too modest. Even I feel ashamed of this poem when I hear it." It must be said that he was really satisfied with Jian Xiu's poem just now. And he practiced his meaning in every sentence. Being praised by Mo Shanhui, Jian Xiu herself felt a little embarrassed. Of course, if this poem was written by her, she could hold her head high. But she copied this poem herself. "Dean, we are done." When Mo Shanhui wanted to say something, he heard the voices of Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei behind him. "So fast?" Mo Shanhui asked in disbelief. He estimated the time. It was only a quarter of an hour from the time they were asked to paint in the back to now. Was their speed too fast? He turned his head to look at Jian Xiu again, but saw that she looked very calm. Obviously, she had expected Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei to be so fast. That is to say, Jian Xiu had known that they would finish the test so quickly. Could it be that Jian Xiu also had her own way of painting? Thinking of this, Mo Shanhui was suddenly excited. If he was still thinking about the arithmetic that Jian Xiu mentioned just now, it might be just a casual remark. Then now, he seemed to have a premonition that he seemed to have met a noble person today. And this noble person was the woman in front of him. Thinking of this, Mo Shanhui hurriedly walked towards the main hall. After entering the main hall, the 2 untouched brushes came into view. Looking at the inkstone again, it was obvious that the 2 of them had not used it. Thinking about it again, when the 2 of them entered behind the screen just now, they were clearly empty-handed. So now, what are they using to complete this painting? With such a question, Mo Shanhui immediately walked in front of the two of them. He stretched out his hand and slowly took the rice paper in their hands. But when he saw the draft on it, he was shocked. He originally thought that they would paint the most common landscape painting. However, the facts are always unexpected. Today, the three of them, mother and son, gave him a lot of shock. Because the two pieces of rice paper in his hand were painted with portraits of the same person, and the paintings were very similar. You can tell at a glance who this person is. Although the two brothers painted the same person, judging from the style of painting, it is obvious that it was painted by two people. Thinking of this, Mo Shanhui turned his head and looked at Jian Xiu with an ambiguous look. This look made Jian Xiu very puzzled. I don't understand why Mo Shanhui looks at me with such a weird look. Is this really painted by you? After a long time, Mo Shanhui finally found his voice and asked in disbelief. Jian Xiu. Why did she feel that Mo Shanhui asked a nonsense question? If it wasn't painted by them, who would have painted it? Just now, there were only a few children in the main room. If it wasn't painted by her son, could it be painted by your grandson? Of course, Jian Xiu would never say this even if she was beaten to death. Even Mo Shanhui himself was stunned for a long time, as if he didn't believe that he would say such a stupid thing. So after saying this, Mo Shanhui himself became embarrassed. Because what he thought was exactly the same as Jian Xiu's, there were only a few of them in the main room, and he seemed to have asked a very silly question. Thinking about it, it's not surprising that he asked this question. In fact, these two paintings, let alone they are just two children of 6 or 7 years old. Even if it was me, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to draw them. The characters in the paintings are Jian Xiu, and the two paintings can be said to be vivid. Not only does it perfectly reflect Jian Xiu's charm, but also her extraordinary temperament. The most important thing is that the Jian Xiu in their painting is very similar to her real life. As the dean, Mo Shanhui naturally couldn't believe it when he saw the portrait for the first time. He had to admit that these were indeed two very special paintings. Even as the dean, he couldn't draw such an effect. What's more, they were two little boys who had never been to the academy.
So it was normal for him to have such doubts.
After hearing this, Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei said very seriously, "Dean, this is indeed our own painting. If you don't believe it, we can draw it for you immediately." After that, they took out the remaining charcoal pencils from their sleeves. That's right, the portrait they just drew was drawn with this charcoal pencil. The day before, Jian Xiu told them that because of the tight time, they wanted to learn quickly, and it was obviously unrealistic to use a brush. So they taught them to use charcoal pencils. No, the dean apologizes for what he said just now. The fact that you can draw your portraits like this means that this person must be someone you are familiar with. The dean shouldn't. Having said this, Mo Shanhui swallowed the words in his mouth. Because after he saw the charcoal pencils in the hands of the two brothers, he was completely stunned. Looking at the draft in his hand again, what other pictures popped out of his mind, and he immediately understood how this painting came about. So this painting, you just used this charcoal to draw it? After holding back, Mo Shanhui still couldn't help asking. Well, we had prepared this charcoal pencil when we came here. My mother said that using this charcoal pencil to draw can not only save a lot of time, but also simplify the painting.
Montag Shanhui.
Why didn't he think of it when he taught and educated people all his life? With these things, when Mo Shanhui looked at Jian Xiu again, his eyes were different, with full of ambiguity and exploration. In fact, Mo Shanhui just blurted out what he said just now, and didn't really doubt what they meant. It was just that he was really surprised after seeing the portraits in their hands. More importantly, he himself didn't expect that it would be drawn with charcoal. This can explain why his pen, ink, and inkstone were all placed there intact just now. Mo Shanhui didn't know that Jian Xiu was also shocked after hearing his apology. It was unexpected, as if he didn't expect that Mo Shanhui would be so calm. Compared with some so-called gentlemen, Jian Xiu prefers people like Mo Shanhui who dare to do and take responsibility. He had the courage to apologize to two 6- or 7-year-old children, which already showed that she made the right choice today. Shuwen Academy is indeed an academy worth her money to send the two brothers to study. So she didn't mind telling him some of the knowledge she knew. The next thing is arithmetic. Can you draw it again in front of the dean? Mo Shanhui asked again. It's not that he doesn't believe the two of them, but he really wants to see how the two of them use this charcoal pencil to draw this portrait so vividly. Hearing this, the two brothers did not nod and agree at the first time, but looked towards Jian Xiu. Their eyes were full of questions. Seeing this, Jian Xiu immediately replied, "Of course it is possible."
This is also a special design painting.
What Jian Xiu said was true. From the portraits on the wanted posters she had seen in the government office recently, it was impossible to tell what the real person looked like. In her eyes, such portraits were not meaningful at all.
It was not as good as the paintings of Fei Xian and Fei Yi just now.
At least the portraits of people were very clear. As if she remembered something again, Jian Xiu squatted in front of the two children and said, "Fei Xian and Fei Yi, Mother wants to tell you today that some things that can be shared should be shared generously. Only by sharing can the world progress and become better. Do you know?" Jian Xiu spoke for a long time, but at the same time, she also said it very easily. If possible, she did not want to cultivate the two brothers into a selfish character. Of course, you should be generous when you should be generous, and you should strive for what belongs to you. Do you understand? Mom, we understand. Fei Xuan and Fei said at the same time. After saying this, they nodded to Mo Shanhui, who was standing beside them. Then they took the rice paper from his hand and sat beside him, painting in front of him. Their movement seemed very casual, but in fact, every of theirs was just right. The more Mo Shanhui watched, the more surprised he became. Because when he first watched, he couldn't tell what they were painting at all. He only saw them scribbling on the rice paper. But as they outlined more and more, slowly, what they wanted to paint became clearer and clearer. He didn't even know why the portrait came out. It seemed like a blink of an eye, and it seemed like he was not paying attention, and the clear portrait appeared on their rice paper unknowingly. "Dean, I've finished painting." Six-headed Zhang Feishuan spoke first. He was 1 year older than seven-headed Zhang Fei, and his hands and feet were more clever. The speed also increased. Okay, it's really good. Do you know how useful your portraits are to the court? Mo Shanhui asked in disbelief. Hearing this, Jian Xiu immediately knew what Mo Shanhui was thinking. Obviously, he were thinking the same thing. Sure enough, as soon as this idea came up, he heard Mo Shanhui's voice again. "Young lady, do you mind if I spread this painting skill?" When asking this question, Mo Shanhui's eyes were full of pleading. "Of course you can. I just said that if we know how to share, our Dashun dynasty will make progress and become better," Jian Xiu said with a smile. Okay, share. I will thank you here today. With your painting skills, my study of Wenshu Academy can be said to be icing on the cake, haha. At this point, Mo Shanhui couldn't help laughing. Being able to obtain such painting skills naturally laid a foundation for their study of Wenshu Academy. For some reason, Mo Shanhui just had a premonition. I think Shuwen Academy will surely become famous for this painting skill. Thinking of this, Mo Shanhui said to Jian Xiu again, "Young lady, this painting skill is a painting skill. I accept your kindness and thank you here. But the exams for the two children cannot be avoided. So, if Fei Xuan and Fei pass my exam, I will take charge of their tuition and exempt them. How about it?" As soon as she said this, Jian Xiu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. "Are you serious, Dean?" She told Mo Shanhui about this painting skill, but she never thought that she would get anything. She just thought that the government office here needed such painting skills. Sure enough, this person still has to have a sharing heart. God can still see the generous people. You know, this tuition for two people will cost more than 20 taels a year. This is a huge sum for her now. In fact, not only now, but even in the future, if she has money one day, more than 20 taels will be a lot. Of course I take it seriously. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have to pass the exam with me. Is the exam Dean Mo is talking about arithmetic? Jian Xiu asked curiously. Although Mo Shanhui said that there would be two major exams, drawing and arithmetic. But who can be sure if it will change temporarily? Of course, but don't underestimate arithmetic. It's not easy to pass.
Montag Shanhui reminded.
Hearing this, Jian Xiu nodded in understanding. The two brothers could even pass the painting skills test, and they received such high comments from Mo Shanhui. Jian Xiu was more confident about arithmetic. Dean Mo, let's start. Mo Shanhui nodded and asked the two. Are you all ready? Dean, we are all ready. Mo Shanhui nodded, and then he said, use 10 copper coins to buy eggs, and eggs are 3 copper coins each. So, how many eggs can these 10 copper coins buy? As soon as this question came out, the two brothers did not start to point their fingers like his other students. On the contrary, the two of them looked at a certain place very calmly, obviously thinking. Seeing their appearance, Mo Shanhui, who was standing by, was a little anxious. This question was very common, and he did not make it particularly difficult for the two children. But normally, as long as they calculated carefully, they could basically figure it out. Is this question too difficult for them? They have no idea at all?
Or,
Dean, we can buy 30 eggs, right? The two brothers replied at the same time. Are you sure? Are you sure? The two said in unison. Hearing this, Mo Shanhui immediately fell into deep thought. Because from the way the two answered the questions just now, they didn't use any tools to calculate. They just did mental arithmetic. And it was accurate and very fast. Thinking of what Jian Xiu said just now, Mo Shanhui continued. Well, very good. You've passed this question, but the dean needs to test you with a more difficult one. You must be ready. Okay, Dean. Please ask the question. A vine is about 70 feet long. 2.5 feet are used every day. How many days can this rope be used? This question is relatively difficult. After Mo Shanhui finished asking the question, his eyes never left the two brothers. It was just that when he saw that the two were still as calm as before, he was even more puzzled. If they can still calculate such a question with mental arithmetic, they are really very talented. If you think it's difficult, Dean, it's 28 days. Before Mo Shanhui finished speaking, the voices of the two brothers came over. Hearing this, Mo Shanhui immediately widened his eyes and looked at the two brothers, and did not speak for a long time. He came up with these questions on the spur of the moment. There was no such thing as stealing questions. And he saw them with his own eyes, and they obviously calculated them mentally. Thinking of Jian Xiu's words just now, Mo Shanhui was excited. Seeing the two brothers looking at him expectantly, Mo Shanhui said, Congratulations, you've passed this exam and become students of Shuwen Academy. You can come to the academy tomorrow. After saying this, the two brothers were obviously happy. But when they thought of this, they had to hold back their excitement. You two go out first. The dean and your mother have something to talk about. Mo Shanhui said to Zhang Feishuan and Zhang Fei. As for his grandson Mo Ziren and Zhang Feilin, they had already gone to play somewhere. The dean must want to ask me about the arithmetic question just now. After everyone left, Jian Xiu was the first to ask. Young lady is really straightforward. To be honest, master, this is also what I saw in a travelogue. It's called the multiplication formula. As long as you memorize it, you will find that there are many benefits. Jian Xiu said lightly. In fact, Jian Xiu wanted to tell them more about the addition method of 10 and the flat 10 method. But she also knew that saying too much might be counterproductive. After thinking about it, she could only take it slowly. Anyway, there is a long way to go. People have traveled through time and space, and there is a lot of knowledge in their heads. Are you afraid that they won't be able to use it? Multiplication formula? What is the secret? Mo Shanhui asked excitedly. When he asked this question, he stood up directly. It can be seen how excited he was. However, when Jian Xiu heard the word secret, Mo Shanhui immediately made her laugh. It must be said that the more she got along with Mo Shanhui, the more relaxed Jian Xiu felt. He has all the temperament that a teacher should have, but he doesn't have the stubbornness of a teacher. I wonder what the young lady is laughing at? Mo Shanhui asked seriously. He didn't realize how funny he looked at this moment. Hearing this, Jian Xiu didn't say anything more. He immediately handed the multiplication formula he had written before to Mo Shanhui and said, Dean Mo, take a look at this. What is this? Dean Mo, take a look first. What does the multiplication formula written here mean? This is the multiplication formula. It means 1 times 1. Mo Shanhui was even more confused when he heard this. Jian Xiu had already expected this. So, he explained the usage of the formula in the end times to Mo Shanhui one by one. Like the question you just asked, I will do it backwards. Mental arithmetic is completely feasible. It is not only much faster in time, but also less likely to make mistakes. Dean Mo? Dean Mo. After calling twice in a row, Mo Shanhui sat in his original position, motionless. Jian Xiu, is it necessary to be so surprised? Looking at Mo Shanhui's surprised look, Jian Xiu was really speechless. Helplessly, Jian Xiu just picked up the tea beside her and drank it slowly. There was no way. She had talked too much just now and her mouth was a little dry. After a long time, Mo Shanhui came back to his senses, stared at Jian Xiu blankly, and asked, Young lady, do you still remember what the travel journal you read was called? Jian Xiu, is it okay to call it Jian Xiu's End of the World Travel? Don't you remember it, young lady? Seeing Jian Xiu's speechless expression, Mo Shanhui said again in disappointment, I really don't remember it. When I read it, the book was already very worn, and it was just mentioned casually in it. Jian Xiu casually found an excuse and laughed. Multiplication formula? Good, good, this name is appropriate, the name is appropriate, it's really good, good. Very good, very good. Mo Shanhui said incoherently. At this moment, he probably didn't even know what he wanted to express, right? But Jian Xiu probably understood that this multiplication formula was something that every student needed to memorize in the end times. What's more, it was here. With this multiplication formula, I believe that our Shuwen Academy will definitely win this time. Mo Shanhui said excitedly. Seeing this, Jian Xiu also shook his head helplessly. Of course, she also understood how important a competition was to a college. Mo Shanhui was still sighing until Jian Xiu and the others left. It was only when Jian Xiu put the basket on her back that Mo Shanhui realized that he seemed to have missed something. He hurried into the main room, and when he saw that the cake wrapped in oil paper was empty, his eyes turned red with anger.
Montag Ziran.
Grandfather, I just couldn't help it for a moment. There was still a small piece there. Mo Ziran said very aggrievedly. It was the first time he had eaten such delicious food since he grew up. Unexpectedly, he couldn't stop eating it. As he ate, he realized that he was almost finished. Jian Xiu. I can't believe that Mo Shanhui is actually a foodie. Looking at the 4 pieces of cake in the basket and thinking of his relationship with shopkeeper Wu, Jian Xiu held back deeply. However, when he raised his eyes, he saw Mo Shanhui looking at him expectantly. Jian Xiu, young lady, can I give you the cakes in your backpack? He didn't continue the rest of the words, because he was a little embarrassed to say more. Just thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong, so he quickly added, Young lady, don't misunderstand. No matter how much silver I will give you. I don't plan to sell this cake. I plan to let shopkeeper Wu taste it. Jian Xiu said bluntly. Give it to him. That's easy. You give me another piece, and I'll talk to him about the rest. Jian Xiu. Give you another piece, then it will be 3 pieces. Is it really okay to give 3 pieces to others? Until leaving, Jian Xiu didn't understand why there were only 2 pieces of cake left in the backpack. After leaving the academy, Jian Xiu went straight to Yuexiong Tower. But there was one thing that Jian Xiu was very satisfied with. That was Mo Shanhui's satisfaction with the cake. People like him like to eat it, which means that this cake can do business for the middle and upper classes. Just thinking about it, the mother and daughter happened to pass by a pastry shop. Looking up at the name of the shop, the 3 big characters K Fangzhai came into Jian Xiu's eyes. Without thinking, she walked in with the children. Although she had never bought pastries from K Fangzhai in the past, she had heard of the name of K Fangzhai. In the whole Quanyong County, K Fangzhai was the only one. Dear guests, what kind of pastries do you want to buy? As soon as they entered the door, The waiter asked them casually. The attitude was not respectful, but the indifferent look was clearly written on his face. But Jian Xiu didn't care. She came here today and didn't really plan to buy anything. She just wanted to see what kind of characteristics the pastry shops here have. And what is the appearance generally? You know, in the end of the world, there are snacks, cakes, breads, etc. She can make countless kinds. I'm just worried that it might not be as good as the snack shop here. Besides, she had seen the snacks in the palace on TV in the end of the world, and they looked very exquisite.
She wanted to study this aspect.
Are all the snacks from your Fangs here? Jian Xiu pointed to the 2 rows of snacks and asked. Yes, sir. These are our Fangs snacks. Zhang Feishuan, who was standing aside, heard this and quickly pulled the corner of Jian Xiu's clothes and whispered, Mom, we are not hungry. We don't need snacks. We are still full from the cakes we had this morning. Looking at the decoration of Fangs, it is obvious that the snacks here are not something that people in their countryside can afford. Listening to Zhang Feishuan's caring words, Jian Xiu suddenly felt that it was not bad to travel back to her original body. At least she has relatives and well-behaved and caring children here. There is the family affection that she longed for in her previous life. These are things that she didn't have in her previous life. In this life, she enjoys them, so it is normal for her to protect what she wants to protect. If this is a transaction, then this is an equal transaction. Moreover, in this transaction, she got a lot. Seeing that Jian Xiu was still watching, Zhang Fei on the side couldn't help but say, Mom, let us go back early. There are still many bamboo shoots at home that have not been peeled, and Dad can't handle it alone. Hearing this, Jian Xiu also shook her head helplessly. Then let's go out. Mom still has to go to Yuexiang Tower. After that, several people walked towards the door. Look at their poor appearance. How can they afford the snacks of our Fangs? They just want to come in and enjoy their eyes. Didn't you hear what the poor household said? And they still want to go to Yuexiang Tower? They can't even afford snacks, and they still want to go to Yuexiang Tower? I'm afraid they will be driven out when they arrive at the door. Another waiter said, with contempt. What did you say just now? Jian Xiu turned around and asked calmly. Jian Xiu did not make any other movements at this time, and her expression was extremely calm. It was as if she was asking about something that had nothing to do with her. The 2 waiters just said this casually, but they did not expect that Jian Xiu would actually question them in person. Especially when they saw Jian Xiu's cold face, they really did not know how to answer Jian Xiu for a moment.
What?
You can't speak? Jian Xiu asked again. We were just talking casually, and the young lady remembered it in her heart? One of the older waiters spoke first. He worked here and got 300 copper coins a month, and lunch was provided at noon. If he lost his job because of offending such a countrywoman, it would be a loss. After hearing what the waiter said, Jian Xiu immediately walked around him and then pretended to be thinking and said, I didn't take it to heart, but I want to say a few words about your current state, Brother Shower. When saying this, Jian Xiu also looked up and down at the waiter, and the contempt in his eyes was very obvious. Seeing this, the waiter subconsciously asked, You, what do you want to say? I heard what you said just now, and I'm very curious. What's wrong with me, a countrywoman? Did I steal the cakes in your shop, or what? If not, I went in to take a look. How could I be met with such words from you? Do you know what you are called?
Call. What?
The waiter asked with his neck stiff. Seeing that the waiter asked her the question in a foolish way, Jian Xiu answered without thinking, A complaining woman. You call her a complaining woman. Oh, no. You are even worse than a complaining woman. A complaining woman dares to speak directly, but you don't. Why don't you dare? Isn't it because you are afraid of losing this job? A complaining woman says what she means and never stabs people in the back. Tell me, are you even worse than a complaining woman? At this point, Jian Xiu deliberately took a look inside the shop. A young man dressed in a slightly noble manner came out of the backyard. After guessing the identity of the young man, Jian Xiu immediately came up with a plan. If a customer comes in and sees your attitude, who will buy the cakes in your shop? Also, based on your tone just now, people who don't know you would think you are the boss here? Even the boss doesn't have such an arrogant attitude as you.
You. What are you talking about?
I tell you, if you don't want to sell, get out of here and don't interfere with our business. Ahem. Before the waiter finished speaking, he heard 2 coughs behind him. How could a waiter who has worked here for several months not hear this sound? Looking back, sure enough, the boss was standing behind him. Looking at the other waiter, he was also standing aside with his head down, not daring to breathe. Boss, I pack up, go to the shopkeeper to settle all the wages tomorrow. No, pack up your bags and get out of here immediately. Boss.
What?
You want me to kick you out? The boss interrupted the waiter and said. Seeing this, Jian Xiu was satisfied. This was the result she wanted. Jian Xiu has never been a kind person. If someone treats her well, she will naturally return the favor tenfold. Otherwise, she doesn't mind letting the other party have a taste of her methods. As the saying goes, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend him. If someone offends me, I will offend him. Noticing the boss's gaze, Jian Xiu just laughed coldly, then raised her head and looked directly into the boss's gaze. Rong Jihe was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that this young lady would behave like this. He was about to say hello to her again, but he saw her smile at him coldly and then turned and left. The back figure was very chic. Seeing this, Rong Jihe just frowned slightly and didn't take it too seriously. However, he noticed this woman simply because she had a special smell on her body. It's not like the smell of pastries, but it doesn't seem like it. If it's not, this smell seems to be the smell of pastries left on the body. I just don't know why this smell is so good. Seeing Jian Xiu leave, Confrontation's shopkeeper Fu walked towards the boss with the account book. Boss, this is the account book for this month. Because our pastry shop hasn't launched any new products during this period, the sales volume has also decreased a lot. Therefore, compared with last month, the money earned this month is at least half, less than last month. So much? Shopkeeper Rong Jihe asked in disbelief. He probably knew that Confrontation would not make much money this month, but he didn't expect it to be so miserable. Where are the pastry chefs? Don't they have any fresh pastries? Can't they make something new? Rong Jihe asked unwillingly. Boss, it's not that they don't want to do it, but they really can't think of it. Butler Fu Hongtian said with a headache. Hearing this, Rong Jihe was also in a headache. Think of another way, think of another way. Shopkeeper Fu said as if he had thought of something and suggested. But boss, have you heard that Yuexiangla's business has been very good recently? What does this have to do with our Confrontation? They run a restaurant and we make pastries, which are completely unrelated. Rong Jihe was very puzzled. He didn't understand why he was asked to go to Yuexiangla. If he didn't know that Fu Hongtian had some business acumen, he would have to question him. Boss, what you said is wrong. Do you know why Yuexiangla's business has been so good recently?
Why?
That's because they have new dishes recently, and the taste is very good. Aren't you talking nonsense? Without new dishes, how could his Yuexiangla's business suddenly be so good? Then does the boss know where their new dishes came from? Hearing this, Rong Jihe probably understood what shopkeeper Fu wanted to say. So he asked excitedly, how did it come about? Tell me quickly. I also heard from others that the recipe of this dish was provided by a countrywoman. Countrywoman? How is that possible? Old Wu has been running the restaurant for so many years. Can he not be better than a countrywoman? Boss, you are wrong. It's hard to say. Even if it was provided by a countrywoman, what does it have to do with my Confrontation? Rong Jihe asked again. Boss, you may not know that this woman provides more than one dish to Yuexiangla. So, how many dishes she provides to Yuexiangla? That's a restaurant. What does our Confrontation have to do with it? Manager Fu, you don't want me to remind you that my Confrontation is a dim sum shop, right? Rong Jihe said in a light tone. Speaking of going to Yuexiangla, Rong Jihe was even more curious about the woman just now. For some reason, he always had a premonition. After smelling the woman's scent just now, he wanted to know what kind of pastry she made today. Why did she have that special pastry scent? He has loved pastries since he was a child, and it was for this reason that he opened his own Confrontation. Thinking of this, Rong Jihe walked in the direction where Jian Xiu had just left. He just heard that the 2 waiters said that the woman was also planning to go to Yuexiangla. In this case, he really needs to go to Yuexianglu. Fu Hengtian was relieved when he saw Rong Jihe walking towards Yuexianglu. He thought to himself, this boss of his said that it was useless to go to Yuexianglu, but his legs were honestly heading towards Yuexianglu. Thinking of this, Fu Hengtian shook his head helplessly. Yuexianglu. Wu Mingting obviously didn't expect that Jian Xiu would come here today. He was still surprised when he saw Jian Xiu, because every time Jian Xiu came, she could always give him a surprise at Yuexiang Tower.